Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 411 to Chapter 428. August 5. This was the timeline of the human race. On this day, many of the Faculty of Theology had already started school, and on this day, Suyu also began the final chapter of his deception plan. It was time to reap the rewards. On the same day, several Sun-Moon elites came to the Five Elements race. Of course, finding the floating Earth spirit required time, a location, and more importantly, where the floating Earth spirit was. Suyu sensed it, but didn't care. You guys find it first. In fact, the Five Elements race would come to find him sooner or later, because the final battle was between Tian Duo and the floating Earth spirit. The floating Earth spirit disappeared, and Tian Duo also appeared in the ancient city, so it was very likely Tian Duo's doing. Of course, the Five Elements race guessed that Suyu might also be here. After all, the floating Earth spirit used the first divine seal because of Suyu. Inside the third ring. On this day, two large rooms opened, one on the left and one on the right, on both sides of the road. At this moment, the doors were open, revealing the large rooms. On the left, Suyu was inside. On the right, there was a venue prepared for the auction, reserved for guests. At this moment, Suyu had already arrived. He was high-spirited, his long hair dancing in the wind. At the end of the street, several elites walked over. Among them, there were a few who were seething with anger, demonic chi boiling. Tian Duo. A white-haired middle-aged man with an obvious flame on his forehead shouted, "Tian Duo, the ancestor asked you to return with us, but you avoided him yesterday. What do you want?" So you didn't know him, no matter, he knew what was going on. A member of the Rad clan, not only him, but there were also several elites beside the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was at the Sun-Moon tier, and beside him were one Shan Hai and two Ling Yun, a total of 4 members of the Rad clan. At this moment, behind the middle-aged man, a youth frowned, and said, "Tian Duo, return with us." The ancestor has already come out of seclusion, so you glanced at them, and said calmly, "Return for what?" "Coming to the All Heavens battlefield, if I don't make a name for myself, do you expect me to return like this?" They were a little angry. The young man shouted in a low voice, "Tian Duo, you don't even listen to the ancestor's words?" Suyu said indifferently, "Then let the ancestor say that you guys are not qualified." They were enraged. Had Tian Duo really gone crazy this time? He didn't even listen to the words of his ancestors. Beside him, Davo was also helpless. It seemed that Tian Duo was determined not to sell it to the devil race, or to offer it to the devil race. He was going to auction it off. At the side, someone chuckled and said, "Isn't how Tian Duo deals with his own fortune his own business?" Was the origin demon race going to force him to give up his opportunity? If that was the case, how could the origin demon race retain geniuses? Moto has obtained countless fortuitous opportunities. Are we going to give them all to the origin demon race? What a joke. If he handed it over, what was the point of snatching it? Wouldn't that be benefiting the devil race? If they really handed it over to the demon race, that would be really troublesome. On the demon race's side, Daver was in the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. Not only that, but the demon race had also sent another cultivator in the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. There were 2 cultivators in the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon tier. As for the Sun-Moon tier of the Rad clan, they were only in the 1st layer of the Sun-Moon tier, so there was no need to worry. If the devil race really took it, did they have to surround and kill the devil race's 2 Sun-Moon 8th layer? High heavens were not easy to kill. Previously, Yi Hongyan's group had 7 Sun-Moon 8th layer, and 2 of them were Sun-Moon 7th layer. That was how they managed to kill Mo-He of the origin demon race. 2. Deal with the devil race's Sun-Moon 8th layer, they had to send at least 5 Sun-Moon late stage. Once such a large-scale Sun-Moon late stage battle broke out, it would definitely cause invincible beings to interfere. This was not what they wanted to see. It would be best if they could buy it with money. This time, almost all the powerful races had sent 2 Sun-Moon elites. Most of them were in the late stage of the Sun-Moon realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to protect them even if they bought them. A late-stage Sun-Moon elite was either an elite in the 8th layer of the Sun-Moon realm or a super elite in the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon realm. All the races attached great importance to this matter. Of course, there were not too many races that had come. They were all powerful races. The weak races were limited, and they could not obtain it. The ones who had come today were either the top 10 great clans, the mysterious and unfathomable ancient clans, or the extremely powerful clans like the Five Elements race. Not many of the top 100 races had come. On the other hand, the 9 races of 9 Star Island represented the Thousand Territories Alliance, and 9 Sun-Moon tier elites had come. Because their headquarters was here, they did not need to travel long distances. The elites of their races could come to help at any time. These 9 races had also come. The Dragon race, the Celestial race, the God race, the Demon race, the Human race, the Five Elements race, the Heavenly Abyss race. Some well-known powerful races had also sent elites. The ancient city today was even more dangerous than the last time in Heaven Destroyer City. Last time, only a few Sun-Moon tier elites had come. Today, there were more than 20 Sun-Moon tier elites. Of course, under such circumstances, even if Suyu stirred up a change in the ancient city, it would probably be difficult to kill these people. Thus, Suyu's goal was not to kill. He could not kill them either. This time, even someone from the Dao corroboration rankings had come. It was terrifying, and Suyu recognized him. He was Gushan, an expert from the primordial giant tribe, an expert from the Dao corroboration rankings. This was probably the first expert from the Dao corroboration rankings to come. The arrival of such an elite made even the city lord of the ancient city, the dark demonic dragon, slightly afraid. Although the demonic dragon was also in the 9th layer of the Sun-Moon tier and was still in the ancient city, he was not an elite of the Dao verification role. Compared to Gushan, if they met in the outside world, he would definitely be inferior. In the city, even if he could suppress Gushan, the demonic dragon did not want to provoke him. There were many elites of the ancient giant race. This time, the demonic dragon also came. There were guards all around. On one hand, it was to maintain order, and on the other hand, it was to prevent Tian Duo from running away after the auction. Then, his 30% would be gone. Apart from those who participated in the auction, no one else was allowed to enter. So you could not be bothered with the people of the Rad clan. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It was best to ignore them. For a genius like Tian Duo, Suyu believed that even in the Rad clan, they would not take him seriously. Geniuses were all proud. There was no need to doubt this. Suyu stood at the entrance, ready to close the door at any time. He said indifferently, "Everyone, please pay the entrance fee first. Those who don't or want to cause trouble can leave. There are so many elites here today. If the auction is delayed because of someone, don't blame me, Tian Duo, for not keeping my promise." As soon as he finished speaking, a top elite of the Shin race threw something over. Suyu's expression changed slightly. It was actually a human elite, and at this moment, a spear shadow covered the ancient city. The expression of this Shin race elite changed slightly. He looked behind him and saw the black-armored Qin Hao walking over with Qin Feng. Qin Hao looked coldly at that Shin race elite and laughed coldly. He casually threw out a headless Shin race elite. His wounds were sealed, and the head rolled on the ground and smashed to the ground. A live one at the 7th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Is that enough? The Shin race had brought human elites, and the human race had brought Shin race elites. Moreover, the strength of the people they brought was not low. This Shin race elite was still alive. When he saw those Shin race elites, he immediately said excitedly, "Lord Wu Xing, save me." That Shin race elite turned to look at Qin Hao and said coldly, "Qin Hao, what do you humans want?" Qin Hao glanced at him and said with a smile, "What do you want? You can do it, but I can't. Wu Xing, if you want to fight me, I'll accompany you anytime." Killing intent overflowed, Qin Hao's spear appeared, and he said coldly, "What, you want to fight?" Swords were drawn. At this moment, on the side of the Shin race, someone laughed and also threw out a person. Yes, it was also a human. Qin Hao's expression changed slightly. The next moment, Zhu Guangshan appeared and smiled. He casually threw out a Shin race elite, and they all piled up in front of Suyu's door. Seeking Realm cultivators also want to participate in the auction. The humans were divided into 2 sides, the War God Temple and the Seeking Realm. Qin Hao represented the War God Temple, but as for the specifics, Suyu had no interest in knowing. He probably only represented the Great Qin Mansion. In any case, if he didn't sell it to the humans, they wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. Both sides were at daggers drawn, but no one made a move. The dragon race elites couldn't be bothered to participate, so they threw out a greater demon that seemed to have been captured along the way. The greater demon shivered. Soon, the other factions, including the immortal race, stopped capturing experts from the powerful races. The immortal race and the human race were allies on the surface, so they still had to be careful when interacting with the higher-ups. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 mountain and sea experts appeared in front of Suyu. Some were crippled, and some were seriously injured. In any case, almost none of them were from the Shin race. At this time, the entrance fee was paid. A native who had taken human form but was still yellow in color looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "Tian Duo, my race is genius, the floating earth spirit, disappeared in the ancient city the night before you entered. Where is he?" Suyu frowned and said indifferently, "I don't know. Don't ask me." Tian Duo. The native was also very strong. His aura exploded as he said angrily, "Tell us where the floating earth spirit is, and we will reward you generously. We won't make trouble for you for this." Suyu said indifferently, "The raid family really has no dignity. Just anyone can threaten them. Even the origin demon race, the demon king family, and the five elements race dare to threaten them." He looked in the direction of Davo and the others. The middle-aged sun-moon expert from the raid family who had been talking to him frowned slightly. He looked at the native and said coldly, "Is the earth spirit threatening us? Sun-moon experts, do you want to start a war by threatening my race's genius on the earth ranking?" That native's expression changed slightly. Although Tian Duo didn't have a good relationship with them, the origin demon race had their own dignity. You threatened Tian Duo with a sun-moon expert, and the origin demon race didn't care. If they didn't care today, they would be like the human race tomorrow. If others dared to kill their geniuses, they would have to force them to hand over their geniuses. The Five Elements race wasn't even one of the top 10 races, so of course. The origin demon race wasn't afraid. The sun-moon expert from the raid family snorted coldly and said in disdain, "Tian Duo isn't willing to hand him over to the demon race, but he is still a genius of my raid family. He is a genius of the origin demon race, second only to Moto. What do you Five Elements race want for a mere floating earth spirit? Not to mention that I don't know, even if Tian Duo killed him, so be it." "So what?" Just as he said this, a red-haired demon beside Davo, who was also the strongest of the sun-moon experts, erupted with demonic energy. He said coldly, "The Five Elements race has guts. Why don't you fight with my blood-fire demon race?" Fuck, even Suyu was shocked. He forgot to look carefully. Now that he looked, it seemed to be the blood-fire demon race. They were here again, just one blood-fire demon race expert had died. Deji, a 7th-stage sun-moon expert, had died in Heaven Destroyer Ancient City. In the blink of an eye, another blood-fire demon race expert had come. This time, it was an 8th-stage sun-moon expert. The origin demon race only had Davo, a 7th-stage sun-moon expert. What was the blood-fire demon race doing? After buying the item, could it be that they would give it to the blood-fire demon race? The others also had unlucky expressions. It was the blood-fire demon race again. Truthfully, the blood-fire demon race was even more warlike than the origin demon race. The demon race's bad reputation had a lot to do with this race. The blood-fire demon race was a bunch of madmen. Today they would fight the human race, tomorrow they would fight the celestial race, the day after tomorrow they would fight the god race, and the day after that they would fight the dragon race. It wasn't weird, of course, the fact that this clan was so warlike meant that they were extremely powerful. They often acted as the vanguard of the demon race, they took the initiative to do so. If you didn't call them, they would be unhappy. If you called them, they would want dozens of people to come and fight until all of them died. The origin demon race hated and loved the blood-fire demon race. They hated the blood-fire demon race for causing trouble outside, but they loved the blood-fire demon race because they were strong and would fight whenever there was a fight. At this moment, the blood-fire demon race expert spoke, and it was an 8th-stage sun-moon blood-fire demon. That native had an unlucky expression and didn't speak again. This was the benefit of having a big race backing you. Internal fighting was one thing, but outside, if you dared to say anything, someone would immediately step up. On this point, be it the demon race or the god race, they were actually quite good. The human race and celestial race were actually quite good. However, the division between these two races was too clear. If the Ming constabulary met people from Xia province in danger, they might not care. Similarly, the celestial race was the same. Sometimes, people from the celestial king domains might not care about others. Suyu smiled. This was the benefit of having a Tian Duo identity, everyone had to follow the rules to buy. The rules were still very important. The only one who didn't follow the rules might be the demon race themselves. They might pay a high price but not pay in the end. Thus, this time, there was a high chance that Suyu wouldn't sell to the demon race. If he said, "Let's go home and we'll give it to you when we get home," then it would most likely be gone. The other races didn't have such a reason. Meanwhile, Suyu didn't care about the sun-moon battle anymore. Instead, he looked at the geniuses of the younger generation. Many people came. He saw Qin Feng from the human race, Dao Qing from the celestial race, Long Wuyo and Long Zhan from the dragon race. He also saw a few other high-spirited young men and women. Even though he didn't know their names, he roughly knew who they were. Madonna came. He was beside the sun-moon-blood-fire demon race. His long purple hair was very eye-catching. He stood beside the sun-moon demons with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. He glanced at Suyu a few times as if he was a bit confused, but he didn't care too much. On the celestial race's side, Dao Qing followed behind a youth. That youth was most likely Xian Wuji from the celestial race. On the celestial race's side, it wasn't Sun Moon leading the group. Instead, it was a white-haired youth who looked very young. He was most likely Zhan Wushuang. Yi Futian saw many experts on the heaven list in an instant. What caught Suyu's attention the most were two people in black robes. They wore extremely large black robes. One was Sun Moon, and the other was the number 1 genius on the Earth list, Cursed Soul, who was at the 3rd layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Zhan Wushuang was at the 8th layer of the Mountain Sea realm, and so was Xian Wuji. Number 4 on the heaven list was Mingyu from the Netherworld race. Suyu also saw her. She was a young girl with a dark aura. It wasn't death aura, but it was similar to it. However, Suyu sensed that unlike death aura that rejected everyone, Netherworld aura didn't exclude everyone. There were many experts on the heaven list in an instant. Dao Qing was also on the heaven list, but he was very low-key at the moment. The top few on the heaven list were all here, so Dao Qing wasn't too eye-catching. Number 1 was Suyu, number 2 was Madonna, number 3 was Zhan Wushuang, number 4 was Mingyu, number 5 was Xian Wuji, and Dao Qing was barely ranked number 6. Suyu was looking at them, and they were looking at Suyu. Some were indifferent, while others frowned slightly. Cursed Soul of the Heavenly Abyss tribe frowned, and his voice came from under the black robe. Tian Duo? I hate you. Yes, I hate him. It was an inexplicable feeling. These Sun Yu hadn't noticed anything yet, but the prodigies all had a weak feeling. This person was very annoying. Tian Duo gave them the feeling that they were the same kind. Under normal circumstances, this was because the heaven list rejected each other. Tian Duo wasn't an elite on the heaven list. Even Cursed Soul had been on the heaven list before, but he had fallen. Before Suyu could say anything, someone looked at Cursed Soul and said indifferently, I hate you, Cursed Soul. Keep a low profile in front of me. Cursed Soul fell silent. At this moment, the other elites on the heaven list didn't say anything either. It was Madonna who had spoken. Ling Yin was at the 9th layer of Madonna. Even Zhan Wushuang, who had killed a Sun-Moon tier elite, didn't say anything at this moment. He was at the 8th layer of the Mountain Sea realm, while Ling Yin was at the 9th layer. However, Zhan Wushuang had encountered Madonna. Could he really win? Madonna was too much of a genius. When Ling Yin 7, he had killed someone at the 7th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Now, Ling Yin was at the 9th layer, and his origin chi had mutated twice. His cultivation level might not be lower than that of the Mountain Sea realm. It was very likely that he could kill someone at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. Against prodigies, Madonna could probably kill someone at a higher cultivation level. Prodigies against prodigies, killing someone at a higher cultivation level, that was terrifying. Suyu smiled and looked at Madonna. Madonna was also looking at him for a while, but he didn't say anything. In the past, when Tian Duo met him, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with despair and pain. Sometimes, there was even some resentment. Today, this feeling was much weaker. His eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Suyu again and didn't say anything. He was slightly confused. After getting the ancient ruins, Tian Duo seemed to have changed a lot. He pondered for a while, and then transmitted his voice to the Sun Moon tier elite of the raid family. Lord Moon Sacrificer Raid used the bloodline technique to check Tian Duo. The Sun Moon tier elite of the raid family was slightly shocked. Check him? The person was right in front of him. What was the point of checking? He was suspicious, but this was Madonna. Even Ancestor Raid had praised Madonna, so he didn't refuse. A drop of blood quickly condensed on his finger. Some dead spirits appeared in the surroundings, but they were quickly driven away by the guards. No one cared about them. Even if someone saw them, they didn't say anything. That drop of blood trembled slightly. Soon, Suyu looked over, and his eyes flickered. In the Sea of Will, the little furball rolled, and Tian Duo's Sea of Will also trembled slightly. As if responding, the drop of blood on Moon Sacrificer's hand instantly returned. He transmitted his voice to Madonna, "It's Tian Duo." "I'm not sure, but at least it's someone from the raid family." It was hard to say whether it was Tian Duo or not, but it was definitely someone from the raid family. That was for sure. Besides, a group of Sun Moon tier elites were here, so Moon Sacrificer felt that Madonna was being too cautious. Madonna nodded slightly and didn't say anything. So what if they were checking? They were just curious about Tian Duo's change. As for the rest, it didn't matter, including Tian Duo's so-called ancient breathing technique. He didn't care too much. They didn't care, but Suyu knew the situation. He sneered, looked at the raid family, and said coldly, "Did Madonna ask you to check me? You'd rather believe Madonna than me. Has the raid family also become Madonna's vassal?" Moon Sacrificer said indifferently, "Tian Duo, you always think too much. Madonna is the #1 genius of the origin demon race. He takes good care of the geniuses of the demon race. He has the air of an emperor." "You?" Suyu's eyes instantly turned red. "The air of an emperor? I'll surpass him sooner or later." He instantly looked at Madonna. At this moment, he thought about the pain and helplessness of being surrounded and hunted. He also felt some joy of making money. He gritted his teeth and said, "Madonna, I'll surpass you." "Definitely." That look. Madonna was used to it. Yes, it was like that. There was anger, grievance, killing intent, and also some joy. He probably felt that he had gained something this time and had hope of surpassing him. Madonna smiled. "If you can surpass me, then I'll welcome you. The demon race doesn't rely on one person to support it." Suyu was speechless. "Damn it, never mind, I won't argue with you. Later, you'll know if I've really surpassed you. Of course, forget about Tian Duo. There's probably no hope for him, and there's no chance for him." Suyu snorted and ignored him. He looked at the others and said coldly, "I don't care which race, which family, which force you come from. In the auction, everything depends on the value of the item. Hand over on the spot. Don't play dirty with me. Also, the Xinghong City Lord will be the middleman. Lord, I hope you can suppress some troublemakers and those who don't have money to bid. After all, you have 30% of these items." The Dark Demon Dragon said indifferently, "Don't worry. This is the ancient city. Outside the city, no one dared to talk big. Inside the city, what a joke. Why don't you try to cause trouble?" In the city, he was no match for Invincible, but if he was really provoked, Invincible would come in and it would not be good either. Getting 30% of the income for free was very profitable. After Suyu finished speaking, on the Sky Hunter Pavilion's side, the white-masked man suddenly said faintly, "Demon Monarch Tian Duo, we are all here and have brought the items. Can you let us verify the authenticity of the corpse?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Suyu. Suyu frowned and grabbed all the guys outside the door into the house. He also checked their strength and injuries and whether they were sealed. After getting them all into the house, Suyu said coldly, "You guys go to the opposite house. I'll stay here." You can use your willpower to check later, but you can't touch it personally. The white-masked man said in a low voice, there will be some errors if you don't touch it. Suyu said coldly, then don't buy it. Bear the risk yourself. I let you touch it and you took it away. What can I do to you, sun and moon? If you don't believe it, don't buy it. I won't force it. The white-masked man said helplessly, it's not that I don't believe it, but if I don't touch it, the price might be slightly lower. Suyu said with a smile, if it's really too low, then I won't sell it. I believe you guys will buy it. I have this confidence. The white-masked man did not say anything else. The group entered the ancient house on the opposite side. The ancient house was very large, and there were many chairs in the courtyard. These experts also sat down. Some brought geniuses with them, and some came alone. In total, there were close to 30 forces. At this time, the dark demonic dragon said indifferently, Tian Duo, you can show it. Suyu smiled and stood at his door. He said with a smile, take it slowly. Show his weapon first. As soon as he said that, a longbow appeared. The moment it appeared, its aura was incomparably powerful. It was filled with an ancient aura. The next moment, waves of willpower probed over. Suyu shouted, don't use any offensive power. My senses are quite sharp. If there's anything wrong, then I won't sell it. I can only release the willpower of the mountain sea realm at most. Don't treat me, Tian Duo, as an idiot. F*CK, there are quite a lot of requirements. The experts were also speechless. Some people probed and instantly retorted, frowning slightly. Soon, an expert frowned and said, this is not the counterattack of a heavenly soldier. It's an ancient array formation. This can't prove that it's a heavenly soldier. At this moment, the white-masked man was quickly writing and drawing on a piece of paper. Soon, he drew the longbow and sent it to the Heaven Hunting Pavilion headquarters. Suyu said indifferently, who said it can't be proved? As soon as he said that, Suyu smashed his fist on the weapon. With a rumble, the weapon trembled, and inscriptions lit up on the longbow. It quickly absorbed the surrounding primordial chi and erupted with primordial chi, counterattacking Suyu. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, a total of 116 inscriptions appeared. Suyu said with a smile, see? 116 inscriptions, peak beginner heavenly soldier. Of course, believe it or not, it's up to you. At this moment, the experts transmitted their voices. On the side of the Shin race, an expert from the Tiani race came. Zhang Wushuang transmitted his voice, does the Tiani race have any records of this bow? This. The expert from the Tiani race, also known as Ryu, said uncertainly, it's hard to say. There are not many records from ancient times. Even if there are, it's only a general description. There are no detailed records. After all, the weapons of experts will not be completely revealed to the public. But the heavenly soldier longbow, perhaps. It was indeed used by the experts of the Tiani race. At this moment, many people looked at an old man in the crowd and transmitted their voices, Master Divine Blacksmith, what do you think? That old man came from a clan that was not considered too strong in the top 100, the Iron Blacksmith clan. However, this old man was one of the few earthly soldier masters in the battlefield. At this moment, the old man also quickly examined it. The willpower of the mountain sea realm overflowed, examining bit by bit. As he examined, he said, the material is not bad. It has the strength of an earthly soldier, but it may not have the strength of a heavenly soldier. Of course, it could be due to the long time and lack of maintenance. It is not too surprising to say that it was a heavenly soldier in ancient times. He examined the inscriptions and quickly said, it's really ancient inscriptions. But soon he frowned and transmitted his voice, there are a few that are not easy to determine. They are somewhat fragile, and it feels like they could collapse at any time. Those were forged by Suyu, they all felt very fragile, and it felt like they would shatter with a little force. This Master Divine Blacksmith did not dare to examine too closely. These ancient inscriptions were too fragile. If he examined them too deeply, they would collapse, and their value would be greatly reduced. The demons would definitely cause trouble for him. Looking from the outside, there was no problem. The Master Divine Blacksmith quickly said, from the outside, it looks like an ancient weapon. looking deeper, there is an array blocking it. It is an ancient array, a counterattack array. If it were in ancient times, there would be no way to examine it. As for the inscriptions, there are a few that are too fragile, and I am not too sure if they are real, but most of the inscriptions are definitely real ancient inscriptions. That was enough. The fact that he could give such a conclusion without checking it himself meant that this earthly weapon master had good eyesight. The others also examined it. Some experts had also come into contact with ancient weapons, and they all nodded slightly. It was the smell. It was indeed an ancient weapon. So you said lightly, have you seen enough? If you have, let's move on to the next one. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful corpse suddenly appeared, sitting cross-legged on the ground with an extremely powerful aura. Its body was mixed with a faint aura of death. However, it still overflowed with a powerful pressure. Its face was a little rotten, and some injuries on its body had healed, but it could be felt that it had suffered a powerful attack before its death. When those experts examined it, they were all horrified. It was at least in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm when it was alive. Nonsense, it has been dead for so many years, and it has been attacked by the aura of death. Now it still has a weak pressure of the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm. How can it be in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm? At least it is quasi-invincible, or even invincible. Look carefully at the injury. Even now, we can feel some weak aura of invincible. This is killed by an invincible expert? And there is more than one invincible expert. No, this is not the key. Hurry up and examine the Sea of Will. Boom, at this moment, someone examined the Sea of Will, and a powerful counterattack was launched. So you spent a lot of money to restore the reverse Shunwen to the Sun and Moon realm. At this moment, it instantly counterattacked, and some of the experts who came to investigate gave a muffled groan. An ancient Shunwen flashed and disappeared, instantly fusing into the body of the corpse. Ancient Shunwen. In the crowd, someone stood up, his face full of shock and surprise. This is the ancient Shunwen. Even now, it still has such power, terrifying. Not only did this Shunwen not break into pieces, but it gave them the feeling that its explosive power was at the Sun and Moon realm. As for its original level, it was at least in the 7th layer of the Sun and Moon realm, and it was unknown if this was the weakest Shunwen on the other side. Ancient Shunwen, some people were extremely excited. It was actually a civilization master. Of course, it could be a warrior, or it could also be a dual cultivator of the physical body and willpower. The other party's physical body was also very strong, full of ancient. Or rather, the smell of decay, corroded by the aura of death. It would be strange if it did not decay, and almost stink. To be able to make a corpse in the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm stink, this was also a craftsmanship. However, Suyu did not care too much, and said calmly, I don't care about these, be it corpses or weapons, I can't use them. As for the ancient Shunwen, I only found this one, and it has the power to counterattack. I also don't dare to examine the Sea of Will deeply, worried that the Sea of Will still exists, but it was destroyed by me. As I said, I think the most important thing is still an ancient cultivation technique. As he said this, a somewhat broken jade talisman appeared in his hand. This was the ancient jade talisman that Suyu had bought himself. Soon, Suyu said calmly, let everyone see the beginning, and judge for yourselves if it is real or fake. Of course, I will demonstrate it once for everyone, and the entire cultivation technique will not be leaked. As soon as he said this, a line of words similar to the ancient city appeared in the air. Those experts quickly looked at it, and even though it was only a few lines, they suddenly felt that it contained the truth of heaven and earth. Their eyes were bright, and at this moment, Suyu's body shook, and he breathed in and out. Large amounts of essence energy swept over, and demonic energy overflowed from Suyu's body, making him incomparably strong. He punched out, and with a loud boom, the sound of space shattering could be heard. Ha! With a low shout, he spat out a mouthful of essence energy mixed with some black energy. Suyu instantly stopped, and he said with a smile, do you see it? This cultivation technique has no name, I named it the body-tempering breathing technique. F*CKU, what a rubbish name, everyone did not care about this, and their eyes were bright. It was really a breathing technique, an ancient breathing technique used to temper the body. breathing technique, ancient heavenly soldiers, ancient corpses above the 9 sun-moon layers, ancient Shenwen above the 7 sun-moon layers. At this moment, no one believed that it could be fake. What a joke. If it was fake, the price was too high, and the person behind it was too stupid. Using so many things just to cheat a little bit of resources, what a joke, it was impossible. Any large clan that obtained it would treasure it and never sell it, just for that bit of resources. The white-masked man quickly wrote and drew. And at this moment, in the endless void, in the Sky Hunter Pavilion, 7 or 8 faceless elders appeared at the same time. All of them looked at the live report from the white-masked man. Someone said in surprise, body tempering breathing technique. Tempering the body, absorbing and expelling impurities, this is a real breathing technique. Quick, check, which breathing techniques have these effects? Soon, someone said, it's not easy. Just based on the information I know, there are several, such as lightning breathing technique, body tempering breathing technique, heaven battling breathing technique. Can you find out the origin of that ancient Shenwen with its own counterattack? It's not easy. After searching for half a day, there was an ancient god race powerhouse at the 7 sun-moon layers. He might have carried a counterattack type Shenwen. The other party's weapon was a fork, not a longbow, and he was most famous for his counterattack power. This corpse is definitely not just at the 7 sun-moon layers. According to White One, even if he has the strength of the 8 sun-moon layers and was corroded by the death aura, he was at least at the 9 sun-moon layers when he was alive. The group of elders discussed. There were too few powerhouses who met these conditions at the same time, even if they had a huge database. After so many years, the database could not be completely preserved, and they could not find the corresponding identity of the powerhouse. For a moment, the elders were helpless. What should we do, buy it or not? An ancient small space suddenly appeared, and Tian Duo encountered it. Does Tian Duo have such great luck? From the current information, there is no problem. Tian Duo has learned the breathing technique, so it should be true, but we can't find the corresponding identity, so it's hard to determine who the other party is. There is still some risk. Regardless of the risk, it's best not to let it go. We might be able to research something extremely valuable on this person. Not to mention the other things, just the breathing technique, the ancient heavenly soldier, and the ancient Shenwen are already heaven-defying. These powerhouses were discussing. Even the hunting sky pavilion, which did business throughout the universe, was not too sure at this moment whether this thing was real or not. They felt that it was real on the whole. However, without the corresponding identification, they were a little hesitant. For a moment, the hunting sky pavilion's main hall fell silent. If they were to buy it, the price would not be low. Even a fool would know that it was very valuable because the breathing technique was real. The breathing technique was real, the corpse was real, the Shenwen was real, the heavenly soldier was real. The only thing worth doubting was the identity and the strength of the person when he was alive, so it was hard to determine. So many things were real, but they had to believe that this thing was real. As for why Tian Duo had encountered it, it could only be said that this guy was too lucky. Perhaps he was the next Madonna. Luck was really hard to say, but it was true that geniuses all had great luck. Great Star Ancient City. In the 2 large houses, the willpower was constantly probing the corpse. The experts were shaken. An expert said in a low voice, Tian Duo, you learned the breathing technique? So you said indifferently, seeing is believing. This cultivation technique is hard to learn, but it's also easy to learn. This corpse, can I take a drop of blood? So you didn't say much. He punched the corpse, and a rebounding force came from it. Suyu's fist was very strong. A corpse that had been dead for countless years still had a rebounding force. It was shocking. Suyu ignored it and punched again. A moment later, while the others were feeling the pinch, he punched the corpse's arm. Black, rotting blood seeped out. Everyone examined it again. Someone frowned and said, it's been destroyed by the death energy. The value of this blood? I'm afraid it's not that valuable. It was good enough that there was still blood. They could also see that there was very little blood, perhaps it was because it had been too long. So you didn't mind? He said, I didn't do this. When I got it, the corpse had some death energy. I'm not too sure how it came about. Everyone didn't say anything. It might have been corroded by the dead soul's world after death. They wanted to know the specific reason, but this had to be investigated. At this moment, the Tiani divine race expert said, "Can you let me see the corpse's palm?" Suyu's heart stirred. He raised the corpse's palm. Even at the 8th stage of the sun-moon realm, the corpse's palm was slightly different. It couldn't return to its normal state, and there was a thick layer of calluses on the fingers. However, it was corroded by the death energy. The expert of the Tiani divine race carefully examined the blood and the death aura. After a careful analysis, he sighed in his heart and sent a voice transmission to the primordial divine race expert. "It's a senior of my Tiani divine race." He was sure that it was from the Tiani divine race. A very powerful senior, he was only at the 7th stage of the sun-moon realm. This one had been dead for so many years, but he still had such a powerful aura. He must have been very powerful when he was alive. To think that the Tiani divine race was a glorious race in ancient times. Unfortunately, my race's seniors' remains were snatched away by the original devil race. Hateful, they deserve to be killed. After snatching it away, they even auctioned it in front of Juan. This was a stain on the Tiani divine race. Unfortunately, at this stage, it was useless no matter what he said. The Tiani celestial race had confirmed the identity of the other party. They did not know the details, but it was not a problem that the other party was from the ancient Tiani celestial race. Xinwen was also the ancient Xinwen of the celestial race. The Tiani god race was also wearing ancient clothing, just that it was a little tattered. Many parts of his body were corroded by the death qi, and he smelled rotten. Strictly speaking, if a corpse had been corroded to this extent, its value wouldn't be too great. That was because death qi was hard to deal with. The energy and resources you would need to dispel it would be enough to make you suffer. The experts of the various races continued to investigate, and more or less confirmed the authenticity of the information. Really, it was the strength of the corpse. Due to the age of the corpse, it was not easy to determine how strong it was. However, someone quickly said, "This is only the remains of a sun-moon 9 heavens, not an invincible one." Whether it was or not, it wasn't. Because it was the remains of an invincible, its value was too high. Suyu was immediately dissatisfied. How can it not be the remains of an invincible? Countless years have passed, and it still exudes such a powerful pressure. Maybe it's because the ancient space was well preserved. Suyu said coldly. "If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. I don't expect the corpse to be valuable. It's mainly the ancient breathing technique. In my opinion, it's not important whether the corpse is invincible or not." "Stupid," someone cursed inwardly. Of course, if it was really the corpse of an invincible, the price would be shocking. How could it not be important? Suyu also said impatiently, "You've seen it, and you've checked it. Everyone knows whether it's real or fake." Someone interrupted, "Tian Duo, is there anything else besides these?" Suyu said indifferently, "Whether there is or not has nothing to do with you. If there is, I won't sell it." "Can't I? I'm only selling these few items. Buy it if you want." There was nothing to say, but this meant that Tian Duo might still be hiding something. That was normal. At this moment, Zhu Guangshan smiled. "Tian Duo, do you really have to sell something like heaven and earth mystic light? There are more treasures than these." Suyu said indifferently, "Humans, don't play this game with me. Everyone in the Wan knows that humans are poor. If you don't have anything, don't participate in the auction." Zhu Guangshan cursed inwardly. He was actually being looked down upon by the demons. Alright, it should be. The gods and demons looked down on humans. Everyone knew that they were a poor race. In the big house, the gods, demons, and immortals all wore indifferent expressions. Some even had smiles on their faces. Humans were not competitive, and Suyu said coldly, "To prevent people from raising the price maliciously and not buying in the end, raising the price on purpose, those who bid must first pay me 10 drops of sun-moon blood essence as a deposit. Those who participate in the auction maliciously will not have their blood essence returned. Those who are not malicious will be returned after the auction." When he said that, Zhu Guangshan could not help but scold, "You didn't say that before." Suyu said coldly, "Seeing you humans, I remember. Humans are so poor, do you have the money to buy it? You humans are treacherous. When the time comes, you will deliberately raise the price and no one will compete. You can't pay, so you just want to buy time and think of a way to steal the remains, right? He looked at the others and said coldly, this is for your own good. 10 drops of sun moon blood essence is nothing. If the price is raised too high, you will have to pay more. At that time, it will not be a matter of 10 drops of sun moon blood essence. It is also to let those who can't afford it scram and withdraw as soon as possible. The experts of the gods and demons nodded slightly with smiles on their faces. That was doing business. Raising the price maliciously could indeed raise the price. Humans like to do such things. No matter what, 10 drops of blood essence were precious. If the humans bid maliciously, they would also suffer a loss. Su continued, those who bid maliciously and can't afford it on the spot will be invalidated and moved to the second place. As for those who can't afford it, 10 drops of blood essence will belong to me, and the rest will be returned. Similarly, if the second place can't afford it, the deposit will continue to be confiscated, and the third place. Everyone nodded slightly. This was a good move. This also prevented those who couldn't afford it from causing trouble. Even the Rad clan Xianxia nodded and looked at Suyu. He sighed inwardly. The geniuses of the clan still thought things through perfectly. This way, the price might be lower, but it would be a real price. There would not be a situation where the buyer couldn't afford it after everyone left. Suyu said coldly, 10 drops of blood essence is the admission ticket. Is there anyone who can't afford it? Or heaven and earth mystic light or sun moon mystic yellow liquid of equal value? I said before that these are the main auction items. If you don't even have a few wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, then you can directly leave. Some people cursed in their hearts. From the looks of it, if they wanted to bid blindly, they would have to pay the price. After paying the deposit, there were definitely some who were dissatisfied, but those who wanted to buy it didn't care too much. Compared to this corpse, this cultivation technique, this ancient heavenly soldier, 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence were indeed nothing. Some people even felt that it was too little. With such a large transaction, shouldn't they pay more than 100 drops? Alright, it was too much, and everyone might not be able to ignore it. 10 drops, on the other hand, was within an acceptable range. Suyu looked at them silently, waiting for them to pay the fee. Of the 20-odd forces, there were close to 30. No one left. Those who didn't have the sun and moon blood essence also paid other resources. Soon, a huge sum of deposit was in Suyu's hands. Suyu examined it carefully, mainly to prevent these guys from replacing it with their own blood essence. At the sun-moon tier, it was fine if one died, but those who were alive could be reborn from a single drop of blood. He had to prevent these guys from replacing it with their own blood essence, performing a blood drop rebirth, and killing him in return. However, there was an advantage in the ancient city. If they used the blood essence of living people, they would attract dead spirits. Dead people were fine. Looking around, there weren't any powerful dead spirits appearing, so it was okay. Suyu rejoiced inwardly. The value of 270 drops of sun and moon blood essence was already a huge sum of resources. This amount could only be obtained by killing 27 sun and moon cultivators. Sure enough, gathering all these powerful races together could swindle more. As for the deposit, the probability of returning it was not high. This also meant that 27 forces would participate in the auction, including the human race. Suyu felt sorry for Zhu Guangshan and Qin Hao. It was too difficult for them to earn money, and it was not easy to hand over 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence this time. I have no choice but to swindle you too, or else it would be too conspicuous. Thinking about this, the prelude was considered over, and Suyu said indifferently, let's cut the nonsense. With the heaven and earth mysterious light as the basis, 1 drop of sun and moon mysterious yellow liquid is equivalent to 3 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. As for the other items, according to the valuation of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, I believe the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will not ruin their reputation for one auction. The starting price is 100 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. 100 wisps at the beginning, this price was not considered low. Of course, the corpse was worth this price. Over at the celestial race's side, Zhang Wushuang suddenly said indifferently, let's be clear first. Are the items auctioned all that was given just now? Suyu said indifferently, of course, the cultivation technique, the heaven-grade weapon, the corpse, and Shenwen are all included. Do you want to sell them separately? If you do, they will not be worth that price. Zhang Wushuang nodded. That was fine. And over at the demon's side, Dao said, the demons will lose 10%? Suyu nodded slightly. After all, I am a demon. Although I will not give it to the demons for free, I can give them some concessions. Of course, if the demons cannot take it out on the spot, sorry, I will postpone the next one. I do not do deals without capital. At the demon's side, the few experts did not say anything. Tian Duo had already given in, and it was useless to say anything else. The other races did not say anything either. It was normal for Tian Duo to give in to the demons. After all, they still had to rely on the demons. The ones who wanted the corpse the most were naturally the celestial race. Because this corpse belonged to the Tiani race. Perhaps they could obtain more information and benefits from it. When Suyu finished announcing the start of the auction, over at the celestial race's side, Zhang Wushuang directly said, 300 wisps. He had tripled the price in an instant. He had eliminated those poor souls who had no money to participate, lest there were too many people participating. He had slowly raised the price. Just as he finished speaking, Dao said, 500. The others had strange looks in their eyes. Only the word F*ck remained in their mouths. This was the heaven and earth mystic light, not the essence chi liquid. Adding a few hundred at a moment's notice. How were they going to compete? The gods and demons were indeed an incomparably powerful race, one of the top existences. The heaven and earth mystic light required the experts above the sun and moon realm to go to the edge of the battlefield and capture it in the endless void. Sometimes, the sun and moon could not capture a wisp for several years. A few hundred wisps would require dozens of sun and moon experts to stay in the endless void for 10 years. Of course, the gods and demons did not lack sun and moon experts. They had the capital to do so. And with the accumulation of countless years, it was normal to have a large amount of it. In addition, they had conquered some small worlds, and the harvest was huge. However, for some small races, 500 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light was worth it. 500 drops of essence blood of the first level of the sun and moon was equivalent to killing 50 first-level sun and moon experts. Even small races might not have that many sun and moon experts. And Suyu was also secretly shocked. They were really rich and overbearing, damn, the gods and demons were really rich. They immediately raised the price to 500 wisps. Previously, he wanted to swindle 100 wisps. Fortunately, he was willing to invest. At this moment, Suyu's pockets were actually empty, his heaven's essence chi was almost used up. Of course, he extracted a little more. Other things were almost spent, including buying some ancient items and even smashing his own Shenwen. Wasn't it all to make a lot of money? Obviously, he had earned a lot, the cost of these things added together was less than 100 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. 100 wisps was an exaggeration. Of course, the corpses of the 8th level sun and moon experts were still very precious. The gods and demons directly raised the price to 500 wisps in the blink of an eye. It was shocking. The experts of the Tiani divine race frowned and looked at the demons. The demons looked calm. Anyway, we have 10% less. We have an advantage over you. Just as both sides were thinking, a brilliant dragon in the crowd said lightly, 800 wisps. There was no way to buy it. Zhu Guanshan and Qin Hao looked at each other. Qin Hao quickly sent a voice transmission. Guanshan, how much can you get in total? About 500. Me too, Qin Hao and he looked at each other with a sorrowful expression. This was probably all the savings that the Ming constables and Great Qin constables could take out. How sad and pitiful. This trend, it felt like 1,000 wisps would not be enough, F*ck. At this moment, Qin Hao's only thought was, if I kill everyone here, won't all these things be mine, then I'll be rich. Of course, after killing them, dozens of invincible realm experts would soon charge into the territory of the human realm and take the opportunity to kill the humans. Suyu's heart was also thumping. Damn, so rich, that was way too rich, f*ck. I've underestimated one, especially these powerful clans. They have accumulated countless years of resources. What are these things? I think Ling Yun is a lot, but what about the Sun and Moon and the Invincible Realm experts? Moreover, there are many Invincible Realm experts, countless Invincible Realm experts. This was a purchase on behalf of the clan, not an individual. An individual might not have the financial resources, but a clan did. As Suyu was thinking, the strongest expert here, Gu Shan of the Primordial Giant clan, couldn't help but curse, if I don't bid now, I won't even have a chance to speak. 900 wisps. He had already finished speaking. Yes, that's it. I don't have a single cent more, at least I participated in the bidding, it's better than being eliminated before a few clans could participate. A few clans, who originally wanted to bid, were now silent with a helpless look. Obviously, they had given up, they could only watch the competition between the big clans, for example, the 9 realms of 9-Star Island. Originally, the Thousand Territories Alliance had given them a high baseline, and everyone had contributed money and effort. But now, the price had risen to 900 wisps, and they couldn't bid anymore. The 5 Elements race didn't say anything. Forget it, I'll give up. Our goal is to find the floating earth spirit, not to buy anything. We can't compete with the big clans. 1,000. At this moment, Zhu Guangshan bid, they had no choice but to bid, they felt somewhat helpless. Damn it, if they didn't bid now, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Zhu Guangshan really wanted to win, especially that breathing technique. He had thought that 500 would be enough, but reality proved that the Ming constabulary was indeed poor, there was no way to compete, the fiend gods were too rich, they really wanted to enter the divine realm, the demon realm, and rob them. At this moment, the poor people were trembling. They could only watch as the big clans raised the price by hundreds. Suyu's heart bloomed with joy, but it soon turned into wariness. Damn, he had paid such a huge price. Whoever he cheated, they would fight him to the death. It was normal for Invincible Realm experts to come looking for him and hunt him down. For any large clan, the loss of so many things was not a small amount. The white-masked man from the Skyhunter Pavilion, who had been silent, suddenly said, 1,500 wisps. In an instant, the price rose to a peak. Zhang Wushuang said coldly, the Skyhunter Pavilion wants to participate too? This is the remains of a celestial ancestor. The Skyhunter Pavilion wants to buy the remains of a celestial ancestor? The Skyhunter Pavilion was an intelligence organization. Of course, everyone knew that the Skyhunter Pavilion was rich. However, now that they were participating in the auction and offered such a high price, the fiend gods were still unhappy, it was too high, it gave him 1,500 strands, which was probably the limit of the corpse. If it was just a corpse of the Sun Moon 8th tier, with all the blood essence, it would be good if it could sell for 500 wisps. Moreover, it was not all the blood essence. In fact, one might not even be able to extract a drop of blood essence. The corpse was also badly corroded by the death aura. Its value was definitely not that high. But now, with the addition of the ancient quasi-invincible or even invincible status, coupled with the breathing technique, 1,500 wisps was not low. At this point, Xian Wuji, who had been silent all this time, was silent for a moment before saying, 1,800. It was quiet all around. Another 300 at once, the top 10 races and the ancients were almost kicked out of the game in an instant. They could not bid anymore. On the human clan side, they had wanted to make trouble before, but now. Forget it, they could not bid anymore. No one would believe them even if they did. How could they bid such a high price? What a joke. As for Suyu, his heart was pounding. Damn, so high, I'm going to be rich, of course, the more money I have, the more trouble I'll be in. It's fine, people die for wealth. I accept it. Anyway, Wang was going to kill me anyway, 1,800. At this point, the major races were hesitating, and discussing. At this point, only the celestial demons, immortal dragons, and the Skyhunter Pavilion had the ability to buy it. It was not that they could not afford it. The major races could not have even this little bit of savings. Even the human clan, if all 36 prefectures gathered together, they could gather tens of thousands of wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. However, it was not worth it to go bankrupt just to buy a corpse. Those geniuses' eyes were red as they listened. They looked at Suyu. At this moment, even they were a little jealous. He was going to earn like crazy. Heaven and earth mystic light might not all be heaven and earth mystic light. Other treasures might be used to offset it, but no matter what, it was a huge fortune. Tian Duo could not use it all by himself. If he killed Tian Duo, alright. At this moment, everyone suppressed these thoughts. This was a truly great opportunity. They did not dare to imagine what kind of fortuitous opportunity was needed to obtain such a huge benefit. As for Tian Duo, he had simply shattered an ancient space. Was the demon race's providence so strong? The five elements race was even more resentful. They had heard that it was shattered in a fight with the floating earth spirit. This might have been the floating earth spirit's fortuitous opportunity, but now it had been swallowed by Tian Duo. Not only that, the floating earth spirit had gone missing. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They really wanted to kill Tian Duo right now. The Celestials made their bid, but no one spoke. Suyu said lightly, if no one speaks, then it will be the Celestial race, 1,850 wisps. The demon race made another bid, 2,000 wisps. On the Celestial race's side, Zhang Wushuang said darkly, if the other races bid again, then take it. 2,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, you may not need it. This is the Celestial race's remains, not the other races. Suyu said lightly, reality has proven that even the demon race's cultivation of the breathing technique is not obstructed. I succeeded. Zhang Wushuang said coldly, the breathing technique is only for tempering the body, not for tempering the sea of will. Tian Duo, do you really think you are the only one who knows it? Ask Moto if he knows it or not. Do you think I don't? Of course, it is true that this cultivation technique is precious, but don't think that it is the only one in the universe. Suyu looked at Moto. Moto nodded slightly and did not say anything. I do, this was very normal. He had been personally met by the demi-emperor of the demon race once. Of course, the demi-emperor did not appear, but his willpower had probed him once. Then, he obtained the breathing technique inheritance. So he knew it. This also proved that the origin demon race had it. Almost all the ancient races had it. Of course, there were too few who obtained the inheritance. There were many reasons, and Moto did not say much. Zhang Wushuang said again, this is the remains of a Tiani race ancestor. Shenwen is also Shenwen of the celestial race. The heavenly weapon is already broken. Everyone, what can you do with it? For the breathing technique? Even if you cultivate it and strengthen your foundation, the prerequisite is that you have enough talent and resources to cultivate it. Otherwise, you can't even complete 36 casts. What's the use of this breathing technique? 2,000 wisps was indeed a sky-high price. At this point, the other races were hesitant. On the dragon race's side, the powerhouse wanted to speak several times, but he did not in the end. Forget it, they could not be too wasteful. Moreover, they were preparing to take down the ancient dragon blood tree this time, so they did not bring that many things. If they offered a higher price, they would not be able to take the ancient dragon blood tree back. On the celestial race's side, Xian Wuji also frowned in silence. The celestial race did not have as much control as the origin demon race and the primordial god race. The ancient celestial race was few in number, and the celestial emperor had been in seclusion for many years. Most of the celestial race mainly had celestial king Dao domains. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for the celestial race to take out enough things to trade. Only the celestial race could afford the high price. Not even the ancient race. This was a competition between the celestial race and the demon race. At this moment, everyone understood and sighed inwardly. These two races were rich and imposing. On the demon race's side, a few demon powerhouses were discussing. Very soon, Davo transmitted to Moto. Still bidding? It's too high. After all, this is the corpse of a celestial race. If it was from the demon race, then they could add more points. After all, they were short by 10%. Moto was silent for a moment. Bid, 2,200 wisps. Tian Duo will only take 2,000 wisps, the same as the celestial race. If the celestial race offers better, spending a few hundred wisps more, then we'll give it to them. Davo took a deep breath and said, 2,200 wisps, Tian Duo. Does the price still count? Suyu said indifferently, yes. Davo didn't say anything else. On the celestial race's side, Zhang Wushuang and the celestial race's Ryu Gaozhong were frowning. 2,200 wisps, this price really made people bleed. Even if the celestial race was rich and imposing, they would still bleed. Was it worth it? Meanwhile, Suyu was a bit stiff at this moment. The price was too high. It seemed like either the celestial race or the demon race had taken it. With such a high price, it shouldn't be a problem to arrange an invincible realm expert to hunt him down, right? This all heaven's battlefield. I can't stay any longer. His transformation technique couldn't hide from an invincible realm expert. Then I can only sneak back to the human world or go to a lesser realm to take refuge. At least, he couldn't stay near the Star Sea in the near future. It was too dangerous. An invincible realm expert could see through him at a glance. Encountering an invincible realm expert, he would die for sure. After another long period of silence, Davo couldn't help but say, if you don't bid, then it's the demon races. Tian Duo, you can decide. He was a little nervous, a little excited, and a little breathless. 2,200 strands. An astronomical number. Tian Duo had really struck it rich this time. The premise was that this fellow was fine. And if he was fine, it would be best if he returned to the demon realm. The raid clan would not allow Tian Duo to hold on to so many things. Although the opportunities of a genius could not be taken lightly, if Tian Duo did not hand over more than half of them, the raid clan might not protect him, with so many treasures and no one to protect him. Tian Duo had to be careful in the devil world. It was normal to be assassinated. The devil world was not united. If that was the case, there would be no war in the devil world. Suyu looked at the celestial race expert again and said indifferently, do you still want to bid? This is the remains of an expert of the Tiani divine race. If you don't bid, then it will belong to the fiend race. Then, he asked, what about the immortal clan and the dragon clan? He actually wanted to sell it to the immortals. Of course, it was also good that he did not sell it to the celestials. At the very least, the celestials were allies of humanity on the surface. If Suyu's identity was exposed and he tricked so many celestials, it would be troublesome. Deceiving gods and demons didn't really matter. They were mortal enemies anyway. Actually, it was best not to lie to the dragon race. The dragon race was still considered neutral now. Once they were deceived, it would cause a series of problems. As for the celestials and demons, it was fine if they were deceived. There was no loss. Suyu was also judging the situation in his heart. It was still okay. Let's see if the celestials would increase the price. It was best if the celestials could let him take more. On the celestial race's side, Zhang Wushuang and the others kept discussing with voice transmissions. After a while, Zhang Wushuang said gloomily, 2,300 wisps. Davo sighed and did not speak again. This time, there was a long silence. No one spoke again. After a long time, the dark demon dragon said with a smile, if there's no one else, it's almost time to end. He had earned 30%, a huge profit. He had earned a lot. He felt that it would be difficult for him to earn that much in his lifetime. 30% was close to 700 wisps. Even if he captured one wisp a year in the endless void, it would still take him 700 years. The key was that he could not go out for 700 years. If he really went out for that many years, he would become a dead dragon. At this moment, the dust had settled. The other races did not bid anymore. They could not afford to buy it. Suyu also smiled and said, then it's the god race. Of course, if the celestials can't pay this price, then it will go to the devils. If the devils can't pay, then it will go to the immortals. He looked at Zhang Wushuang. Zhang Wushuang frowned and said indifferently, the divine race can naturally afford this price. Then, he took a deep breath and said, 500 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, 300 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, 100 divine vitality fruits, 10 five-element spirit fruits. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the five elements race's powerhouse lit up, but it quickly dimmed. However, he still probed, can I sell it to the five elements race? 10 heaven and earth mystic lights for one. Just like the dragon blood fruit, this thing was extremely helpful to the transformation of the five elements race's yuan qi. Unfortunately, the five elements race did not have it themselves. It was extremely valuable. 10 of each of the 5 elements spirit fruits made a total of 50 of them, which was worth up to 500 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. 300 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, that was 900 strands. The divine vitality fruit was also a treasure that was extremely suitable for the transformation of yuan qi. However, it was not as valuable as the 5 elements spirit fruit. It was worth 3 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light each, and 100 of them were worth 300 strands. Adding all these together, it was 2,200 strands of heaven and earth mystic light. In addition, the divine race also provided 5 earth weapons. So you directly rejected, "I don't want weapons." What a joke, I am an expert. It is normal for weapons to be positioned, "I don't want it." Zhang Wushuang did not say much and quickly said, "Then add another 50 celestial blood fruits." This Suyu did not know what this was for, but soon, someone explained. The person from Sky Hunter Pavilion said, "Celestial blood fruits are used to strengthen qi and blood. When the body is strong, qi and blood may not be able to keep up. That will lead to a lack of qi and blood, a decline in bodily functions, and the ability to use all of one's strength. This is very helpful for rapidly improving geniuses. It can also reach 100 strands of heaven and earth mystic light." With this calculation, 2,300 strands of heaven and earth mystic light were gathered. So you did not stand on ceremony and said, "Then let's do it." "But first, show me the thing," Zhang Wushuang said coldly, "Give me the thing first." So you said unhappily, "I am weak, how strong are you guys?" With that said, he quickly put all the things into a storage ring and said, "With a bunch of suns and moons here, I can't run. You guys give me the thing first, and I will hand over the storage ring." Zhang Wushuang frowned, not quite at ease. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I want to see the complete version of the breathing technique first." So you frowned. "Fine, then pay me half first, and I will show you. If there are no problems, I will exchange the remaining half for the storage ring." "Okay." Zhang Wushuang quickly reached an agreement with him. The next moment, Zhang Wushuang threw over a storage ring, and Suyu also threw over a jade talisman. The others were tempted, but they still chose to give up. Starting a war with the divine race was not a good choice. Zhang Wushuang quickly began to study the cultivation technique, while Suyu quickly inspected everything and transferred the things in the storage ring. At the same time, he constantly refined these things to prevent any traps from being left behind. The word tribulation was compared bit by bit in Xinwen. Zhang Wushuang looked for a while and frowned slightly. It looked very mysterious, but he had also learned the breathing technique. He looked at the one Suyu had given him for a while, and he felt that it could be cultivated based on the general principle. However, he couldn't verify it on the spot. This thing couldn't be cultivated in a day. Even a genius like him wouldn't be able to get started without 3 to 5 days. Of course, Suyu had gotten started, but Zhang Wushuang could only feel the surface of it. This was very normal, the cultivation time was too short. On the whole, it made sense. Tian Duo also didn't have the ability to create such a realistic breathing technique in just a few days. This guy didn't know it before, and perhaps he hadn't even heard of it. He then gave it to his sons and moons of the divine race. That person looked at it for a while and also nodded slightly. There wasn't much of a problem. From the description of the cultivation technique, although it was a little mysterious, it generally made sense. Zhang Wushuang took a deep breath and said again, "Then exchange the remaining half." At this moment, the demon dragon said, "Tian Duo, what about my 30%? Suyu quickly said, "The transaction is complete. City Lord, please help me move to the innermost room. Before entering, I will give it to you. Do you think that these people won't be tempted by me?" The dark demon dragon smiled. That was fine too. In the city, he wasn't afraid that Tian Duo would run away. Soon, the second transaction began. The others watched silently. Zhu Guangshan was also depressed. He said, "Give me my 10 drops of blood essence, and the entrance fee of the mountain sea gate." Depressed, this time, he came to watch the show and didn't do anything. The wealth of the gods and demons was beyond his imagination, Suyu snorted. With a casual kick, he sent a human mountain sea flying to his side. Then, he kicked another mountain sea to Qin Hao's side. he said coldly, is that enough? The entrance fee wasn't given to the human mountain sea gate. Of course, no one cared if Suyu randomly kicked 2 humans back. Since it was the entrance fee, who would care about it? Zhu Guangshan didn't say anything. Although he wasn't familiar with these 2 mountain seas, they looked familiar. They should be from other large mansions. It was fine to accept them. Suyu ignored him and continued to trade with Shan Wushuang. As he did so, he said, I will return everyone's items. The harvest is so great, so what is this small amount of money? Wait for me to finish the transaction first. After saying that, he took the second storage ring. Suyu continued to check them one by one. Soon, everything was transferred into his own storage ring. Then, he threw the things containing the corpses to Zhan Wushuang. It was time to end this, Suyu turned around and returned to the house. As he walked, he said, these entrance fees are for you. There were 25 Mountain Sea Realm cultivators left. They were all imprisoned. The moment Suyu turned around, his eyes turned cold. He had deliberately chosen this house to avoid the opposite side. In the next moment, a powerful will swept through all the entrance fees. Boom, explosions, mountains and seas exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 mountain sea dead spirits appeared outside of Suyu's house, as well as countless dead spirits of other realms. At this moment, the opposite side was also shaken. What was going on? Damn it. Some people were confused. The transaction was already over, so what was going on? Had Tian Duo killed those guys? With some confusion, chaos ensued. Countless dead spirits appeared, including mountain sea dead spirits. Vaguely, it seemed like sun and moon dead spirits were about to appear. At this moment, countless fresh blood was thrown out of the house by Suyu, and the densely packed dead spirits instantly filled the entire street. Inside the house, Suyu also turned into a breeze and instantly left the house, turning into a dead spirit and merging into the army of dead spirits. The entrance of the opposite house was blocked by dead spirits. Gu Shan, the strongest of them all, looked around with shining eyes. It seemed like something had come out of the Tian Duo house, but because of the dead spirits blocking the way, he couldn't see clearly. Moments later, dozens of sun and moon dead spirits roared, their chi and blood auras shockingly powerful, their control was also shockingly strong. Not only did they not kill the dead spirits, but they also sent those blocking their way flying. On the opposite side, the ancient house was already empty. There was a loud boom, the dead spirits flew backward. Suyu also took advantage of the momentum to fly backward. A small cloud landed on the ground, and at the same time, a large number of experts rushed out of the room. Among them was Gu Shan of the Primeval Giants, who glanced over at Suyu. The cloud was not big and was submerged in the aura of death. But Gu Shan still saw something unusual. His eyes flickered, and a divine light flashed in them. When he looked again, it was already covered with dead spirits that had been sent flying. The sun and moon rotated in his eyes, and time reversed for a brief moment. Gu Shan seemed to see a slightly different dead spirit. His heart stirred. What was going on? Even he was slightly puzzled. Then, he glanced at the confused and shocked God-fiend experts, smiled, and suddenly stopped caring about them. What does it have to do with me? I did not spend a dime. No, I gave 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence. Gu Shan was shocked. Yes, I gave 10 drops of sun and moon blood essence. Isn't that money? Of course, to him, killing a sun and moon was too easy, especially a first-layer sun and moon. It was too easy to kill them, but sun and moon were not to be killed randomly. Gu Shan cursed in his heart, but soon smiled. Forget it, I'll just watch the show. Feels like there's a big show to watch. Tian Duo. No, is this really Tian Duo? Even if it was Tian Duo, there was no problem with the transaction. Why would he kill someone and run? Of course, there could be many reasons. First, he did not give the demon dragon any benefits. Second, he ran away himself, so he would not have to share the benefits with the demon race. Third, and the most terrifying point, there was a problem with the item. That would be a huge shock. If there was no problem with the item, then Tian Duo ran away. At worst, the demon dragon would go crazy. But if there was a problem with the item, it would not be the demon dragon going crazy, but the god race's shock. It would probably burn the heavens and split the earth. Gu Shan could not take out 2,300 strands of heaven and earth profound light. Even if he killed himself, he might not have enough. There were quite a few people who had the same idea as him. Some of them charged into the ancient house that Suyu had been in, while others had their eyes burst with divine light as they looked around. The dark demonic dragon roared, "Seal the ancient city, quickly." He was about to explode with rage. To him, the item was probably not a problem. The Protoss were not fools, nor were they blind. His only thought was that Tian Duo had created chaos and ran away in order to not give him any benefits. Damn bastard, I tried my best to help you maintain order and facilitate the transaction, but you actually ran away without giving me any benefits. Damn bastard, no one was angrier than him. The deathly aura spread out and directly kicked those undead spirits away. He was the city lord of this city and had great authority. As long as he didn't kill the undead spirits, no matter how he beat or kicked them, they wouldn't care about him. On the Protoss side, Zhang Wushuang quickly checked the second storage ring that Suyu had given him. He scanned it and found that there was no problem. He really didn't see the problem. What problem could there be? The corpses were there, the heavenly soldiers were there, and Shenwen was also there. Could it be a problem with the cultivation method? However, he hadn't cultivated the cultivation method yet, but he felt that there was no problem in general. Or rather, were there any restrictions to the cultivation of cultivation techniques? Zhang Wushuang frowned, vaguely feeling that he had been tricked, but he really didn't see the problem. He shouted in a low voice, "Search." He couldn't have disappeared for no reason. No matter what, search first. At this moment, the demons were also very surprised. What was going on? Tian Duo ran away. Why did he run away? Moto also frowned. He suddenly looked at Jiyu of the Rad family and transmitted his voice, "Bloodline search." Just as he said that, the storage ring vibrated. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly took out the item in the storage ring. On the other side, White Mask had already taken out the ranking. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Tian Duo is dead." At this moment, the entire world was silent, incomparably silent. Tian Duo was dead? Yes, dead. Since Suyu knew that the Rad family was here, how would he dare to leave Tian Duo alive? Wasn't this giving them a position? Not far away, another cloud descended. Tian Duo wasn't strong, but he was a genius on the Earth list. The dark demon dragon instantly arrived at the place where the cloud descended, but there was no trace of it. The dark demon dragon was also shocked. What was going on? The next moment, his expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Tian Duo is dead, killed by someone." Damn, the murderer might have mixed in with the dead spirits. Even he didn't dare to believe this guess, mixed in with the dead spirits? How was that possible? But everything told him that the murderer might have mixed in with the dead spirits. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to disappear under the eyes of a group of high-level powerhouses. Impossible. On the Rad family's side, Jiyu's expression changed drastically. Tian Duo was dead, just now. They were just watching the show. It was good that Tian Duo ran away. Even if they schemed against the god race, they would still gloat. But now, Tian Duo was dead. Surprise, shock, disbelief. It was in that very moment that Xianxia stabbed one of the mountain and sea dead spirits to death. Moments later, more mountain and sea dead spirits appeared, and then he stabbed yet another dead spirit to death. "Xianxia!" Someone roared. Xianxia said indifferently, "What?" "Let the sun and moon dead spirits come out and seal the city to prevent him from escaping." "Is there a problem?" "Yes, seal the city." Jiyu roared. "Let a sun and moon dead spirit come out and seal the city." They weren't afraid of chaos. More than 20 late sun and moon powerhouses were here. Unless an invincible dead spirit came out, they wouldn't die even if the city was sealed for 30 days, let alone 3 days. Xianxia smiled, but there was a strange look in his eyes. He hadn't wanted to kill them, but Qin Feng had asked him to. There was no other reason than that Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. Holy shit! Qin Feng really did feel a sense of familiarity. In fact, he should be the most familiar person. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that Suyu seemed to transform from a dead spirit into a human, and then, killed 2 sun and moon sovereigns, and then sent him flying with a kick. In this situation, almost everyone who had seen it that day had died. Qin Feng hadn't died, and perhaps he was the only witness. So when Tian Duo died, and the demon dragon said that he might have mixed in with the dead spirits, and slaughtered so many mountains and seas to create a tide of dead spirits. The first person he thought of was Suyu. Could it be? Qin Feng didn't dare believe it. It couldn't be. Impossible. How could it be? Suyu, the ancient corpse he had discovered, had been impersonated as Tian Duo. No, if it was Suyu, then there was definitely something wrong with the corpse. Why would Suyu sell the corpse to a god or devil? Unless it was useless, Qin Feng grabbed Qin Hao's arm and transmitted, "Second uncle, kill more and create chaos." Holy shit, second uncle, maybe that Tian Duo was fake. Maybe it was Suyu. Qin Hao's jaw dropped, and yet, he didn't suspect his nephew. That was why he had just killed a few of the mountain and sea dead spirits, as well as some of the weaker ones, to create even more dead spirits. As for sealing the city for 3 days, he wasn't too worried. He was still in a bit of a daze. Suyu, as the commander of the vanguard battalion, he had seen all kinds of things, including invincible battles. But, holy shit, don't tell me that Tian Duo was Suyu. If it was Suyu, then there was definitely something wrong with this transaction. It wasn't just him. At this moment, someone else was also thinking of something. The 3 late sun and moon experts were protecting Zhu Guangshan. Eyes flashing, Shadow transmitted, "Hurry up and kill the dead spirits. Create chaos." He had been outside the city that day, and although he hadn't personally seen Suyu transform from a dead spirit to kill Sun and Moon, how Suyu had snuck into the city, how he had killed Sun and Moon, and how he had escaped from the city, he knew all of it. This time was too similar to the last time, and now, Tian Duo was dead. At the time of his death, there seemed to be a reward of heaven and earth nearby. This meant that Tian Duo had been killed nearby, by a living person, not a dead spirit. There was no reward for killing people by dead spirits. At this moment, Shadow also thought of Suyu. He had slashed out with his sword, killing a mountain and sea dead spirit. Sword chi rippled out, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 dead spirits were killed. Zhu Guangshan was incomparably surprised. "What's wrong? Your Highness, that Tian Duo just now might be a fake. Maybe it was Suyu in disguise." Zhu Guangshan's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide. I don't believe it. What's with that ancient corpse? That's impossible. If it was Suyu in disguise, then Suyu had cheated the Protoss of more than 2,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Stop fooling around. This was the #1 fraud case in all the worlds. No one had ever cheated so many things, and it was the Protoss. No, it was Wan. Today, all the powerful races had come. Large numbers of dead spirits appeared from all directions. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, a sun and moon dead spirit vaguely appeared. The city gates began to close by themselves. In the sky, the sun and moon's atmosphere was heavy. Even now, some people still didn't understand. What was going on? What happened? They really didn't understand. How did Tian Duo die? Also, who killed him? Could it be that he killed Tian Duo to gain some benefits? Who could silently disappear in front of their eyes? No, he had hidden among the dead spirits. This was the judgment of the dark demon dragon. In any case, many people's minds were muddled. What the hell? Zhang Wushuang's expression changed again and again. Tian Duo was dead. Tian Duo, who had sold them things, was dead. Motherf ***, that's impossible. He took out the ranking list and checked it again and again. There was no change in it. He took out the storage ring and checked it again. Still, there was no problem. No, that's not right. There must be a problem somewhere. The seller was dead. That was the biggest problem. He looked around. The 2 late-stage sun and moon gods had come, their expressions grave. Tian Duo was dead, and they, too, felt that something was wrong. Take a look. Zhang Wushuang hadn't planned to show them, but now, he still handed them the items. He was worried, nervous, and a little uneasy. 300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, even a god monarch would find it difficult to take it out alone. It could be said that all these items were equivalent to an invincible person's wealth. After all, an invincible person also had to cultivate. Cultivating to invincibility did not necessarily mean that one would be rich. If there was a problem, Zhang Wushuang would have to bear great pressure and criticism. The 2 sun and moon gods examined it carefully. This time, their examination was very detailed. They still didn't feel that there was a big problem. The sun and moon gods from the Tianyi race carefully examined the corpse and frowned slightly. There was no doubt that this was the Tianyi race's bloodline. This was the corpse of a Tianyi race member. What was the problem? Not just them, even the white mask from the Sky Hunter Pavilion was dumbfounded by this scene. He quickly sent a message to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. What the hell? Tian Duo was dead, killed by someone. There was no change in the ranking. It might not have been a genius who killed him. He might have hidden among the dead spirits. In any case, they didn't understand what was happening right now. The Celestials didn't fly into a rage, which meant that there was no problem with the items, or rather, the Celestials themselves didn't know that there was a problem. That was terrifying. In the crowd, Moto's purple hair fluttered, and his eyes flashed. Tian Duo was dead, killed by someone. The ranking had not changed. Tian Duo had actually felt that something was wrong from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiyu to investigate. At this moment, many thoughts rose in his mind. It was normal that the ranking had not changed. Very normal, someone who was much higher ranked than Tian Duo had killed him. It wasn't surprising that there was no change. Disguise as Tian Duo, a thought rose in his mind. Disguise. Speaking of disguises, there were too many. Who was the best at disguising recently? Suyu, with a thought, Madonna was shocked. Suyu, no way, could that Tian Duo just now be Suyu? Suyu pretended to be Tian Duo. What about Tian Duo? Tian Duo's Sea of Will was on Suyu, so there was no problem with the bloodline examination. Just now, in order to escape, Suyu defeated Tian Duo's Sea of Will, so Tian Duo died. There was no change in the ranking. The scene in front of him was very similar to the scene that Suyu had caused in the Sky Destroyer Ancient City a few days ago, hiding among the dead spirits. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Last time, the guys who surrounded Suyu were almost all dead. Even in death, they didn't find Suyu. Then, Suyu hiding among the dead spirits, could be explained. At this moment, he understood. At this moment, someone suddenly roared madly, Suyu, it's Suyu. Suyu killed Tian Duo, Suyu pretended to be Tian Duo, everything is Suyu. Daoqing was a bit crazy. He suddenly looked at Zhang Wushuang and roared, there's something wrong with it, there must be something wrong. Just now, that was Suyu. He was among the dead spirits. Kill the dead spirits, quick. Boom, lightning exploded on his body, space was cut, and a large number of dead spirits were killed. However, the next moment, more and more dead spirits appeared. Hearing his roar, the dark demon dragon also thought of something and suddenly yelled, all of you, stop. You can't kill. The more you kill, the harder it will be to find him, idiot. Kill, the more you kill, the more dead spirits appear, not the fewer. If you kill one, 2 more will appear. If you kill one, the whole city will be full of dead spirits. After you kill all the dead spirits, a large number of sun and moon dead spirits will appear, all seeking death. Killing to find Suyu would not work. At this moment, Zhang Wushuang's expression changed again and again. What was the problem? He had not found anything unusual until now. Really, he did not know what the problem was. The corpses were there, the weapons were there, the techniques were there. Suyu, the number 1 on the heaven list, Suyu? If it was really Suyu, then there might really be something wrong with the things he was selling, which also explained why he wanted to escape. The dark demon dragon did not care about this, and shouted, Xinghong Wei, search. Seal off the entire ancient city, seal off all the houses where the living live, search. Bastard, whether it is Suyu or Tian Duo, where are my things, where is my 30% harvest, damn it, how dare you trick me, lie to me. The suns and moons quickly flew in all directions. On the human side, Qin Hao stabbed some dead spirits to death from time to time, and Aning and the others were constantly killing those dead spirits. The entire ancient city was filled with more and more dead spirits. Suyu, if it was really Suyu. Zhu Guangshan and Qin Hao did not dare to imagine what would happen. This kid's courage was heaven-defying. He had cheated so many things, toyed with the entire Wan. This time, the Protoss would definitely have Wudi come out to kill him. Zhu Guangshan looked at the 2 injured mountains and seas being carried by the Heavenly Law Army General. In his heart, he was certain, damn, it's that guy, no wonder he suddenly kicked the human mountains and seas over to them, and not the godfiend mountains and seas. He had not thought about it before, but now he understood everything. Zhu Guangshan quickly transmitted his voice, General Qin, this is troublesome. We have to inform Wudi immediately. You inform the great Qin king, I'll inform my grandfather. This guy, we must definitely lure Wudi out to kill him. Although many people had died last time, they all knew that it was an accident. But it wasn't the same this time, no one had died. The only famous person who had been killed was Tian Duo. The key was that this kid had cheated a total of 2,300 strands of heaven and earth profound light. If Wudi killed him, he would have made a fortune. Zhu Guangshan swallowed his saliva. This guy had cheated too many people, he was terrified. In any case, he did not dare to do such a thing, and he could not do it. Suyu had done it, Qin Hao's eyes flashed, and he did not say much. He quickly burned a drop of blood essence to inform Wudi. He could not say it too clearly, but the only thing he could convey was that something had happened to the ancient city, and he had to come quickly. The great Qin king was his father, just like last time when Madonna and the others had asked for help. This time, it was not a problem for them to ask for help. The key was that this help request was actually a bit baffling. It was really baffling. Suyu, he did it, even now, Qin Hao was in a daze. Was this the #1 cheater in the Wan? The key was, the victims, the Protoss, did not seem to have noticed anything wrong. Zhang Wushuang was about to have a mental breakdown. What was the problem? The next moment, Zhu Guangshan's expression changed. He looked at Qin Hao and suddenly transmitted his voice, that Dixia province had once sent a Tiani god's corpse to Suyu, an 8th-tier sun-moon cultivator. Qin Hao's eyes widened instantly. Not many people knew about this because the item was too precious. Only a few people in Xianxia knew about it. On the main constabulary's side, a few people in the Zhu family knew about it, and then there was Niu Baidao and the others, but now, everything made sense. Damn, using a real 8th-tier sun-moon Tiani god's corpse as a disguise, death energy. Suyu mixed into the undead team, everything suddenly became clear. Qin Hao completely understood, and Zhu Guangshan also understood, a little sympathetic to the Protoss. You guys didn't notice the problem. I know why. The corpse is real, then everything about the ancient Shenwen might also be real. But one thing is fake, the corpse is not ancient, the cultivation technique should also be fake. Suyu was a powerful researcher of the human race, and he had developed many cultivation techniques. He definitely had a deep understanding of cultivation techniques. There was no need to ask, the breathing technique was fake. Suyu was also an earth soldier master, that ancient heavenly soldier, grass, might also be fake. The only real one might be the ancient Shenwen. After figuring this out, Zhu Guangshan's eyes were extremely strange. Damn, this scam, anyone would fall for it, unless Invincible came in person. The next moment, he also burned a drop of blood essence. Communicate with the great bright lord. In the ancient city, there was actually no way to communicate. The only thing he could do was to tell them that he had encountered trouble, and the general location was in the ancient city of Xinghong. As for what kind of trouble, there was no way to explain it in detail. At this moment, although he had not figured this out, on the side of the Protoss, Zhang Wushuang roared, "Find, search, find this guy." He didn't find the problem, but he was sure that there must be a problem. He had to search, he had to find the guy who might be Suyu. Some of the suns and moons of the other races were at a loss, and some went to search secretly. Damn, if it was Suyu, then this guy had so many good things on him that it made people's hair stand on end. Kill Suyu, then we'll be rich. The suns and moons quickly dispersed. As for sealing the city, it was better to seal the city. That guy couldn't escape. If the city was not sealed, then it would be troublesome if that guy escaped. At this moment, the dark demon dragon shouted angrily, "Count all the dead spirits, don't kill any more." At this moment, there were thousands of dead spirits in the city. If they continued to kill, there would be more and more. As he spoke, there were many more dead spirits. He instantly looked at the experts of the human race who were still killing and said angrily, "Qin Hao, what are you doing?" Qin Hao smiled and said, "Killing for fun, don't mind it." Black Demon City Lord, don't panic, take your time. You didn't lose anything, did you? As he spoke, he said in a faint tone, "I have already informed my father will arrive soon." Ancient City Lord, it's better for you to be neutral. The demon dragon's expression changed slightly. The great Qin King, the strongest expert of the human race, was not a demi-emperor, but in reality, his combat strength was boundless, and he had killed invincible existences. Even if he was not a demi-emperor, he might not be inferior to a demi-emperor expert of the god-demon race. He was coming, he cursed in his heart. The ancient city was very safe, and he was not afraid of invincible existences in the city. But, if the great Qin King really came, would he really have to fight the great Qin King? The demon dragon was furious. Suyu. Suyu of the human race? Seeing Qin Hao's words, it really was Suyu. Damn bastard, how dare he lie to me? Forget it, now there was big trouble. The ancient city was sealed, and many invincible existences might come soon. Once a battle broke out in the ancient city, it was not impossible for him, the city lord, to be killed. Of course, those people would not benefit, but he was already dead. What they did have to do with him? The dark demon dragon cursed in his heart, and the next moment, he roared, "All great star guards, return to the city lord's mansion." The city lord's mansion is sealed. Neutral, the ancient city was neutral, but he was more overbearing, so he wanted to collect some benefits. Now, a large number of invincible existences might be attracted. Damn, I'll learn from the Sky Destroyer city and seal the city, whatever, at the same time. Around the East Rift Valley. Suddenly, the great Qin King opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Star Sea. What was going on? Qin Hao was asking for help. Didn't he go to the Star Sea these 2 days? I heard that he wanted to buy the corpse of an ancient invincible existence. Of course, the great Qin King did not have high hopes. We are poor and cannot afford it. But, he is in trouble. My son stole the corpse, killed someone, and is trapped in the ancient city. This was the great Qin King's first thought, but, my son might not be able to kill them. There seemed to be many sun and moon sovereigns there. Of course, those people would not dare to kill Qin Hao for no reason. The great Qin King was somewhat surprised, frowning slightly. Should he go? He still had to guard his territory in the mortal world. At this moment, an aura rose nearby. The great Light King's aura fluctuated, and he immediately sent a voice projection. Old Qin, I'm going to the Star Sea, you're going too? The great Light King was stunned. What do you mean I'm going too? In the next moment, he asked in surprise, you're going too? Qin Hao is asking for help. Guangshan is asking for help. The two invincible experts instantly met and looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the two of them had joined hands to rob Tian Duo? In the next moment, the great Qin Emperor received some news and said, Tian Duo is dead. Did they kill Tian Duo and obtain the ancient corpse? This was the most likely possibility. The great Light King thought so as well. He nodded. How bold! How bold! Just as he thought this, an invincible expert nearby suddenly exclaimed. He held a ranking list in his hand and said in shock, news from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Did you two receive a request for help? Yes, old Tang. What did you communicate with? The Heaven Hunter Pavilion? The great Tang King suddenly sent a voice projection to the invincible experts everywhere. Something might happen. Tian Duo. No, Suyu, no. Suyu pretended to be Tian Duo and auctioned off the corpse of the primordial invincible god. He swindled 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light from the god race, killed Tian Duo, and escaped from under the noses of dozens of sun and moon gods. The ancient city was in chaos, and the dead souls sealed the city. Yes, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion could send messages, even when the ancient city was sealed. At this moment, all the human experts were shocked. The next moment, a valiant figure appeared. He looked at the great Light King and the others speechlessly. He said, Old Zhu and I will go over. Old Qin, you continue to guard this place. Dasha of Goguryeo, the great Light King nodded. He was also a little dazed. Suyu cheated dozens of sun and moon sovereigns. Then, he escaped from under their noses. Then, he cheated thousands of wisps of profound light. Speaking of which, that was a lot. The great Light King didn't have that much money, really, he needed time to catch that. He didn't have that much time and energy. In that case, this guy might have become the richest man in the mortal world. There was no time to think. The two invincible experts instantly broke through the void and rushed toward the starry sea. This time, there would definitely be invincible experts to kill Suyu. If the news was true, the deity race would definitely send an eternal expert to kill him. If it was anyone else, they would also go crazy from anger. The great Qin King waited for them to leave. He was still digesting the news. After a while, he cursed in his heart, "I was wrong, last time, I should have gone to the ancient city of annihilation myself and kicked him back to the mortal realm. Last time, that guy ran away by himself." He thought that it was good that this guy ran away. It would be good for him to hide. But, this wasn't hiding, this was doing something big, even he had never obtained so much heaven and earth mystic light. Summon more eternal experts to guard the border. The great Qin King had this thought. *CK, he had to summon more invincible experts. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. We must capture that guy. He instantly thought of something. He quickly spread his willpower and caught up with the Great Light King and the others. He transmitted his voice, "If you see him, you must capture him. You must. We can't let him stay outside. This is too scary. He will attract countless eternal experts." This time, the great Qin King believed him. This guy was even scarier than Xiao Longwu. He was 10 times scarier than Yi Badian. *CKU, the Great Light King and the others didn't reply. Nonsense. If they saw him, they must capture him. If they didn't capture him, there would probably be the first scene of invincible experts chasing after Ling Yun. Previously, it was a wanted order. Now, invincible experts were personally chasing after him. This was also the first time since the creation of the world. Yi Badian and Xiao Longwu didn't have such treatment. But now they might. The news spread quickly through the hunting sky pavilion. In the various realms, some invincible experts quickly received the news. In the western war zone, an invincible divine king quickly broke through the void and ran towards the ancient city. In the celestial world, the Tao King wanted to vomit blood. His grandson was trapped in the ancient city again. No, he had to make a trip there. In the demon world, a few demon kings didn't waste any time and quickly ran over. Among them was a demon king from the blood-fire demon race. This time, there was going to be a big fight. In this situation, if the invincible experts didn't fight, they would be letting down the 2,300 strands of profound light of heaven and earth. In the dragon world, the closest dragon world, a dragon king personally went out to see the situation. Perhaps to watch the show, or perhaps, to fish in troubled waters. The world was turned upside down. On this day, a large number of invincible experts personally took the field. They had no choice but to take the field. The ancient city was sealed again. These years, the ancient city had been sealed very few times. In the past 100 years, the major ancient cities had been sealed less than 10 times, and recently, they had occupied it twice. It had been less than a month. Heavenly Destruction Ancient City. The stone sculpture also heard the rapid discussion in the hunting sky pavilion in the city. He opened his eyes slightly, and a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes. "Look, I guessed it, even if I was petrified, I guessed it, it was indeed that troublemaker. The ancient city of Xinghong was sealed. Will Demi-Emperor God-Eater go?" Just as he was thinking, 2 powerful auras swept past and directly flew over the ancient city. The stone sculpture recognized these two. They were the 2 most powerful eternal realm experts of the human race, Da Xia of Goguryeo and Deming Wang. As expected, the human race also made a move. It seemed that this time, the Star Sea and the ancient city of Xinghong were going to have an eternal war. It felt good to watch the show. The stone sculpture wanted to attach some willpower to it and watch the show. Forget it, it was not easy to attach to the eternal realm experts. Moreover, if Xinghong found out, he would be embarrassed and angry. After all, it was not right for him to watch the show. The stone sculpture closed his eyes. He quietly waited for the news to be delivered. He wanted to see if there was going to be chaos. Speaking of which, it was not a riot in his own territory, but in other people's territory. It seemed very comfortable. That guy, it would be best if he went to the other ancient cities and messed them up. The stone sculpture thought to himself, why is he so good at causing trouble? Not long after. Human realm. Dixia Province, Civilization Academy. The voice transmission talismans hanging on Wan Tianqing's body were all flashing. He quickly picked them up and took a look. A moment later, his body staggered slightly, and he almost couldn't accept it. This, F*ck. An extremely helpless scolding sound rang out. Are you sure it's true? Are you sure that the Lingyan I saw killing Xianxia was in the human realm? Can you still come back? I seriously suspect that what I saw was fake. You can't come back. Su Yu, this madman, was much more arrogant and crazy than Yu Badian and Xiao Longwu. Which Lingyan dared to lie to an invincible realm expert? He didn't just lie to one, he lied to many. He even lied to dozens of sun and moon experts, and then ran away in front of them. 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Wan Tianqing sucked in a breath of cold air. He was really King rich. If this kid was really alive, would he have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? Can he really come back? Seriously suspected. In Xinghong City, the sun and moon gods and demons moved out. Some were investigating the dead spirits, some were scolding Qin Hao and the others. Qin Hao, what do you want? Dao shouted angrily from the demon's side. These people were constantly killing dead spirits. If this continued, it would be troublesome. Although they had many late-stage sun and moon gods, no one had forgotten what happened in Sky Destroyer Ancient City. If too many dead spirits were attracted, it would be troublesome. No matter how many sun and moon gods you had, you couldn't stop invincibility. Before Qin Hao could speak, Xian Wuji said faintly on the immortal's side, General Qin, we still can't be sure whether it's Su Yu or not. Even if we're sure, General Qin, don't joke around with everyone's lives. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a spear attacked. On the celestial side, a late-stage sun-moon god sword flew. There was a loud bang that shook the surroundings. The celestial powerhouse's expression changed slightly. Xian Wuji immediately focused. Qin Hao glanced at them coldly, his killing intent exploding. He said lightly, children should shut up when the adults speak. Xian Wuji, I beat your father until he knelt and begged for mercy. Your grandfather personally came to make peace with my father before I let him go. Who are you to teach me how to do things? Xian Wuji's expression changed slightly. Qin Hao sneered, you don't know who you are after getting on the heaven list. Who am I? He shouted coldly, I am the son of the great Qin King, the general of the human vanguard. Who do you think you are, a little kid? You dare to teach me how to do things? The Human Immortal Alliance is not allied with Xian King alone. If Xian King wants to break the alliance, let him do it himself. Who are you to talk nonsense with me? His eyes were cold as he looked at the late-stage sun-moon god guarding Xian Wuji. He said coldly, control your baby. Does your ancient immortal king know that this baby is teaching me how to do things? The late-stage sun-moon god's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, General Qin, you misunderstand. Wuji doesn't mean that. It's just that your wanton killing will cause trouble. You and I won't be able to escape death if we attract the invincible dead spirits. It's not just the human and celestial clans here. The dragon, Yao, 5 elements, and ancient clans are all here. Are you even human? Qin Hao laughed, as if the one who was angry just now wasn't him, and said with a smile, that makes sense, I was just killing in passing just now. You also know that our vanguard army specializes in killing. This killing was a little too convenient. I'm sorry, please don't take it to heart. The other races watched coldly from the sidelines. They didn't even care about the demonic gods and sneered. The Human Immortal Alliance, what a laughable alliance. It only existed in name, the Celestial clan had been restless recently. If they continued to cause trouble, the alliance of human immortals would collapse sooner or later. Perhaps the first to attack the human clan would not be the Celestial clan, but the Celestial clan. Qin Hao didn't care about them, but he also stopped killing. If they continued killing, the immortals would show their displeasure, and the other races would probably be worried that they would lure out too many dead spirits, which would be troublesome. There was no need for them to make themselves the target of public criticism. Qin Hao said inwardly. I've already tried my best. That brat, speaking of which, if he really pretended to be a dead spirit, would he have been killed by me? Feeling a little uncertain, Zhang Xian turned to Qin Feng and sent a telepathic message, quick, take a look at the ranking board. Is he still on it? Qin Feng was speechless. If he died, the list would be shaken. He checked, it was still there. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't kill that guy. Not bad, it seemed like his killing was accurate. It wasn't just Xianxia. On the other side, the shadow also stopped after killing for a while. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was afraid of killing Suyu. That guy could definitely pretend to be a dead spirit. If it was an accident, the sun and moon 7th layer would kill him. That guy probably wouldn't be able to resist. If he was killed, that would be too embarrassing. We were trying to protect you, but in the end, we killed you. If Suyu really died, it would be too humiliating. Of course, there was a high probability that it wouldn't happen. If they really killed him, they would still have a sense of how strong the dead spirits were. The human clan stopped killing, but those dead spirits were angered. They kept charging towards Xianxia and the others. At this time, they attacked indiscriminately. Those outside, without exception, were the targets of the dead spirits. The death aura also became thicker. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, a sun and moon dead spirit appeared, and the city gates officially began to close. That sun and moon dead spirit didn't waste any time and quickly charged towards Xianxia and the others. These people killed the dead spirits of the dead spirit clan. A great battle broke out instantly. Xianxia wasn't afraid, but he didn't retreat either. He just circled around the sun-moon undead spirit, causing it to constantly attack the others. The others were also feeling sullen. They couldn't kill it even if they wanted to, so they were forced to retreat. Soon, it would attack again. A dead spirit of the 2nd layer of the sun and moon forced a group of 3rd layer of the sun and moon to constantly avoid it. There was no helping it. If he killed them, more would come out. Fortunately, they were powerful, and the dead spirits that came this time were only at the early stage of the sun-moon realm. For a while, the Death Chi couldn't do anything to them. It was different from the last time in the Sky Destroyer ancient city. Last time, there were several dead spirits at the late stage of the sun-moon realm, and dozens at the early and middle stage of the sun-moon realm. Moreover, there were only 4 late-stage sun-moon cultivators who had entered the city last time. This time, there were more than 20 of them. However, the number of undead did increase by a lot. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 undead in the entire city. Moreover, the number of dead spirits kept increasing. Someone must be assassinating the undead. At this moment, on the side of the god race, Zhang Wushuang had no interest in the human race. He shouted, "Release your willpower and monitor all the dead spirits." On the side of the god race, a late-stage sun-moon cultivator instantly released his willpower. Enduring the pain of being corroded by the death chi, he began to monitor all the movements of the dead spirits. An umbrella-shaped weapon appeared in Zhang Wushuang's hand. The next moment, he opened the umbrella, and the surrounding death chi actually retreated automatically. He held the umbrella and walked in the air with the late-stage sun-moon cultivator of the Tianyi race, looking down at the dead spirits below. As for the dead spirits, they automatically ignored him. Zhang Wushuang's face was cold. Divine light burst from his eyes as he constantly scanned the dead spirits. With Suyu hiding among them, it was very chaotic at the beginning, and the human race was causing trouble, killing everywhere. This caused the undead spirits to keep appearing and running around. They didn't have time to investigate carefully. Now, the immortal race, demon race, and dragon race were all staring at the human race's cultivators. In fact, everyone had a tacit understanding. Find Suyu. The loss of the god race was a good thing, but Suyu had to be killed. This guy was becoming more and more of a threat, and he was becoming more and more terrifying. Also, how did he disguise himself as a dead spirit? Was Suyu's disguise ability that powerful? And on the 5 Elements race's side, they were also investigating. Now, many things were clear. Suyu might have captured Tian Duo and impersonated him. The floating earth spirit might know something, and so Suyu targeted it. Now, the floating earth spirit wasn't dead, and it was probably imprisoned somewhere. Suyu was too much of a threat. There was no one like Ling Yun and Suyu, causing a lot of trouble wherever they went. In the distance, several late-stage sun-moon ancient race cultivators were also investigating. Their goal was very simple. It didn't matter if they killed Suyu. They wouldn't kill him if they could. In any case, they couldn't kill him themselves. But if they encountered him, they had to rob Suyu, who wouldn't. be tempted by a treasure with 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth profound light. As for whether the god race would come for it if they robbed it, they wouldn't give it to them, you spend it yourself, and we robbed it from Suyu. What right do you have to take it? Including Gu Shan, several lone late-stage sun-moon cultivators were constantly searching. In the city, there were only about 2,000 dead spirits. In fact, it was very easy to investigate. Even if they kept increasing, it would be easier to expose Suyu's hiding place. Only he would go around assassinating dead spirits at this time. And at this time, the number of dead spirits stopped increasing. Clearly, Suyu had given up on assassinating. In the distance, Zhang Wushuang walked in the air. He wasn't careless. He led a late-stage sun-moon cultivator and dead spirit after dead spirit to investigate. He said coldly, Suyu, I know you're here. Hand over the things I just gave you, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Invincible was coming, but he needed some time. Before that, he had to take back what he had given away. Otherwise, he would disappoint Invincible of the god race. Even though he wasn't the only one who had been tricked this time. Everyone had been tricked, but he was the only one who had paid a lot of treasures. The two late-stage sun-moon cultivators were actually just assisting him. He was the one in charge this time. He was about to step into the 9th layer of the mountain and sea realm. Once he entered the sun-moon realm, he would be one of the true god race authority holders. However, if he were to lose so much face at this moment, and suffer such disastrous losses, then he would definitely be greatly affected in the future. He had to take back the things before Invincible arrived. It would be best if he could capture Suyu or kill Suyu. Only then would he be able to wash away his previous shame. On the side of the demon race, Dao transmitted his voice to Madonna. Madonna, are we going to find Suyu? Let the god race try first. Madonna looked around and transmitted his voice back. Be careful. If that guy still has Yibadian in Shenwen and suddenly attacks, it will be dangerous. Dao didn't care. Could he kill a 7th layer sun-moon realm cultivator? If he could, then it would be too heaven-defying. Madonna's performance these few times didn't seem to match his status as the first on the heaven list. Fine, now he was the second on the heaven list. Madonna didn't explain anything. Since the god race wanted to be the vanguard, there was no need for them to show up now. Anyway, the demon race's losses weren't small. Tian Duo was dead, but a genius was killed by someone in the same realm. To be honest, Madonna didn't care that much. A genius who was killed wasn't a genius anymore. Including himself, if one day he was killed by someone in the same realm, it would be normal. It could only be said that he wasn't a genius to the point where he could defeat everyone in the same realm as one. That was because he wasn't a genius enough. Madonna looked around for a while, then at the ancient houses around him. He suddenly said, check the ancient houses too. He's a living person, not a dead spirit. He can take refuge in the ancient houses. As soon as he said that, many powerhouses moved out and checked the ancient houses around them. Madonna didn't care. He pondered for a while and said again, last time, he directly passed through the ancient city and left. Everyone, it's best to send a message through the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Let powerhouses surround him in all directions of the ancient city. Be careful not to let him pass through. As soon as he said that, powerhouses quickly communicated with the outside world. Of course, it was through the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's ranking. Of course, there was a fee. White Mask from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was also there. At this moment, he secretly sent the message, asking the elders to charge a higher price. Anyway, no matter how expensive it was, these people would pay for things. Suyu was a good way for them to make money. As an observer of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, he was also constantly sending information back and reselling it through the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. As for the others, they could send other information, but they couldn't send information about the ancient city. They had to be sold by the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. It was a monopoly. In just a while, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had sold the information about 1,000 times. The fee wasn't high. 1 drop of sun and moon blood essence could send a message for an hour. It didn't seem too expensive. In fact, it was frighteningly expensive. Of course, those who were willing to buy now were the major races. As for individuals, the lowest was the sun and moon blood essence, or the top geniuses of each race. They could afford this price. In just a while, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion had earned thousands of drops of sun and moon blood essence. So you didn't know either. Otherwise, he would go crazy. He had painstakingly planned for a long time, paid a huge price, and risked his life to earn 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, which was worth 2,300 drops of blood essence. Of course, there were also some sun and moon blood essence, which added up to more than 2,500 drops. But the Heaven Hunter Pavilion relied on the ranking and used Suyu's information to sell information to Wan. In the blink of an eye, they earned as much as Suyu, and not many people cared. Because they sold too much, every family had a pitiful few drops of blood essence. To the major races, this was really nothing. Of course, Suyu didn't know any of this. And the Heaven Hunter Pavilion didn't care about Suyu anymore. They didn't pursue Suyu anymore. In fact, when the White Mask received the news, if he really met Suyu, he would secretly help him to buy time so that the Heaven Hunter Pavilion could have more time to broadcast. Yes, broadcast the turmoil in the ancient city, send a message once an hour. This was a big deal. When the invincible realm came, even the nearest invincible realm couldn't arrive in less than half a day. If they set out from the region, it was normal to take 1 or 2 days. In this way, to get some information, of course, they had to rely on the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. This was a monopolized business. In this case, of course, Suyu had to buy time. Now that Suyu was caught and dead, they wouldn't have a chance to make a lot of money. If they delayed for half a day, the money that Suyu earned would not be as much as the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. At this moment, Suyu didn't know what the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was thinking, and he wasn't interested in knowing. The safe house he arranged had some effect. At this moment, Suyu was hiding in a safe house. Outside, there was a sign of the ancient city's residence. In fact, Suyu wasn't a resident of the ancient city, but he had built dozens of such safe houses. Those guys, sooner or later, they'll find something strange. I've only used the aura of death now, and they haven't thought of it yet. Soon, they'll probably think that I might be able to disguise myself as a dead spirit and carve the ancient house. The most obvious thing about the ancient city's residents was that they would carve their own appearance on the wooden sign. Now those guys were busy looking for him among the dead spirits, but there were only a few thousand dead spirits, and they would be finished very soon. When that time came, they would have to search the ancient houses. Fortunately, there were many ancient houses, and those guys couldn't break into all of them to search. In the small house, Suyu wasn't in a hurry. Don't panic, what's there to panic about? It wasn't that he didn't have a backup plan. In the ancient city, he still had a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, there was a loud bang outside. In an ancient house, there was a sudden explosion. The next moment, countless dead spirits appeared. And at this moment, someone cursed angrily. Ming Constabulary. Zhu Guangshan, look at what you've done. Outside, Zhu Guangshan was speechless. Looking at the huge black ants that had been blown up, he said helplessly, "It has nothing to do with me. It's probably Suyu. This thing, he might have brought a lot of heaven-devouring ant eggs from Ming Constabulary." The big explosion just now had killed a large nest of ants. There was no way to calculate how many there were, and this counted as living spirits. At this moment, the entire ancient city had an increase of thousands of dead spirits. Of course, they weren't strong, but there were so many that it made Zhan Wushuang and the others furious. F***ck, what should they do? They could still check them one by one just now, but now, there were suddenly thousands of dead spirits. Moreover, they didn't know how many Suyu had arranged. They could only say that in the ancient city, they hadn't played like this, and Suyu really knew how to play. Everyone was a little crazy. Yes, killing living spirits in the ancient city would cause dead spirits to appear. Killing people was killing experts was killing ants was also killing. Suyu only thought of this when he knew that Zhu Guangshan was here. Only then did he remember that when he left Ming Constabulary, he brought some heaven-devouring ant eggs with him. Everyone felt that they had learned something new. Zhu Guangshan, who had learned something new, casually threw countless heaven-devouring ants into an empty ancient house. Damn, Suyu had such a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? I brought so many ants for nothing. If I had known, I would have crushed hundreds of thousands of dead spirits. How scary. The entire ancient city would soon become a dead city. Although there weren't too strong dead spirits, there was too much killing. The dead spirits wouldn't be able to kill these people, and there would continue to be sun and moon dead spirits. Moreover, the death aura was too strong. At that time, everyone would have to hide in the ancient houses. At that time, it would probably be Suyu's chance. Zhu Guangshan could guess Suyu's plan. Like him, the other sun and moon cultivators also frowned. F*ck, they really didn't think of this. No one thought of killing those ants in the ancient city. Were they that bored? If killing an ant can attract undead spirits, next time, should I bring in some smaller creatures to kill? Of course, those who had nothing better to do and wanted to take revenge on society could try. Normal people didn't need to try this. Rumble, another explosion. This time, thousands of dead spirits appeared. Zhu Guangshan looked surprised and secretly cursed. It had nothing to do with me. The ants exploded on their own. I just learned it. Bastard. Some sun and moon cultivators cursed, another few thousand more. Damn, if this continued, the number of dead spirits would exceed 10,000. Soon, more powerful dead spirits would appear. In the ancient house. So you opened the door a little and listened to the sounds outside. There was another explosion, there were thousands more dead spirits. The death aura was frighteningly strong. Suyu was also surprised. What was going on? I didn't do it this time. Could it be Zhu Guangshan and the others? There was no one else but them. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. The crown prince of the old Zhu family was also a little treacherous. Was he trying to shift the blame to him? Not bad, he didn't have so many ants on hand. It was too troublesome to kill other things. Ants were better. One explosion killed a nest, and there were thousands of ants in each nest. If he had known that the ancient city could be played like this, Suyu would have brought hundreds of thousands of ants. Unfortunately, he didn't bring many. He only brought that nest. After the explosion, there were only so many dead spirits. Now, there were thousands and tens of thousands of dead spirits. I'll let you continue to investigate them one by one. I'm afraid the Invincible has been alarmed. They didn't enter the city last time, but it might not be the case this time. Suyu thought to himself. He had to leave this place before the Invincible appeared, or find a safe place to hide so that the Invincible couldn't see him. If he saw him, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The Invincible could see through him. Suyu once again probed the little fur ball in his mind that was secretly absorbing the willpower that had just been rewarded. He wondered if he should strangle it to death. If he strangled it to death, it would come, right? Once it encountered the Invincible of the gods, would it go crazy and kill the Invincible of the gods? That would be fun. Of course, the premise was that it was a civilization master. If it was a fighter, it was hard to say. Fighters also had the Sea of Will, but the main force was not the Sea of Will. Could the big furball of the God-Eater clan kill the Invincible of the Invincible warrior? In the Sea of Will, the little furball that was happily eating trembled slightly. Thick malice. Was the fragrant one ready to strangle the ball to death again? The ball was dead. Forget it, let's eat first. Since he was ready to strangle the ball to death, I'll eat first. We'll talk after eating. I won't eat secretly this time. I'll eat openly. Anyway, you were the one who wanted to do bad things first. So you cursed in his mind and said angrily, "You're still eating? We might be finished this time." Of course, he had expected all these dangers. If it was really that simple, it would be too easy to obtain these thousands of heaven and earth mystic lights. He didn't know that someone had really earned it so easily. So you quickly assessed the situation and once again opened a crack in the door. After thinking about it, he turned into a dead spirit and walked toward the openings of the moat. At this moment, in the city, above the city lord's residence, a black dragon suddenly soared and roared, "I forgot to say that the city gate is closed, but the moat has a few openings." Of course, the death aura is so thick that ordinary sun and moon can't pass through. Ordinary sun and moon couldn't pass through, but it didn't mean that no one could. As soon as this was said, several sun and moon quickly flew toward the city wall. Got it, be careful, so you might run away from the moat. Suyu's movements paused. He looked toward the city lord's residence and the black dragon that had fallen. Very good, he didn't expect that the dark demonic dragon would remember this and even remind others. Great, that side might be blocked. Well done. Suyu gritted his teeth. Very good. If I really turn into an ancient city resident, I will stay here for a long time and fight with you to the end. If I leave, you will have it easier. If I don't leave, I will turn into an ancient city resident and you will get it, outside. Zhu Guangxin and Qin Hao gathered. Qin Hao transmitted his voice. Does he still have that ancient city shuttle token? It's useless even if he does. There must be nearby experts rushing over. Zhu Guangxin sighed and said, there are many god and demon experts on 9-Star Island. It is inevitable that the surroundings will be blocked. Therefore, Suyu really couldn't escape this time. At this moment, the number of dead spirits increased, and Suyu's whereabouts were difficult to find. But the ancient city was only so big. With so many sun and moons sealing it, they would find out sooner or later. Could Suyu be exactly the same as the real dead spirits? That might not be the case. As long as the ancient city was sealed, Suyu couldn't escape. A large number of sun and moons would be waiting outside until Suyu died in the ancient city or completely turned into an ancient city resident. Once he became a resident, he would be in big trouble. Speaking of which, how did he mix in with the dead spirits? Actually, many people were suspicious at this moment. Qin Feng couldn't help but transmit his voice. That guy is so ruthless. So sinister. How did he think of swindling so many resources? There were too many, he didn't dare to think about it. Anyway, all the Qin family's assets added together couldn't compare to this. Of course, it was still worth it to sell his grandfather. Zhu Guangxin was also speechless. Don't ask me, I am not familiar with him. That guy is really in big trouble this time. Zhu Guangxin quickly transmitted his voice. If it really doesn't work, you and I can kill a few more sun and moon dead spirits and make some late-stage sun and moon dead spirits to hold everyone back. Maybe he will have a chance to escape. Of course, they would be in much more danger. If they made so many late-stage sun and moon dead spirits come out, the sun and moons of the other races who originally didn't plan to oppose them might join forces to kill them. Right now, there weren't many sun and moons who could join forces to kill them, so these people didn't act rashly. But if they angered too many race experts, then it would be troublesome. The law couldn't punish too many people. If they really killed them, would the great Qin King attack the top 10 races and ancient race domains for them? The gods and demons wanted them to do that. They were courting death. Qin Hao didn't say anything. That was a last resort. It was better not to anger those neutral races now. In the ancient house, Suyu fell into deep thought. The moat was blocked. This was a big problem. Before this, he used the moat as one of his escape routes. I can't get out? Suyu thought to himself. If he really couldn't get out, then he could only hide in the city. He still had some ancient houses to hide in, but it might not be safe. The safest place might be the city lord's mansion. The key is that it's hard to sneak in. The city lord's mansion seems to be sealed. But this dark demon dragon seems to hate me. Maybe I can lure him to open the gate again. How about I sneak into the city lord's mansion? Suyu thought to himself. Actually, he wanted to enter the rear palace of the city lord's mansion. Last time, he got 3 teleportation talismans in the rear palace. Maybe there was an opportunity in the rear palace that could let him leave. Suyu's heart moved. He walked out of the ancient house again and mixed in with the countless dead spirits. In the air, there were still experts patrolling. But as the number of dead spirits increased, the death chi became denser. Some people had no choice but to retreat into the ancient houses. Suyu cursed in his heart. I lack an invincible talisman. Otherwise, I could throw one down and kill tens of thousands of dead spirits. Tens of thousands of dead spirits would appear in an instant, and a large number of sun and moon dead spirits would appear. That would be enough to make you suffer. Otherwise, I could slaughter some more sun and moon dead spirits and draw out stronger ones, killing all of you. Go to the city lord's mansion, or go to the innermost area, open a house, and turn into an ancient city resident. Or not. I'll hide for 3 to 5 months. When they think I'm dead, I'll leave. Unfortunately, damn it, the Heaven Hunter list kept showing his existence. Suyu's heart moved. If I turn into an ancient city resident, will the Heaven Hunter Pavilion still find my existence? That's right, he had not considered this problem. Were ancient city residents considered living people? but it seemed that no ancient city residents entered the Heaven Hunter list. Maybe they were not geniuses enough, or maybe they did not enter the list. It was hard to judge. Maybe only the Heaven Hunter Pavilion knew. If I completely transform into an ancient city resident, I can avoid the list. Then I can be an ancient city resident, Suyu thought to himself. In the past, he felt that being on the list was very impressive. Now, there was only one word for him. Scram. If I wasn't dragged down by the list, I wouldn't be like this. People wouldn't even know if I was dead or not, but now, with the list, I am alive. I can't even pretend to be dead, also, killing a genius on the list. Everyone knows that I can't do anything, also, there will be rewards from heaven and earth. In the past, I thought it was a good thing, but now, it's a scam. This is the best position to expose one's location. The battlefield of the heavens does not seem to be too friendly to geniuses. The geniuses' every move was monitored. While they were famous, they were also burdened with immense pressure. The battlefield of the heavens, Suyu roughly understood the rules. In fact, it was to encourage geniuses to kill each other head-on. If you assassinate one, you will be exposed. Assassination is actually very difficult. This damn place is a land of venomous insects. Geniuses easily encounter each other. This is proof. Without thinking too much, Suyu quickly followed the dead spirit team to the vicinity of the city lord's residence. He first looked to see if there was a dog hole. Last time, the floating earth spirit hid in the dog hole of the city lord's residence. This time, unfortunately, there is no dog. The city lord's residence does not keep dogs. Otherwise, Suyu would not mind sneaking into the city lord's residence through the dog hole. Of course, if discovered, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. There are not enough dead spirits, and they are not strong enough. They are not a big enough threat to them. Once the invincible ones enter the city, I will be in trouble. The ancient city has a mechanism against invincible ones. Suyu knew this. In the past, an invincible one died in the ancient city, causing invincible ones to not dare to enter the ancient city easily, but it does not mean that they cannot enter. If it really doesn't work, then I'll crush the little furball to death. Suyu secretly made up his mind without hesitation. As for the little furball being crushed to death, if you die, I probably won't live long either. It's okay, we die together. That's good, right? In his mind, the little furball stared at the Shenwen. It once again felt malice. Forget it, it will be a stuffed ball. If Xianxia thinks about this again, it will eat his Shenwen. Suyu looked back. A large number of experts have not yet hidden, but are flying in soar, looking for his whereabouts. How persistent. Suyu wandered around the city lord's mansion, but did not find a chance to enter. Soon, he found a spare ancient house within the first ring. If it really doesn't work, he will lock himself in this ancient house for a few months. I wonder if the invincible ones can force it open. If I can get out, I'll try to get out. If I can't get out, then I'll waste my time with the invincible ones. Suyu secretly made up his mind. If it doesn't work, he will first find a place to cast his body. He has the mysterious light of heaven and earth, a total of 500 wisps, enough for him to cast his body many times. When he is strong enough, he will come out and kill some guys. Become an ancient city resident. This idea arose again. There seemed to be a difference between becoming a resident of an ancient city and becoming an undead. If an ancient city's resident was strong enough, he or she could become a city lord or a city guard. There had to be some sort of mechanism that outsiders would not understand. It's best to pull the dark demonic dragon off his horse and kill him. He actually let someone block his way out. This is a big feud. Without the position of city lord of the ancient city, this guy will definitely be killed if he goes out. The Dragon Clan has long wanted to kill him. While Suyu was preparing to become an ancient city resident, in the back hall of the city lord's mansion. The stone statue opened his eyes, a little annoyed. What a mess. Last time, he mocked Xianxia, and now. Sure enough, the source of trouble is trouble. If this human and this guy from the God-Eater clan die, it will definitely attract the Eternal Realm. Xianxia gave him a few teleportation talismans, most likely because he is anxious to get rid of him and let him harm others. Now, the harm has come to his side. Xianxia's good deed. He opened his eyes and glanced at the whole city. Death Chi was boiling, and many suns and moons soar. After searching for a while, he saw Suyu wandering in front of an ancient house. He felt a little helpless. Send him away or let him be killed, it is not good to send him away. Outside the sacred city, there are experts everywhere. He can sense it. But he can only care about his own territory. Why not forcefully send him away? As for him being killed outside, the eternal war will not break out in the city, right? The stone statue fell into deep thought, and at this moment. Ancient God-Eater Domain. Next to the big hairy ball, some small bubbles appeared again. The big hairy ball opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. When was the last time I woke up? How long has it happened? Did this guy encounter trouble again? It seems like he is still in the sacred city. Could it be that the last time was a dream, or the time in the dream passed ahead of time, and he saw something ahead of time? The big hairy ball was thinking. Could it be that he did not rescue him last time, and it was just a dream, and today is the time of the dream? In the dream, he saw the future? This is also very normal. After living for a long time, it is not like the big hairy ball has never encountered such things. This is called foresight. Then, according to the way in the dream, should I go to the sacred city to have a chat? The big hairy ball once again fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, is this the sacred city from last time? Why does it feel different from the last time? No, it is not the same as the dream. The big hairy ball is in a trance. This memory is a little chaotic. There is no way around it. There are too many memories stored, and it has almost forgotten the passage of time. First ring inner house. The moat was blocked and he couldn't enter the city lord's mansion. So you chose to cultivate in the old house. The stronger he was, the easier it would be to kill the spirits. If he killed more sun and moon undead spirits, he might be able to lure out invincible spirits. If he had to die, he would die with them. So you didn't want to die, but he wasn't afraid. Just as Madonna and the others thought, the geniuses were prepared to kill or be killed in the heavenly battlefield. Wasn't Suyu safe in the Ming residence? Very safe, but he still came to the battlefield to become stronger. He didn't want to live under someone else's roof for the rest of his life. After all, the protection of others was given to him, not his own. Heaven and Earth Mystic Light. Suyu sat cross-legged and looked at the wisps of heaven and earth mystic light in his storage ring. He calmed himself down. 500 wisps. Can you help me complete 72 casts? Suyu's body was 30 casts and he needed 42 casts. Last time, he used the heaven and earth mystic light to forge his body, and it took almost 6 wisps to complete one cast. The stronger the body, the greater the consumption. Each time, it was a 10% increase. His strength wasn't just a little, it was a lot. Becoming stronger required a lot of resources and energy. The consumption was also proportional to the consumption. It was a very normal thing. 500 wisps might not be enough to complete 72 casts. Suyu had this mental plan. It didn't matter, he would complete as much as he could. Even if he couldn't complete 72 casts, a little more would greatly increase his strength. Without hesitation, Suyu quickly began to devour the heaven and earth mystic light. Breathing technique oscillation, his body seemed to be very hungry and quickly absorbed the heaven and earth mystic light. It was much easier to use than heaven yuan qi and was digested faster. Suyu didn't think about the outside anymore. As for becoming a resident, he hadn't made up his mind yet. He would wait until the invincible ones entered the city. Those invincible ones might not dare to enter the city. An hour passed. His body trembled slightly. 31 casts were completed, consuming 7 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Suyu continued. He didn't care about what happened outside. No one came to find him, and it would take at least 3 days for the dead spirits to disperse. Another hour passed, and the sky turned dark. Suyu's body shook again. He had completed the 32 casts and consumed 8 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Time passed slowly. Outside, it became even quieter. The 3rd hour passed. Suyu's body trembled, and his blood and energy surged. His aura was incomparably powerful. With a rumble, the 33rd casting was completed. He had consumed 9 strands of heaven and earth mysterious light, and the 3rd casting had consumed 24 strands. Every time he forged his body, he would expend even more energy. Suyu continued to cultivate silently. Suddenly, he thought of something and began to swallow the skyblood fruit again. This thing was also very valuable. 2 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light in exchange for 1 was used to strengthen one's chi and blood. Even if one's physical body was strengthened, it didn't mean that the strength of one's chi and blood would instantly catch up. It had to be nurtured slowly, strengthening one's chi and blood slowly accumulating. With the heavenly blood fruit, things would be different. They would be able to rapidly grow stronger. Of course, if one wasn't a super genius or super rich person, it would be too wasteful to use it. Suyu didn't care, the resources that he had swindled were meant for his cultivation. As soon as the celestial blood fruit entered his stomach, Xianxia felt as though his blood and chi were burning. His originally weak blood and chi were strengthened in the blink of an eye, rumble, like waves, his blood flowed rapidly in his blood vessels and body, giving off the sound of waves. Suyu was also shocked. What a powerful effect. The god race really had many good things. Without the sky blood fruit, it would have been difficult for Suyu to strengthen his blood and chi without 3 to 5 days. 1 sky blood fruit could save him at least 5 days of time. Alright, it was a little expensive, therefore, only super geniuses would be willing to use this thing. Normal people wouldn't use it, or they would use it as a recovery treasure when their blood and chi were greatly depleted. Suyu didn't care about money now. What was the use of money in a life and death situation? The truth was that he had to strengthen himself. The sky blood fruit was actually something that many sun and moon experts consumed at critical moments to recover their blood and chi during battles to maintain their combat strength. There were also some who used it to assist in cultivation, but it was extremely rare. As Suyu swallowed the sky blood fruit, he realized a problem. After swallowing it, his body forging speed seemed to be faster. Previously, because his blood and chi weren't strong enough, his body forging speed was hindered. At this moment, not long after, Suyu's body shook once more. A powerful blood and chi erupted and he quickly completed the 34th forging. This time, he consumed 10 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. The consumption was huge, Suyu calculated. He still needed 38 more, and the remaining 466 wisps might not be enough. Forget it, he would continue to forge as much as he could. Just as Suyu was forging his body, a large number of dead spirits wandered around the city, increasing in number. It wasn't Suyu who did it, but Zhu Guangshan and the others who would secretly kill some from time to time. At this moment, night arrived. Death. Energy surged. Apart from those sun and moon experts, the other experts couldn't bear the thick death energy outside. Many people entered the ancient houses under the protection of the sun and moon to avoid contact with the dead spirits. In a large ancient house, the door opened. Zhu Guangshan and Qin Hao were all there. Their expressions were slightly solemn. Qin Hao said in a low voice, "Do you think they left?" Zhu Guangshan shook his head. It was highly likely that they didn't leave. How? In the ancient city, some people knew that Suyu had used the shuttle talisman last time. Hence, there were constantly sun and moon experts patrolling in the sky, patrolling near the ancient city's barrier. Suyu had no chance to use the shuttle talisman. Moreover, whether he had one or not was a problem. The gap in the moat was blocked, the city gates were sealed. Outside the city, there were still many sun and moon experts. On the battlefield of heavens, apart from the military experts who needed to guard, many idle sun and moon experts had come. Some sun and moon experts from other domains had rushed over to watch the show, or perhaps they wanted to fish in troubled waters to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Qin Hao said again, "The 5 Elements race contacted me secretly. As long as Suyu reveals the location of the floating earth spirit and guarantees its safety, the 5 Elements race can provide some help and protection." Zhu Guangshan shook his head and said, "Don't count on it. Besides, if Suyu really comes out, then we'll fall into their trap. The 5 Elements race isn't anything good, so just ignore them." Qin Hao sighed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Suyu, I know that guy is talented, but I didn't expect him to be so daring. The dragon race's invincibility is about to reach its end. If this continues, Suyu won't be able to escape." Run where? There was nowhere to run. Even if the human race's invincibility came, the other races didn't have invincibility. If they insisted on protecting Suyu, then a battle of invincibility would break out. Suyu's performance this time was too monstrous. His methods, his temperament, his talent, his strength, and his courage, this guy killed without blinking an eye. He killed dozens of mountain and sea experts without batting an eyelid. Last time, he had killed a large group of sun and moon experts. The number of sun and moon experts that had died directly or indirectly at his hands was more than Xianxia's. Could one tolerate Suyu's continued existence? Madonna, Zhang Wushuang, and the others might be monstrous geniuses, but in terms of madness, they weren't as crazy as Suyu. They were the typical desperados. For the sake of their own benefits, they didn't care about anything else. When it came to life and death, they really didn't care about it. Xianxia's mood was very complicated. He wanted to protect Suyu, he believed that his father wanted to do the same, but, could he do it? Suyu had fallen into a vicious cycle. If he didn't show enough value, the human race wouldn't be willing to pay too high a price for him. If he showed enough value, one would also pay an even greater price for him. Because he was a genius of the Shinwen faction, in this way, Suyu was trapped in a strange circle. Unless he kept a low profile and stayed in the Ming constabulary, he would only be able to stay in the Ming constabulary for a while. However, if he stayed in the Ming constabulary for too long, no matter how talented he was, it would be useless. Xianxia looked at Zhu Guanxin. Did your father tell you anything? Zhu Guanxin smiled and said, my father said that my grandfather will protect him. If he can protect him, then so be it. If he can't, then there's nothing we can do. The Lord of Great Light would protect Suyu, but the Lord of Great Light was only the Lord of Great Light. Xianxia nodded, took a deep breath, and said, if the human race goes all out and is willing to protect him, it's possible. There are dozens of invincible realm experts in the human race. Even I don't know how many there are, but I know that there are 46 of them. If they really go all out, how can a demigod emperor dare to fight against the human race if he doesn't officially become an emperor? The key was that not all of the invincible realm experts of the human race were willing to start a war of the invincible realm just to protect Suyu. Moreover, there was a traitor among the invincible realm experts of the human race. There might even be more than one. This was the key. No one knew who it was, but at a critical moment, this person suddenly turned hostile and launched a sudden attack. That would lead to the fall of the invincible realm experts, and maybe more than one. This hidden danger had already affected the entire circle of invincible realm experts. Zhu Guanxin nodded and didn't say anything. His father, Zhu Tiandao, had told him about this before. His father meant to wait for the Dixia province to be launched. Yes, the Dixia province would definitely be launched, and the purpose was to clear these obstacles. Zhu Guanxin didn't know the specifics, and neither did Zhu Tiandao. The only thing they knew was that once the Dixia province was launched, it might make the situation of the human race a little better. As they were talking, the experts in the room were all shocked. At this moment, a huge golden dragon whizzed past in the sky above the ancient city. Even if it didn't enter the city, that powerful and boundless pressure seemed to be faintly seeping over. In the city, the little golden dragon and Long Wuyo suddenly flew out of the ancient house and said in surprise, "Grandfather." The great elder of the golden dragon race. The invincible realm of the dragon race had arrived. An invincible realm expert had come from the dragon realm closest to this place. Wuyo. The huge dragon's voice directly spread into the city, shaking all directions, but it didn't enter the city. The huge dragon's body covered the sky, as if it had covered the entire ancient city, causing the ancient city to shine with golden light under the night sky. That was the radiance of the golden dragon. Long Wuyo's grandfather's huge dragon eyes looked at the city lord's mansion. Covered by the aura of death and the ancient city's barrier, the huge dragon couldn't see too clearly. But that wasn't important. It was enough for him to know that it was the city lord's mansion. Black demon. The huge dragon's voice rang out again. Open the city gates and let Wuyo leave the ancient city. A dragon's roar rang out. The dark demon dragon appeared in the sky above the city lord's mansion and said coldly, "Elder, you don't have to force me. Open the city gates." "I can, but I will have to pay a huge price. The dead spirits have sealed the city, and as the city lord, I have to cooperate and not open the city gates by force. Once the gates are opened, I'm afraid I won't have long to live." "Elder, why do you have to make things difficult for me?" The great elder of the golden dragon race was silent for a while, then said again, "Let Wuyo enter the city lord's mansion to seek refuge. The golden dragon race will not make things difficult for you in the future." The dark demon dragon fell into deep thought. The city lord's mansion was the safest place in the ancient city since the sun and moon dead spirits had left through this place. The dark demon dragon thought for a while. The golden dragon race was very strong. The strongest of the dragon race was the heavenly dragon race, followed by the golden dragon race. This was the great elder of the golden dragon race. It was believable that he said that the golden dragon race would not make things difficult for him. The dark demon dragon and the dragon race didn't get along. The dragon race labeled him as a traitor. If they met outside, they would definitely kill each other. Thinking of this, the black demon's voice shook. "Fine. Long Wuyo can enter the city lord's mansion, but the other dragons cannot." "Fine." The great elder of the golden dragon race didn't say anything else and instantly disappeared into the sky. The ancient city shook. With the arrival of this invincible being, there seemed to be an even stronger dead spirit about to appear in the city lord's mansion. The great elder of the golden dragon race chose to retreat. If the invincible dead spirit really appeared and killed everyone in the city, one wouldn't let him off, just like the last time when the invincible beings arrived at the Sky Destroyer city. They didn't enter, but they attracted the powerful dead spirits. If the invincible beings were too close, the dead spirit clan would also send out top experts of the dead spirits, or even the king of the dead spirits. The king of the dead spirits was also an invincible realm expert. After a while, Long Wuyo entered the city lord's mansion. In the ancient house, Suyu opened a gap and looked outside the door. He saw the dark demon dragon fall down, and then he looked at the sky that had returned to darkness and lost its golden glow. Invincible, the first invincible realm expert had arrived. It wasn't that he hadn't seen invincible beings before. He had seen 3 at once, but they were all humans. The last time when the invincible beings went to Dixia province, they restrained their auras and kept a low profile. But this time it was different. Even across the ancient city, he could feel the suffocating pressure. Powerful, what exactly was invincible? How did their strength change? Since ancient times, Yi Badian was the only invincible being who could go against the sun and moon. How much stronger was the invincible being compared to the sun and moon? So you didn't dare to go out. He closed the door and continued to cultivate. At this moment, his body was cast at level 35 and was about to reach level 36. The mysterious light of heaven and earth was constantly being consumed. Soon, Suyu swallowed another skyblood fruit. Rumble, this time, the body casting felt more intense than before. Level 36 was the peak of most top geniuses. Loud rumbling sounds, the sound of flowing water, and the sound of waves were caused by the powerful vitality. The breathing method consumed his vitality rapidly. Suyu's fleshly body was undergoing another transformation. Level 36 was the limit under normal circumstances. The mysterious light of heaven and earth was consumed more. After a long time, a loud rumbling sound came from his body. The next moment, Suyu opened his eyes and his gaze moved slightly. At this moment, there seemed to be some changes. But there didn't seem to be any. It seemed to be purely strengthening his body, but Suyu felt that there should be some other changes. After carefully observing his body, after a while, Suyu let out a light breath. He discovered a change. Outside his body, when his vitality fluctuated, there was an additional layer of defense. Natural, no, or rather, it was formed naturally. Suyu tested the strength of his defense and felt it. It had increased his defense by at least 10%. It was much stronger than before. 10% didn't seem like much, but it was equivalent to one more casting. At level 36, there would be one more casting. This increase in strength was not small. There's actually such a change at level 36. Is it just me, or everyone else? Suyu wasn't sure if any of the geniuses he encountered had a 36 casted physical body or not. For example, there was a high chance that Tian Duo hadn't completed level 36. At this moment, Suyu's explosive power exceeded 55,000 apertures. He still had the Yang aperture, Shenwen, the vibration superposition technique, and many other abilities. His true strength exceeded this number. Moreover, his physical body had reached this level. which meant that he had reached this level in all aspects. The current him was already stronger than the mountain C5 he met in the vanguard camp. Of course, if he just relied on himself, Suyu would most likely be inferior to Madonna. However, after a few more casts, Madonna might not be stronger than him anymore. His physical body had already reached the ordinary 5th layer of the Mountain Sea realm. Previously, devouring the blood essence of a 7th layer Mountain Sea realm cultivator was a little difficult, causing his physical body to break. Now, Suyu felt that devouring the blood essence of a 7th layer Mountain Sea realm cultivator wouldn't be a problem. Of course, his goal wasn't the 7th layer Mountain Sea realm. His goal was to kill Invincible right now. Even though he knew that it was just an extravagant hope, Suyu still hoped that he could become stronger. From level 30 to level 36, 6 casts, Suyu consumed a total of 65 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. Suyu was also very helpless. If this continued, his consumption would increase greatly in the later stages. As expected, even if the harvest this time was astonishing, it might not be enough for him to complete level 72 casts. Geniuses also had to crazily consume resources. Mediocre people wouldn't become stronger even if they consumed resources. There was a limit, but geniuses' limit would increase infinitely. This was the difference between mediocre and geniuses. No matter which one it was, it required resources. It was impossible to become stronger out of thin air. Invincible people are here. It's a good thing that they don't dare to enter the city. However, Suyu knew that when there were too many invincible people, it might be different. He hoped that the invincible people would slow down a little. Even if they were a little slower, Suyu wouldn't be able to deal with them. At least he would have the capital to kill some people. He made up his mind. Invincible people, I won't go out. I'll just kill the dead spirits here. If an invincible person attacks, I'll kill one of them. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. Ling Yin killed an invincible person. Have you seen it before? Continue casting, devour the heavenly blood fruit. Suyu was still casting his body. At this moment, outside the ancient city, the Golden Dragon clan's Grand Elder was in human form, standing in the void, waiting silently. After an unknown amount of time, the void trembled. A moment later, a demon god appeared. The Golden Dragon clan's Grand Elder turned his head to look and said calmly, "You're quite diligent, old ghost. You came so quickly." "Excuse me." The person who came sighed. He was wearing an earthy gray robe. He sighed and said, "The Earth Spirit clan has no intention of getting involved. They just want Suyu to hand over the floating Earth Spirit. The floating Earth Spirit has gone missing. He might be imprisoned in some ancient house and sealed himself. It's fine as long as he's not dead." The Golden Dragon clan's Grand Elder didn't care. Wasn't he not dead? That was enough. The Earth Spirit in the earthy gray robe smiled and didn't say anything. Yes, it was good that he wasn't dead. There was still a chance. He didn't want to come at first. After all, this was 9-Star Island. However, he had to come now. At this moment, a huge figure appeared in the sky above the 9 cities that surrounded the entire 9-Star Island. They were the top experts of the 9 realms, and even the clan leaders were personally guarding the realm gate. Their auras were boundlessly powerful. 9 top experts in the 9th tier of the Sun and Moon realms used the suppression power of the realm to cover the cities. The 9 Sun and Moon realms formed a powerful defensive circle. At the realm gate, these 9 people probably had battle prowess comparable to an invincible person. The 9 Sun and Moon realms were there to protect themselves. Now that the invincible people had arrived, they had to be careful. Although these invincible people made it sound nice, saying that they were only here to save their family and kill Suyu, but once they saw an opportunity, it wasn't strange to suddenly charge into a small realm and destroy it. Small realms naturally had good things. Without good things, these people wouldn't attack and occupy small realms. Moreover, one more small realm meant one more foundation. The 9 powerful Sun and Moon realms also sensed the arrival of the 5 element race's invincible people. No one said anything, but they became more vigilant. The realm gate expanded even more, and the suppression power began to spread. Many Sun-Moon tier elites entered the city. Their strength didn't increase, but when enemies came, their strength would be suppressed. They were very vigilant, however, the two invincible people couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Today wasn't their home ground. The god race's invincible people hadn't arrived yet, the humans didn't come either. That Earth Spirit elite looked into the city, and slowly said, Elder Long Yu, do you think a war will break out this time? I'm not sure. The Grand Elder replied calmly. This was hard to say. However, if Suyu appears and is killed, perhaps there won't be a war. Thanks to Shunwen, the two invincible people communicated in silence. Suyu was really bold. This was probably the first Ling Yun who constantly talked about invincible people. At this moment, a light that illuminated heaven and earth arrived. In the next instant, the sky seemed to break. The Golden Dragon Grand Elder curled his lips slightly. The god race was even more arrogant than the dragon race. A moment later, the void was torn apart, and a powerful divine king descended. With a hint of coldness, this divine king looked down at the ancient city, and then glanced at the two invincible elites. He calmly said, Suyu is not dead yet? The Earth Spirit elite smiled, and said, I just arrived. Divine King Pingyu actually came in person. Divine King Pingyu didn't say anything. He came with anger. Had he been tricked, however, he couldn't say why. The message that Zhan Wushuang sent to them was that he hadn't sensed anything strange yet, and only knew that he had been tricked by Suyu. This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Pingyu was furious. As he was thinking, a saber radiance illuminated heaven and earth, and a saber slashed at the indifferent Divine King Pingyu. From afar, he heard someone say coldly, Get lost, you are blocking my way. The void was torn apart by the saber radiance. Divine King Pingyu's expression changed slightly. Not only him, but the invincible elites of the dragon race and the earth spirit race also changed their expressions. Gosh, this person is here. In the next instant, a powerful figure stepped through the void. He was holding a long saber. He glanced at Divine King Pingyu, who had dodged, and said coldly, Pingyu. What's the use of a piece of trash like you coming? I am here, you can get lost now. Xiao Wushan. Pingyu's expression was cold, but his heart was shaken. Daxia of Goguryeo was here. The overbearing Daxia of Goguryeo stepped through the void and shouted, Get lost, you are blocking my way. Do you want to die? The Earth Spirit race and the Dragon race dodged a little. He was one of the top invincible elites of the human race. According to the judgment of the races, Daxia of Goguryeo was slightly weaker than the Great Qin King, but not necessarily weaker than the Great Zhou King. In the human race, he was definitely in the top 3, but not the second place. Even such a powerful invincible elite was here, they had to retreat. What was more frightening was that Daxia of Goguryeo had killed invincible elites before. The human race actually allowed him to come. At this moment, even the powerful Great Light Lord was ignored by everyone. He was also one of the top 5 invincible elites of the human race. The 3 invincible elites of the dragon race, the earth spirit race, and the god race combined might not be able to defeat the 2 of them. At this moment, a maniacal laugh was heard. This is going to be a good show. Blood fire spread, and the entire sky turned blood red. Daxia of Goguryeo looked at the sky coldly and said coldly, Blood Myro, are you trying to provoke me? Haha, no such thing. The next moment, a blood-red demon king descended. When he saw Daxia of Goguryeo, his pupils shrank, and he smiled. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Xiao Wushan, you go and deal with Pingyu. I'll just watch the show. The blood-fire demon race liked to fight and kill, but they didn't like to seek death. Daxia of Goguryeo, this guy was too powerful. In recent years, because Xiao Longwu wanted to prove his Dao, he kept a low profile. He was a powerful invincible elite who guarded the boundless void all year round. What was he guarding the void for? To kill people. Sometimes, when he encountered an invincible elite who was alone, he would use underhanded means. It was a fact that Daxia of Goguryeo was very powerful. Therefore, even the demon king of the blood-fire demon race kept a low profile. He laughed dryly. The next moment, he saw Great Light Lord, and he suddenly became interested. He laughed and said, Great Light Lord, how about we fight? Great Light Lord looked at him silently. *CK your ancestors, do you believe that I won't kill you in the boundless void? Do you really think that I, the second in command of the Seeker realm, am a pushover? On the celestial race's side, Pingyu frowned and said, since the two of you are here, I won't waste any words. So you must die. He has already seriously affected the peace of all the realms. Peace? Dasha of Goguryeo looked at him and said indifferently, one Lingyan can cause chaos in all the realms? Does Moda want to die? Does Zhang Wushuang want to die? Does that old guy from your celestial race want to die? If he dies, all the realms will be at peace. How dare you? Divine King Pingyu shouted, Xiao Wushan, do you really have to provoke the celestial race? A flash of saber light appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked, it was completely silent, in an instant, the void shattered, and time became chaotic. In the blink of an eye, Divine King Pingyu appeared hundreds of miles away with his hands behind his back. At this moment, his hands were already dripping with blood, he looked at Dasha of Goguryeo silently, and Dasha of Goguryeo looked back at him. At this moment, the world was silent. The other invincible realm cultivators all left to avoid being implicated. Even the demon king of the blood-fire demon race instantly moved away. He cursed in his heart, Xiao Wushan is so damn strong, as expected of someone who can slay eternity with his saber. With one slash, Divine King Pingyu suffered quite a bit. Outside, the experts of the 9 realms were extremely nervous. There was still hope to deal with the other invincible realm cultivators, but against the humans. Never mind, once the invincible realm cultivators arrived, they would most likely be killed instantly. After all, the invincible realm cultivators were not suppressed, which was terrifying. Dasha of Goguryeo ignored them and didn't kill anyone. First, the invincible realm cultivators were not easy to kill. Second, there were other invincible realm cultivators present. Third, after killing an invincible realm cultivator, there would be a war soon, and the humans were unable to fight a full-scale war. Fourth, the internal affairs of the human race had not been settled yet. If a war broke out now, it might cause the pro-war faction to suffer heavy losses, and the leadership would be completely handed over to the peace faction. Even so, he still drew his saber. A show of strength, if he didn't draw his saber now, it would be even more difficult to deal with later on. Clearly, the Shen clan and the Demon clan would not come alone. He and the Bright Lord had arrived together, and soon, more invincible realm cultivators from the 2 races would come. At this moment, someone had already arrived. In the distance, the Tao King appeared. Soon, King Xian appeared. It was Xian Wuji's grandfather. After a while, demonic chi filled the sky, and the Demon King of the Origin Demon clan arrived. Invincible realm cultivators gathered on 9-Star Island today. There were even more of them than outside Sky Destroyer City last time. After a long while, an invincible realm cultivator said coldly, Human clan, give us a plan. Dasha of Goguryeo, Bright Lord, are you really going to become enemies with Wan for Suyu? Dasha of Goguryeo said indifferently, plan? No plan. If you have the ability, enter the city. Enter the city? Many people looked at the ancient city filled with death energy. Entering the city was still dangerous. Not mentioning entering the city, Divine King Pingyu now had another Divine King beside him. He said again, no need. In 3 days, the death energy will dissipate. Seal Great Star Ancient City for 3 years. It was that simple. To an invincible realm cultivator, what was 3 years? Sealed for 3 years, even the strongest genius would be crippled, even if they did not die, they would become residents of the ancient city. Seal the city. Hearing this, Dasha of Goguryeo frowned slightly. He was not afraid of these people entering the city. The dead spirit race was not to be trifled with. But, if the city was sealed, that would be really troublesome. At this moment, the stone statues that did not communicate with them suddenly transmitted their voices. Their voices vibrated like a machine. Seal the city? Did you ask me? Pingyu looked at the ancient city, frowning slightly. He said indifferently, if you ancient city guards are willing to tell us a thing or two, we will naturally consider it. But you have been guarding for so many years, and you say nothing, or you hand over Suyu, and we will naturally leave. They knew about the ancient city guards. But these fellows said nothing. They said they were guarding the dead spirits, but they did not care when the dead spirits came out. In any case, it was very complicated. The divine race generally knew a little, but they were not clear about the specifics. They were also very interested in the situation of these stone statues. Ancient Invincible Ones, almost all of the Ancient Invincible Ones had died. There were not many who had not died, but these stone statues still existed. How did they do it? In the ancient city, the stone statue opened his eyes and looked outside the city. This time, he did not speak again. The next moment, he looked at the house where Suyu was. He saw through the house and saw Suyu casting his body, 72 castings of iron. Even among the Iron Eaters, there were not many who could truly complete the 72 castings. This human had actually cultivated the 72 castings of iron. No wonder he needed so much heaven and earth mystic light. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult to complete without hundreds or thousands of years. Many Shinwen. Heavenly Cycle Orifice. 72 castings of iron. 5 elements divine art. The stone statue watched silently and did not speak again. He closed his eyes and did not care. It was not without reason that the heavenly annihilation had sent him away. He did not care much before, but now that he looked at it carefully, he was a very troublesome existence. On this person, he saw some of the elegance of an ancient expert. Outside the city, the Invincible Ones were also silent. Dasha of Goguryeo and the Great Light Lord were somewhat helpless. As time passed, Suyu would probably be even more difficult to save. Inside the city, Suyu could already feel the monstrous pressure. The death aura in the city was boiling, as if stronger undead spirits wanted to appear, but they didn't. There was a sense of restlessness. Obviously, the invincibility outside the city had made the undead spirit race feel threatened and pressured. At this moment, Suyu had just completed his 38th casting. Even at 38th casting, Suyu felt that his physical body was incomparably strong. Normally, he would be happy and excited, but today, there was nothing to be excited about. He had seen too many experts today. The sun and moon were high, and many invincible experts had come. Suyu felt that he was useless. Of course, he had only been in Kaiyuan for a year, which was ignored by Suyu. So what if he cultivated for a short time? Would invincible wait 100 or 1,000 years for him? If the time was short, that was also his own problem. Who asked him to be born late? Wouldn't it be fine if he was born earlier? Therefore, Suyu rarely used his youth as an excuse. Youth was not an asset, because invincible experts would not give you this asset. I just didn't expect that I would provoke invincible experts so soon after coming to the battlefield. Suyu shook his head and sighed. People should not be too outstanding. Even if he died now, he would leave a deep mark in the history of one. On a certain year and month, the human race's Suyu was besieged and killed by many invincible experts. Note, Suyu is Ling Yunjing. Look, how prestigious. Killing Ling Yun, one invincible expert, was not enough, and there were so many of them. Could the latecomers surpass him? Suyu amused himself. To say that they were worried and afraid, they were all there. But when it came to this juncture, he was much calmer. No regrets, he was just a little helpless. He still had things to do, but it didn't matter. Without him, the world would still be the same. While the invincible experts had not found him, he would forge a few more times. At 38th casting, his physical strength had exceeded 67,000 apertures. The further he went, the faster Suyu grew. Now, if he completed another round of forging, he could increase his power by close to 7,000 apertures, which was terrifying. Of course, the consumption was also shocking, and Suyu didn't even consider this. Don't worry, resources were things that could only be snatched, cheated, and snatched again. Strength was his own. His current strength was already nearing the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. However, Suyu also felt the difficulty and pressure of forging a physical body. It was too powerful. Right now, even Ling Yun might not be able to break through Suyu's defense. His 38 casted was much stronger than the 38 casted of the Iron Eater tribe. Even the Iron Eaters could ignore the attacks of the sun and moon. Once Suyu reached the peak of the mountain and sea realm, not even the peak of the sun and moon realm would be able to defeat him. This was the gap between them. Long Wuyo entered the city lord's manor. Suyu calculated in his heart. At this moment, an invincible voice sounded again, saying loudly, "Black Demon City Lord, how about protecting the experts of the various races? Bring them into the city lord's manor, and the various races will be grateful." Suyu's heart stirred. As expected, the next moment, someone said indifferently, "Why? You want to stuff people into the city lord's manor and lure out the powerful dead spirits?" This was the invincibility of the human race. Suyu's heart stirred. He wasn't too familiar with invincibility. Other than the Big Han King and the other two, he wasn't familiar with anyone else's voice. Who was this? Was he telling him that these people wanted the city lord's manor to protect the others to force him out? Dead spirits destroyed the house. A powerful dead spirit would definitely be able to destroy the house. This was inevitable. The next moment, the human who had just spoken said indifferently again, "When dead spirits reach the quasi-invincible or invincible level, their intelligence is very high. They have forgotten their past, but their intelligence is no different from a normal person." "Great Bright Lord, is there any point in saying this?" Someone sneered. They knew who Great Bright Lord was reminding. It was true that Suyu seemed to have the ability to sneak into the team of dead spirits, but it didn't matter. The intelligence of the dead spirits was too low now, even when they reached the Sun-Moon realm. However, when they reached the quasi-invincible or invincible level, the wisdom of the dead spirits would recover. The wisdom of a normal person, as long as such a powerful dead spirit was lured out. Would Suyu try to pretend to be a dead spirit again? Could you appear and disappear at any time like the dead spirits? You couldn't. Undead like that could either summon undead or make undead disappear. They could even communicate with them. If Suyu killed so many dead spirits, it would be fine if the experts of the dead spirit clan didn't know about it. But since they knew, where could he run to when he was still in the city? This was the calculation of the invincible outside the city. It was simple, but very effective. The premise was that the others entered the city lord's manor to take refuge. Last time, the Milky Way in the Sky Destroyer ancient city was completely neutral and didn't let anyone in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so dangerous in the city lord's manor. But the Black Demon in the Great Star ancient city was different from the Milky Way. As long as a certain price was paid, he would protect others. In this way, there was no need to lose a lot of suns and moons. The late stage of suns and moons were treasures in any clan, and they were the reserve of the invincible. It was fine if one of them died, but no one could afford to lose too many of them. In the ancient house. So you didn't know until now that the Great Light Lord had come. The Great Light Lord's words also reminded Suyu not to treat the powerful dead spirits as idiots. These dead spirits were intelligent, which Suyu actually knew. The dead spirits in the early stage of suns and moons that appeared last time had some intelligence. Seeing Suyu, they all looked a little confused. Obviously, if Suyu encountered a stronger dead spirit, he might be exposed instantly. Previously in the Sky Destroyer ancient city, it was because he directly teleported away. This time, he couldn't teleport away. Dark Demon Dragon. Suyu muttered in his heart. This Dark Demon Dragon, he had made a big enemy of him, and at this moment, the voice of the Dark Demon Dragon also sounded in the city. The city lord's manor can't protect so many experts. Then there's no need to protect the human clan, someone laughed softly. The next moment, a flash of saber light covered the sky, as if the saber had cut the entire ancient city. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Then all of you can die. Black Demon, in this life, don't even take half a step out of the ancient city. No, if you don't, you will also die." Silence. At this moment, in the entire ancient city, 7 or 8 suns and moons dead spirits suddenly appeared, all cut out by the saber. In the city lord's manor, the expression of the middle-aged man who was the incarnation of the Dark Demon Dragon changed. The voice of Xianxia of Goguryeo sounded again, and it said coldly, "Black Demon, think carefully. Do you really think that you can be so presumptuous just because you are in the ancient city? If I want to kill you, who in the world can protect you?" The Dark Demon Dragon's expression changed again and again. He had underestimated the domineering human clan. At this moment, Xiao Wuxian stepped on the defensive barrier of the ancient city and instantly landed in the sky above the city lord's manor. His eyes penetrated the deathly aura and looked at the city lord's manor and the Dark Demon Dragon in the city lord's manor. There are too many people to protect. Should I not protect the human clan? Xianxia of Goguryeo looked down at him. Even though the city lord's manor was separated by the barrier, and the Black Demon Dragon knew that Xianxia of Goguryeo wouldn't come in, he still shivered. Big. Xianxia of Goguryeo. I've misunderstood. Cold sweat dripped down the Dark Demon Dragon's forehead. Dasha of Goguryeo just looked at him. That pair of eyes seemed to see through time and space. After staring at him for a while, he coldly snorted. In the next moment, he disappeared. Don't think that the human clan doesn't dare to kill. If you provoke me, I will charge into a world and massacre it. Let's see how you can pass down your legacy no matter how many immortals you have. Dasha of Goguryeo's voice was cold. Don't be too much of a bully. I don't care about what happens in the city, but for those outside the city, you better shut up. Dasha of Goguryeo, buzz. The saber light appeared again, it reflected the void. Dasha of Goguryeo cut the void with his saber and said in a cold voice, my grandson is about to prove the way. Whether you stop me or not, I hope that my saber will see blood one day. Today, don't force my saber to see the blood of immortals. He was very strong. Dasha of Goguryeo was really strong. At least among the Invincible Realm experts who came today, almost none of them could defeat him. Moreover, these Invincible Realm experts were not ready to fight to the death with the human clan Invincible Realm expert today. Dasha of Goguryeo's domineering declaration made the outside world quiet for a while. Of course, Dasha of Goguryeo also gave in. He didn't care about what happened in the city. However, he didn't want the Invincible Realm experts outside to interfere in the city's affairs. Perhaps this was the best he could do. He could have fought a big battle and deterred everyone. But, he couldn't die today. He had waited for so many years. His grandson hadn't proved the way yet, and he still had things to do. Even if Suyu was extremely powerful, he couldn't fight to the death with one Invincible Realm expert today. That would ruin many of his plans. Dasha of Goguryeo, in the ancient house, Suyu was slightly shocked. Dasha of Goguryeo was here, the domineering Dasha of Goguryeo. He was born in Xia province. Xia province regarded Dasha of Goguryeo as a god, and so did he. Of course, he might not be a god now, but for 18 years, he had regarded him as a god. Dasha of Goguryeo was the spiritual pillar of the whole Xia province, the leader, and the savior. Today, Dasha of Goguryeo took out his saber. Suyu's mood changed dramatically for a moment. I don't need the human clan Invincible Realm expert to save me, and I don't want them to save me. Of course, he had extravagant hopes. But soon, Suyu suppressed these thoughts. He didn't want to cause a war between the human clan Invincible Realm experts to break out because of him. Life and death are decreed by fate. I will bear the responsibility for what I have done. I don't need others to bear the responsibility for me. Even if he died here, he wouldn't regret it. But at this moment, Dasha of Goguryeo and Ming Wang were here. He always felt that the human clan Invincible Realm expert wasn't worthy of respect. This was the change he had experienced in the past year. And at this moment, the two Invincible Realm experts risked their lives and personally rushed to the ancient city. Suyu was a little touched, but also a little helpless. Don't touch me, I don't need it. If you touch me, you might need me to pay more. And I don't want to pay so much for anyone. I don't need the Invincible Realm experts to pay anything for me. I don't need Dasha of Goguryeo to take out his saber for me, Suyu murmured. Today, if Dasha of Goguryeo took out his saber for him, he might never be able to shake off his feelings for Xia province. He needed himself to be a little cold-blooded, a little more heartless. Suyu took a deep breath. The next moment, little Furball appeared. Suyu would rather ask for help from other races. He would rather let the Invincible Realm experts of other races think of a way, even if he might die or be swallowed by Big Furball. He looked at Little Furball. Little Furball was still hugging the God-expanding hammer, and it was also staring at him with wide eyes. Suyu smiled. Little Furball, how about letting your great master come and save me? Save me, and I'll let you eat that fragrant one. You're lying. Little Furball didn't believe him, and said in a childish voice, I can't eat that, and you can't let me eat it either. I'm little, not stupid. I know you're lying to me. It had lived in the Sea of Will of Suyu for a long time, and it knew that that thing was very far away in the Sea of Will of Fragrant, and it couldn't be eaten at all. So, Fragrant was lying to it again. Suyu's face darkened. Fine, even if I don't let you eat that, I've given you quite a lot of things to eat recently. Let your great master come and save you, okay? I can't shout. Little Furball was very innocent. Really, I can't shout for great master. I can only hope that Great Master will come and save me, but Great Master didn't respond to me. Great Master must have fallen asleep again, it thought. At home, Great Master slept every day. Then what about your mama? Little Furball had said that there were only 3 of them in its race. It, Great Master, and its mama. Of course, Suyu felt that it was too young, and he didn't know. Perhaps there were other powerhouses in this race. Mama isn't at home, not at home? How powerful is your mama? This guy's Great Master was a half-emperor, which meant that he was the boss of this race. Although this race might really only have 3 of them, he was still the boss. Little Furball's mama should also be an elite, right? I don't know. Little Furball shook its head. How would it know? As for how powerful she was and where she was now, it didn't know. When it left there, it didn't know anything. Now, it knew a lot, and it had learned a lot from Suyu. It had seen a lot, and learned a lot. At home, it lay on Great Master's head every day and slept, so what could it know? Suyu was also speechless. This guy didn't know anything. He really wanted to strangle it to death. He ignored it and continued to forge his body. As he forged his body, he said, "Do you want to eat the Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid? If he wanted to eat it, it would be better if it was stronger." When this guy reached the Mountain Sea tier, it might be able to kill the Sun and Moon. Of course, it wouldn't kill them, but it would burrow into the Sea of Will. For Sun Moon tier warriors, the Sea of Will might only be the size of the Mountain Sea tier, and that little furball would be able to burrow into it. In this way, it would be easier for him to kill the Sun and Moon. If I don't eat, I'll be full. Little Furball shook its body. Last time, it had eaten some sword chi and some flames, which were all invincible willpower. It had almost been full to death, and it still hadn't digested them. Not eating any more, Suyu felt regretful. You really don't know how to enjoy. You're a foodie, and you don't even eat good things. Exhaling, Suyu smiled. It's fine, if you don't eat, I'll eat. Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid was used to strengthen acupoints. Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid was used to strengthen acupoints. He hadn't planned to use it before, because if he did, it would be almost impossible to close acupoints in the future, and the difficulty would skyrocket. No matter. I've already reached this point, why do I still care about these things? Eat. If I strengthen my own acupoints, I was rewarded with 10 drops last time, and this time, the God race gave me another 300 drops, a total of 310 drops. Then I'll strengthen myself, not strengthen the physical body, but the divine acupoints, make the divine acupoints stronger. In this way, the strength of his willpower might be able to reach the strength of the Mountain Sea realm. Combined with the God expanding hammer, the 4th stage Shenwen, the powerful Sea of Will, and the little furball, a single hammer strike might be able to hammer a Mountain Sea to death. As for whether he could advance to the Mountain Sea realm or the Sun Moon realm, that was a matter for the future. If there was really no way to advance, then it didn't matter. My physical body can also be called king, Suyu was also determined. You won't let me out, right? Then I'll eat everything. Even if you kill me, you won't get any benefits. As he began to temper his body, he began to devour the Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid. 1 drop, boom, Suyu devoured 1 drop, and his entire consciousness dissipated. Just like the first time he opened his acupoints, he seemed to be floating in the air, looking down at his physical body. In the Sea of Will, Suyu had opened 196 divine acupoints, and there were still 16 that he hadn't opened. At this moment, these 196 opened divine acupoints were rapidly absorbing the energy of the Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid. The acupoints were rapidly strengthening. The powerful energy caused these divine acupoints to continuously expand. In the Sea of Will, his willpower was compressed and condensed. He lacked willpower. Without the Sun Moon Black Yellow liquid to cultivate in, it was very painful. But it didn't matter. When the divine acupoints were a little stronger, Suyu took out an invincible manual. In the past, he couldn't bear to use it, but now, why would he be reluctant? He even devoured the invincible manual. The invincible manuals had powerful willpower attached to them. This was also the key to drawing the outline of Shenwen. Suyu had 10 of them. Even if the previous few manuals had drawn the outline of Shenwen, it didn't matter. They didn't damage the invincible manuals too much. They still had a large amount of willpower attached to them. For a civilization master to cultivate, devouring the willpower of the text of will was the most normal cultivation method. It was just that Suyu rarely did it. The main reason was that his text of will was a precious treasure, and he couldn't bear to do it. But now, Suyu didn't care. At this moment, he was studying the manual from the Han King while devouring the willpower. When he finished devouring the willpower, the manual would be useless. The invincible manual was treasured by others. Suyu had done the same before, but now, he could do whatever he wanted. After absorbing a large amount of willpower, the divine acupoints began to stabilize. The willpower in the Sea of Will was also replenished. He was now somewhat similar to Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan was also strong in the Sea of Will, but she lacked willpower. She couldn't replenish it, and she couldn't enter the sun-moon black-yellow liquid. Therefore, Lu Wenyan chose to cultivate in the shattered Shunwen. As for Suyu, he chose to cultivate in the shattered invincible manual. This master and disciple pair, one was more wasteful than the other. Suyu wasn't afraid of waste. If a person died, nothing would belong to him. If it didn't work, he would forcibly raise his willpower to the 9th level of the Ling Yun, and then use the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid to strengthen the divine acupoints. His willpower would definitely be stronger than some of the mountains and seas. If he could become stronger, he would become stronger. As for the future, it was only worth talking about if he was alive. Suyu wasn't too worried about the invincible manual outside causing trouble and attracting a large number of dead spirits. If it didn't work, he would convert them into residents tonight. Even now, there were still a large number of residents in the ancient city. Even if the dead spirits broke into houses, they wouldn't break into the residents. Houses. This was proven in the Sky Destroyer ancient city. Suyu still had a way out, hoping that the dead spirits could kill him? Dream on, strengthen, absorb. At this moment, Suyu was strengthening himself at a speed visible to the naked eye. His Shunwen, Sea of Will strength, and the number of divine acupoints, all reached the standard of entering the mountains and seas. However, Suyu had always been at the 2nd level of the Ling Yun, because he was suppressing himself. Today, Suyu no longer suppressed himself. Instead, he was frantically improving. Even Dao attainment could enter the mountains and seas by devouring some things, let alone Suyu. In the blink of an eye, 3 steps to the cloud. Soon, Ling Yun was at the 4th level. This time, Suyu didn't suppress himself at all. It was just a little less reward from the world. So what? He couldn't wait to become so strong that he was at the 9th level of the Ling Yun. He wouldn't be rewarded even if he killed the mountains, seas, sun, and moon, lest he exposed himself because of these rewards. That would be troublesome. Previously, he wanted the reward from the world, but now. Suyu didn't care too much. At most, he could just suppress himself in the future. For example, because Zhao Li failed to advance, he had to continue to suppress the Sea of Will, causing him to fall from the 9th level of the Ling Yun to the 7th level of the Ling Yun. His willpower increased. At this moment, without Suyu controlling the compression, it was really fast. After absorbing the text of invincible will, he quickly reached the peak of the 4th level of the Ling Yun. It was just a little mixed, his willpower wasn't too pure, but that was fine. Suyu hammered for a while with the God-expanding hammer, and the power of vibration began to vibrate, eliminating impurities. Even if he wasn't as good as a top genius, he wasn't inferior to an ordinary genius. He continued to absorb the next text of invincible will. He had 10 books, so he just had to absorb them, the sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, Suyu finally discovered it. It was too strong. 1 drop, and he absorbed for a long time. Another drop, and he had to absorb for a long time. The acupoint was strengthened, Suyu didn't know the situation of the sun-moon. The sun-moon tier only had 1 acupoint. This acupoint was in the shape of a fan at about 40 degrees. Gradually, it became stronger, and it became 80 degrees. That was the 2nd layer of the sun-moon. 120 degrees, that was the 3rd layer of the sun-moon. When the full moon was circular, that was the true peak of the sun-moon, representing the perfection of this acupoint. This was the sun-moon. As for Suyu, his current divine acupoint hadn't merged, and was still divided. However, at this moment, it was a small fan shape, about 1 or 2 degrees. This meant that his divine acupoint had begun to strengthen, to the point that he might never be able to enter the mountain sea tier in his lifetime. The mountain sea tier needed to merge acupoints. His divine acupoints were so powerful, and the repulsive force of merging them was astonishing. And Suyu didn't care about this. To be honest, he didn't think that the Shenwen system was very strong, or that the civilization master was very strong. His willpower and the Shenwen system were more of a supporting nature. As for Wan's fear, Suyu couldn't be bothered. Was it useless to become an invincible civilization master? That wasn't necessarily true. Even if he couldn't become an invincible civilization master, he would still be invincible if he became an invincible warrior. It didn't matter if he couldn't break free from the suppression of the human race. Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan still had hope. After devouring the willpower of another book of invincible will, Suyu entered the 6th layer of the Lingyan system. Soon, he started devouring again. The King of Great Zhou's manual was very powerful. This time, he devoured the King of Great Zhou's manual. Suyu comprehended the calm Shenwen from the King of Great Zhou's manual. To be honest, it was a great help to him. He had read the King of Great Zhou's manual many times, but unfortunately, he couldn't comprehend another one, and at this moment, Suyu was devouring and studying at the same time. Under these circumstances, a new divine character gradually appeared in his mind. A new divine character. After shattering the beast Shenwen, Suyu only had 24 Shenwen. And now, a new Shenwen was formed. Endure. Suyu was in a daze. What did that mean? I read your manual, burned your manual, and you want me to endure? What the hell is the King of Great Zhou? First silence, then endurance. Are you an old tortoise? Silence and endurance at the same time. The Shenwen outlined by the invincible manual was grade 2 right from the start. It was the same for the invincible manual that Suyu had drawn previously, starting at grade 2. Endure. Suyu stared at the Shenwen for a while and laughed. You want me to endure at this moment? How strange. The Shenwen was actually a form of comprehension, then it was born. In that case, I have comprehended endurance at this moment? But I can't endure it, so what about the characteristics of the Shenwen? To be honest, Suyu had some expectations for the number 1 civilization master of the human race. The calm Shenwen was too useful. He wanted to know if the endure Shenwen was useful. After comprehending and trying, Suyu was deep in thought. He understood a little. This kind of endurance, grass, was also an old tortoise type. Suyu sensed it and had a special feeling. This Shenwen, if you lay still and endured, it might have a very strong dormant effect. Together with the calm Shenwen, and the whirling tortoise race's aura holding technique, Suyu was convinced, these two Shenwen and this cultivation technique were really tortoise type. Is the King of Great Zhou an old tortoise? Suyu blinked. Through the Shenwen, he could actually determine some things. The King of Great Zhou's will text gave him 2 Shenwen, both of which were endurance type. What did this mean? It meant that the King of Great Zhou was really good at endurance, and at this moment. In the direction of the East Rift Valley. An elegant middle-aged man with long hair fluttered in the wind looked into the distance. The invincible manual that he left behind was comprehended by someone again. Suyu? He muttered. He was surprised but also felt that it was natural. The King of Great Zhou looked into the distance and smiled faintly, not bothering about it anymore. At this moment, he could still comprehend the Shenwen. He was not dead and had the time to cultivate. As expected, a scourge would not die so easily. At the next moment, a figure appeared. Old Zhou, divination. The King of Great Qin walked through the air. Whose is it? The King of Great Zhou smiled faintly. Xia Wushen's? No, Suyu's. The King of Great Zhou said indifferently, divination is just a small Dao. No matter how it is done, man proposes but God disposes. Even if I divine his death, he can still reverse fate. Divination is useless. Let's do it. The King of Great Qin insisted. The King of Great Zhou smiled faintly and nodded. He did not say anything else and reached out. A figure that looked similar to Suyu appeared in the air. Very quickly, many Shenwen appeared. This figure was first filled with fighting spirit. Then, its body cracked and death energy boiled. Finally, the figure shattered and turned into dust. The King of Great Qin frowned. What do you mean? The king of Great Zhou said indifferently. He wanted to fight until his body collapsed and turned into an undead spirit. Then, he died. Died, the king of Great Qin frowned and looked at him. Is it accurate? I said, man proposes but God disposes. If I divine that he is dead, does that mean he is really dead? The king of Great Zhou said calmly, there are some things that you might not see the truth. That is the case. It can only be said that it is one out of a million possibilities. Of course, if you use the heaven-connecting mirror and expand your lifespan, it will be more accurate. That thing, the Great Qin king shook his head. There's no point in looking at that thing. Back then, I asked old Zhu to look at Yubadian, and he said that Yubadian could prove his Tao and become invincible. In the end, let's not talk about it. For this matter, old Zhu spent 100 years of his lifespan. Now, I can't even be bothered to let others look at the heavenspan mirror. The king of Great Qin did not really believe that. Of course, it could be used as a reference for the future. Suyu would die in battle, the king of Great Qin sighed. This was the result of the king of Great Zhou's divination. As for more, the king of Great Zhou could not divine it. After all, invincible didn't mean omnipotent. It was already not bad if he could divine the greatest possibility. At this moment, Suyu did not think so much. With a rumble, the 39 castings were completed. At this moment, the dark demon dragon spoke loudly. All living beings in the city can enter the city Lord Manor to seek refuge. Wan and Wan are allowed. Residents do not need to, but they must be identified. Suyu is not included. Daxia of Goguryeo and Great Bright King, please forgive me. I will protect the human race, but I cannot protect Suyu. At this moment, the dark demon dragon still chose to protect the human race. But it did not include Suyu. Protecting Suyu offended too many people. Moreover, Suyu did not dare to come. With so many people around, how would he dare to come? Within the city, Qin Hao stepped into the air and shouted coldly, no need. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly landed in front of the city Lord Manor. Since we are all here, why do we need to seek refuge in the city Lord Manor? Let's just have some fun outside. He would not enter, nor would he allow others to enter. Once everyone entered, the invincible outside would definitely bombard the city, causing a large number of powerful dead spirits to appear. Then, Suyu would really be finished. At this moment, the sun and moon sovereigns quickly stepped into the air and arrived. Someone said coldly, Qin Hao, do you think you can stop everyone? For Suyu, are you going to bury yourself, bury your big brother's son, bury Great Bright King's grandson, and bury the 3 sun and moon sovereigns of the Ming constabulary? The human race had 4 sun and moon sovereigns here. This was also one of the reasons why not many people from the human race dared to provoke them. They were very strong. It would be difficult to kill these 4 without 10 sun and moon sovereigns. However, there were more than 10 sun and moon sovereigns now. Qin Hao ignored them and looked at the earth spirit race's sun and moon sovereigns. The 5 elements race also sent 2 sun and moon sovereigns this time. Qin Hao said coldly, the floating earth spirit might be in one of the ancient houses. Did you give up on the floating earth spirit? The 2 sun and moon sovereigns' expressions changed slightly. Give up on the floating earth spirit. Unless the floating earth spirit was really dead, they shouldn't give it up. Now, according to the invincible thoughts outside, once a powerful invincible dead spirit was attracted, and the floating earth spirit was also in the ancient house, the floating earth spirit would be dead for sure. What was the great ancestor thinking? The 5 elements race should have sent invincible ones. Did the great ancestor give up on the floating earth spirit, or could it be that the great ancestor couldn't change the minds of the other invincible ones? After all, in the eyes of the other invincible ones, the death of Suyu and the loss of the floating earth spirit wasn't a loss. The 2 sun and moon sovereigns of the 5 elements race quickly contacted the outside world through the heaven hunting pavilion's ranking. The ancient city was sealed. Except for the invincible ones and the city lord, no one else's voice could be transmitted out. They could only use this method to contact the outside world. Soon, the 2 received the 5 elements race's reply. The floating earth spirit wanted to be protected, but the 5 elements race and the human race couldn't change the minds of the gods, demons, immortals, and monsters. They tried to delay as much time as possible and didn't let others enter the city lord's mansion to take refuge. The two sun and moon sovereigns of the five elements race were helpless. This difficulty wasn't just a little high. The great ancestor was useless, and even they would be at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, even if they cooperated with the human race, the six sun and moon sovereigns couldn't resist the other sun and moon sovereigns. The five elements' great ancestor gave them another choice. Or, they could force you out, that way, the invincible ones outside wouldn't have to use the dead spirit to destroy the house. This difficulty seemed to be very high, shockingly high. In any case, it wasn't a good choice. The dark demonic dragon wanted to protect everyone. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Of course, were there any lone powerhouses now? Not too strong. It would be best if they were at the Mountain Sea Realm or Ling Yunjing. There were still many people in the ancient city. In addition to the foreign powerhouses, there had been a large number of cultivators scattered in the ancient city, but now they were all hiding in the ancient houses. Suyu was not the only one hiding in the ancient houses. However, now that a large number of dead spirits had gathered in the city, those people did not dare to come out. Now that the dark demonic dragon said that it would protect everyone, would those people dare to come out? As Suyu was thinking, at this moment, in the city, someone suddenly asked loudly, "Lord City Lord, is this all living beings, including the living beings of our small clans?" This was a Mountain Sea Realm cultivator. At this moment, he opened the door and asked loudly, his face full of nervousness and despair. They were likely to be buried with him. They would be buried with the invincible killer Suyu. Previously, the sun and moon dead spirits had already broken through some houses and killed some living beings. If they did not leave now, once more dead spirits broke through the houses in the inner circle, they would all die. Now, only the city lord's mansion was safe. At this moment, someone said coldly, "No. Suyu is good at disguising himself. Once he sneaks in, it will be troublesome." "Why?" This time, another living being roared in despair, "This is a war between you gods and the human race. Are we going to become sacrifices? You caused all this, why do you want us to bear the consequences?" They were unwilling to cultivate to this point, whether it was Ling Yun or the Mountain Sea Realm. To the small clans, they had expended countless energy and resources. On the battlefield of the heavens, they were not strong, and their strength was at the bottom of the same realm. In the end, they would be buried with the geniuses of the strong clans. How unfair the heavens were! A living being cried blood and roared, "Our race also has many sun and moon clans. If we sacrifice ourselves today, the next day, our sun and moon clans will also hate you. In the universe, although the large clans are strong, we small clans dare to work together to change the sun and moon." Heh! A strong creature laughed mockingly. A small clan without invincible dared to say such big words, join forces, without invincible existences. What could they do? The Thousand Territories Alliance was considered strong, right? However, he didn't even have a sun or moon. He could only barely protect himself. What could he do? If the great races wanted to kill you, they could do so. Small clans were born to be vassals, slaves. These powerful races couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Since he had already died here, who would care? No matter what, he couldn't let a large number of living beings enter the city lord's mansion to prevent Suyu from sneaking in. There were some who were even more ruthless. If they really let these fellows in, they would kill them all later. They would rather kill wrongly than let them off. If they didn't kill Suyu, they wouldn't be able to calm down. Compared to killing Suyu, killing a few geniuses from a small clan was nothing. "Shut up. Hide in the old house. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape." An expert said coldly, "If your luck isn't good, then you'll have to pray for more luck." "Damn it!" Someone roared angrily. He stood in the old house and roared. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light flashed and instantly killed the Mountain Sea living being. On the side of the Shin race, the Tiani god, who was at the 7th level of the sun and moon, had an indifferent expression as he put away the weapon in his hand. It was also a longbow. He had easily killed the other party from afar. In the next moment, another dead spirit of the Mountain Sea appeared. The sun and moon didn't care at all. Right now, the city didn't lack dead spirits. It was quiet. In the entire ancient city, some people were terrified, some were angry, and some were in despair. Yes, it was difficult for these sun and moon to kill Suyu. Suyu was too good at hiding. But killing these mountain sea Lingyun was too easy. The door of the old house was open. This was courting death. In the next moment, countless people closed the door. The dead spirits couldn't break in, but the living beings could. The other party killed a small mountain sea with an arrow through the air, causing countless living beings to be shocked and angry. But there was nothing they could do. This was a god fiend. This was a powerful race. If you talked too much, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He would just kill you. In the old house, Suyu snorted coldly. These fellows were really ruthless in order to kill him. Of course, he didn't sympathize with the experts of the small races. This was how things were these days. The weak were prey to the strong. If you were weak, then there was nothing you could do about it. If you were afraid of death, then don't leave the realm, and don't come to the battlefield. If you came, then you would either be killed or killed. These experts of the small races had been able to cultivate to this level, and they had killed many people. If you didn't want to be killed, then you had to be strong. At this moment, Suyu's faith grew stronger. Nothing could compare to his own strength. Only when he was strong enough to kill anyone who tried to kill him would he truly be invincible. Strong faith, firm will, the Sea of Will was stabilizing, it was helping Suyu consolidate his cultivation. That was how a civilizator was. When you strengthened your faith, when you were touched by something, it was possible for you to advance and become stronger. This was a civilizator. As of this moment, Suyu had officially stepped into the Lingyun 7 realm, and had absorbed the 3rd rune of will. His physical body was advancing to the 40th rune. At this moment, if he revealed his strength again and killed people, the Lingyun 7 realm might be recorded on the heaven hunting list. Once it was recorded, Suyu might not be number 1 on the heaven list. Because he didn't rely on his own strength to kill sun and moon. If he entered the Lingyun 7 realm now, he might fall. Of course, he might not. Suyu didn't care, whether it was number 1 or number 2 on the heaven list, it wasn't that attractive to him now. He had seen many late-stage sun and moon experts, and he had seen many invincible ones. Number 1 on the heaven list, a reserve who was known to be invincible in the Dao validation list. What was there to care about? His faith grew stronger. In the Sea of Will, Shenwen was resplendent, and his divine aperture was expanded to the extreme. Drop after drop of the sun and moon mystic yellow liquid was consumed by him. 310 drops of sun and moon mystic yellow liquid were quickly consumed by him. For sun and moon, 10 drops was not a small amount. And at this time, Suyu's divine aperture was as resplendent as the sun and moon. 25 Shenwen formed a long saber. Suyu's long saber appeared and slashed down. Buzz, his powerful willpower shook the ancient house and hit the walls. After a while, with a loud bang, the 40th rune was completed. At this moment, Suyu completed the 10th rune. 1 day and 1 night had passed, and he had consumed 140 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. It was better than expected, but it was also very terrifying. At this moment, Suyu's physical strength had exceeded 80,000 apertures. Above the 40th rune, the rune consumed more energy, and the difficulty increased. The time consumed was also longer. Suyu opened the door and looked at the city lord's mansion in the distance. There were constantly experts flying over. There were experts from the big clans, and there were also a few sun and moon experts from the small clans. Mountain Sea, you guys can kill them. What about the sun and moon? A few of the sun and moon experts from the small clans gathered together with solemn expressions. They didn't dare to approach, but they still flew towards the city lord's mansion. There were now several sun and moon dead spirits in the city. If they didn't take refuge in the city lord's mansion, they would follow in the footsteps of the sun and moon experts in Sky Destroyer City. No one wanted to die, especially when they had cultivated to this point. Suyu silently watched. At this time, he was very strong. Of course, he was not as strong as these sun and moon experts, but the current him should have no problem devouring the blood essence of those at the 8th or even 9th level of the Mountain Sea realm. With the young aperture opened, there was also hope of devouring the blood essence of those at the 1st level of the Mountain Sea realm. Should he kill a few more sun and moon experts? Of course, it would be very difficult. Or should he kill some peak Mountain Sea dead spirits to lure out more sun and moon dead spirits to entangle them and not give them a chance to enter the city lord's mansion? Suyu thought about this and suddenly walked out of the ancient house. Turned into a dead spirit, he instantly rushed over. At this moment, a large number of dead spirits rushed over in order to stop them, to kill them. The death aura soared into the sky. Suyu was very bold. He quickly approached the God Race team. In this place, there were only 3 God Race cultivators: Zhan Wushuang and 2 other sun and moon experts. While the 3 of them flew toward the city lord's mansion, they did not forget to scout and kill some dead spirits. Anyway, they were going to the city lord's mansion, so they were not afraid of more dead spirits. Compared to the time in Heavenly Destroyer City, this time was much easier. There were too many strong cultivators, and the dead spirits could not do anything to them. So far, there was only 1 mid-stage sun and moon dead spirit. With this strength, how could they kill these high-level cultivators? Suyu approached, but he did not dare to get too close. He silently observed for a while, then quickly retreated. There was no hope, not to mention the 2 sun and moon experts. He might not even be able to defeat Zhan Wushuang. This was a cultivator who had killed sun and moon experts. Soon, Suyu changed direction and quickly approached the demons. From a distance, he chose to give up and run. On the side of the devil race, their strength was stronger, and Moto suddenly glanced at him, which made Suyu slightly shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. As soon as he left, Moto looked at the flying dead spirit and slightly frowned. There was actually some weak connection between geniuses. When the dead spirit approached, he had a faint feeling. Was it Suyu? He was not sure, so he did not say anything. He said that it must be the sun and moon experts who killed Suyu, and it had nothing to do with him. For Moto, if someone else killed Suyu, it had nothing to do with him. Next to him, the 2 sun and moon experts did not feel much, because Suyu did not pose any threat to them. Suyu soon reached the dragon race. He still had no chance. At this moment, he saw Qin Hao, who was blocking the city gate, and Zhu Guangshan and the others, but he could not say anything. Telepathy could not be hidden from these people. Gradually, more and more strong cultivators gathered here. The pressure on Qin Hao and the others also increased. Even Gu Shan stood up and said, "Qin Hao, it is useless for you to block the way. I am not worried that I will die, but if this continues, you will be surrounded and attacked." He was indeed not worried that something would happen to him. Quasi-invincible realm, no matter whether he was ranked at the bottom or not, he was on the Tao-proving roll. This was someone at the peak of the sun and moon level. To be honest, without the invincible dead spirit, it was too difficult to kill him, but he wanted to enter the city lord's mansion. Look at the stone statue. Before Qin Hao could speak, Zhu Guangshan suddenly smiled and said, "Senior Gu Shan, you can go in. Not only you, but other than the gods, demons, immortals, dragons, 5 elements, nether, and Tianyuan races, everyone else can go in and take refuge." Gu Shan was slightly dazed. The other strong cultivators also had strange looks in their eyes. "We can go in, got it." Qin Hao also glanced at Zhu Guangshan. It made sense. It was useless to stop everyone. If they stopped the gods and demons, the invincible ones outside might not dare to attack. After all, almost every race had 2 sun and moon experts, and most of them brought their own geniuses. If they died, it would be too much of a loss. Zhu Guangshan named more than 10 late-stage sun and moon experts and several top geniuses from the 7 major races. This way, the pressure on them would be less. Gu Shan smiled. "Okay, you guys have fun. I'm going in. These dead spirits are indeed annoying. The death energy corrodes me so much that I want to vomit." He was not interested in playing with these people. In any case, he was probably the second to last in the city. The last to last was probably the dark demon dragon. After all, that guy was the city lord of this place and had the geographical advantage. Since that was the case, he would not play with these people. The experts of the other races were also ready to make a move. The expressions of the gods and demons changed slightly. They could still suppress the small races a little. But here, there were many races in the top 100, and there were also many ancient races. If they were not allowed to go in and stopped, it would be very troublesome. These were all races with invincible powers. Outside, Suyu also smiled. The people of the Zhu family still had brains. It was useless to stop other races. They would offend people, it was enough to stop these guys. Of course, it would still be troublesome. As expected, at this moment, on the god race's side, Zhang Wushuang said with a cold expression, "Must General Qin do this? Do you think General Qin can stop us?" After saying that, he looked at Zhu Guangshan and said coldly, "Is the Zhu family of the Ming Constabulary going to show up this time? It's not easy for the Zhu family to accumulate strength. How many sun and moon experts do they have? There are 3 sun and moon experts here. Once they die, the Ming Constabulary will not have a good time." Zhu Guangshan smiled and said, "Zhang Wushuang, why don't we both take a step back and stop fighting? When the ancient city opens, we will all leave. We will take Suyu with us and imprison him in the Ming Constabulary, never to leave. What do you think?" "Nothing." On the other side, Xian Wuji said coldly, "Just treat the promise of the human race as a joke." Zhu Guangshan smiled and said, "Xian Wuji, we are allies." "How can you say that? You are helping outsiders and not your own people. In the words of the human race, you are a traitor, a traitor." Xian Wuji was not interested in bickering with him. At this moment, the experts of the powerful races had entered the city lord residence. The dark demon dragon was in the palace in the city, looking down at them. He did not come out or speak. The city gates were open. If they could come in, then come in. In any case, he had given Wudi enough face. As for not being able to come in or having him deal with Qin Hao and the others, forget it. The Dasha of Goguryeo and the Great Light Lord were still outside. He did not need to provoke the 2 powerful experts of the human race for such a small matter. For a moment, more than 10 sun and moon experts faced each other at the city gates. Of the 7 races, only 1 sun and moon expert came from the Heavenly Abyss race, and 1 from the Netherworld race. There were only 12 sun and moon experts. The human race had 4, and the 5 elements race had 2. At this moment, they were happy to buy time. 10 against 4. 2 were stalling for time. The situation was somewhat at a stalemate. Killing them could still be done. Killing 4 out of 10 could be done no matter what. They were not from the same race. If they were unlucky, someone would die. Who would be willing to do that? For a moment, the situation was at a stalemate again. Suyu watched silently for a while and did not stay any longer. Fortunately, the human race was not stupid and did not block all of them. Otherwise, the trouble would not be small. But now, it was much safer. Inside the city, it was very noisy. Outside the city, many invincible experts suppressed the void. Some people's eyes burst with divine light as they looked into the city. Death Qi was boiling, but they did not see anything. However, the news was passed on, and it was from the Hunting Heaven Pavilion. This time, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion had really earned a lot. The human race's Qin Hao and the others had blocked the geniuses of several races and the sun and moon experts. If they attacked the city now, they would lose the sun and moon experts and the geniuses of their races. Was it worth it? At least, no one could make such a decision now. It was not worth it. Zhang Wushuang, Xian Wuji, Modo Na, Mingyu, Daoqing, using so many geniuses and so many sun and moon experts in exchange for Suyu and Qin Hao was not worth it. At this moment, on the divine race's side, beside Pingyu Divine King, a white-haired Divine King said indifferently, "Dasha of Goguryeo, do you want to continue this stalemate? How about this, kill Suyu this time, and I promise that when Xiao Longwu proves his Dao, I will not make a move, and Pingyu will not." The Divine King's words were still trustworthy at this time. On the Devil race's side, the Devil King of the Origin Devil race also said indifferently, "Me too." Same. All at once, 4 or 5 invincible realm experts agreed. As long as Dasha of Goguryeo did not care, there would be at least 4 or 5 less invincible realm experts to target. These people could have originally been 100% against Xiao Longwu. In this way, Xiao Longwu's chances of proving his Dao increased greatly. The king of Grand Xiao was silent. He didn't speak, and he didn't reply. The white-haired Divine King was a little impatient. Dasha of Goguryeo, at the end of the stalemate, you will be the one to retreat. Let me put it this way, 7 of my race's divine kings have gone to the East Rift Valley to talk about life with the great Qin King and the others. So have the Devil race, the Dragon race, the Nether race, and the Tianyuan race. If you don't make a decision, I will really attack your human realm. Da Xiao of Goguryeo felt a little helpless at this moment, extremely helpless. He was very strong, but he could not kill the invincible realm experts here. These races had joined forces, and now they were starting to force them. On the human side, there would definitely be invincible realm experts who would complain. People were not so united, and they did not know who the traitor was. Once there was a real battle, there might be invincible realm experts who would fall. For Suyu, let the invincible realm experts die. If he could prove his Tao and become invincible realm experts, it would be fine. If he could not, then the loss would be too great. Da Xiao of Goguryeo's silence made others see hope, and some smiled. Step by step, Da Xiao of Goguryeo would give in. His grandson wanted to prove his Tao, and the human border was in danger. If he did not give in, the human side might even resent him. It was already troublesome enough for his grandson to prove his Tao. For the sake of Suyu, he provoked many invincible realm experts. Wasn't this adding to the trouble? At this moment, Da Xiao of Goguryeo was silent. At the side, Great Light Prince's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, speaking of which, what about me? Won't you give me some benefits? Even if you don't, I'm not weak. Suyu is still a member of my Great Ming Constabulary. If you kill him just like that, you're not giving him face. The white-haired Divine King smiled faintly and said, Great Light Prince, are you deliberately stalling for time? Is there any meaning to it? No. Great Light Prince chuckled and said, that's why we haven't seen each other for so many years. We should chat more if we can. I'm afraid that we won't be able to chat if you die accidentally next time. White-haired King. The white-haired Divine King looked at him. Great Light Prince was very bored. He was not the white-haired king. Of course, he could call himself whatever he wanted. Killing Suyu this time was a sure thing. At this moment, there were 12 invincible realm experts gathered here. There were 2 from the human race and 10 from other races. It was rare to see so many invincible realm experts gathered here. The will of the 2 invincible realm experts of the human race could not change anything. And the human race would not come again, because there were many more invincible realm experts at the border. Therefore, these 2 were the limit. The top 5 invincible realm experts were gone. If a few more invincible realm experts left, the border of the human race would be destroyed. Great Light Prince did not care. What was there to be afraid of? To be honest, he was also very helpless at this moment. Suyu. He and Xiao Wuxian could not save him. Since that was the case, he would buy some time for that guy and see if he could find a way to escape. In the city. As Suyu wandered, he crazily swallowed the mysterious light of heaven and earth and continued to forge his body. At this moment, there were almost no living people wandering in the city. There was no one guarding the moat. Did Suyu dare to go out? If he went out, he might have to face an attack from the invincible realm. Therefore, Suyu simply gave up. As for hiding at the bottom of the moat, the invincible realm experts might not be able to find him. Without this fantasy, it was better to stay in the city. Is there really no other way? Suyu sighed. Was there really no other way? Did he have to force himself to stay in the city, or wait for the invincible realm experts to attack the city and the undead spirits to appear, and he would become a resident? Probably, this was the only way out. That's it. Also, let Qin Hao and the others give up. Suyu did not want to owe too much. If this went on, they might be killed. Of course, the battle had not broken out yet, so it would not be so soon. And at this moment, outside the city, an invincible realm expert shouted coldly again, Qin Hao, don't be so stubborn. In 2 days, we will attack the city. If you don't enter the city lord's mansion, then you will all be buried with us. The invincible realm expert did not want to delay any longer. It was very boring. The result was set. This invincible realm expert said coldly, in 2 days, we will attack the city. In 5 days, the others will come out and search the houses with living people. At that time, the dead spirits will retreat, and the houses with living people will be guarded by the sun and moon high guards. The arrangements were very clear. In 2 days, they would attack the city and draw out the powerful dead spirits to slaughter the city. In 5 days, the dead spirits would retreat. Naturally, there would not be many who were still alive. At that time, they would guard these houses. If Suyu was not dead, he would definitely be among them, so there was no way that Suyu could escape. Pretending to be dead spirits, was it useful? Did you think that the dead spirits that the Invincible Realm expert lured out were idiots? They could see through you at a glance. If the Invincible Realm expert lured out the dead spirits, Suyu would not be able to hide from the Invincible Realm expert, and naturally, he would not be able to hide from the Invincible Realm expert. Therefore, he must die. This was the ultimatum. In 2 days, they would attack the city. At this moment, both the Dashao of Goguryeo and the Bright Lord did not say anything. Suyu was not disappointed. Instead, he was a little relieved. Very good, this meant that the Dashao of Goguryeo and the Bright Lord could not stop them. The silence also meant that they were telling Qin Hao and the others, in 2 days, to give up. There was no other way. The Dashao of Goguryeo was such a proud person, but even he did not say anything, which meant that they must have encountered difficulties. Suyu roughly guessed, it was nothing more than threatening the border, using Xiao Longwu as a threat. It was a very simple matter. In comparison, Suyu was not surprised that he could not compare to the safety of the entire human realm. He was not disappointed, he still had to remember the favor. If not for the arrival of the 2 Invincible Realm experts, perhaps the other Invincible Realm experts would have attacked the city when they arrived. At least, it bought him some time. 2 days? Suyu smiled. Not bad, then I will continue to cultivate and convert myself into an ancient city resident. You will come out in 5 days. The so-called search of living people's houses does not include the ancient city residents, right? As for what trouble the ancient city residents had, it did not matter. Suyu found a house and quickly went into it. At this moment, he did not think about anything else. Cultivate, a little stronger was a little better. 3 hours later, 41 casts were completed, and the mysterious light of heaven and earth was consumed again. This time, 18 wisps were consumed, which was a little scary. 5 hours later, 42 casts were completed, and 20 wisps were consumed. Even scarier, 8 hours later, 43 casts were completed, and 22 wisps were consumed. 3 casts were consumed, and 60 wisps were consumed. The further he went, the scarier it was. 12 hours later, 44 casts were completed, and 24 wisps were consumed. At this moment, 28 hours had passed, and Suyu had only completed 4 casts, and 84 wisps were consumed. In addition to the previous 140 wisps, he had consumed 224 wisps, which was close to half. Not bad, he had completed 14 casts of the body. Suyu was still satisfied, and the power of Suyu's acupoints was now as high as 120,000 acupoints. At this moment, he should have officially surpassed Ling Yun 7's Madonna. Calculating, Suyu's physical strength was considered to be at the 6th level of Soar, and his civilization master level was Ling Yun 7, the same level as Madonna at that time. As for the mysterious light of heaven and earth, there was still a lot left. Although he had consumed more than 20 wisps per cast, it might only be enough for 10 casts. Maybe less, but it was not a big deal. Suyu still had a lot of treasures. Even if all of them were consumed, he still had a lot of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid left. If there was a chance, he might be able to exchange it with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. With another 1,000 wisps, Suyu could definitely complete 72 casts, and there was a high probability that he would not need that much. Anyway, this scam this time, he cheated all the body forging resources for his cultivation. Along with that, he cheated a lot of Ling Yun's 9 transformations resources. At this moment, there were still more than 10 hours before the invincible siege, and he might be able to complete 45 casts. Suyu did not delay, and continued to cast his body. However, this time, he had something else to do. Night fell, Suyu threw out another jade talisman, which was stained with his blood. Soon, a dead spirit appeared. He was writing and drawing, but this time, something unexpected happened. With a rumble, the dead spirit directly exploded. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Just now, he felt a large amount of death aura from the ancient house invade him, but it was unable to convert him. This dead spirit actually exploded. Suyu was very surprised. What was this? Even as he was lost in thought, another dead spirit appeared, this one in the mountain sea realm. As soon as the mountain sea realm dead spirit took the jade medallion, he began to write and draw on it. Moments later, an even more corrosive aura of death appeared in the ancient hut. Suyu's resistance to death aura was very strong. Moreover, he had 9 halos that he had not used in the ancient city of heavenly destruction. At this moment, the death aura could not invade him. As for Suyu converting himself, the death aura belonged to him and not to an outsider. Rumble, the mountain sea realm dead spirit suddenly exploded. Suyu was dumbfounded. What was this? I didn't kill it. Logically speaking, this was the 3rd time he had thrown out a jade talisman. After 3 times, he would not need to continue, and by now, he should be able to convert into a resident. After a while, an early sun and moon realm dead spirit appeared. He glanced at Suyu, then continued with his work. He had to carve Suyu's image on the wooden plaque. It was a bit difficult. Meanwhile, in the back hall of the city lord's mansion, the stone statue opened his eyes and looked in that direction. Convert into a resident, this was probably the first genius on the heaven list since ancient times, the first person on the heaven list to choose to convert into an ancient city's resident. At this moment, he saw the sun and moon carving. The stone statue looked on silently, thinking to himself, what should I choose? At the same time, a dead spirit appeared under his feet. This dead spirit's eyes were very lively, and he also looked in that direction. He smiled faintly and said, very interesting. This is a peerless genius? He actually chose to convert. Interesting. This is too interesting. According to the ancient rules, if he is alive, he is responsible for guarding us. If he is dead, he will become one of us. The stone statue did not speak. This dead spirit was very powerful. At this moment, he looked outside the city and smiled. How interesting. It seems that the Eternals of the All Heavens One are going to have a great war. Even such a genius was forced into the holy city and turned into a living dead. What a pity. My heart aches for them. The dead spirit looked at the stone statue and said with a smile, guard Xinghong, don't think about stopping him. This is his own choice. We did not force him. If the holy city suppresses us, we will also have a chance to live. This is the agreement from back then. He chose this, didn't he? The stone statue looked at Suyu and was silent for a long time. Then, he said calmly, before he dies, he is not a dead spirit. You can't kill him directly. Otherwise, I will stop you. Of course. The dead spirit smiled. He will live, but I see that he is surrounded by death energy. The death energy is about to attack his heart. Sooner or later, he will become a real dead spirit. Xinghong, this is my territory. If he dies, he will be my subordinate. I will value him very much. The dead spirit laughed. By the way, he is on the Heaven Hunter list, right? First on the Heaven list. Good boy, the dead spirit smiled brightly. I have guessed it. This physical body is terrifyingly powerful. How many times has he cast his body? He even opened the heavenly cycle acupoints. Such a genius is rare even in ancient times. Am I lucky this time? Xinghong ignored him. The dead spirit smiled again. Those guys outside are clamoring to attack the city. You heard them, right? When they attack the city, it will be time for me to appear. I haven't come out for a breath of fresh air for many years. Although I am a dead spirit, the world of dead spirits is really terrible. I will kill a few creatures to replenish my resources. I have consumed too many dead spirits. Xinghong closed his eyes. He ignored him. Invincible outside the city, maybe he was looking for trouble. Suyu was converted to a resident. Once he died, with his talent, there might be hope to retain his memory. Of course, the hope was not high. But if he became a dead spirit, it might not take many years before he becomes the king of dead spirits. There was hope to restore his memory. Once that happened, at that time, the dead spirit would break into the holy city. These guys would be in trouble. He did not stop it. He was cold-blooded than Sky Destroyer. He had to abide by the rules. He was a stone statue. He only followed the rules. Since Suyu chose this path, at least he was still alive. He could not do anything, nor did he want to do anything. From now on, the world of living spirits would have one less peerless genius. Converted to a resident, at most a few hundred years, at least a few years. Suyu would definitely die, corroded by death energy. As for Suyu converting death energy, he saw it, but he was not sure if it would be useful. And at this moment, the sun and moon dead spirit was engraving for Suyu. After a while, the sun and moon dead spirit seemed to be unable to bear it. Death energy fluctuated. At this moment, a slightly different dead spirit appeared and looked at Suyu. Suyu's eyes flickered. His heart trembled. This was definitely not the eyes of a dead spirit. This was the eyes of wisdom. The dead spirit ignored him and began to engrave. Suyu felt endless death energy surrounding him. From the top of his head down, it covered his whole body. In the blink of an eye, it covered his internal organs, covered everything, except for the small area of his heart. This was a living dead, when the small area of his heart was covered. Suyu was completely a dead spirit. The dead spirit glanced at his heart. There was a faint trace of doubt in its eyes. It did not look further. It smiled. Yes, it smiled. The dead spirit instantly disappeared. An ancient voice sounded in Suyu's ears. After you die, I will personally come to receive you. Suyu's heart shook. It could talk. The dead spirit could talk. He will personally come to receive me. What does that mean? To receive me as a dead spirit? Countless doubts appeared in Suyu's heart. This dead spirit could talk. How strong was it? Invincible? Or the sun and moon peak? At this moment, he quickly converted the death energy. However, he found that the conversion efficiency was frighteningly low. Of course, he was relieved that he could convert some. And in his heart, the little person sighed. It seemed very troublesome. Once the conversion speed could not keep up with the death energy's corrosion, Suyu was dead for sure. This kid, AI, there was nothing to say. The little person was also very helpless. Perhaps, this was his only way to survive, to truly face death and live, but Suyu did not care about this. When his conversion was complete, his heart trembled. At this moment, the ancient city's corrosion on him disappeared, only the death energy in his body continued to spread. The ancient house and the ancient city no longer corroded him. Outside, Suyu staggered out. This time, he did not reverse the death energy. But when the dead spirit saw him, it acted as if it did not see him. In fact, some of the weaker dead spirits actually took a detour when they saw him, somewhat afraid of him. He seemed to be of a higher level than the dead spirit, Suyu felt a little empty in his heart. Have I become a living dead? Even though he was prepared, even though he had reversed the situation countless times before, he still could not hide his disappointment at this moment. I have become an ancient city resident, a living dead. At that very moment, all the holders of the ranking list in the heavens and realms were shaken. The list shook violently. At the top of the list, Suyu's name gradually dimmed. It dimmed for a moment, then reappeared. Very soon, it dimmed again. This happened 3 times. Finally, in the final moment, Suyu's name completely disappeared, dumbfounded. Indescribably shocked, everyone was stunned. Suyu was dead. How could this be? Because in the last few hundred years, no genius on the list had ever chosen to convert into an ancient city resident. They did not know that this would cause one to disappear from the list. They did not care about this, they only knew that Suyu's name had disappeared from the Heaven Hunter list. First on the list, Madonna, the entire list, 630 people, no longer had Suyu's name on it. The heavens shook. At this moment, the headquarters of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was shaken. Suyu was dead. How did he die? Didn't they say that the siege had not begun? How did he die? This was unbelievable. Suyu's name had disappeared from the Sky Hunter list. Surprise, shock, and disbelief, too many emotions accumulated in everyone's hearts. Outside the city, Dasha of Goguryeo and the Great Bright Lord received the news very quickly. Their faces darkened, and they frowned. Dead? How did he die? Was he corroded by the dead spirits, or was he killed by an opportunity or a trap in the ancient house? He couldn't have been killed. If Suyu had been killed, he would have been rewarded by heaven and earth. The number 1 on the sky list, even if the sun and moon killed him, they would still be rewarded. If there was a reward, everyone in the city would know. But now, no one reported the news. Was he really dead? Although everyone was dissatisfied with the Skyhunter list, it didn't mean that it was wrong. At this moment, the white-haired immortal king frowned and looked at a faceless elder not far away. At this moment, there was a faceless elder in the Skyhunter pavilion. He wasn't in the invincible realm, but these elders were all high and mighty. Skyhunter pavilion, what's going on? Is Suyu dead? The elder of the Skyhunter pavilion hesitated for a while and said slowly, there are two possibilities. First, he's dead. Second, he might have become a resident of the ancient city. Huh? The elder of the Skyhunter pavilion said uncertainly, a genius on the Skyhunter list. This hasn't happened in many years. I'm not sure whether it is or not. Suyu is finished. He sighed. The white-haired immortal king was also slightly stunned. Become a resident? He hesitated for a moment and said, become a resident. Will he choose that? If so, with his talent, he will die very quickly. The more talented one was, the faster one would die. This was some information they knew. Because the world of dead souls seemed to be eager for these geniuses to die, and the aura of death spread rapidly. In other words, whether he really died or became a resident, Suyu wouldn't live for long. Even if he lived, he would be completely disabled. Because to become a resident, in order to fight against the aura of death, it was almost impossible to cultivate. Therefore, the residents of the ancient city would have the same strength when they were transformed, and the same strength when they died. Whether they died or became a resident, what should they choose at this moment? If he died, everything would be over. Converting the residents. There were a lot of residents in the city, and the undead spirits wouldn't attack the residents, no matter how strong they were, unless they personally sent someone to kill them. But where would they go to kill so many residents? If you destroy all the houses in the city, even the invincible realm will die. Outside the city, these invincible realm experts were hesitating. There was no longer a need to continue destroying the city. Because whether it was broken or not, the result would be the same. They were still hesitating, but in the next moment, a shocking saber light flashed and slashed down. With a loud rumble, the entire city wall was smashed into pieces, but it quickly recovered in an instant. Dasha of Goguryeo ignored everything and slashed down again, boom. At the same time, a dead spirit appeared. The dead spirit had a black cape draped over its body. Its face was shrouded in deathly aura, but its eyes were extremely bright. An incomparably powerful deathly aura enveloped the entire ancient city. The dead spirit looked at Woody outside the city and didn't say anything. He just looked at them. Dasha of Goguryeo's expression was cold as he said, forget about peace. You can kill all living beings in the city. The expressions of the white-haired divine king and the others changed. Dasha of Goguryeo was crazy. Once Suyu died, or rather, became a resident, he directly gave up on Xianxia and the others. He wanted the geniuses of the god and demon races to die with him. At this moment, it was the other races who didn't agree, using so many late-stage sun-moon cultivators and geniuses of various races to exchange for 4 late-stage sun-moon cultivators of the human race, as well as Qin Feng and Zhu Guangshan, 2 descendants of the invincible realm experts, was definitely not worth it. At the side, the great light monarch cursed, F***ck, without saying anything, he quickly rushed into the ancient city and forced his way in. At this moment, another incomparably powerful dead spirit appeared. Xianxia, I'm here to help you. The dead spirit that appeared later laughed, and the dead spirit that appeared earlier said coldly, so much nonsense. Kill them. The dead spirit that appeared later quickly chased after the great light monarch, and a powerful deathly aura covered the entire world. 2 dead spirit monarchs. The great light monarch quickly rushed over and roared, Qianhao, Guangshan, come quickly. Don't worry about anything. Kill whoever blocks the way. He had to save them. At this moment, Dasha of Goguryeo didn't enter. Outside the city, flashes of saber light fell. At this time, who was afraid of who? Hong, long, a large part of the city wall collapsed, and then quickly recovered. In the city, there were more and more dead spirits, Sun Moon tier, and even invincible realm, the dead spirit that appeared earlier. The dead spirit monarch called Xianxia looked coldly at Dasha of Goguryeo. At this moment, the white-haired divine king and the others also reacted, and their expressions changed. In the next moment, the five elements race, demon race, god race, nether race. Invincible realm experts from various races all rushed into the city. An invincible realm expert roared, "All living beings in the city, come out quickly, kill your way out." Damn it, Dasha of Goguryeo had gone mad. No, Dasha of Goguryeo did what he should do. There were many more elites of other races trapped in the city than humans. At this moment, these invincible realm experts didn't want to attack the city, and Dasha of Goguryeo helped them. The Great Light King was very strong, and there was still hope that he could help Qin Hao and the others leave. As for the invincible realm experts that entered later, that might not be the case. Many dead spirit monarchs appeared. At this moment, the invincible realm aura shook the heaven and earth. Outside, the 9 suns and moons of the 9 realms all changed color, and one of the suns and moons roared, "Retreat, retreat to this realm." Those with a conscience were still fine, roaring madly, "All living beings of 9-Star Island, leave quickly, quickly." The earth began to crack, the blue dome of heaven was crushed by the waves of pressure, time was in chaos, there were too many, and the aura of death began to spread, directly spreading out of the entire ancient city, toward 9-Star Island. Dasha of Goguryeo remained cold, slashing again and again. Suyu died, or was completely crippled. The human race lost an exceptional prodigy. He didn't know if his choice was right, he didn't know what he should think, what to say. He didn't say anything, either. Then let some people die with him. Hong, the white-haired divine king, attacked him, shouting, "Stop him." He asked for help from the other divine kings, stopping Dasha of Goguryeo. Otherwise, there would be great trouble. Dasha of Goguryeo looked at him coldly. "Your god race wants to start a war with my human race now? Right now, it is not for Suyu. I am attacking the ancient city, you are attacking me, attacking the eternity of the human race, attacking the leader of the war god temple. This is a formal declaration of war." Killing Suyu, a genius, was still a genius, not invincible. And he, Dasha of Goguryeo, was one of the top 3 experts of the human race. Attacking him, this was a declaration of war against the entire human race. Whether the invincible humans were dissatisfied or satisfied, they had to fight, or else, the next time they were surrounded and killed, no one would help. Killing Suyu did not affect their interests, but killing Dasha of Goguryeo, they had to retaliate fiercely. The white-haired divine king's expression changed again. Dasha of Goguryeo coldly said, "I didn't attack you, but you dare to attack me, then the god race and the human race will start a war." Dasha of Goguryeo, "You, shut up." Dasha of Goguryeo coldly said, "I attacked the ancient city, that is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Is the ancient city your god race's territory?" Speechless. Dasha of Goguryeo's blade flashed again. At the same time, inside the city, invincible dead spirits appeared one after another. One of them laughed maniacally, "Ha ha ha, kill. Kill these invaders. How delightful. Dasha of Goguryeo. Dasha of Goguryeo of the human race. Ha ha ha, thank you." Finally, there was a chance. At this moment, the city was in chaos. Boom, boom, violent waves tore the entire sky. Time flew. At this moment, in the ancient city, more than 10 invincible beings broke out in a great battle, destroying everything. The entire ancient city seemed to have entered another space. Many ancient houses were destroyed, but they quickly recovered. As for the living creatures hiding in the ancient houses, the unlucky ones were directly destroyed. Whether they were residents or living creatures, they all suffered the same fate. The closer to the periphery, the easier it was to destroy the ancient houses, but the inner circle was much stronger. At this moment, a large number of experts broke out from the city lord's residence in all directions. Everyone was at a loss. How could it be so serious that invincible beings had entered the city, and not just 1 or 2, but many? Floating earth spirit. At this moment, on the side of the 5 elements race, the invincible earth spirit's voice reverberated in all directions, sweeping through all the ancient houses. His voice seemed to come from the endless void, shaking the entire ancient city. Soon, an invincible dead spirit charged over, and a great battle broke out between the 2 sides. They fought from the ancient city to an unknown space, and soon, they fought again. Many ancient houses that could not be destroyed by the sun and moon were instantly destroyed. Inside the house, anyone who was inside died instantly. Such a scene was not only happening in one place. And the dead spirit army had already filled the entire ancient city. Boom, a half-moon fell, and a sun and moon creature was killed, and the great light lord was extremely powerful at this moment, bombarding the invincible dead spirit until it kept retreating. The great light lord also saw Qin Hao and the others and shouted, "Come quickly, we have to leave the ancient city, quickly." Xiao Wushan, that son of a bitch, was really ruthless. He was not your child, was he? Zhu Guangshan was his grandson. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The aftermath of the battle swept through the entire ancient city. Aside from the ancient houses in the inner three rings, which were still relatively safe, the other ancient houses were all destroyed. At this moment, more and more dead spirits appeared, and another invincible dead spirit appeared in front of the great light lord. That invincible dead spirit was Xingyu, the dead spirit monarch under the great star ancient city. Xingyu looked at the great light lord and said coldly, "You want to take people away in front of us? Dream on." Death aura spread. The next moment, a fist shook the sky. This was no longer a simple death aura corrosion. This fist shook the world, and the ancient city shattered. It instantly recovered, shattered again, and recovered again. Endless fists charged at the great light lord. The great light lord muttered, and many Shenwen appeared, quickly forming a ring that covered the two invincible dead spirits. Boom, another half-moon had fallen. At this moment, in the distance, the deity race and demon race experts were in despair. Didn't they say that the city lord's residence could protect them? Of course, the prerequisite was that the invincible dead spirits did not charge in. Now, the invincible dead spirits charged in, and there was more than one. At the city lord's residence, the dark demonic dragon was also stunned. The invincible dead spirits charged in. At this moment, some quasi-invincible dead spirits also appeared, and some of them were intelligent. Looking at the dark demonic dragon, some of the dead spirits hesitated, and some said in a mechanical voice, "How dare you? You should be killed." The next moment, the dead spirits directly charged into the city lord's residence. These were not ordinary dead spirits. Even the dead spirits in the 7th or 8th tier of the Sun and Moon realm didn't intend to break into the city lord's residence. But at this moment, several dead spirits at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm seemed to be discussing something. Soon, they all charged into the city lord's residence. In the back hall of the city lord's residence, the stone statue watched coldly. He didn't help Suyu, and he wouldn't help anyone else. This dark demonic dragon was the acting city lord he chose. However, this guy protected a large number of living creatures, which led to the gathering of too many experts and attracted more dead spirits. He had to bear all of this himself. If the dark demonic dragon didn't choose to protect these people, the attack might not have happened. More and more dead spirit monarchs appeared. The entire ancient city was swept away. The stone statue watched silently. After waiting for a while, a faint pressure exploded and scattered on the ancient houses. He wouldn't interfere when the dead spirits appeared, and he couldn't be bothered to interfere when the invincible army broke into the city. But protecting the residents was his responsibility. If the residents who were too weak died, he was the guardian, so he could do nothing about it. The powerful residents were his people, so he had to care. When his aura scattered on the ancient houses, some of the dead spirit monarchs quickly avoided those houses. This meant that the guardian was starting to interfere and protect the residents. At this moment, an unrivaled from the undead race didn't care. He smashed a protected ancient house with one blow. The next moment, the entire world could only see a fist, the fist of the stone statue. This fist broke heaven and earth, broke through time and space. The fist landed, and with a boom, a huge hole appeared on the body of that unrivaled undead race expert. His entire body was almost smashed. At this moment, an unrivaled undead race scolded, "Don't destroy the ancient houses again." At the same time, ancient cities began to appear between heaven and earth, as if they were piercing through space. Heavenly destruction, heavenly clouds, earthquake, sea burial, stone statues appeared, looking coldly at the unrivaled undead race expert, Xinghong, who had punched first. Xinghong ignored them and punched again, destroying a sun and moon. The next moment, he punched again, killing a sun and moon dead spirit. Anyone who touched the ancient houses under his protection, whether dead or alive, was greeted with a punch from him. At this moment, even Daxia of Goguryeo outside the city changed his expression. He shouted, "Old Zhu, don't touch those ancient houses. Shock, ancient cities appeared one after another. In the ancient city of heavenly destruction, the stone statue appeared in the sky above the ancient city. In reality, the ancient city was still in its original place, but there was a projection of the ancient city here, as if the stone statue had really descended here. The heavenly destruction stone statue glanced around. He didn't see Suyu, but he didn't care. This wasn't his territory, and he couldn't see through the ancient houses. He looked at Xinghong and smiled. Is there trouble? Xinghong ignored him and continued to kill the living and dead spirits that touched the ancient houses under his protection. Moreover, the scope of his protection was gradually expanding. 3 inner rings, 4 inner rings, 5 inner rings, 6 inner rings, more and more radiance began to protect more ancient houses. He punched again and again. At this moment, anyone under the invincible realm who touched him would die instantly. As for Invincible of the Netherworld, he was fleeing at top speed. Not only was he being stared at by an unrivaled undead spirit, he was also struck by a fist from the stone sculpture until his body almost collapsed. He was terrified. He thought of the past when unrivaled experts attacked the ancient city and fell miserably. These stone sculptures were terrifyingly powerful. Xinghong didn't care about that and punched the nether race invincible warrior again. In the next moment, he focused and said coldly, Great Star Holy City is under attack. Request reinforcements from the 36 holy cities. Kill all enemies. Boom, at that moment, fists, palms, and feet descended from the sky, heading straight for the invincible realm experts. The guardians of the 36 holy cities made their moves. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire 9-star island began to crack at this moment. The cultivators of the 9 realms all fled. The city collapsed and countless people died instantly. A large number of experts quickly fled into the distance. Mournful roars resounded throughout the world. Everyone couldn't help but look back and saw an incomparably powerful expert get his head smashed by a punch, his body crushed by a foot, and a sword pierced through the sea of will. Horrifying. What was in the ancient city? They couldn't see much. They only saw a seemingly invincible expert being killed miserably. That was the invincible realm expert of the Netherworld. Run! An invincible realm expert roared. Don't worry about it anymore. Find an ancient house to take refuge. All Eternals, quickly escape the ancient city. They were in big trouble. There were 12 lords of the dead, and even the masters of the holy cities appeared. Some were projections, and some appeared in person. At this moment, there were so many invincible realm experts that it was frightening. If this continued, no matter how strong the control of the invincible realm experts was, they couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't affect any house when they fought with the invincible realm experts. Because of Suyu's death, Daxia of Goguryeo forcibly broke into the city. With Daxia of Goguryo's strength, he drew out the lords of the dead. Not only that, but the great bright lord rushed into the ancient city and drew out more lords of the dead. In the end, the guardians of the ancient city made their move. At this moment, countless cultivators fought, breaking the void and breaking time. The invincible realm expert of the Nether clan was extremely mournful. The next moment, he roared and turned back time, returning to his youth, returning to his peak state. Without another word, he couldn't care less about the genius of the Nether clan. He was going to escape. He fled instantly. The moment he fled, a corpse that looked like him appeared where he was. The future body had fallen. Invincible realm, past, present, and future. The death of the future meant that he no longer had a future. He turned back time, returning to the past, also losing his present body. If he died now, then he would truly have fallen. This time, the losses were too severe. He fled, burning a drop of essence blood. If one wasn't enough, he used a second drop, a third drop. He sent a lords of the dead flying with a palm strike. He roared angrily, piercing through the void, instantly disappearing from his original location. He was in great trouble. Even though he didn't die, he was seriously injured. In the future, when a battle between unrivaled beings erupted, he would be weaker than all of them. An unrivaled being who was seriously injured was also the most dangerous. He didn't even dare return to the Underworld clan. Meanwhile, the guardians of the ancient city didn't chase after him either. If they really did chase after him, this Underworld clan unrivaled being was dead for sure. However, at this moment, these guardians didn't chase after him. When the underworld clan Unrivaled Being fled, they quickly changed targets, rushing towards the Great Bright Lord. At this moment, the Great Bright Lord's hand covered the sky, grabbing Xianxia and the others. When he saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. So many unrivaled beings, he was in great trouble. Heaven trap. Two Shenwen walls appeared, instantly shattering. Countless fists and feet rushed towards him. At this moment, a streak of saber light illuminated heaven and earth, shattering several hands and feet. In the next moment, the Great Bright Lord quickly fled. Meanwhile, Xianxia of Goguryeo had long shattered the void with a saber strike, stepping into it together with the Great Bright Lord. Xianxia of Goguryeo turned his head to look at the shattered ancient city that quickly recovered. His expression was somewhat complicated, and he suddenly said, "If you didn't die, I would think of a way." After throwing down these words, he shattered the void, quickly fleeing with the shattered Great Bright Lord of the Shenwen walls. Even if he and the Great Bright Lord joined hands, at this moment, they couldn't contend against so many experts at all. As soon as they left, another punch blasted open the void passage. Inside the ancient city, Xinghong didn't move an inch. Seeing that they left, he didn't bother them. He continued to slaughter those dead spirits and living beings. As long as an expert touched the ancient house that he protected, no matter who it was, he would kill them. Some geniuses and experts were in despair. Someone quickly landed in an empty ancient house and quickly entered it. In the next moment, the scattered light enveloped the ancient house. Seeing this scene, someone was overjoyed and roared, quickly enter the ancient house to take refuge." At this moment, they finally understood that the protection of the Invincible Realm experts and the City Lord Mansion were all useless. In the ancient city, only these ancient houses were the safest. In the city, the Five Elements clan's patriarch was bleeding. Seeing this, he quickly fled without saying anything. Forget it, the floating earth spirit might be protected in the ancient house. If he didn't leave now, he would die here, but it wasn't that easy to leave. At this moment, the void shattered. The void had been in the void for many years, and 4 or 5 Invincible Realm experts of the Five Elements clan acted one after another. With a roar, they pulled the Earth Spirit clan's patriarch away. In the next moment, the void shattered one after another, and the Invincible Realm experts were all rescued. Invincible Realm experts of the Dragon clan personally came to receive them, and Invincible Realm experts of the God clan and the Demon clan all shattered the void to rescue them. The entire 9 Stars Island had been completely shattered and disappeared. Only the ancient city and the 9 light spots were left. Those were the passages of the 9 realms. Unfortunately, there was no 9 Stars Island anymore. There were only 9 stars orbiting the ancient city. Xinghong and the others no longer cared about those who retreated. As for the Invincible Realm experts who retreated, they were all injured and surrounded by the aura of death. In the void, the corpses of the Invincible Realm experts fell one after another. They were either future bodies or current bodies. In the city, the sun and moon fell one after another. There was no time to escape, the stars were destroyed, the ancient city was quickly restored to its original state. There were no scars at all. Except for the dead spirits that filled the city, it was as if nothing had happened. In the next moment, Xinghong said coldly, "Dead spirits, retreat." The 12 undead lords stood in the void, looking at the stone statues. In the next moment, stone statues appeared all around them. They all opened their eyes and looked at them. The undead lords looked at each other, and one of them said unhappily, "We didn't kill those eternal realms." Xinghong couldn't be bothered. He said coldly again, "Dead spirits, retreat." In the next moment, the stone statues in the void all said, "Retreat." The 12 undead lords felt the danger. After a while, 11 dead spirits quickly disappeared. As for Monarch Starmoon, who was originally wearing a black cloak, he didn't leave. Xinghong didn't care, because Starmoon was the undead lord under Xinghong and also the enforcer of the entrance to the Dead Souls world. Xinghong, at this moment, in the void, the stone statue that belonged to the Sky Destroyer ancient city suddenly said, "That guy is dead?" "No." "He became a resident?" "Yes." Sky Destroyer sighed, "What a pity. I hope he's fine. Next time, he can continue to cause trouble." Cough, save others. As soon as he finished speaking, before the other stone statues could speak, he quickly disappeared. The other stone statues also disappeared one after another. The ancient city was quiet, except for the countless dead spirits that hadn't left. The entire ancient city was completely quiet. It was frighteningly quiet. There was no sound at all. Outside the city, it was already a vast sea. There was no Nine Stars Island. Nine Stars Island that had stood for many years was completely gone. No one appeared in the 9 passages, as if the passage had been blocked from the other side. The entire Star Sea was quiet at this moment. No great monsters appeared, no living beings appeared. The aura of the battle of the invincible realm still spread. And at this moment, the heavens shook. The Skyhunter Pavilion quickly sold the news. The invincible realm attacked Xinhong ancient city, the king of the dead spirits appeared, 9 suns and moons fell, and an invincible 3 lives body was killed. The clearest news was that the future body of the Nether clan's king of Nether River was killed, leaving only his past body. Most of his blood essence exploded, and he was now seriously injured and dying. On the Skyhunter list, 7 or 8 names disappeared. None of the geniuses on the Sky list were missing. But on the Earth list and the Xian list, there were a lot fewer names. The source of all this was the disappearance of Suyu's name from the Skyhunter list. 2 invincible realm experts of the human clan, one attacked the ancient city crazily, attracting the invincible dead spirits, and the other was even crazier, directly rushed into the ancient city, causing other invincible realm experts to have to enter the city in order to rescue the experts and geniuses of their own clan. As a result, the ancient city guard took action, and many invincible realm experts were almost killed. At this moment, the ancient city was sealed again. And a large number of geniuses on the Sky list and the Sun and Moon High Masters were blocked in the ancient city, and it was hard to tell whether they were alive or dead. However, probably no invincible realm expert dared to rescue them. The death of the Sun and Moon, the death of the geniuses, was better than the death of the invincible realm experts. For too many years, no one dared to break into the ancient city. In the past, there were invincible realm experts who died in the ancient city, and it was almost a legend. And now, those invincible realm experts who had forgotten the danger, instantly realized that the ancient city was still an ancient city, and it was not a place they could break into at will. Unless a large number of invincible realm experts went to explore, at least more than 30, maybe more, on this day, 36 stone statues appeared, which shocked countless experts. These ancient cities were really connected, and the relationship between the stone statues of the ancient city and the king of the dead spirits seemed to be very complicated. The king of the dead spirits did not attack the stone statues, and the stone statues, under the premise that the other party did not break the rules, would not attack the dead spirits. Today, all the riots caused because of Suyu attracted the attention of all worlds. 9 Star Island was gone, many living beings had died on the island. Many suns, moons, mountains, and seas had died. Was Suyu really dead? This was something that no one knew. Of course, Suyu was not dead. His ancient house in the first ring was the strongest, and it was also the ancient house that was protected by Xinhong. However, at this moment, Suyu, like everyone else, was in shock, fear, and panic. Damn, how terrifying! In that instant just now, the invincible realm experts fought for a very short time, and they restrained each other. Even so, there were too many invincible realm experts. They directly broke the barrier of the ancient city, and directly turned countless ancient houses into ashes. Although they appeared again, the residents and creatures in them were really dead. Suyu saw 9 sun and moon fall. Because the sun and moon had fallen, there seemed to be another sun and moon high weight, because the sun and moon that had fallen were somewhat complete. However, in that instant just now, 1 sun and moon high weight had died, and no one cared at all. Suyu was extremely scared. Damn, at this moment, his mood had completely calmed down from the loss of converting residents, and there was only shock and speechlessness. As for converting into residents, so what? He could reverse some of the death chi. Although it was slow, it did not matter. Anyway, in a short time, the death chi would also want to kill him. If he was stronger, he might reverse it faster. With a large amount of heaven's essence chi, it might be faster. Anyway, Suyu did not take it too seriously. He was just a little disappointed before, but now he was in a good mood. Of course, what shocked him more was that the two invincible realm experts of the human race were so King tricked them. What a huge trap. He heard that it was Xianxia of Goguryeo who attacked the city, and it was Great Light Lord who entered the city, which caused a series of troubles. Suyu was shocked. The next moment, without saying anything, he quickly went out of the house. The courageous would be stuffed to death, and the timid would starve to death. I'm already like this, and the talking dead spirit also said to wait for me to die before coming to receive me. I'm not dead yet, am I? Why go out of the house now? Nonsense, corpses, the corpses of the sun and moon, and even the invincible realm experts. Well, the invincible realm experts did not seem to be dead. He heard that there was a huge commotion when they died, but he did not feel it. Probably not the invincible realm experts died. In addition, he should also pick up some ancient city tokens. Those guys had just fought and killed countless dead spirits. At this moment, Suyu directly squeezed into the line of dead spirits. The city was full of dead spirits. Actually, the residents of the ancient city could come out now, and they were not in too much danger. However, no one had the guts to do so. As for the other living beings, no one dared to come out at this time. They were all hiding. If they came out, they might really die. Suyu did not have this worry. After becoming a resident, the death aura of the dead spirits did not affect him. Now, he was producing some death aura himself, and this was the key to spreading. I'm rich. Suyu pushed a dead spirit away with a slap. Damn it, don't waste it. This was a sun-moon corpse, and it was very huge. It was a huge shark, and its head was smashed. No one knew who did it, but its body was full of death aura. No problem, this is good stuff. At that time it died too quickly, and no one probably had the chance to pick up its storage ring. It was just a little too big, so you quickly put it away, and conveniently picked up some ancient city tokens. He was very happy. He was rich, although he was already rich. Who would complain about having too much money? The sun-moon corpse seemed to be at the second or third tier, which was not bad, even though it had no head. He casually pushed away the dead spirits that blocked his way. At this moment, he was much bolder. I am a resident, what am I afraid of? I am a resident, so isn't the ancient city mine? I am a native, isn't this a place where I have the final say? This is considered my home. Dead spirits, these are all my guards. At this moment, Suyu's mood was exceptionally good. He was exceptionally optimistic and joyful. Looking at the dead spirits that filled the streets, he was particularly pleasing to the eye. He rubbed the head of one of the dead spirits. What a great guard, well done, City Lord residents. Starmoon Sovereign and the stone statue watched silently. The next moment, Starmoon Sovereign said lightly, he was born to be a dead spirit. F***ck, this was the first time he saw such a bold resident. He actually ran out to pick up things, and he even touched the head of the dead spirit. The dead spirit was stunned by his touch. Since ancient times, had anyone treated dead spirits like this? They were the embodiment of death, not your family's kittens and puppies. Xinghong was silent. He did not want to say anything. This was also the first resident he saw who was different. Starmoon Sovereign glanced at the wounded dark demon dragon in the city lord residence and smiled lightly. This Suyu. You are not going to train him to be the next city lord? Xinghong still did not speak. The dark demon dragon was almost killed this time. Although it did not die, now, the death energy was attacking its heart. If this continued, it would not be long before it turned into a dead spirit. Perhaps, it was indeed necessary to train the next city lord. However, was Suyu really suitable? If he became the city lord, would this guy bring more trouble to Xinghong ancient city? Xinghong was not sure. He was a little helpless and afraid. This time, he was really speechless. I'm rich, Suyu was overjoyed. At this moment, he had picked up 2 sun and moon corpses. One of them was a big shark, and the other seemed to be the late-stage sun and moon cultivator. It seemed that Suyu had seen them before. It was a big monkey with a tuft of golden hair on its head. Celestial Spirit Ape Clan, the overlord of the apes, an existence similar to the primitive gods. The ancient fork that Suyu had bought before was bought from a celestial spirit ape. Late-stage sun and moon cultivator, this clan was ranked 12th on the Wan list and was considered a very powerful clan. This big monkey was actually dead. Suyu took a closer look. The look in his eyes was a little strange. It didn't seem to have been killed by a dead spirit, but by someone. Suyu couldn't find out who killed it, but he didn't care. At that time, it was extremely chaotic. Invincible realm martial artists had entered, and there were a bunch of kings of the dead. It was possible that he had been killed by anyone. This big monkey might have offended someone and been killed. Suyu had picked up a lot of ancient city tokens. He didn't care much about them now. However, his luck was pretty good this time. He actually picked up a 3-ring ancient city token. This was most likely a 7th-layer sun and moon undead spirit that had been killed. There was a high chance that it was killed by an invincible killer. A 3-ring ancient city token was a good thing. It could enter the houses in the 3-ring and open them by force. This was amazing, so you walked around and picked up more than 10 of Shanhai's corpses. There were also dozens of Ling Yun's corpses. The rest might have been destroyed. He continued walking. After walking for a while, a group of dead spirits gathered. Suyu curiously went over and saw a few powerful dead spirits. They were probably at the late-stage sun and moon cultivators. At this moment, those dead spirits also looked at him. Suyu laughed dryly. They seem to have some intelligence. But, we're considered a family, right? Lords, I'm a resident of the ancient city. What are you looking at? He was really bold, because along the way, there really weren't any dead spirits that attacked him. The Death Aura's invasion wasn't too serious. Even the sun and moon dead spirits only slightly increased the speed of the Death Aura's invasion. Now that he had seen a late-stage sun-moon dead spirit, he became bolder. Of course, he didn't get too close. He also went over to take a look, and at the same time, pushed aside the heads of the dead souls that were blocking the way, and took a look at the thing that was surrounded in the middle. It looked like a book, but it didn't. Baby, Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Several dead spirits were guarding it, watching, but not touching it. Could it be a treasure? Be careful, he loved treasures now. The undead spirits ignored him, but they also ignored him. It was unknown whether they didn't know how to speak or they didn't want to speak. They were probably the most courageous residents of the ancient city. Even the black dragon in the city lord's mansion felt very uncomfortable when he saw them. He was afraid of having too much contact with them. So you didn't take it seriously. Seeing that the undead spirits didn't cause trouble for him, he breathed a sigh of relief. There might not be anything good in other parts of the ancient city. The book that was surrounded in front of him might be a wooden board or something. It felt like a treasure. It was stained with some netherworld aura, which was a little different from death aura. So you could feel it. His heart stirred slightly. Was this left behind by the netherworld invincible? He also saw that the netherworld invincible's body was pierced by something in the ancient city. Could it be related to the netherworld invincible? If it's related to the netherworld invincible, then it's a good thing. So you wanted to pick it up, however, the sun and moon dead spirits were here, and he was afraid that if he took it, these dead spirits would cause trouble for him. Although they didn't kill him now, it didn't mean that the dead spirits wouldn't do something to him. Who could say for sure? Suyu's heart itched. But what if I want to take it? Just as he was thinking, a dead spirit wearing a cloak appeared. It was very different from ordinary dead spirits. Suyu's heart shook. He quickly lowered his head and turned to leave. Damn it, this dead spirit, he might know it. It was very similar to the dead spirit that carved the wooden plate for him, the one that could talk. It might be an invincible existence. What a scary thing. When the invincible fought, he didn't see it very clearly. He only heard some voices. This dead spirit was very likely the king of dead spirits called Xianxia. It was better for Suyu to stay away from such an existence. Although it was a little like a broken pot, he didn't want to turn from a living dead into a real dead person. He was about to leave when the dead spirits in the inner circle knelt down. Only the powerful sun and moon dead spirits remained. As for the other dead spirits, they didn't move at all. Xianxia, wearing a cloak, had her back to Suyu. She looked at the thing left behind by the netherworld invincible. Her voice echoed in Suyu's mind, "Do you know what this is?" Suyu's heart palpitated, he didn't dare to say anything. She wasn't talking to me, right? It was useless to be lucky. The next moment, Xianxia said indifferently again, this is a treasure that carries the past and the future. Do you know what eternity is? Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. The past, the present, and the future are one. This is eternity. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. This, eternity, was the invincible like this? The past, the present, the future, Suyu murmured. He lowered his head and said respectfully, Your Excellency, was this left by the eternal invincible? The dead spirit said, This is the netherworld invincible's treasure that carries the future body for eternity. From the river of time and space, it searches for the future, searching for the strongest future body, and uses this treasure to carry it, fuse with it, and achieve eternity. The eternal invincible broke off his future body. His present body fell, leaving behind only his past body. Although he said it was eternal, he was actually half crippled. His past body was still eternal. He reversed time and returned to the previous moment. However, he will remain in that moment forever. His body will no longer improve, and he will no longer be strong. But he has no future, no present. So you didn't quite understand, he only knew two things. First, this wooden plank was a treasure. Second, the eternal invincible seemed to have been seriously injured, and stopped in the moment he entered the city. Past body, was the invincible involved such a complicated thing? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He said, Your Excellency, how much acupoint power can the invincible release? Acupoint power? The dead spirit murmured. He didn't answer or explain. The so-called acupoint power was of little use to the invincible. After a while, Xianxia said indifferently, I will tell you when you die. Screw you, Suyu's thoughts flashed, and he didn't dare to think too much about it. This guy just wanted him to die, but he didn't want to kill him. There might be some restrictions. Suyu didn't ask more. At this moment, he was also emboldened. It wasn't that he was bold, but he knew that in the face of an invincible, it was useless to be on guard. Seeing the dead spirit reply, Suyu whispered, Your Excellency, then this treasure. What is its use? It carries the past and the future. The dead spirit didn't avoid it. He said indifferently, From the river of time and space, fish up the strongest past and the strongest future, and use the treasure to carry the past and the future. Grab both the past and the future from the river of time and space and combine them with the present body. When the three bodies become one, they will be eternal. After saying that, he paused and said, The treasure that carries the past and the future is the most important. Of course, it can also be used to forge weapons, but it's too wasteful. Suyu understood, so that's how it is. He felt that it was useless, at least not very useful to him. But at this moment, he had a better understanding of the invincible realm. He thought of Xiao Longwu. Did Xiao Longwu also want to fish up the past and the future to become the invincible realm? While he was thinking, the dead spirit said indifferently, The so-called quasi-invincible realm is usually the combination of two bodies, fishing up the past or the future. With the past body, the strength of the past is limited. With the future body, this kind of quasi-invincible realm is sometimes even stronger than the invincible realm. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Could it be like this? The dead spirit said again, but among the three bodies, the past body is more important than the future body. Once the past body is dead, there will be no future without the past. If you kill the past body, you may completely fall. Without the future, at worst, your strength will not improve. Without the past, you may die. Suyu was enlightened once again. This time, he understood. Suyu thought for a moment and said, Then if there is an invincible realm who can go back in time and kill us in the past, won't we die? Go back in time? The dead spirit seemed to sneer, a little contemptuous. There are two kinds of so-called going back in time. The first is to really go back in time. This is not something that ordinary eternal realm can do. It needs to be extremely powerful and extremely proficient in the way of time. The second kind is to go back in memory. This is simple. It's just a replay of memory, not a real back in time. Only the first kind can kill your past body. The second kind can't change anything at all. Once again, Suyu gained a deeper understanding. In that case, not all invincible realms could really go back in time. The dead spirit said again, Besides, even if you really go back in time, don't interfere with the past. Otherwise, the power of time and space will make you fall in the past. Interfere with time and space, interfere with all the worlds. If going back in time to kill people was as simple as killing people, all the Eternals in the One would have been killed. It was easy to say, but too difficult to do. Invincible realms also had a past. There would always be a time when they were weak. Of course, their past, future, and present were one. In fact, going back in time to kill them was almost impossible. However, even if they were not invincible, it was difficult to go back in time to kill them in the Sun-Moon tier. Suyu nodded again, looking very complicated. As he thought, at this moment, the dead spirit's body suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, the dead spirit looked dazed. In his memory, there was another scene. At this moment, a huge fur ball appeared in front of Xianxia, in front of the stone statue, and Xianxia, at this moment, was beside the stone statue. It was like going back to the beginning, back to the moment when Suyu became a resident of the ancient city. At this moment, a big fur ball appeared in front of them, looking with some confusion at Suyu, who had changed into a dead spirit state. Am I dreaming again? So strange. The big fur ball glanced at Suyu. Recently, he felt that he was always dreaming. Glancing at the stone statue, and then at the dead spirit, a small claw suddenly appeared on the big furball's furry body, scratching the dead spirit's head, rubbing it, and then scratching the stone statue. Am I dreaming back again? The stone statue and the dead spirit were stunned. The big furball thought for a moment, and said, "My young man, please take care of him. The God-Eater ancient realm is too far, so I won't come." I'm not late, right? Xinghong was stunned, and Xingyu was stunned. After a while, Xinghong said, "God-Eater Demi-Emperor." He took a deep breath. The stone statue also took a deep breath. How did this person go back in time to come here? The next moment, the big furball said in a trance, "They are all big stones, all the same." Forget it, take care of my young man. What familiar words. The big furball felt that he was dreaming again, always thinking about these things. He looked at Suyu over there, a little strange, and quickly said, "This human young man seems to be in cahoots with our young man. Is he going to become a dead spirit?" After watching for a while, he said, "Take care of him, I'm leaving." The scene came to an abrupt end. Some scenes appeared in Xingyu's memory, and she pondered for a moment. In fact, there were many memories before, but now they appeared again. What did it mean? It meant that the big furball was actually going back in time now, at this moment, right now. The big furball woke up, and then, he went back in time, back to the past, and told them to take care of him, at this point in time. He sighed softly in his heart. This was the real back in time, only in this way could people have more memories. Otherwise, if it was just a simple back in time, the person actually wouldn't feel anything. For example, when the Silkworm Destruction King went back in time with Feng Qi to look back on his past with Chen Yong didn't feel anything. If he really went back in time, Chen Yong could have an additional memory, and he could see the existence of the Silkworm Destruction King. Seven-step God-Eater Emperor. Xingyu paused for only a moment, not saying anything. That seven-step God-Eater Emperor might be the Ancient One. If it was true, then it would be terrifying. Suyu, who was beside him, didn't know. Xingyu took the wooden board, didn't give it to Suyu, and didn't stop, instantly disappearing. Suyu was confused. Damn, she left just like that, not giving any benefits? Forget it, he might not be able to take the benefits from the dead spirit. Besides, that person wanted him dead, so it was better not to give him any benefits. It was a pity that the wooden board was taken away, otherwise, Suyu felt that maybe it could be used to forge a divine weapon. City Lord Residence Rear Hall. Xingyu returned with the wooden board and looked at the stone statue Xinghong. Xinghong also opened his eyes and looked at Xingyu. They both felt the scene just now. Seven-step God-Eater Emperor, is it the Ancient One? Xingyu asked, but the stone statue didn't speak. Not speaking meant that he couldn't say it, or he wasn't sure. Anyway, he didn't speak. After a while, the stone statue said indifferently, "You should leave." Xingyu smiled, not caring, "I will come out again soon. There are still many creatures in the city, and so you will definitely make a move. When the slaughter comes again, I will come again. Now, go back." The stone statue was indifferent, but that was also a matter of the future. Now, you should go, Xianxia smiled faintly, and her figure disappeared in the passage under the stone statue's feet. The stone statue suppressed the passage again, looking at Suyu in the city. His courage was not ordinary, he actually chatted with the dead spirit monarch, and Suyu didn't think about this at all. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Invincible before. So what if he chatted a little? Since he wanted to kill him, he would die anyway. The death aura continued to spread, and Suyu quickly began to reverse orifices to dissolve the death aura. It was slightly dissolved, Suyu was also speechless. These days were not easy. He had to dissolve the death aura every day. The ancient city's residents all lived in an abyss of suffering. If there was no orifices reversal method, others would have to fight with the death aura all day long. It was no wonder that after becoming an ancient city's resident, their strength couldn't improve. It wasn't that there was no way to improve, but there was no opportunity and no time to improve. One had to fight with the death aura all day long. It was already not bad to stay alive, and you still want to improve, even if there was heavenly essence chi. One could use it for a day or two, but using it for a long time, even gods and demons wouldn't be able to withstand it. When the death aura spread all over the body, it was probably time to die and become a dead spirit. My aura is spreading so fast. Is it all so fast? Wouldn't I die in a few days? Suyu was curious. The speed at which his aura spread should be very fast. If he didn't know the orifices reversal method, he would probably have died as soon as he converted. Then how did some people who had lived in the ancient city for decades or even centuries do it? Strange, Suyu was really puzzled. Could it be that those people used heavenly essence chi to offset it every day? It was fine for one day, but if he used one portion of heavenly essence chi a day, 360 portions a year, 36,000 portions in 100 years, stop fooling around. No matter how big the family business was, it couldn't withstand such consumption. If that was the case, how did the other people in the ancient city survive? Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He thought of how a few dead spirits had self-destructed to carve the wooden token for him. It started with Ling Yun, then Shanhai, and finally Sun and Moon. These guys had all self-destructed. Finally, it was the dead spirit monarch. Different people carve the wooden token with different dead spirits, and the speed at which it spreads is different? Suyu had a guess in his heart. As it turned out, he was right. Under normal circumstances, when Ling Yun was carved with Ling Yun's dead spirits, the speed at which the death aura spread was actually about the same as the speed of cultivation. Regular cultivation could offset the spread. Of course, if something happened, it would be too late. And Suyu was carved by a dead spirit monarch. This was also a kind of attraction, and also a courtesy to geniuses. Let them die early. If they died, they would be directly received by the dead spirit monarch. There was a huge difference between them and others, so the speed at which Suyu spread was astonishing. Ordinary people would have long turned into dead spirits when they were carving. But Suyu didn't. Not only did he not, but he also took the time to resolve the reverse. Otherwise, the speed at which it spread would not be as fast as he resolved it. Actually, even Xianxia was surprised by this, but it didn't matter. It was normal for geniuses to have capital. Without this capital, Suyu might not dare to convert to a resident. Suyu continued to explore. There were still a large number of dead spirits that hadn't left, and they would only leave in at least 3 days. At this moment, he really was the only living person in the ancient city. Suyu walked to the city gate and looked out. In a daze. I'm in the sea. Yes, the ancient city at this moment floated in the sea, with no land. All around, there was seawater. Terrifying, 9-Star Island was gone. Suyu shook his head, a little speechless. Sitting on the city wall, some dead spirits wandered nearby, but when they saw him, they quickly retreated. Suyu didn't care. At this moment, he felt a little lonely. The city was full of dead spirits, but there was not a single living person. What a pity, there were some, but they were all hiding in the ancient houses, shivering. No one dared to come out. There were a large number of sun and moon dead spirits, and perhaps even invincible dead spirits. At this moment, who dared to come out? They could only pray that the ancient houses could still protect them, and not let the dead spirits destroy them. Otherwise, once the houses were destroyed, they would all die. The key was that the death energy in the ancient city was extremely thick, and many people couldn't take it anymore, so you wandered around again. It was a little funny. He actually picked up 2 jade talismans that were stained with blood. Some people couldn't take it anymore and wanted to become residents. Forget it, I'll grant your wish and help you pick them up. Throwing things around was very bad behavior. As for who was in the house, he didn't care. Whether they died or not, he didn't care. If they were really afraid of death, they would have run long ago. Those who stayed weren't afraid of death. Anyway, they weren't humans. He could sense the blood of humans. Just as Suyu was leisurely strolling around the ancient city. All the worlds in the universe had been shaken by this turn of events. The changes caused by Suyu's death were too big. At the human border, the great Qin King looked at the great Zhou King, and after a while, he said, "Your calculations are very accurate, but he didn't explode, and he didn't kill anyone. Do you think he is really dead?" I said that this is just one of the thousands of possibilities. The great Zhou King shook his head. He didn't know whether he was dead or not. Based on the news from Skyhunter Pavilion, he might have become a resident of the ancient city. Of course, he might have really died. During the Invincible Realm battle, countless old houses were destroyed. Even if Suyu really became a resident, he might have died within. Now that the Skyhunter list didn't show his name, it was hard to determine whether Suyu was dead or alive. The great Zhou King said indifferently, "Why don't we take a drop of his blood? Maybe we can check." The great Qin King looked at him deeply. "No need, whether he's dead or alive, it's his fate." There was no need to check whether Suyu was dead or alive. With Su Long's blood, it was easy for people to do some bad things, such as using the blood to track Suyu. Whether or not Suyu was dead, there was no need to discuss it now. The great Qin dynasty looked from afar. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the distance. They were all very strong, invincible. The great Qin King looked for a while, extremely cold. This time, the invincible of all races were injured. 12 of them went, and apart from the humans, there were 10 left. Almost all of them were injured, and some of their past and future bodies had fallen. Those who died in the future were fine, but those who died in the past were in danger of dying if they didn't catch their past bodies in time. Very good, this also reduced the pressure on the humans. With fewer invincible opponents, the humans had more hope. As for the Great Light Lord and Daxia of Goguryeo, he wasn't too worried. Those two were powerful, and if they really worked together, even demi-emperors who hadn't advanced might not be able to take them down easily. Although there were many invincible opponents this time, it wasn't a fight to the death. The chances of those two being seriously injured weren't too high. The Great Light Lord and Daxia of Goguryeo were both existences who could fight 1 against 2, so even if there were only 2 of them, 4 or 5 invincible opponents surrounded them, they might not be in trouble. The great Qin King looked into the distance, and after a long time, he said softly, "If a few more Eternal went this time, there might be hope of leaving 3 or 5 Eternal alive." The great Zhou King said calmly, "The situation of the humans can't be changed by 3 or 5 Eternal." The great Qin King tilted his head and looked at him coldly. After a long time, he said, "It's better than doing nothing. If we kill Suyu today, we can kill Zhou Padian tomorrow, and the day after that, we can kill Xia Longwu. Suyu is different." The great Zhou King said calmly, "I don't want him to die, no one wants him to die, but he set up a shocking scam. If he stays in the human realm, even if we don't want to stand up for him, we won't give up on him. But he knows that the Shenwen faction is feared by Wan, and that they will be surrounded and killed by Wan, but he insists on going. He insists on provoking one Eternal after another. Tell me, what can we do?" The great Qin King was silent, and after a long time, he nodded and said nothing. Some things can't be judged right or wrong. If Suyu stays in the human realm, no matter how many invincible Wan there are, they won't attack the human realm to kill him. But Suyu came to the heavens battlefield. If he comes, he can only kill or be killed. Dying in the heavens battlefield, this is fate. At the same time, Daxia province. Wan Tianxing was indifferent, and only sighed, converted to an ancient city resident. He didn't think that Suyu was dead. If he was really dead, he would know. He didn't die, but his name was no longer on the hunting heaven list, which meant that he was converted to an ancient city resident. How ruthless. To be honest, he didn't expect Suyu to make such a choice. In this way, can that guy still leave the ancient city? If the ancient city residents leave the ancient city, the death aura will invade faster. In this way, they have no choice but to return to the ancient city, otherwise, they will soon be corroded by the death aura and die. The ancient city residents are puppet-like existences. How big of a blow is this to Suyu? Wan Tianqing sighed. What I saw was fake, what I saw. But what about now? What I saw at the cost of 100 years of my lifespan, was it fake? Can he still return to the human realm? Or, what I saw was just a dream? Wan Tianqing leaned back on the rattan chair and stopped thinking about it. But this time, there were good and bad things. The good thing was that the Invincible Realm experts were injured and wouldn't dare to come out for a while. They didn't even have time to recuperate. The downside was that the king of the Grand Xia dynasty had made his move. This caused some people to be resentful, including some races that didn't express their stance before. For example, the Nether race didn't express their stance before. But this time, Dasha of Goguryeo and Great Bright Lord almost killed an Invincible Realm expert of the Nether race. What should the Nether race do next? Wan Tianqing swayed the chair and stopped thinking about it. This is also a good thing, the focus was back again. Wan no longer focused on Suyu, which was a good thing. If he kept focusing on Suyu, it would be troublesome. At this moment, on the side of the Ming mansion, Zhu Tiandao was also gasping. How ruthless. Dozens of Invincible Realm experts killed him. How did he do it? He looked at Niu Baidao. Do you think dozens of Invincible Realm experts will kill Xiao Longwu when he proves the way? Niu Baidao thought for a while and nodded. Yes, but the Invincible Realm experts of the human clan will stop them. At most, there will be one Invincible Realm expert left for Xiao Longwu, and Suyu didn't go to the Invincible Realm experts of the human clan. He alone led more than a dozen Invincible Realm experts away. Awesome, the two of them didn't feel too sad. Zhu Tiandao said with certainty, that guy didn't die. Maybe he really became a resident of the ancient city. Niu Baidao nodded. It's very likely. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. What's more, I didn't hear about the heaven and earth reward. If I kill him, there must be a large-scale heaven and earth reward. Since there isn't, the probability of his death is not high. He was so confident. The probability of Suyu dying was not high, but, if this guy didn't die, he would be in big trouble this time. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return to the human clan. After becoming a resident of the ancient city, some people in the human clan had the same experience. They couldn't leave the ancient city for too long. If it was as short as 1 or 2 days, they would be in trouble. If it was as long as a month, they would be swallowed by the death qi. From then on, they were bound to the ancient city. Zhu Tiandao sighed. It's over. I made a big bet on this guy. This guy. If he really becomes a resident of the ancient city, can he still create a miracle? Niu Baidao was speechless. He didn't know. Now, he didn't know what the outcome would be. The two of them looked at each other, and Niu Baidao couldn't help but complain. Damn it, he said that he would go to the relic to get some qi of heaven. How did he lure dozens of Invincible Realm experts out? He's the first one in 50 years. He was really helpless. Didn't he say that he would go to the relic to get something? What about now? Go ahead, go ahead. I asked you to pretend to be Cui Lang, not to really go ahead. It's not enough to be the first on the heaven list. You want to go ahead, cheat, and rob. Now you're finished, helpless, Niu Baidao said. If it really doesn't work, I'll go. Go to Xinghong Ancient City and see if I can find him. It's difficult. Shaking his head, Zhu Tiandao said, now, even if he is still alive, he has become a resident. Once he disguises himself, almost no one can find him now. Only Invincible can. But this time, Invincible was scared out of his wits. I think in the next few years, no Invincible Realm expert will dare to go to Xinghong Ancient City. So now, with Suyu's disguise, there was a high probability that no one could see through it. Because Invincible Realm didn't dare to go. In addition, he had become a resident of the ancient city. He stayed in the ancient city for many years, and was no different from other residents. He didn't need to come out, and he didn't need to defend against the undead. How could they find him? Niu Baidao sighed. Let's go and have a look. Maybe that kid saw me and came looking for me. No matter what, let's go and have a look. Sigh, my head hurts. You say, how good it would be if everything went smoothly. If everything went smoothly. Zhu Tiandao shook his head. Then he's not a monster. Niu Baidao glanced at him. Didn't everything go smoothly for you? Me? Zhu Tiandao smiled faintly. How did I go smoothly? Niu Baidao couldn't be bothered to ridicule him. You brought your father to roam the heavenly battlefield. Wasn't that smooth enough? The two didn't say anything more. They just made a decision. Niu Baidao still decided to go and have a look. Before he left, he asked, did you capture the past and future body? What? Zhu Tiandao was surprised. I am in the early stage of the Sun-Moon Ninth tier. How can I capture it? Strange, old Niu lost his mind again? Niu Baidao was mentally tired. He couldn't help but curse. Soon, he said, I went to take a look this time. Now that I'm back, I'll try to capture it. Also, I need some supreme treasures that can carry the past and future body. Do you have any? If not, I'll take the 100 Dao Pavilion as the supreme treasure. Zhu Tiandao hurriedly said, how can that be? That thing is the foundation treasure of my Ming constabulary, Niu Baidao said faintly. Oh, it's fine as long as it's not your supreme treasure. I thought you carried it. Zhu Tiandao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Niu Baidao said again, speaking of which, are you carrying the future body or the past body? The past body is important, but it's not very helpful in improving one's strength. The future body is very helpful in improving one's strength. At the crucial moment, it can be used to wrestle with the invincible realm. Zhu Tiandao looked at him silently. Boring or not, how would I know? I don't know. If you ask me again, I'll beat you to death. This old guy is getting more and more annoying. Xinghong Ancient City. So you wandered around the ancient city and memorized the houses with living people living in them. He had to admit that he had taken care of the floating earth spirit too much. He actually sent him to a house on the first ring. After such a big commotion, that grandson was still alive. There were people in the house. Obviously, this grandson was fine. He was living a good life. Maybe he didn't know what was happening outside. After all, Suyu set up a lot of noise barriers for him. Originally, he didn't plan to let the floating earth spirit make a sound. But now, there was a huge fight outside. His house was not attacked, so maybe he was fine. Suyu looked into the distance and waved at a wandering sun and moon dead spirit. Well, the dead spirit ignored him. Suyu thought about it and punched the dead spirit across the air. Something speechless happened. The dead spirit looked at him, turned around, and left. F*CK, don't go, you F*King hit me, so you wanted to lure him to the broken house. Why did you run? So you wanted to vomit blood, he wanted to kill his enemies one by one in the broken house. Why did you ignore him? Did you have to kill them before you were satisfied? He originally thought that they were all his guards. He didn't have the heart to kill one less. In the end, you bastards, you won't be happy if I don't kill you, right? So you gritted his teeth and punched through the air, blowing up a sore dead spirit. The next moment, a Lingyan dead spirit appeared. Seeing Suyu, the dead spirit looked at him dumbly. After a moment, it left. Suyu's eyes were very strange. I didn't change my aura, I didn't reverse the death aura. I killed your undead, so why don't you kill me? Hit me? Come on, break my house, why didn't you come? I. F*CK. Suyu cursed in his heart. What did this mean? It meant that if I killed the dead spirit, there would no longer be dead spirits chasing me in the future, then how could I break the house? No. I killed a spirit, but a dead spirit still appeared. This meant that after the dead spirit was killed, an even stronger dead spirit would appear. It was just that it didn't seem to be chasing after him anymore. Suyu frowned. Were the other residents of the ancient city the same? No way. He remembered that back in the Sky Destroyer ancient city, someone from the mystic armor race had turned into a guard and killed the dead spirits. The dead spirits had chased after them all the same. What's the situation? Is it related to the undead monarch? Suyu could only think of that person. It might be that person who had transformed himself. Now that he had killed some weak undead, the other party would not, or rather, did not dare to, do anything to him. Perhaps, it was because the aura of death that he had converted was different. Suyu had some guesses in his heart. That was a monarch, the enemy had personally transformed Suyu. Perhaps he had left some traces or aura behind, which made these weak dead spirits not dare to attack him or avoid him. Subconsciously. If it was good, it would definitely be good. If he killed the undead would not kill him anymore. But Suyu didn't care about being hunted down. Damn, if they chased after me, I could lure a large number of dead spirits to surround and kill them. Now that they did not chase after me, it would be very troublesome. With a thought, Suyu took out the 3-ring ancient city token. He stimulated the death aura in his body toward the Lingyun dead spirit that was about to run away. Sure enough, at this moment, when he was controlling the ancient city token, he suddenly felt a little strange, not quite the same as before. Vaguely, Suyu seemed to have received some enlightenment from the ancient city token. Before he had time to think further, the dead spirit suddenly walked towards him and stopped in front of him in a daze. Suyu looked at the dead spirit, and the dead spirit also looked back at him, stupefied. No wisdom indeed. Suyu shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he vaguely understood something. He didn't know what this ancient city token was used for in the Starry Mansion, but in the ancient city, it was very useful, very useful. This token represented the identity of the ancient city. The ancient city distinguished one's identity by 36 ring tokens. First, second, third, and fourth ring tokens were the nobles of the ancient city, big shots, and could command the dead spirits below the sun and moon. Fourth, fifth, and sixth ring tokens could command the dead spirits below the mountains and seas. Seventh, eighth, and ninth ring tokens could command the dead spirits below the level of Lingyun. Beyond the ninth ring tokens could only slightly resist the dead spirits, and didn't have the function of commanding them. At the same time, there was another requirement, and that was to be a resident of the ancient city. Previously, Suyu had a 16-ring token, which actually couldn't command the dead spirits. But even if he had a 3rd-ring token, he still couldn't command them, but he could carry it on him, so that the dead spirits below the sun and moon wouldn't cause trouble for him. So that's how it is. Suyu murmured. An ancient city resident with a token could actually command the dead spirits. This dead spirit seemed to have a very complicated relationship with the ancient city. Other than this, there were some special ancient city tokens, such as the City Lord token, City Gate token, Guard General token, Guard token, Warehouse token. Different tokens could be assigned to different positions in the ancient city. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had enough strength to refine the token. For example, if Suyu obtained the City Lord token and refined it, he would be the City Lord. As for the specific benefits and functions of being a City Lord, Suyu didn't know. However, if Suyu were to refine the 3-ringed command medallion, then based on the enlightenment he had gained, the medallion would be able to speed up his cultivation and make it easier for him to defend against the onslaught of the aura of death. Those with the 3-ring token were considered nobles of the ancient city. If they carried the token into the ancient house, they could even obtain some benefits, and their chances of obtaining good fortune would be greatly increased. So that's how it is, Suyu's heart stirred. No wonder these city lords and guards could cultivate even though they didn't go out much. Perhaps they had obtained some good fortune in the ancient city. Otherwise, the ancient city wouldn't have much vitality, but the death chi was abundant. In a situation where they couldn't cultivate, if they didn't go out, they would die in a few days. City Lord token, Suyu looked at the City Lord mansion with a dangerous look in his eyes. Humph, darkness demonic dragon. This fellow, I'm not done with him. A 3-ring command medallion can only allow me to control Peak Mountain and sea-level dead spirits. Most importantly, Peak Mountain and sea-level dead spirits can only break into some of the buildings in the outer perimeter. I can even do that with my command medallion. Right now, most of the dead spirits are in the inner perimeter, and they're all at the peak of the sun and moon. They're basically useless. Thinking of this, Suyu was slightly moved. Damn it, if I don't let these guys leave, they'll suffocate to death. On the 3rd day, When the city gates are about to open, I'll kill a few more mountain and sea dead spirits to draw out the sun and moon dead spirits to seal the city and suffocate them to death. 1 day was fine, 2 days, 3 days, what about 1 or 2 months? You don't dare to come out, but I do. The death chi is so dense, no matter how strong you are, I want to see who can outlast the other. After a month or 2, they would all die. As for converting them into residents, I'll reverse the flow of my vital energy and transform into an undead spirit to help you out. Suyu suddenly became excited. He, who had become a resident of the ancient city, suddenly realized that his luck was very good. He could instantly turn the situation around and trap and kill these bastards. I'll suffocate you to death. If you have the guts, let Invincible do it again. I'll cultivate for 2 days first. 2 days later, I'll kill the undead spirits and continue sealing the city. If this continues, I don't even need to do anything. I'll kill all of you. In reality, even if Suyu broke open the door, he wouldn't be a match for a late-stage sun and moon cultivator. However, he could suffocate those guys to death. Of course, those guys would definitely not be able to bear it and come out. But if they came out, would they be able to kill Suyu? They couldn't do it before, but could they do it now? Suyu, who was hiding his tracks, mingled with the dead spirits in the ancient city. These guys, unless they died together, they would slaughter the dead spirits wantonly. That's right, I have to guard against that. Forget it, when they come out, I'll hide in the house. They won't be able to break through the ancient house in the inner ring. So you didn't want to leave. The ancient city was the safest place right now. On the contrary, it wasn't safe outside. He would continue to stay in the ancient city. He would first cultivate and temper his body, then come out to kill. These guys thought that they could get out, and now that the city was sealed, they would definitely go crazy. This was called subduing the enemy without fighting, so you wasn't interested in fighting with those 7th and 8th stage sun and moon cultivators. It was meaningless. From now on, this great star ancient city is my territory. Suyu was overjoyed. He found an ancient house and began to devour the mysterious light of heaven and earth to cultivate. Previously, he had cultivated to the 44th forging, and his physical body was extremely powerful. At this moment, it would take a long time to continue devouring the mysterious light of heaven and earth to cultivate. At the 44th forging, even if he had enough resources, it would take Suyu 12 hours. This time, it was even slower, and the consumption was greater. 18 hours later, Suyu had completed 45 forging of his physical body. He had devoured a large amount of heaven and earth mystic light. Under the situation where his physical body was strong, the deathly aura in his body had dissipated significantly. But soon, the deathly aura spread even faster. Suyu was surprised. This death aura could spread even stronger, at the same time. In the rear hall of the city lord's residence, the stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and said coldly, "Do you want to die?" Below, in a passage, Star Moon Monarch smiled and said, "No, I didn't go out. It's just strange that his strength increased so quickly. This really surprised me. I was just resting, and suddenly, the death aura consumption increased. You dare to increase the speed of the death aura corrosion without permission?" The stone statue snorted coldly. The next moment, its eyes burst with divine light as it looked at Suyu. Below, Star Moon Monarch said lightly, "It's not that I accelerated, but that he became stronger. According to the rules, this is how it should be. As the convert, I have to speed up according to his strength." The stone sculpture didn't pay attention to the other party. This was the normal rule. Otherwise, if a soaring dead spirit transformed you, and if you really had a great destiny and quickly entered the soaring cloud realm, then what would you do if the soaring dead spirit couldn't suppress you? Of course, this situation was very rare. Under normal circumstances, the soaring sky cultivators would be in charge of the transition, and the soaring sky dead spirit would be in charge of the transition. Even geniuses with incredible strength, such as Suyu, would be in charge of the mountain sea realm as soon as the mountain sea realm exploded. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to escape the suppression of the dead spirit. In the end, they could only become dead spirits. And now, Suyu was being suppressed by the dead spirit of a monarch. He had no hope of escaping. But Suyu could not only suppress it a little, but also increase his strength rapidly. This was not simple. Iron 72 casting is very strong. Below, Star Moon Monarch smiled. Soon, she said hesitantly, other than Iron 72 casting, he can also slow down the corrosion of the death aura. What kind of cultivation technique is that? It feels a little familiar. Of course it was familiar. The origin aperture reversal technique. However, the origin aperture reversal technique was actually something that the dead spirit race knew but didn't know. In any case, they knew it from the beginning, but they couldn't explain it. It was very similar to an innate skill, but it wasn't. Moreover, they had never heard of a living person being able to learn it. Star Moon Monarch didn't think in this direction. When Suyu operated it, Star Moon Monarch actually saw some changes in the origin aperture. However, the origin aperture of the dead spirit was different. There was no reversal process like Suyu's. This cultivation technique greatly slows down the corrosion of the death aura. Star Moon Monarch watched for a while, speechless. In this case, I might not be able to bring this guy into the world of dead spirits in a short period of time. The stone statue also saw it. After pondering for a while, it said lightly, "You can only increase the corrosion of the death aura according to his strength. You are not allowed to secretly increase the speed, or I will cut off your channel of death aura. This is also the rule. The ancient era gave you all a chance, and also gave these guardians a chance. If he had the chance, the destiny, and the strength to suppress the corrosion of your death aura, then he wouldn't have been forced to become a dead spirit and face death. Perhaps, he would have been able to come back to life. Resurrected, at this moment, Suyu was already a living dead. Because as a resident, it was almost impossible for him to escape this disaster. However, almost impossible didn't mean that there was no hope at all. The ancient times gave the dead spirits a chance, and also gave these residents a chance. It wasn't impossible to escape this disaster, however, the hope was frighteningly small. At this moment, the stone statue suddenly felt that he might have the chance to see this scene. Star Moon Monarch's voice was a bit cold. Is there a chance? He is improving fast now, but that is because he is weak. Can he still improve so fast when he becomes a sun and moon? I am the king of dead spirits. As long as the sun and moon stop for a period of time, I can naturally corrode him completely. Saying this, he smiled. That's good. The stronger you were when you were alive, the stronger you will be after the transformation. If you really become a sun and moon and become a dead spirit, maybe I will have a powerful dead spirit general under my command. Fine, I will let you be strong. Can you be strong enough to escape my corrosion? I am eternal. If you can suppress it now, can you keep suppressing it? According to the rules, the speed at which Suyu's death chi corrodes would always be faster than his cultivation speed. Of course, this guy was frighteningly fast now, and with the special reversal of cultivation, the death chi couldn't suppress him. The stone statue didn't speak again. He only followed the rules, and didn't care about anything else. Perhaps Suyu could really escape the suppression of the death chi. If it wasn't the king of dead spirits who transformed him, but the sun and moon tier, then the stone statue believed that this Suyu could definitely escape the suppression. He was a very freakish human genius. However, it was a pity that it was the king of dead spirits who transformed him. In this way, the chance of Suyu reviving was much smaller. It was a curse, but also a blessing. If Suyu really died, he would be directly guided by an invincible expert into the dead spirits world, and he would also be a powerful figure. Suyu didn't know the conversation between the stone statue and Star Moon. He didn't care either. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Although the speed at which the death chi spread had increased, it didn't matter. He was stronger, and with the reversal of his origin aperture, he could also dissolve more death chi. In general, he still maintained the previous speed of corrosion. After completing 45 body forging, Suyu went out. He didn't waste any time, and used the 3-ring token to capture a peak stage mountain sea dead spirit. It foolishly followed Suyu to a small alley, and then Suyu walked out of the alley, and out walked a dead spirit in the early stage of the sun and moon tier. In the city, the originally dissipating death chi recovered a little, and the city gates, which showed signs of loosening, were closed again. 3 days to open, 3 years, and Suyu wouldn't let him open it. Returning to the ancient house, he continued to forge his body and cultivate, just to resist the death chi. It seemed that he consumed a little more heaven and earth mysterious light. Forget it, who cares? In any case, he had a lot of heaven and earth mysterious light. At this moment, Suyu still had 250 wisps left, half. Just as Suyu killed a Peak Mountain Sea dead spirit, and the death chi that had overflowed in the city filled up again. In some of the ancient houses, some experts were about to come out to take a look, but the next moment, their expressions changed. Someone opened the door and peeped outside, and couldn't help but curse, "What's going on? The death chi is getting stronger again." At this moment, in the ancient house where the immortals were, Dao Qing, Xian Wuji, and the others were all there. The Dao King and the mysterious king didn't take them away in the end, because they couldn't. The only one who could really take them away was the Great Light Lord, who was stronger than all of them. He forcibly blocked the attacks of the two dead spirit monarchs, blocked the attacks of many stone statues, and took Qin Hao and the others away. The others were all trapped. At this moment, Xian Wuji frowned slightly. He opened the house and saw that the death chi was boiling again. His body flashed, resisting the invasion of the death chi in the house. He frowned slightly and said, "Did Suyu do it? Who else did it? This is probably another undead being killed." It wasn't difficult to guess what had happened. Another dead spirit must have been killed, causing the sun and moon dead spirit to appear and seal the city again. Geniuses weren't that stupid. It could be Suyu. Suyu might have become a resident of the ancient city. They knew this. They had sources of information, and they all carried the ranking of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Dao Qing nodded slightly and said, "We must stop it. Suyu probably wants to trap and kill us. This is also a move he used before. He has become a resident and won't be corroded by the death chi, but we will, unless we learn from him, but that is a dead end." Xian Wuji nodded and looked at the two late-stage sun and moon cultivators of the immortals. He said, "Seniors, please communicate with the late-stage sun and moon cultivators of the other races. One late-stage sun and moon cultivator will patrol the city every day. Don't give Suyu a chance, or else, he will drag us down with him. Or 2 or 3 of you can patrol together. We can't let Suyu kill more dead spirits." The expressions of the two immortals changed slightly. If this continued, even if they were late-stage sun and moon cultivators, they would be trapped and killed in the city. In the next moment, a 7th-tier sun and moon cultivator walked out and shouted, "Suyu must have killed dead spirits," and another sun and moon tier dead spirit appeared, causing the city to be sealed longer. "Everyone, to save yourselves, from today on, we immortals will patrol the city first. We will change every day. Gods, demons, and immortal dragons, at least 2 late-stage sun and moon cultivators will patrol the city every day. Don't give Suyu any chance. In 3 days, we will leave the ancient city." When he said this, Suyu, who was still cultivating in the ancient house, was moved. He cursed in his mind. Not bad, the immortals still have intelligence. Damn, this is a good idea. In the next moment, someone in the city responded and shouted, "Tomorrow, the demon tribe will patrol. The day after tomorrow, the god tribe will patrol. The dragon tribe will assist." One late-stage sun and moon cultivator after another responded. They were all trying to save themselves. "Kill Suyu. Don't think about it. That guy must be hiding in the ancient houses in the first and second rings." They couldn't kill their way in. It was useless to look for Suyu and waste time. They were all residents of the ancient city, so they wouldn't be able to find him. They might as well be more straightforward and send people to patrol every day, not giving Suyu a chance to kill the dead spirits. 3 days later, everyone could leave, and Suyu could play alone here. Soon, 2 late-stage sun and moon immortals appeared in the city, patrolling everywhere. In the city, there were a lot fewer sun and moon dead spirits. These 2 late-stage sun and moon immortals joined forces, but they didn't kill the dead spirits. They just patrolled like this. Although they were corroded by the death aura, their lives weren't in danger for the time being. 3 days later, they would naturally be able to leave smoothly. At worst, they could delay for another 3 days. When Suyu appeared once or twice, they would naturally be able to lock onto his position. There were very few people in the city now, so if that guy made any big movements, they would definitely be able to sense it. In the ancient house, Suyu cursed in his mind. Soon, he snorted. Idiot, patrolling is enough. Do you know that I have the ancient city token? I can summon a peak mountain and see dead spirit to the door for me to kill, and they won't even resist. What the hell do you know? Do you really think that I would need to fight a great battle to kill a peak mountain and see necromancer? Do you really think that I would need to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack? What are you thinking? After killing them, you won't even know where they died. They'll come to your door to die. Are you afraid? I'll let you have some fun for now. 3 days are almost up, and I'll summon another dead spirit to kill. All in all, these guys had been here for quite a few days. So you did some calculations. It should have been 5 or 6 days. 3 more days. Almost 10 days. And then 3 more days. More than 10 days. I refuse to believe that you can really hold on for that long. Continue cultivating. Ignore these idiots. So you ignored them and continued cultivating. He had completed 45 casting, so he continued to forge his body. At the same time, the outside world also received the news. Skyhunter Pavilion headquarters. A group of faceless elders looked at each other. Soon, an elder said, "White One is about to die." He said he couldn't hold on for much longer. The holy city of Great Star has been sealed again. It'll take at least 3 days. He was injured before, and now he's been corroded by the death aura. In 3 days, he might not even be able to hold on. Did Suyu do it? It's most likely him. The group of elders discussed. What should they do? White One was the strongest expert of the Skyhunter Pavilion in the Great Star Ancient City. He was at the peak of the 6th tier of the Sun-Moon realm. Those who were below the 7th tier of the Sun-Moon realm were elders. White One was only a step away from becoming an elder. If this continued, this would-be elder would die. This time, they had made a lot of money. But losing a 6th tier Sun-Moon realm was also very difficult to bear. They had already lost a Sun-Moon realm, two. One had been killed by a shadow, and the other had been implicated in the great battle of the Invincible Realm and died. Both of them had almost lost an elder. To be honest, it was very satisfying to make a lot of money, but losing 2 Sun-Moon realms in a row was enough to make their hearts ache. Now, another 6th tier Sun-Moon realm expert was trapped. If they continued not to open the city, White One would die. 3 Sun-Moon realms had died. Buying information was very profitable, but 3 Sun-Moon realms had died. The Skyhunter Pavilion also wanted to cry. Sun-Moon realms were really not cabbages. Even if the Skyhunter Pavilion's inheritance was extremely old, it still wouldn't do. Can you contact Suyu? Tell him to stop killing. Are you joking? No, you can give him some conditions. He's already a living dead. Do you really want everyone to die with him? Nonsense. If it were you, would you still care about benefits? Don't you want people to die with you? Moreover, they're all enemies. If there were human experts among them, with his relatives among them, he might still have some scruples. Now, he has already given up. Do you think you can persuade him? Everyone, calm down. Right now, the experts in the city are already saving themselves. There are still more than 10 late-stage Sun-Moon realms in the city. They might not be in trouble. In 3 days, they might be able to come out smoothly. The Skyhunter Pavilion was also very helpless. They seemed to be omnipotent, but at this moment, there was nothing they could do about the ancient city. White One was trapped inside, and he could only think of a way himself. As for the rescue outside. Previously, more than 10 Invincible Realm experts had gone to rescue, and the result was clear. Several Invincible Realm experts' bodies of 3 lifetimes had been shattered. Now, no Invincible Realm expert wanted to go and ask for trouble. Let White One contact Suyu first. It's best if Suyu has a list. Suyu has always been very wary of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Except for a short period of time before, since he sold his position to Daoqing, he has never held a list again. Do you think he will continue to hold it? Some elders were helpless. That guy would rather be isolated from the news than communicate with them again. This guy said that he was bold, but sometimes he was frighteningly timid. He had almost never held a list in the Skyhunter Pavilion. Let's give it a try. Let's wait for another 3 days. It's not just us who are anxious. White One is only at the 6th tier of the Sun-Moon realm. In the city, almost all the powerful clans have at least 7 tiers of the Sun-Moon realm. If this continues, those geniuses and experts will all die. Madonna, Zhang Wushuang, Mingyu, Xian Wuji, Floating Earth Spirit. These people are all among them. No clan can afford to lose them. Previously, there were late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts among the gods and demons. If another late-stage Sun-Moon realm expert dies, it will be a huge loss to the powerful clans. Because of Suyu, many Sun-Moon realm experts had died in the short span of a month. Previously, more than 20 had died, and this time, another 9 had died. More than 30 had died, and the invincible realm experts of 3 lifetimes had died. The number of deaths caused by Suyu was no less than that of Xiao Longwu. He was just Ling Yun, this guy. It had to be said that it was not unreasonable for Wan to want to kill him and even send so many invincible realm experts. Anyone would kill him. He was too terrifying. At this moment, all eyes were once again focused on the ancient city of Great Star. Outside the ancient city, some experts once again gathered, but no one was willing to attack the city at this time. They were all crazy. The deterrent power of the ancient city was once again verified. Attacking the city at this time was courting death. They were just gathering information as soon as possible. Everyone knew that a group of experts and geniuses were trapped in the ancient city. Originally, they could open the city today, but soon, they received news from the Sky Hunter Pavilion that another dead spirit had been killed in the city. The dead spirits of the Sun-Moon realm had appeared and sealed the city for another 3 days. This time, many experts' hearts were in their mouths. The powerful clans of the gods and demons gathered in this sad place. Just now, there were invincible realm experts who had returned in defeat. Now, those people had not been rescued. What should they do? Under such circumstances, 2.5 days passed. And the experts of the various clans all gathered in the same ancient house at this time. A large house in the first ring. There were elites of the ancient clans, elites of the top 100 races, and elites of the gods and demons. There were a total of 16 late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts. Some Sun-Moon realm experts had already escaped, and some hadn't, but most were still there. But those at Gushan's level had long since disappeared. Invincible realm experts had just charged in, and that guy had fled like a wisp of smoke. 16 late-stage Sun-Moon realm experts. There were also some early-stage and middle-stage Sun-Moon realm experts, but not many. Most of them had died among the 9 Sun-Moon realm experts. At this moment, only 6 were still there. 22 Sun-Moon tier elites, and there were also more than a dozen geniuses. They were all the top geniuses of the various clans. They had originally come to see the world and see the corpse of the ancient invincible realm experts, but now, they had all died. At this moment, someone sighed, and said, "I wonder if there are any changes." Also, the floating earth spirit's location is roughly confirmed. There is only one house in the whole city that still has a living person, and it is probably him. At this moment, on the side of the 5 elements race, a Sun-Moon realm elite said helplessly, "That house is not far from here, but the floating earth spirit should still be imprisoned. If he doesn't open the door, we can't force it open. And who knows how long he will be imprisoned. If it is too long, the death aura will be so thick, and I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it." Fortunately, the floating earth spirit should have been sealed by the 2 invincible 5 elements race's seals, so it could resist the death aura. Otherwise, with the floating earth spirit's strength, it might have died after staying in the ancient house for a few days. Now, there was only one house in the whole city. No, including this one, there were only 2 houses that still had people alive. As for the residents of the ancient city, there were still many alive, but their doors were tightly shut. No one came out, and no one opened the door. In any case, no matter how strong the death aura outside was, it couldn't corrode them. Enter seclusion first. Be careful not to be killed when you go out. At this stage, they didn't need to eat or drink. After cultivating to soar, they wouldn't starve to death even if they didn't eat for a few months. Let's worry about ourselves. Someone said coldly, "The floating earth spirit is safer than us. We don't have a strong defensive seal. If this goes on, we'll be doomed if the door doesn't open this time. Actually, even if something happens, there's still a way. Let the Black Devil open the door by force." He's the city lord, he has this right, no one cared. Would the black devil open the door? They were thinking too much, he had almost died. If he opened the door by force, he would break the rules and suffer the backlash. He might die even faster. Would the dark devil dragon court death? He didn't even come out now, probably suppressing the death aura. Still looking for him? No way he would care about you. The 3 days are almost up, a powerhouse said in a low voice. Everyone, be careful. Send more people out to patrol. Don't give Suyu a chance. Otherwise, if we are trapped for another 3 days, we might have to be like Suyu and become residents of the ancient city. Otherwise, some people won't last 3 days. It was still possible to convert residents now. Suyu didn't dare to come out. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to convert either. Because someone had died yesterday. A person who had converted in advance was suddenly corroded to death by the death aura. Moto and the others speculated for a while. Thinking about the death of the dark armor race powerhouse, they soon came to an answer. Suyu did it. That guy must have impersonated a dead spirit and stolen the other person's jade talisman, causing the conversion to fail. That was why a peak mountain sea expert had died a miserable death. While they were discussing, several late sun moon powerhouses were patrolling around the city. And Suyu woke up again. 46 cast, very good. Also, the city gate was about to open. He couldn't let these guys go. He opened the door slightly, and the ancient city medallion swayed. Before long, a dead spirit of the mountain sea walked in. Suyu glanced at it and sensed it. Hurry up and get lost. What was the use of killing an early mountain sea expert? Even if he killed it, it would only attract the attention of those in the middle stage. He waved the ancient city medallion again, and a moment later, a peak mountain sea expert came. It stopped at the door. Lower your head, Suyu ordered, and the dead spirit lowered its head. Suyu looked around, and the gap between the door and the door was very small. He used the sensory jade to sense that there was no sun or moon within a kilometer. Only then could he make a move, and they wouldn't know where to kill. Soon, the sensory jade stopped moving. Suyu didn't stand on ceremony. He punched the dead spirit's head. How strong was he now? The dead spirit didn't defend at all, and his fist smashed into the head. In an instant, an early sun-moon expert appeared. Suyu quickly closed the door. A moment later, an angry roar rang out. Damn it! Bastard! Suyu, you're so ruthless. Suyu, let us out, or your father and your master will all die. Some people were incomparably crazy. Suyu wanted their lives. Many of the late sun-moon patrollers were killed by Suyu, and the city was sealed again. 3 days, another 3 days. Some people really couldn't hold on anymore. Despair. At this moment, people were constantly asking for help through the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Help, they were going to die, as for turning into residents. In the situation where they were seriously injured and corroded to this extent, even if the conversion was successful, they might die very soon. If they died, they would become dead spirits. This was not the result they wanted. Roars of despair resounded throughout the ancient city. As for Suyu, he looked calm. Go ahead and threaten them. If they were all dead, then there would be no threat. At this moment, someone screamed, Suyu, stop killing. Let us out. My race and the human race are not enemies. If you kill me, my race will be invincible. They will definitely vent their anger on the human race. Suyu, do you want to make more enemies for the human race? Suyu's face was indifferent. You can't beat me, so you use this trick. I don't care about you. Who do you think you are? I also said that if you kill me, the dozens of invincible human race will take revenge on you. Do you believe me? Will you stop because of this threat? What a joke, a bunch of idiots. If the human race was really implicated, even these invincible races couldn't do anything to deter them. They deserved to be destroyed. Humans and dogs could ride on their heads. Didn't they deserve to be destroyed? Dozens of invincible beings dared to threaten these small races. In Suyu's view, an invincible race was just a small race. What was there to be afraid of? If an invincible race went, there was hope of directly destroying a world. Anyway, he didn't care. At this moment, the outside world was also cursing incessantly. Suyu, even if he became a living dead, he still became the core of the myriad worlds. This guy wanted more than 10 geniuses and more than 20 sun-moon patrollers to die with him. How F** King Ruthless, one Ling Yun had killed more than 50 sun-moon patrollers. Suyu's death was not a loss. Becoming a resident of the ancient city was actually no different from being dead. They couldn't leave the ancient city. It would be troublesome to go out for a few days, and their strength couldn't improve. What was the difference between this and being dead? It just looked like they were alive. As long as the people this time couldn't come out, in the eyes of the outside world, they were considered dead. Suyu was really ruthless. Inside the city, desperate roars kept coming out. Some people had already gone crazy. They didn't want to be converted into residents. Even if they were converted, with their current situation, they might be attacked by the death energy and die immediately. At the Sun-Moon realm, they more or less understood the process and reactions of the residents in the ancient city. At this moment, after Suyu killed another dead spirit and sealed the city again, the weaker sun and moon cultivators and the injured sun and moon cultivators began to communicate with each other via voice transmission. In the next moment, a 6th-level sun-moon realm cultivator's face turned pale. He said, "Fellow cultivators, can you lend us some heaven's origin energy to get rid of some of the death energy?" Then, he said sincerely, "The heaven origin holy land isn't big, and we don't carry much heaven's origin energy with us. We're willing to exchange for other treasures." The sun-moon realm cultivators frowned slightly. Other treasures. At this moment, the city was sealed. What could other treasures do? No matter how powerful they were, could they save their lives? When the sun-moon realm cultivators were about to refuse, Madonna suddenly said, "I'll exchange. Seniors, don't think about dying together with us. We haven't reached that step yet." Hearing that, the sun-moon realm cultivators of weaker races changed their expressions. Madonna didn't say much. He looked at Zhang Wushuang and the others and said calmly, "Each of you can exchange for some heaven's origin energy with us. We're all Taoists. Why do we have to force you to fight us to the death?" Zhang Wushuang said indifferently, "You really know how to be a good person." Obviously, he wasn't surprised by Madonna's words. He knew what the sun-moon realm cultivators were thinking, but he didn't care. The sun-moon realm cultivators who communicated with each other before all changed their expressions. They looked at the sun-moon realm cultivators and saw their indifferent faces. They weren't surprised by their decision. At this point, the overlords below the late stage of the sun-moon realm couldn't hold on any longer. They were all experienced cultivators. Even though the geniuses were young, they were experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not know what the sun-moon realm cultivators were thinking? If they didn't give the heaven's origin energy, they would kill the geniuses or even capture them to threaten the sun-moon realm cultivators. If they were more ruthless, they would kill the sun-moon realm cultivators and kill the sun-moon realm cultivators like Suyu did. When living beings reached this stage, it was normal for them to not want others to have a good time even if they were to die. If Suyu was around, it was only natural that he would drag Suyu down with him. If Suyu wasn't around, the experts and geniuses of the major clans would become his targets. The disaster this time was also caused by these large clans. Previously, when the few of them were discussing, they had thought that it would be a secret. Unexpectedly, these people seemed to be waiting for them. Ryu's expression changed for a while, then he lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Demon Monarch Moto." Misunderstood, Madonna said calmly, "It's fine. I just don't want to cause more trouble for myself at a time like this. Besides, it's not a dead end yet. If we really want to leave, there are still ways." Everyone's eyes lit up. Madonna shook his head again. "It's very difficult. First, leave through the Dead River. The survival rate is 10 to 20%. The second is to be unrivaled again and reach an agreement with the Death Monarch in the city. Last time, it was like this, but the sun and moon both fell. The third is to find a way to lure out the Dark Demon Dragon, kill him, and take his City Lord token. Then, we can open the city gate by force. The fourth is that the Black Demon in the city is just a puppet City Lord. The real guardians are the ancient stone statues in the back hall. Maybe we can reach some conditions. The fifth is to find Suyu, kill Suyu, or block him. We can leave in 3 days. The sixth is to reach an agreement with Suyu. Although he has become a resident, he's not dead yet. As long as people are alive, they have hope and needs. I believe that Suyu won't be willing to become a living dead. He still wants to reverse the destiny and return to the dead soul's realm. As Madonna spoke, he looked at the others, mainly those geniuses, and said calmly, if it really doesn't work, we can also become residents. Naturally, we can survive for a long time. If Suyu dares to do it, so do you and I. So, this is not a dead end. Zhang Wushuang said indifferently, the best way is to reach an agreement with the black demon and kill him. He's a city lord, so there's a high chance that he will draw out the unrivaled dead spirit. Moreover, he's at least in the sun and moon tier. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill him. Killing him could still be done. There were 16 late-stage sun and moon cultivators here, and 6 early-stage sun and moon mid-stage sun and moon cultivators. It was still possible to kill the black demon. Moreover, the black demon was heavily injured. However, what if the death monarch appeared after killing him? Madonna nodded. Not far away, Xian Wuji frowned and said, did anyone see where the sun and moon dead spirit appeared? Maybe we can block Suyu. Madonna and the others didn't have high hopes. As expected, a late-stage sun and moon elite who was patrolling before sighed and said, the sun and moon dead spirit appeared too. Suddenly. When we went to investigate, it might have moved a bit. However, we can be sure that it's in the inner 3 rings. Anyway, they weren't too sure where the inner 3 rings were. At this time, there might still be hope of finding it if they investigated the houses one by one. Thinking of this, Xian Wuji said, there aren't many residents in the inner 3 rings. There are about 3,000 houses in total, and at most 300 people live in them. There's still hope for us to guard these houses. Although it was a bit scattered, there were more than 20 sun and moon monarchs here. These geniuses weren't easy to deal with. He was at the mountain and sea tier and could fight a sun and moon monarch, and so could Zhang Wushuang. With so many elites, could they still not defend the inner 3 rings? As long as they could defend it, it wouldn't be a big problem. On the side, Mingyu, who hadn't spoken much, said in a low voice, it's difficult. If we spread out, we have to be careful of Suyu's sneak attack. Also, the death aura outside is thick, and there are many dead spirits harassing us, including some sun and moon dead spirits. If we hold on for 3 days, many of us will probably die. They were in a difficult situation, and so were they. But everyone knew that at this time, they had to save themselves. Otherwise, they would all die here. Moto, on the other hand, stood up and said, let's go somewhere near the city gate. If we really can't do it, let the invincible come and break the gate again, and we'll kill our way out instantly. The invincible undead needs time to appear, we might not die. Everyone looked at him silently. At this moment, were there any other invincible warriors willing to take the risk? What if the stone statue and the invincible undead spirit appeared in an instant and killed the invincible? For the sake of some geniuses and the sun and moon, they were willing to sacrifice an invincible being? It's about the same as an emperor. Someone said in a low voice. Gods and devils all had half-step sovereigns. Maybe a half-step sovereign would suffice. The dragon race also had dragon sovereigns, the immortal race had ancient immortal sovereigns, the netherworld race had netherworld sovereigns. One of these experts might be able to solve this problem. However, they didn't have that much influence. Not even Madonna, the number 1 on the heaven roll, was common, but there was only one demi-emperor in each clan. Furthermore, they had been in seclusion for many years. In the past few hundred years, the demi-emperor demigod had only appeared once when the passage to the human realm had been opened. In this kind of situation, hoping for a half-emperor to come and save you, unless you were his son, everyone was depressed and aggrieved. It was even a little desperate and crazy. Some people's eyes were red. If this went on, they even wanted to go all out and kill. They kept being harassed by the undead spirits, but they couldn't kill them. Because if they killed them, it would be even more troublesome. This ancient city had traumatized them. They could only be beaten and couldn't fight back. If this continued, no one could stand it. Madonna ignored them and walked straight to the city gate. He was going to wait there. At least, he could leave instantly if he had a chance. If it really didn't work, he would go into the moat. If he didn't die, he would naturally get out. In the inner area, it was a little safer. The ancient house was powerful, and the sun and moon undead spirits couldn't break it. But here, it was too close to the city lord's mansion, too close to the place where the stone statue and the undead monarch appeared. Run. It would take him a while to reach the city gate. At this moment, the faster he escaped, the better. Suyu, Madonna thought to himself. This guy was really ruthless. Well, if he wasn't ruthless, how could he survive? If it was him, he would be the same. He was forced to turn into a living dead. Of course, he would kill as many as he could. He got up and left. The two sun and moon demons immediately followed. Soon, some of the other geniuses also got up and followed. Madonna had great luck. Everyone knew that the higher he was on the heaven list, the greater his luck. It was the same for Suyu. If it wasn't so, how could he, Ling Yun, force back more than 10 invincible realm experts when he was besieged by them? If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. They also had great luck and wouldn't die so easily. Even if they went into the moat and the sun and moon died, they might not die. At this time, the heavily injured sun and moon cultivator of the Skyhunter Pavilion also walked out of the ancient house and shouted, Suyu, I know you're nearby. I'm from the Sky Division of the Skyhunter Pavilion's 4 ranks. Even if you kill us, it won't do you any good. You won't even get a reward from the world. The residents of the ancient city were still alive. There were actually rewards for killing them. Not the undead spirits, but Suyu didn't kill them directly. He just trapped them and killed them. In fact, killing them wouldn't do him any good. White One shouted again, what do you want? We can talk. You're afraid of exposing your whereabouts. You probably have some ancient city tokens and can control some undead spirits. Let them take the ranking. I guarantee that the Skyhunter Pavilion won't track you. This is the reputation of the Skyhunter Pavilion that has been passed down for countless years. We can talk directly through the ranking. Suyu, you're still alive. You're not dead. You're alive, so there's still hope, isn't there? To live, you need to cultivate, you need resources, and you need a way to free yourself. The Skyhunter Pavilion can provide you with all of them. All the races can provide you with them. He called for a while. A moment later, among the countless undead spirits, a dead spirit suddenly walked towards him. He was slightly surprised. The others were also moved. Several late-stage sun and moon cultivators instantly stared at this mountain sea dead spirit. Soon, several late-stage sun and moon cultivators quickly flew through the air and searched in the direction that the dead spirit had just come from. A moment later, they came back and shook their heads. They didn't find anything. At this moment, the mountain sea dead spirit threw a jade talisman to them. White One caught it and examined it. It was a shadow sound talisman. Then, Suyu's voice echoed out from the jade talisman. First, hand over all of your rings of holding and treasures, and I'll believe your sincerity. Humph. Someone snorted coldly, whoever believed him would be a fool. Suyu had no sincerity whatsoever, and had no intention of letting them leave. White One produced a ranking list and threw it over to the mountain sea dead spirit. However, the mountain sea dead spirit unleashed a beam of deathlight that shattered the ranking list. Obviously, Suyu hadn't said anything about taking anything back with him. The truth was that the dead spirit was no longer under Suyu's control. It was only responsible for delivering things, not taking anything back. Suyu had only said one thing, and had no intention of taking anything back with him. He had probably expected that these people wouldn't give it to him. Suyu, Madonna said in a clear voice. You can take the ranking list. Why don't we talk about it? I guarantee that the demons won't try to locate you. Zhang Wushuang said coldly, the gods won't either. The immortals won't either. The geniuses represented their races and expressed that they wouldn't try to locate Suyu, but Suyu didn't pay them any attention. I'd be a fool if I believed him. Don't talk about credibility. Credibility was worthless. At this moment, profit was the most important thing. Compared to credibility, no one would know anything if he killed Suyu. In the ancient house, Suyu lightly tapped the wall. Could he really trap and kill everyone? Would it work to exchange for some benefits? He shook his head. I don't need benefits, I haven't finished digesting my good stuff. He didn't really care about some resources. Besides, these guys probably had a lot of resources on them, right? After all, they were all here to buy ancient corpses. Suyu licked his lips. Other things aside, the things he had forged were all worth a lot. I have money, but I don't dare to take it. Suyu smiled. Unless he had the confidence and confidence. Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence and confidence. If that dead spirit monarch appears again, I'll follow him to plunder. It should be fun. Suyu thought helplessly. The dead spirit monarch should be the head of his guards. Unfortunately, he wasn't obedient and didn't listen to his orders. Otherwise, it would be fun to lead the dead spirit monarch to kill people. He gritted his teeth. I don't want anything. All of you are mine after you die. I want to kill. Killing one is one. I'm doing something for the human race, right? So many experts, so many geniuses, killed by me. The human race should be very happy. They should thank me for eliminating so many enemies for them. At this moment, White One's voice came again. He suddenly shouted, Suyu, the Sky Hunter Pavilion has contacted your human race experts. Your human race expert, Niu Baidao, said he wants to talk to you and is willing to accept some benefits for you. I know you don't trust us. As long as you stop killing in 3 days and let us out, there will be people outside who will give us enough treasures in exchange for our lives. Principal Niu, Suyu's heart stirred. Principal Niu came to the All Heavens battlefield. From what he said, he might be rushing here. Otherwise, why would he talk about accepting benefits for me outside? Principal Niu is here, Suyu frowned. It was very dangerous for him to come. All the races were holding their breaths. They wouldn't vent their anger and kill old Niu, right? Just as Suyu was thinking. In the outside world. At the edge of the Starry Sea, Niu Baidao hadn't come to the All Heavens battlefield for many years. Beside him, the black-clad Yi Hongyan also followed. She looked at this old thing with a cold expression and said, What are you dawdling for? Also, did you ask Suyu before you made the decision for him? Niu Baidao smiled faintly and said, I haven't made a decision yet. I asked Suyu for his opinion. Hongyan, he is trapped in the ancient city. No matter how much he kills, it won't help. Now, we should take whatever benefits we can. Also, Suyu can't kill everyone. Niu Baidao sighed and said, Do you think the invincible ones are really afraid? They were just shocked before. But the ancient city still has rules. Once these invincible ones recover, there will soon be more invincible ones going to break the city. But they won't enter the city. They will just wait at the city gate to receive them. Even I can see that those stone statues, those kings of the dead, can't leave the city. Do you think they can't see it? They could see it, however, the previous losses were too great. For a moment, these invincible ones hadn't recovered yet. Moreover, they were worried that the invincible ones of the human race would cause trouble. Therefore, they were a little cautious. Otherwise, even if Suyu sealed the city, he wouldn't be able to do anything to those people. When these geniuses and experts really couldn't hold on any longer, there would definitely be invincible ones coming to help. No one was willing to give up so many experts and geniuses. Madonna, Zhang Wushuang, Xian Wuji, they all represented the faces of the races, the top forces of the younger generation, and the Starry Mansion was about to open. At this time, the races wouldn't let them die. When the Starry Mansion opened, these people could enter. The human race actually didn't know how many benefits there were in the Starry Mansion. Because in the past, the human geniuses who went in didn't go deep. For example, in Dixia province, people like Huan Ting, Bai Feng, and Wu Lan were prepared to go in. They were all around Ling Yun's strength. Ming Constabulary was even worse. They sent some Ling Yun and Soar. In this way, these people wouldn't get much benefit at all. On the other hand, in Wan, there were often top geniuses who went in and gained a lot. Under such circumstances, when the Starry Mansion was about to open, the invincible ones would definitely come again. Of course, if they left successfully, they wouldn't have to take the risk. Yi Hongyan didn't say anything. Niu Baidao turned around and said, Just send me here. The Star Sea is dangerous, I'll go my own way. It's none of your business. Niu Baidao laughed and said, You're already a few 100 years old. Why are you still so stubborn? We're an old couple. Yi Hongyan's face was cold, she stared at him for a while and said in a low voice, back then, you couldn't save Badian. Now, you can't save Suyu either. Niu Baidao, you're always so useless. Niu Baidao smiled and said, what are you talking about? These guys always provoke the invincible ones. What do you want me to do? I'm helpless too. Sigh. Sighing, he recovered his smile and said, Suyu is still alive, isn't he? Since he's alive, there's hope. The living dead aren't dead. Maybe it's better for him to stay in the ancient city. At least he can protect himself in the ancient city. Bullsh T. Yi Hongyan said angrily, he won't live long in the ancient city. No one in the ancient city has ever broken through the invincible ones. So many ancient city lords are at the peak of Sun and Moon realm. None of them is on the list of Dao proving. If they don't advance, they'll die sooner or later. Aren't people going to die? Niu Baidao said with a smile, it's true. It's good that he's alive. These guys from Dixia province are good at courting death. They can live long and short. It's normal for them to die. Actually, it's not a loss. Niu Baidao. Yi Hongyan was furious. Niu Baidao smiled and didn't say anything else. He stepped into the starry sea. Soon, he stepped into the starry sea. Yi Hongyan continued to follow him. He didn't mind. He looked around and said with a smile, I didn't meet any female cultivators from Wan. Yi Hongyan looked at him coldly. Niu Baidao explained, I'll kill them if I meet them. Don't misunderstand. I've been loyal to you all these years. I'll kill anyone who tries to seduce me. Humph. Niu Baidao smiled and didn't say anything else. He flew at an extremely fast speed. Yi Hongyan followed him and was a little surprised. You're much faster. Have you reached the 8th layer of Sun and Moon realm? Niu Baidao sighed. Even my wife doesn't know my strength. Sure enough, women are unreliable. She underestimated me. Forget it. I won't explain. After flying for a while, they arrived at an island that shone with multicolored light. Heavenly Cloud Island. Niu Baidao didn't enter the island. He waited nearby for a while. After a while, Qin Hao, Zhu Guangshan, and the others arrived. These people didn't leave before. The Great Light King left them on Heavenly Cloud Island. Of course, Daxia of Goguryeo also gave Bright Light City a stab. Now, the whole city was divided into two, which looked especially spectacular. The bounty notice at the city gate had disappeared long ago. The Sun and Moon tier cultivators of the Bright Light Bird tribe who guarded the city were now being roasted by Daxia of Goguryeo and the others in the East Rift Valley. This also confirmed the words of a human when Suyu arrived. If human elites saw them, they would definitely find fault with them. When Daxia of Goguryeo left, he saw them and gave them a stab. He killed a bird, and the Bright Light Bird tribe didn't even dare to let out a fart. Putting up a bounty. Notice for Suyu, flattering the gods and demons, and offending the humans. If he couldn't deal with the gods and demons, he could deal with the Bright Light Bird tribe. He encountered the murderous Daxia of Goguryeo. If he didn't have some misgivings, it would be normal for him to kill his way into the Bright Light Bird realm. The Bright Light Bird realm didn't have an invincible cultivator. If Daxia of Goguryeo really went in, he could destroy the realm. Qin Hao saw Niu Baidao, bowed slightly, and said, Manner head Niu. Niu Baidao's seniority was the same as his father's. Now, there were still some Sun and Moon tiers alive, but they were either on the verge of death or cultivating in seclusion. There weren't many who truly traveled outside. Niu Baidao was considered an oddity. He often traveled outside to save innocent women. Qin Hao saw Yi Hongyan and also greeted, Greetings, General Yi. He didn't say Madam Niu, but Yi Hongyan would be unhappy if he did. Niu Baidao chuckled. On the side, Zhu Guangshan also chuckled and said hurriedly, Teacher Niu, you're here too. Niu Baidao had taught many people. He had taught almost all of Great Bright Monarch's descendants. It was normal for him to call him teacher. Yes. Niu Baidao smiled and said, Let's take a look at that brat Suyu's situation. Then, he said helplessly, we agreed to come out for a walk. Great, now he's gone. Then, he asked, Did you guys see him when you left? No. Qin Hao sighed and said, He should still be alive, but he's definitely become a resident. What a pity. There's nothing to pity. Niao Baidao smiled and said, evildoer has to go through all kinds of tribulations. This way, it's difficult now, but it'll be smooth in the future. People's tribulations are fixed. The more you suffer today, the less you'll suffer in the future. Suyu is going through all kinds of tribulations now. If he escapes this calamity, he'll definitely soar to the sky in the future. Then, he said, let's go and take a look. That brat trapped those powerhouses and geniuses. If this goes on, I think Invincible will come again. He won't get any benefits if he doesn't kill a few people. What this brat needs now is not to kill more people. It's useless. Xianxia flew with him and said while flying, is there really no way to kill them? There's no way. At least, there's no way to kill them all. Niao Baidao shook his head and said, it can scare Invincible for a while, but not forever. Very soon, Invincible will come. At that time it'll be even more troublesome. Invincible won't dare to enter the city. Niao Baidao smiled and said, that makes sense. So this time, they'll definitely be more vigilant and won't enter the city. Xianxia nodded. Then, they flew towards 9-Star Island. Alright, 9-Star Island was gone. Only Great Star Ancient City was left. The group was powerhouses, and their speed was fast. Soon, an ancient city floating on the sea came into view. Near the ancient city's gate, some powerhouses looked towards them at this moment. Seeing Niao Baidao, someone recognized him and said coldly, Niao Baidao, you're still alive. Haha, lucky, lucky. Niao Baidao cupped his fists and said with a smile, I know you. Back then, I followed some invincible powerhouses to the immortal realm and killed your entire family. You're actually still alive. It's not easy. Niao Baidao had a smile on his face, but the words he said made Ryu a little crazy. He was telling the truth. Back then, he really followed a group of invincible powerhouses to the immortal realm and the demon realm, and killed their entire families. He remembered that his memory was not bad. Niao Baidao was considered extremely old in the human race. This was also the reason why he didn't come to the All Heavens battlefield. There were enemies everywhere, and it was troublesome. People often found fault with him, Niao Baidao chuckled. At this moment, including himself, there were 6 late-stage sun-moon cultivators on his side. He wasn't too worried that these people would find fault with him. Many late-stage sun-moon cultivators were trapped in the city, and a few had died before. Late-stage sun-moon cultivators weren't everywhere. At this moment, there were only 2 late-stage sun-moon cultivators from the god race outside, but they weren't weak. One was in the 9th layer, and the other was in the 8th layer. The one who spoke wasn't a late-stage sun-moon cultivator. Niao Baidao laughed for a while, and then said, harmony breeds wealth. Don't be hostile to me. I'm here to save people, not to kill. I have a good relationship with Suyu. If he listens to me and can release the people, don't cause trouble. If you really kill these geniuses, you won't have a good ending when you go back, right? At this time, a giant dragon said angrily, your human race is enemies with gods and devils. Now, the grandson of our golden dragon race's great elder is trapped inside. Your human race's Suyu trapped and killed my race's Long Do last time, and now you want to become enemies with our dragon race? Niao Baidao said tiredly, Xiaolong, don't shout at me. Suyu isn't a human. You can just treat him as one person and one race. If he really is a human, and you surround and kill him, that is becoming enemies with the human race. The dragon race isn't qualified to become enemies with the human race. We don't care if you kill him, but if he kills you, you go and find him. Am I right? Niao Baidao laughed again, and said, don't talk about being enemies. To put it bluntly, you can threaten the human race only if you join hands. Otherwise, do you think your dragon race has 30 invincible martial artists? If we kill our way into your lair and destroy your dragon realm, what can you say? Niao Baidao's smile didn't fade. Don't say this to me. It's useless. Let's talk properly. Don't say these threatening words. If you really want to become enemies with the human race, you can talk after half of your invincible martial artists are dead. Don't be stupid. Before the gods and devils say anything, your dragon race wants to be the vanguard. Speaking of which, the dragon that my prefecture master rides on is also a member of the Golden Dragon tribe, so we can be considered family, right? Once he said this, the dragon became even more furious. Niu Baidao, you let Zhu Tiandao send back our lord, don't. Your golden dragon race chief has many descendants, at least 30 golden dragons. My lord's status is high, and he only captured one. The little dragon is living well now. It might not come back even if you ask it to, right? Niu Baidao laughed. Yes, the dragon mount that Zhu Tiandao captured was a descendant of the golden dragon race chief. It wasn't a first-generation descendant, but a grandchild. It wasn't weak, either, reaching the sun-moon tier. According to Zhu Tiandao, he was the lord, the son of an invincible martial artist, and had to have dignity. If he didn't capture a descendant of an invincible martial artist as a mount, he would lose face. After wrangling with the dragon for a while, Niu Baidao laughed, and said, if you delay any longer, the death chi inside will overflow, and everyone will die. Then, there's no need to talk anymore. You see, it's the dragon race that deliberately wants to kill the geniuses of your races. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't keep wrangling with me. The dragon was speechless, and instantly shut up. Because he had indeed delayed Niu Baidao's time. Niu Baidao laughed, and looked at a faceless elite in the distance. That was an elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion. He smiled, and said, has the Skyhunter Pavilion contacted Suyu? No. That's normal. Who asked your Skyhunter Pavilion to have such a bad reputation? Locate him, and it would be strange if he believed you. Niu Baidao thought for a moment, and said, let the members of the Skyhunter Pavilion in the city talk to him. Say that I'm here, and want to talk to him. Forget it, how about this? You guys throw a ranking list to the city center, and then all your people retreat to the city gate. Float in the air, release your pressure, and reveal your whereabouts so that people can see you. This way, he'll be at ease, lest you guys plot against him. The group looked at him, their eyes cold. Niu Baidao laughed, and said, talk or not. If not, I'm leaving. I know you guys have other ways, and want to wait for an invincible martial artist to come, but I'll say it. Dasha of Goguryeo and the Great Light King haven't left yet, and are nearby. Once your invincible martial artist comes, my clan's invincible martial artist will immediately enter the city, kill him, and run. The group's faces darkened. That was what they were afraid of. If that was really the case, then everyone in the city would really be buried. If the invincible martial artist didn't kill your people, he would break into the city, enter the city, and lure out the invincible martial artist's dead spirit. Even if they were at the city gate, they might not be able to escape. The safest way was naturally to open the city gate. According to the rules, they were free to leave. The next moment, an expert appeared. He was at the peak of the Sun-Moon 9th tier, a figure on the list of Dao proving, and came from the demon race. He said coldly, listen to him, let those guys in the city gather at the city gate. I'd like to see what Suyu wants. Niu Baidao laughed, and said indifferently, what can Suyu do? He's been forced into a living dead, and he'll die sooner or later. He probably needs a few thousand wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light, tens of thousands of sun-moon essence blood, a few drops of invincible martial artist's blood, hundreds of heavenly weapons, dozens of divine weapons. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Niu Baidao laughed, and said, I'm joking, how is that possible? I'm joking, not Suyu, don't take it seriously. But in his heart, he cursed. If he didn't extort a large sum, it would be strange if Suyu let them go. Inside the city. White One's voice rang out again and he shouted, Suyu, Manor Head Niu Baidao is just outside the city. He wants to talk to you. We will retreat to the vicinity of the city gate and unleash our pressure. We will leave you a copy of the heaven hunting list. You can talk to Manor Head Niu directly. Suyu did not reply. These people did not care. Soon, experts rushed to the city gate. On the way, they encountered some dead spirits, which were stopped by them. They also left a copy of the list near the first ring. It was waiting for Suyu to pick it up. In the ancient house. Suyu frowned slightly. Principal Niu really came, what did old Niu want to say? Suyu guessed that he was probably trying to persuade him to release Niu Baidao. He knew what Niu Baidao was thinking. At the moment, killing these people would not help the situation. Instead, it would cause more trouble. But Suyu was not afraid. Of course, killing all these people was very difficult. He did not rule out the possibility of invincibility appearing again. But even if he could not kill them, he would not be satisfied until he killed a few. At this time, Suyu's caste body had reached 47 caste. His physical strength was close to 160,000 apertures, which was frighteningly powerful. The current Suyu had definitely surpassed the average 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, the lowest 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm had 100,000 apertures. But even a slightly stronger 7th stage of the Mountain Sea realm, Suyu felt that he could kill them. Excluding the top geniuses of the large clans, there was not much meaning in using geniuses to measure one's level. And Suyu's willpower had officially reached Lingyun 7. Suyu did not improve anymore. To do so, he had to absorb the text of Invincible Will. He only had 7 books left, so he had to use them sparingly. Principal Nyo. Suyu thought for a while. Should he communicate with him? As for retrieving the items himself, forget it. He would not go. Those people had run to the city gate, but that did not mean that there was no one else in the city. For example, a certain injured mystic dragon had not appeared this time. He was in the city lord's mansion, not far from where Suyu was. Once he had his eyes on Suyu, he could secretly sell him to those fellows. Then, Suyu would be worthless. Sending a cultivator of the 7th layer of Sun and Moon to block his door, Suyu could only watch them leave. There was also the issue of positioning. Suyu did not trust the people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Ever since they located him, Suyu didn't trust them. However, it was not as if Suyu was out of options. He knew the doppelganger technique. Of course, it was just a simple doppelganger. He had used it a few times and could generally control it. He could control the doppelganger to communicate. It would be best to bring along a Shenwen. That way, Suyu would be able to control it from a distance. As for the dead spirits, they had no intelligence and could only explode with death chi. They were not very useful. The people outside might be watching me now. Suyu thought. It was fine, what was there to be afraid of? He summoned a dead spirit and had it wait at the door. Soon, Suyu dripped a drop of blood with some death chi. Suyu sighed in his heart. Soon, the dead spirit left with the drop of blood. Not long after, a dead spirit appeared in the city center. At the city gate. Some people's eyes lit up. Some took out some special weapons and projected the situation over there. It was impossible not to monitor Suyu. If they could find Suyu's location, who would want to talk peace with him, block him, not only would they block him today, they would block him for the rest of his life, making him unable to come out forever. These geniuses and experts had suffered a loss this time. How could they be willing to let it go so easily? Some people projected the dead spirit in their images. Some people had the shadow of the dead spirit in their eyes. A Sun and Moon said in a low voice, "Is this a dead spirit that he transformed himself? He can disguise himself as a dead spirit. Perhaps he's skilled and bold enough to impersonate a dead spirit." Just as they were thinking this, the dead spirit dropped a drop of blood, and a somewhat stiff Suyu appeared. Soon, a Shenwen appeared. This was a clone of Shenwen, a simple clone, not the Sun and Moon or the invincible kind. The Sun and Moon that had tried to kill Suyu and the others had used this method, but they had all been destroyed by the Shenwen. At this moment, the Shenwen entered the clone. Soon, the clone's eyes shone with a faint light of wisdom. This was Suyu's clone, which was equivalent to a puppet he controlled. At the city gate, someone said in a low voice, "He controlled a clone, and the clone has his Shenwen and blood. If we capture the clone, it could also detect Suyu. Should they capture it?" The clone smiled as if he knew someone was watching, and said, "Don't act rashly. My main body is not here. It has captured dozens of dead spirits at the peak of the mountain and sea realm and hidden them somewhere in the city. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the city gate because someone was spying on him with something. As soon as he said this, the restless Sun and Moon cursed in their hearts, but did not speak again. The city gate was still very far from the city center. Even if the Sun and Moon rushed over, it would take some time. If Suyu really killed a large number of dead spirits at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, they would be in big trouble. A moment later, Suyu's clone obtained the ranking list. After thinking for a moment, he wrote, "If you want me to stop, I can, but all the sun and moons will self-destruct." He had just written this. And in the next moment, a line of words appeared. "Impossible, Suyu, don't be delusional. Suyu, you still have a chance to survive, and even a chance to turn things around. If you insist on doing things your own way, the various races will send a large number of sun and moon tier elites into the ancient city and station them for a long time. Sooner or later, they will stop you." Suyu was surprised. Who was this for him, or was it the Heaven Hunter Pavilion who replied to him? In the next moment, a line of white words appeared. "The Heaven Hunter Pavilion will provide a public communication platform for everyone. Each race can enter, and anyone who joins this communication platform can enter. You need to pay a drop of sun and moon blood essence." Suyu was stunned. F***CKU. In the next moment, a huge screen appeared on the ranking list, but the number of participants did not appear. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, the elders of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion were quite happy. They had made a profit again. There were many races that quietly lurked, only one race was allowed to join, and in the blink of an eye, over 70 races had joined. As for who it was, they were too lazy to say anything. It was agreed that each race would only be allowed to add one. At this moment, an elder quickly said, "There are still many who want to join. Can they be allowed to join?" "Yes, but if you want to speak, you can only speak after the review. You can't simply speak to others, lest it causes a negative impact." A moment later, their backstage showed that over 300 elites had joined. Obviously, everyone was very interested in the conversation between Suyu and the various races. A faceless elder quickly said, "For those who participate in the negotiation, add the suffix of demon race and god race. As for those who don't participate, don't add them. Tell them not to speak." Yes. The elders were delighted, they had made a huge profit again. This was equivalent to a live broadcast of Suyu's negotiation with the various races. As for whether Suyu and the others were willing, it was not important. At this moment, Suyu's expression changed slightly. F***CK, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion again, they're here to fleece me again. If one race was added, there might be hundreds of races joining. Did they earn more than him? The next moment, Suyu's clone disappeared instantly, and a list was thrown on the ground. A line of words appeared on it. Heaven Hunter Pavilion, pay 500 drops of sun and moon blood essence first, then discuss this matter. The person was gone, the clone vanished. As for the divine symbol, it vanished into thin air as well. All the worlds in the universe were quiet. Extremely quiet. The other party did not want to talk anymore. They had spent money to watch the live broadcast, but the other party did not want to broadcast anymore. Heaven Hunter Pavilion headquarters. The expressions of the elders, who were still rejoicing, suddenly changed. Fuck, they had forgotten about that. Suyu wasn't a good person. Not only did he say that he didn't want to talk, he actually ran away. What should I do? I've already accepted the money. At this moment, there were white-masked people everywhere collecting money, and people kept joining this chat group. Now, the person involved had run away. The next moment, someone in the group said angrily, "Heaven Hunter Pavilion, do you want to die? Damn it. You ruined the lives of our race's geniuses and sun and moon hunters. Heaven Hunter Pavilion, our race will return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. For every sun and moon of our race will kill 10 sun and moon of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion." The powerhouses were infuriated. Those who could speak, and those who could not, quickly private messaged them. "Refund the money. If you don't let me watch the live stream and don't give me a refund, I'll make trouble for you." The elders looked at each other. The joy of earning money had not ended, and now there was trouble. A faceless elder could not help but scold, "This Suyu, he did not lose anything. Why bother? You did not lose anything. It's one thing to talk to 3 or 5 people, but it's the same with 1,000 people, right? Just pretend that they don't exist." Miscalculation. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have asked others to join. That's right. Whoever said that, just let them join silently. The elders were quite depressed. Who said that just now? Now, trouble had come. That kid had reneged on his promise. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was powerful and mysterious, but they had truly offended all the races. Don't forget, they still had many branches and many bases outside. Although they did not have many core members, they would still suffer heavy losses if they were to be exterminated. The next time they encountered experts from the various races, they would not be able to survive if they all wanted to kill them. What do we do now? What else can we do? Refund is impossible. Let Suyu continue to negotiate. 500 drops of sun and moon blood essence. How can we have so much? Let White One tell Suyu to give him 10 heavenly essence fruits. In the city, White One quickly shouted. Silence, no one replied. The experts of the various races were furious. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion had lied to them, and Suyu did not even want to negotiate. As for the God-Fiend experts, those outside the city, all of them had gloomy expressions. At this moment, they were not the only ones watching. Some top-notch God-Fiend experts had actually joined in. There were even invincible experts secretly spying on the chat records. Not long after. On the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's side, the masked man in charge of receiving experts shouted, Elders, bad news. The celestial race's divine King Tianhao said that if Zhan Wushuang dies, he will definitely kill 100 Heaven Hunter Pavilion sun and moon sacrifices to Zhan Wushuang. The Dao Monarch and Xian Monarch have also sent messages. If the Heaven Hunter Pavilion does not handle this matter well and jeopardizes the lives of Dao Qing and Xian Wuji, they will definitely take revenge on us. The 3 dragon kings of the dragon race are also starting to find fault. The 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements race have also sent messages. The group of elders looked at each other, some of them wanting to vomit blood. They had not even started the negotiations, but they had earned a sum of money. Great, now they were in big trouble. Damn, how regretful. He had to say something. Otherwise, what would Suyu know? How would he know about the backstage? It was over, 10 heavenly essence fruits. Clearly, Suyu was not interested in them. In the ancient house. Suyu harumphed. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion. This organization had cheated him of many things, but they sure knew how to do business. At this time, they were still charging. More importantly, it was a drop of sun and moon blood essence. It was too damn profitable, so you could not be bothered with earning from others. He could not wait for the other races to vomit blood. However, the biggest problem was that they did not share the profits with him. I am the core. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is just an organization in charge of passing messages. How dare they be so smug? They did not even give me a share of the fees. What are they thinking? If there's money, we can all earn it together. If you don't give me a share, I will not care about you. Soon, White One's voice rang out at the city gate again. Suyu, it was all a misunderstanding. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is in charge of passing messages to the various worlds, so it consumes a lot of energy. That's why we have to charge some fees. It's not targeted at anyone. Energy consumption was inevitable. This was something Suyu believed. However, to use a drop of sun and moon blood essence to pass a message was nonsense. Suyu had chatted with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion for a long time, probably a few hundred sentences. Did that not mean that he had used up a few hundred drops of sun and moon blood essence? A moment later, White One spoke again. Even if I give you the sun and moon blood essence now, you can't bring it in. If I give it to Principal Neo, you won't know if you don't accept the rankings. How about this? I leave 50 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light on the spot, so you remained silent. After another moment, perhaps because the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was under too much pressure, White One spoke again. 100 wisps is really the limit. Not many people want to join us. Suyu did not believe it, however, he had to admit that 100 wisps was not a small amount. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion was really rich. He continued to wait. After a while, White One roared, 200 wisps. I really can't go any more, Suyu. A moment later, Suyu's clone appeared in the city again. It returned to its original spot, picked up the rankings, and typed a line of words. Is Principal Neo there? Yes. How many moles does Cui Lang have on his face? The entire group was eerily quiet. This was a verification of identity. More importantly, what kind of question was this, at this moment, outside the city gate? Niao Baidao was also stunned. After a while, he said with a headache, I don't remember. I don't think I saw it. How many students are there in the academy? Well, too many. Including those who didn't graduate in previous years, there are 31,890. How many cubs did the big ball in the academy give birth to? 3. How many beds are there on the pleasing island? 1. So you kept asking questions. After asking dozens of questions, he was finally sure that this was Principal Nyo. He was just short of asking what color underwear he wore. The Wan powerhouse was also speechless. He looked at the boring questions for a while. Principal Nyo, I will ask you a question every time you speak, in case you are swapped midway. The Sky Hunter Pavilion has the ability to do so. Also, in order to prevent the Sky Hunter Pavilion from distorting my meaning or changing my words, we will talk in secret. Did you bring the Art of Longevity that I gave you? If you did, use this as a secret message. Then, he quickly wrote, if the Sky Hunter Pavilion changes what I said now and changes it to another cultivation technique, I will stop the conversation when it is out of place. The people of the Sky Hunter Pavilion almost went crazy. Damn it, you've really thought it through, we didn't even think of doing this. You are really a born bad guy. I have to say, you have given us some ideas. Of course, it also made one more vigilant. Yes, unless it was absolutely necessary, they should never talk through the Sky Hunter list, because those guys might change their conversation and cause the things they talked about to be completely different from what they wanted to say, while they were thinking. So you suddenly cursed, what do the demons mean? Exchanging 10 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light for Madonna's life? Is Madonna so worthless? Silence. What's going on? The powerhouse of the demon race in charge of communication spoke. Suyu, what do you mean? Huh? 30 wisps? The next moment, the powerhouse of the demon race said angrily, Sky Hunter Pavilion, what do you mean? At this moment, the elders of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were confused at first, then they quickly yelled, what's going on? Investigate. The masked people quickly began to investigate. The next moment, a masked person said in a low voice, Elder, there is no problem. This? So you shouldn't have seen it wrong. It is all connected directly. Soon, an elder said, he did it on purpose. He deliberately made trouble, deliberately made Wan think we changed the records. At this moment, Suyu spoke again. Oh, testing whether the chat is smooth. Then it's fine. I received it and can see it. It's fine. The elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion broke down. The next moment, he said directly, Suyu, don't use these little tricks. I guarantee with the eternal reputation of the Sky Hunter Pavilion that we will connect to your conversation in real time. There will be no transmissions. If you tamper with the words, the Sky Hunter Pavilion will be destroyed instantly. I can't stand this guy. He's too paranoid. The key is that with this, Wan will suspect whether the Sky Hunter Pavilion changed their words in the future. Of course, unless it is necessary, very few people will use the channel of the Sky Hunter Pavilion to send voice transmissions. However, just because it is rarely used does not mean it is not used. For example, now, when they are in some dangerous places, or when some voice transmission talismans cannot be transmitted, the Sky Hunter list can connect most of the time. Only a small number of places can't be contacted and are blocked. In short, in the All Heavens battlefield, except for a few places like the Interstellar Mansion, the Sky Hunter list can be received in other places. The fee is very expensive. This time, with Suyu's actions, this business may be greatly affected in the future. Suyu smiled, not caring. Eternal reputation? Is reputation valuable? Hand over 200 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light to Principal Nyo first. We will talk after I receive the items. At this moment, Nyo Baidao also spoke, Kid, giving me so many things, I'm afraid I can't go back. I'll be intercepted and killed on the way back. Why don't I find an invincible realm expert to keep it for you? But to find an invincible realm expert, there will be a certain fee, right? Suyu was speechless. You're really something, looking for an invincible realm expert to keep it for you. Who do you look for? The great bright lord, 200 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, and you're already like this. How are we going to talk later? Suyu was too lazy to say more and didn't continue the topic. He said directly, I can't be bothered to say more about the various races. Don't you just want me to stop killing dead spirits and open the city? Sure, 900 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light for the 9 layers of sun and moon, 800 wisps for the 8 layers of heaven and earth mystic light, and so on. The price is not expensive. Selling corpses is about the same price. As for geniuses, the heaven list will be calculated. The first will be given 1,000 wisps, the second 900 wisps. Those below the top 10 will be calculated at 100 wisps. Those below the top 10 are worthless, 100 wisps for one. If you can agree, then do it. If you can't, then forget it. Also, I can't do this business alone. If I want to do it, I need all the races to agree and unify them. I'm willing to let you go. The ancient city is sealed, but it's won. Or you can try to walk through the city protecting Dead River. If you can walk out, you'll be lucky. You made me have no choice but to turn into a zombie. My strength can no longer increase, and the death aura is about to invade my heart, turning me into a dead spirit. If you want me to let you go, this is your request. There's no need to discuss anything else. Anyway, I'm about to become a dead spirit. I've been turned into a resident by the king of dead spirits himself. I won't live for long. As soon as these words came out, the last sentence shocked everyone. The next moment, someone from the Sky Hunter Pavilion asked, "You were turned by the king of dead spirits?" "Yes, the king of Star Moon." Silence. At this moment, outside, Niao Baidao's expression changed. It wasn't just him. Everyone who saw this message had a complicated expression. Many people didn't understand, but some of the Sun-Moon Empire's top powerhouses and some invincible ones understood the general situation. When a resident was turned, the dead spirit in charge of the conversion would usually have the same strength as the resident. Su Yu, a Ling Yun, had been turned by an invincible one. What did this mean? It meant that he had shocking potential. It meant that the king of dead spirits had taken a fancy to him and wanted to quickly corrode him, turning him into a dead spirit. He was dead. It was no wonder that this fellow had completely given up. As for whether it was true or not, there was a high chance that it was true. So you didn't know much. If he said that he had been turned by the king of dead spirits, there was a high chance that it was true. If he lied, so you might not even know how to lie. At this moment, Niao Baidao's emotions were extremely complicated. He wrote, "Su Yu, have you really been turned by the king of dead spirits?" Yes. He wasn't in the mood to send a secret message. He had just caused some trouble for the Sky Hunter Pavilion. At this moment, Niao Baidao's emotions were extremely complicated. He had thought that there was hope for Su Yu to turn things around, because Su Yu was a genius. Even if he had been turned by the sun and moon dead spirits, he still felt that there was hope for Su Yu. But the Sun and Moon Empire were different. Su Yu had actually been targeted by an invincible dead spirit, and he had been turned by an invincible dead spirit. In this case, he wouldn't be long before he died. At the city gate, the geniuses all had complicated expressions. On one hand, they were shocked by Su Yu's talent. It was probably the first time that an invincible king from the world of dead spirits had taken a fancy to him. One had to know that even the city lords were mostly turned by the dead spirits at the peak of the Sun and Moon Empire. Very few of them were turned by the king of dead spirits. And Su Yu. He was Ling Yun, and the city lords were all in the Sun and Moon Empire. On the other hand, it was hard to say whether they felt pity or relief. Su Yu was dead for sure. He was really dead for sure. He had been targeted by an invincible dead spirit, and he wouldn't live for long. As for Su Yu's previous offer, they didn't think about it anymore. This time, they had learned a top secret from Su Yu, and this news was good for Wan. To the human race and Niao Baidao, it was a heavy blow. Su Yu really wouldn't come back. At this moment, outside the city, Qin Hao, Zhu Guangshan, Niao Baidao, the group fell silent. He had been turned by the invincible dead spirit himself. Even if he was invincible, he probably wouldn't be able to save Su Yu. Sighs, pity, helplessness, sorrow, anger, all kinds of emotions surged, but they didn't know what to say. The next moment, Niao Baidao sighed and wrote, "There's no need to change. Su Yu, kill as many as you can. At this point, no matter how many resources you have, what's the use? I support you. Think of a way to drag them to the grave with you. As for the invincible from the other races, our race also has invincible ones. Even if you die, there will be people to be buried with you. Exchange for what? No more exchange. He originally thought that Suyu had only been turned, so there was still a chance. But now, there was no chance, he was gone. Who would he exchange for resources for? Drag people to be buried with him. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the geniuses and experts in the city changed. As for Suyu, he was also speechless. What's the matter? Old Nyo's tone was saying that it was useless to exchange for resources, so it was better to give up and kill as many as you can. This? I think I can still be saved. I don't think I'll die, really. If I don't want to exchange, I won't come. I won't kill too many. If I can really exchange for a lot of resources, it'll be good to watch. Moreover, the speed of the invincible dead spirit's conversion isn't as fast as my reversal speed. At this moment, the experts of the various races also had complicated feelings. Right, Suyu was going to die. He didn't have many friends and family. Why would he exchange for so many resources? Soon, a god race expert said, Niao Baidao, don't say that on purpose. Suyu, you might not die. My race has records that if you become a resident, there is a way to get rid of the death aura corrosion. As long as you enter the star mansion and don't come out, cutting off the source of the death aura, you will have a great chance to get rid of the death aura corrosion. Niao Baidao's words were filled with anger. Don't listen to his nonsense. The Starry Universe mansion has opened. You have to come out after 1 month. If you don't come out, you will be buried in the Starry Universe mansion forever. No one can not come out after 1 month and then reappear in the Myriad worlds. In 1 month's time, you might be completely dead. Niao Baidao originally came to negotiate, but now, he kept telling Suyu to stop negotiating and kill him. The experts of the Wan Nation were a little mad. F***ck, you came to negotiate. You said you wanted to persuade Suyu. Now that Suyu wanted to negotiate, this Niao Baidao kept stopping him. The experts of the Wan Nation were very depressed. At this moment, they had to comfort Suyu. He still had hope. Don't despair. Otherwise, why would he care about resources when he was in despair? Suyu, think about your father. If you really die, what will happen to your father? Leave a lot of resources for your father to make your father stronger. It is also a kind of hope. Suyu, I know you are very grateful. Your teacher, your grandmaster, they are all waiting for you to return. Suyu, exchange for a lot of heaven yuan qi. Soak in heaven yuan qi, it can slow down the death aura corrosion. A bad life is better than a good death. This is also an old saying of your human clan. If you continue to seal the city, you won't be able to kill many people in the city. Yes, when the invincible ones come, your human clan may make trouble. Then what? You know how many invincible ones of your human clan can come. Even if some of them die, most of them will come out alive. You won't get anything. Suyu, think about it. The celestial race, demon race, immortal race, dragon race, these experts were advising and comforting Suyu. He wouldn't die so quickly. There was still hope. They felt that they had to give Suyu some hope. That bastard Niao Baidao actually thought that Suyu had no hope. They felt that Suyu could still save him. When a person had no hope, wouldn't they go crazy? This time, even someone from the Sky Hunter Pavilion spoke up. I've looked up the ancient records, and there's indeed hope. As long as the Star Moon Monarch is dead, you'll be able to break free. Normally, when a dead soul dies, there'll be another dead soul to replace it. The monarch conversion has already reached the highest level. As long as you kill the monarch, you'll be free. Look, we are all trying to think of a way for you. Don't think about giving up. Suyu was a little dazed. Damn, those who didn't know would think that you and I were in cahoots, and that Niao Baidao was the bad guy. Suyu was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, I don't want to die. What are your conditions? Silence. At this time, they calculated the accounts. For example, the demon race had 2 late-stage sun-moon race and 1 moto na. The 2 late-stage sun-moon race had 1 7th tier and 1 8th tier. That was 1,500 wisps. Moto na was worth 1,000 wisps. If Suyu died, Moto na would be number 1 again. In other words, the demon race alone could get 2,500 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. What a joke! this price was frighteningly high. The other races might have less, but there were so many late-stage sun-moon race. 16 of them, plus those geniuses, would provide more than 10,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light for Su. This was crazy. Su, heaven and earth mystic light isn't that helpful to you. Why don't you exchange it for heaven origin chi? We can provide you with some heaven origin chi to alleviate the invasion of the death aura, no need. I only want heaven and earth mystic light or other treasures. Once I get them, I can naturally find Sky Hunter Pavilion to exchange for heaven origin chi. Sky Hunter Pavilion won't exchange? Although the Sky Hunter Pavilion didn't reply, their meaning was clear. They would definitely exchange. Su, even if they leave on their own, most of them can survive. There aren't many who are truly in danger. Moreover, if you continue to kill the dead spirits, you will be discovered sooner or later. Su, I'll give you a total of 300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. It's fine as long as you don't kill anymore. 300 wisps is enough for a cultivator to struggle for a lifetime. We're talking about heaven and earth mystic light, not heaven origin chi liquid. Can Su not be so crazy? It's too high. Every race would feel a heartache if they took out such a price. It was equivalent to the god race being cheated once. Alright, this was like rubbing salt on the wound. The god race was still bleeding until now. Su, don't exchange. Continue killing the dead spirits. You're going to die soon anyway. Even if you're discovered, you have to kill more dead spirits and trap them. At this moment, Niao Baidao spoke again. Su was speechless. Old Niao really wants me to die. I'm just saying that, but you've given up on me, even one hopes that I don't die. Only Niao Baidao. He's really not human. Su pondered for a while and quickly said, how about this? The people in the city have brought a lot of resources here. I'll stop killing after I gather the treasures worth 5,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. I don't need Principal Niao to receive the resources. It's also a guarantee for Principal Niao's safety. This is my last request. Otherwise, if these people die in the city, they might not be able to bring anything out. If they die, it's up to you whether you agree or not. This is all I'm saying. 2.5 days later, send someone to deliver the items to the door of ancient house number 180. I'll go get them. You can try to kill me. After I get the items, I'll stop killing. Otherwise, you can continue to endure. After saying this, Suyu's clone left the ranking list and quickly disappeared. Xinwen disappeared in a flash. With the sun and moon vision, that Xinwen instantly turned invisible and fled. That was the Ying character Xinwen, the most suitable for this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, Xinwen disappeared. Soon, a few sun and moon geniuses rushed over. Suyu was gone, and Xinwen could not be found either. The sun and moon geniuses cursed in their hearts, this guy ran really fast. They could only roughly confirm his location. He was in the third ring. But they did not have that much time to find him. 5000 wisps. Could the people in the city take it out? Yes, at this moment, these sun and moon geniuses wanted to trade, but the resources did not belong to them. They were given by their clans. Of course, if they really had to die, they could give up the resources of their clans. Nothing was better than being alive. If they lost the resources, they would be punished when they returned to their clans, but at least they could live. At this moment, the desire to live was aroused. These sun and moon geniuses quickly gathered. Although they did not speak, they all had thoughts. In 2.5 days, they were willing to hand over the resources in exchange for a way to live. As for whether the powerful people in the outside world agreed or not, it had nothing to do with them. Some people wanted them to die. Even godfiends had some barriers. How could Madonna and the others not be envied? It was not like they did not have their own clans who wanted them dead. Those late-stage sun and moon geniuses were overlords in the godfiend world. If they died, someone would be happy to take over everything they had. Trade. Although they did not speak, they all had the same expression. They definitely had to trade. 5,000 wisps, it was an astronomical number, but it was not a big deal. Outside the city, Niao Baidao stomped his feet angrily. This silly kid. You won't live for long, yet you still want to trade for these resources. Who will benefit from this? Silly kid, you should drag them to die with you. Xianxia and the others looked at him speechlessly. At least Suyu still had some desire to live, but Niu Baidao was not polite at all. He could not wait for him to fight to the death with those people. Niu Baidao had a helpless expression. He sent a voice transmission. What are you looking at? If you don't act tough, one won't compromise so easily. This kid, since he still wants to live, maybe there is still hope. What's wrong with me acting a little? It was him who acted tough and asked Suyu to drag those people to die. Suyu was completely crippled. How could these people be willing to let the powerful people and geniuses of their clans die for a crippled Suyu? Only then would the other party agree. Alright, 5000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Niu Baidao felt dizzy. He really dared to bid, even though he said hundreds of thousands, it was just nonsense. If he really wanted that much, the invincible ones might as well come and try. The invincible ones of the human race might not come. The border was still tense. After discussing the conditions, all that was left was to wait. It was also to wear down the patience of those geniuses, to hurt them, to make them anxious, to make them see hope, to make them reluctant to send themselves to death. Otherwise, these people would not be able to take out so many things, and the people outside would not be willing to spend money to save them. Then, there would be nothing left. So you made it sound good. When people died, he could get everything. He was thinking too much. Unless they were instantly killed, if they really died, who would leave their treasures to others? True experts, even if they died, could not get a single cent from them. Even if their corpses exploded, they would not give it to you. 5,000 strands of heaven and earth mystic light was a standard that Suyu had measured. Every clan could take it out. This time, the few large clans had brought at least 2,000 strands worth of treasures, but the celestial race probably had none. The demon race and dragon race might have some. As for the others, they would know from the previous auction. When it reached 1,000, no one bid. Hence, Suyu set a standard of 5,000 yuan. Only a few families could afford it, but once they did, they would probably be emptied out. As for White One from Skyhunter Pavilion, it was hard to say if he had brought that many treasures. Because Skyhunter Pavilion was mysterious, people might come to deliver things at any time. What Suyu wanted to do was to rob them of their wool. As for killing was not the goal. These people were strong, but they were not invincible. To be honest, if they were not invincible, there was no point in killing them. And Suyu believed that he could become invincible earlier than them. Even though he was a living dead now, so what? I haven't used my strength yet. The origin aperture reversal could be done 24 hours a day. Right now, Suyu could only reverse for an hour a day to slow down the spread of the death aura. As for why he didn't reverse faster. Nonsense, why should he reverse faster? He already knew that his name had disappeared from the Skyhunter list. If I reverse and appear again, and everyone thinks that I won't die, that there's still hope, then I'll be in big trouble. I won't. I want the death aura to surround me, and I feel like I'm going to die. A dying person coming to kill me, paying a huge price. Why? Wait 3 to 5 months for me to die, and you don't have to pay anything. Isn't that good? Killing me might not even be enough to compensate for a few days. This was called strategy. Suyu felt that if he really wanted to reverse the situation 24 hours a day, he would be able to reverse it in 3 days at most. However, by then, he might reappear on the list again. Moreover, Suyu was still trying to determine how much death aura he had covered. Would he be removed from the heaven hunting list? Why wasn't his name removed when he was turned into a dead spirit? Now that he had become a resident and was removed from the list, even if everything was reversed, would he still not appear on the list? All of this required Suyu to experiment on his own. But he didn't want to test it now. What if his name really popped up? Invincible would come to kill him again. If he didn't die and could appear on the list again, Suyu was a bigger threat than before. From now on, I'm a half-dead. Suyu smiled. Very good. Who would be willing to continue forcing a person who was in despair and had no way out? When I appeared, I was surrounded by the aura of death. You don't have many days left to live. Are you willing to fight me to the death? It wasn't worth it. As expected, one needs brains to survive in the Myriad realms. Suyu muttered in his heart. If it was Chen Hao, that guy probably couldn't wait to prove that he was still alive and could be saved. I won't. 5,000 wisps. I wonder if I can get it. If I get it, I wonder how much is heaven and earth mystic light and how much is other treasures. Last time, the 2,300 wisps were mostly other treasures. The real heaven and earth mystic light was only 500 wisps. This time, he didn't know how much was heaven and earth mystic light. So you didn't mind using treasures to replace it. After all, heaven and earth mystic light was only useful when forging the body. Ling Yan's 9 transformations, mountains and seas, and sun and moon were just average. He calculated in his heart and thought about how to smoothly take it away. Soon, Suyu made a decision. He took the little furball out. The little furball yawned and said unhappily, "It smells so good." "You're stinky. Go wash yourself in the Sea of Will." "It's so smelly." In the Sea of Will, there was also some deathly aura spreading. Of course, it didn't cover much. The little furball was now hiding in a place where it didn't spread. It felt very smelly, very depressed, and very wronged. The place it slept had become smelly. Now, it could only lie on the Shunwen and smell the smell of Shunwen before it could sleep. "You only know how to sleep and eat. What's the point of raising you?" Suyu snorted. 2 days later, you go out and take out my storage ring. Check the things inside and see if there are any traps. Then, find an old house to hide in. Ah? The little furball's eyes showed fear. "Do I go alone?" It was afraid that it would be a little lonely to go alone. "Nonsense, just you?" "I have to hide to scare them." Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, "If I go out, do you think these guys will be willing to be exploited by me? If I don't go out, they won't make a move. Even if they see you, they won't make a move. Besides, if they see you, if they really make a move and kill you, it might not be a bad idea to have your dada come." The little furball seemed to know his thoughts. It rolled over and didn't say anything. It hugged the Shunwen and went back to sleep. It smelled so good that it wanted to kill it every day. Dada might not come. It must have fallen asleep and become muddle-headed. The little furball went back to sleep. Suyu pondered for a moment, wondering if he should kill the hostage. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. If he killed the hostage, the big races would definitely find trouble with him. This was not in line with his idea of keeping a low profile. Next, he had to keep a low profile for a period of time to prepare for his body forging. He would let them go. Then, once they went out, he would continue to kill spirits and seal the city, making himself the only living person in the city. No, there was still a living ball. No, there was still a living earth, trapping the floating earth spirit. Suyu thought of the floating earth spirit. It hadn't come out yet. According to the floating earth spirit, it could hold on for a month. After a month, the seal would dissipate. Yes, it was still sealed. It couldn't leave, Suyu thought to himself. The 5 Elements race couldn't take it away this time. There were 2 5 Elements race experts in the city, but they couldn't open the gate. Suyu smiled. "You can't blame me for that, then this is what I'll do next. I'll kill once every 3 days. I'll kill a peak mountain and see dead spirit every 3 days. I'll make the entire ancient city my territory. I can do whatever I want." No, there's still Black Devil, Suyu's heart stirred. Yes, with this guy around, it'll be difficult for me to control the entire ancient city. If he's not around, I can keep the city sealed. Suyu frowned. Black Devil was very strong, even though he seemed to be injured, this guy was terrifyingly strong. He had a sun and moon 9th tier, and he had the city lord's token. He also had other tricks up his sleeves. It seemed like he couldn't deal with him at all. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would come looking for trouble, right? As for the other residents in the city, Suyu didn't care too much. There weren't many in the mountain and sea realm, and it was hard to say if there were any sun and moon realm cultivators. Even if there were, they would at most be at the early stage. He wasn't afraid of the early stage sun and moon realm. With Suyu's current strength, he might have a chance to fight an early stage sun and moon realm cultivator if he didn't devour blood essence. According to Qin Feng, the weakest early stage sun and moon realm cultivators only had the power of 300,000 to 500,000 apertures. Now that I've cast my body once, I've become extremely strong. I should be able to fight an early-stage sun and moon realm cultivator after a few more casts. After calculating everything, Suyu continued to cast his body. At the same time, he was waiting for those guys to come to a conclusion and give him some benefits. Unfortunately, the Skyhunter Pavilion's rankings were monitored. Otherwise, he could keep it. That thing was pretty good. At this moment, in the outside world, the various races were discussing whether to give it or not. 5,000 wisps wasn't a small number, but it wasn't a lot after splitting it up. Everyone could still afford it. Moreover, even if they didn't give it, would the people in the city not give it? Why don't we let the invincible king try again? Nonsense, you go and shout. The invincible would rather pay a little price than come again, unless Suyu is really stubborn. Since he agreed to negotiate, each family will pay a little, and 10 families will share it equally. 500 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. Do you want the invincible to risk his life? What were they thinking? Did they really think that the invincible was their grandson? If the invincible couldn't bear to give up, then there was still hope. But as long as it wasn't the end of the road, although the price to pay was high, it was still worth it. The invincible would definitely not come again. The ancient city was now a taboo. Unless the entire race was prepared to go to war, if they wanted to kill 36 stone statues and who knew how many death monarchs, they had to at least double the invincible. 2 against 1, only then could they minimize their losses. Otherwise, even if it was 60 against 50, it would be difficult to take it down without half of their side dying. Who was willing to pay this price? The ancient city might be harder to fight than the human race. With this strength, they would have long attacked the human race. Why would they attack the ancient city that didn't care about anything else, and the stone statues of the ancient city were very strong? They had not moved yet. Once they were no longer stone statues, they might be in big trouble. Everyone quickly made a decision. They contacted the invincible, and the invincible acquiesced. Change, let the people in the city decide for themselves. As for how much they had to pay, they would come out. If they had no money to pay now, they would pay when they came out. For example, the Shen race. They had no money. They had to borrow. If they didn't, they couldn't afford it. Speaking of this, the Shen race experts outside the city communicated with the people in the city again. They still couldn't come to a conclusion. But the Skyhunter Pavilion gave them an uncertain answer. This ancient corpse was most likely the current corpse. Previously, they thought that the death chi corrosion was hard to fake. Now that they thought about it, they actually had an answer. And the current corpse, Sun Moon 8th tier. Actually, the Shen race had also thought of it. The recently deceased member of the Tianyi divine race at the 8th layer of the Sun and Moon realm had died in the human realm. It was Xiao Longwu who had killed him. That meant that the corpse was most likely fake. It was one of the Tianyi divine race's experts who had died. A modern 8-tier solar moon corpse that had lost its blood essence, coupled with the fact that it was one of their own, was practically destined to be buried. The celestial race couldn't do anything to the corpse now. Otherwise, the Tianyi celestial race would rebel. That meant that 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light had bought a sun moon shenwen and an ancient heavenly armament. Well, soon there was news that there might be some problems with the ancient heavenly armament. Inside the city, Zhang Wushuang received news from outside the city. Soon, he took out the ancient longbow. More than 100 inscriptions. Zhang Wushuang's eyes flickered. He actually wanted to believe that this weapon was a real ancient heavenly armament, or a mid-level one. That way, the losses would be smaller. But now, the news from outside made him despair. White One was also communicating with the Skyhunter Pavilion at the moment. Soon, he said, Zhang Wushuang, you can try shaking the inscriptions with your primordial qi. Zhang Wushuang frowned and said coldly, if this is a real ancient heavenly armament, what if the inscriptions are broken? On the side, Xian Wuji sneered, you still have hope? So you will give you a real ancient heavenly armament. Dream on. Zhang Wushuang still didn't give up. He felt that this was true, and this was probably his last struggle. Zhang Wushuang was speechless. Yes, if it was real, would Siyu give it to him? But he was really devastated. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and his primordial qi erupted. The next moment, crack. The inscriptions broke. Those were fake inscriptions made by Suyu. The real ancient harpoon only had 97 inscriptions. At this moment, all the other inscriptions broke and dissipated, revealing the real 97 inscriptions. Not bad, an ancient earth armament, a broken ancient earth armament, a useless corpse, and a Shunwen, had cheated him of 2,300 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. And this time it was calculated according to the number of people. There were 22 suns and moons, and 16 geniuses. There were a total of 38 geniuses, and they had to share the 5,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. There were 3 geniuses from the Protoss, so they had to pay 400 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. This time, they had used 2,700 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light in exchange for these things. Moreover, everyone was severely corroded by the death aura at this moment, and their heavenly yuan qi was seriously consumed. After they went out, they would have to heal for a long time and consume a lot of treasures. From beginning to end, the Protoss had suffered the most losses. Zhang Wushuang had a mental breakdown. It was the first time he had done such a big thing, but the result was a mess. Moreover, invincible god of the Protoss was also injured. The white-haired god king of the Protoss was seriously injured, and now he had to trouble the Protoss to negotiate peace and rescue them. This time, these geniuses had suffered a great loss, and Zhang Wushuang had suffered the most. Holding the ancient earth weapon in his hand, he wanted to crush it to pieces. He was depressed. 2.5 days passed as Zhang Wushuang and the others struggled and collapsed again and again. And at this moment, Suyu had completed 48 casts. The consumption was greater, and the time was longer. From 30 casts to now, he had completed 18 casts and consumed 340 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. For the final 48 casts, he consumed 32 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, and the consumption was increasing. At this moment, Suyu still had 160 wisps left. According to this consumption, he could only complete 4 casts, and 5 casts was probably not enough. When all of them were used up, Suyu could enter 52 casts. As for the remaining 20 casts, according to this consumption level, at 52 casts, he would need at least 40 wisps at a time, and the higher he went, the more it would be. At 72 casts, it would definitely not be enough without consuming 1,000 wisps. Calculating, to complete the body casting, he would need 1,500 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, and that did not include the previous ones. Suyu had cheated enough previously, but many of the resources were not mystic light. If you give me 5,000 wisps next, at least 1,000 wisps will be heaven and earth mystic light, right? Suyu estimated that there should be some. Therefore, completing the body casting shouldn't be a problem. The main thing was still the 9 transformations, which required top-level mutated treasures to help lay the foundation. He had 144 acupoints, which had been laid by Xiao Longwu's saber qi and entered the first transformation state. But what about the remaining acupoints? The 5-element spirit fruit should be possible. It's also a treasure. I wonder if I can fill up the remaining acupoints and completely complete the first essence qi mutation. Suyu muttered. He calculated in his heart, give me more essence qi mutation treasures. That way, he would be able to complete the essence qi mutation. As for whether he would enter the mountain sea realm or not, that could be discussed later. If he really reached the Lingyan 9 transformations, Suyu would not know how strong he would be. This time, he had made a lot of money, enough for him to use for a long time in the future. Otherwise, the things that top geniuses like him needed to consume would not be able to survive without the support of an invincible realm expert. Which of these geniuses did not have the support of an invincible realm expert? Geniuses also needed to rely on resources. Otherwise, they could rely on themselves to absorb resources, but what about time? If they spent hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, it would be too late. Geniuses spent money until they could no longer move. They would be stuck at a certain realm, such as the Sun and Moon 9 transformations, giving them more time to accumulate and break through to the invincible realm. No matter how many resources were consumed, it was all for the sake of saving time. As for Suyu, he had thoroughly implemented this principle. Relying on countless resources, he forcefully increased his cultivation, saving a lot of time. In a year's time, he went from the Kaiyuan realm to the point where his physical body could destroy the seventh layer of the Mountain Sea realm. It took others 100 years to cultivate to the seventh layer of the Mountain Sea realm, but Suyu spent 1 year. This was the difference. Not bad. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good enough that the body forging was completed. As for the rest, he would see. After completing the body forging, his strength would reach an unbelievable level. The invincible realm didn't care about the power of acupoints, but it did below the invincible realm. The Sun and Moon 9 transformations were only related to the concept of time and 3 lives. Before that, it was to strengthen himself. Even if he couldn't fight the invincible realm, he had to quickly reach the point where he could kill the Sun and Moon 9 transformations with 1 punch. That way, he would truly be able to stand firm. If he could become the city lord, he would be invincible in the city. That would be enough. At least, he would be extremely powerful, and he would be able to dominate an area. He could be arrogant in the ancient city like this black demon. Even if the invincible realm came, he could not give face. Of course, Black Demon was timid and gave face. When the time was up, Suyu didn't go out. He called out the reluctant little furball again. He said angrily, "Wake up, don't play dead. Go to house 180 and get something, then check the quantity and value. If there's no problem, I'll have a dead spirit follow you. If there's no problem, don't move. If there's a problem, kill the dead spirit and seal the city again." The little furball said aggrievedly, "There's a problem. If I kill the dead spirit, they will kill me." Since there was a problem, he obviously didn't want to trade. It would be strange if he didn't kill the little furball. Wealth comes from danger. How can I not take risks? I've been taking risks, and you've been sleeping. Is that fair? You've eaten a lot of my food. Why are you dragging your feet when I ask you to do something? You can have the Shenwen turn into a puppet to get it. The little furball wasn't stupid. He could have used the Shenwen and the clone. Suyu said angrily, "Are you stupid? If the Shenwen is caught, they can track me. If you're caught, they can't track me. Once you go out, I'll change places. Even if you're caught, you can't betray me." It made sense and couldn't be refuted. The little furball was depressed. Then, do I really have to go and get it? Are you going or not? Suyu said angrily, "If you don't want to go, you can leave. I won't take you in. You only know how to eat. You're useless. What's the point of me raising you? I'm raising you to work, not just to eat. I'm walking the ball, not leaving." Bang, Suyu sent it flying with a punch. Damn, this little guy even learned to talk back. What a contrarian. "Walk your sister, those that don't work, I won't raise them." Raising the little furball and raising demonic beasts was all for the sake of work. This guy didn't play any role this time. He couldn't beat anyone, couldn't kill anyone, and now he was running errands and spouting so much nonsense. The little furball slid down from the wall, not too concerned. He secretly cursed in his heart. "You forced me to go, I'll go and get the things. I'll eat my fill first, then I'll say, that's all the other party gave me, I'm too smart." In the words of humans, this was called plucking feathers from wild geese. The little furball didn't haggle any longer. It opened the door, and with a crash, it vanished into thin air. This fellow was the same as the divine text. How the divine text flew and how it hid, it would fly and how it hid. Suyu once felt that this guy was actually a Shenwen, devouring Shenwen. At this moment, in front of old house 180, Madonna put down the things. After retreating for a distance, he shouted, "Suyu, we've put down the things. Soon, the city gate will open. I hope you don't go back on your words. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll have to fight to the death. You guys stay away." A young voice came out. At this moment, some of the lurking powerhouses were shocked. "What's going on? Who's here? Isn't it Suyu? There's still someone alive in the city?" "No, there's also the floating earth spirit. This can't be helped. Even the 5 elements race can't do anything about it. They can only wait for someone to rescue them. According to their plan, once the city gate is opened, it won't be sealed. After some time, someone will come to rescue them. The little furball quickly shouted again, "That white-masked bad guy, hurry up and go, or I won't go get the things." "So you won't let you go? When the time comes, he'll kill the spirit." In the distance, White One's eyes flickered. "What is this?" His eyes burst with divine light. He looked in one direction and saw a looming thing. "A ball? What is this, ball? Is this a living creature?" White One thought. It didn't seem familiar. He quickly sketched it in the book. "Letting me go, does it not want me to capture its aura and input it into the Heaven Hunter list? Is this also a genius? What kind of creature is this? I've never seen it before." At the same time, in the Heaven Hunter pavilion, a group of elders had never left. When White One's message came and they saw the thing, the little ball, with a clang, the teacups in the elders' hands fell. "This," a faceless elder said in shock, This is a living creature that follows Suyu." "This? Are you familiar with it?" Yes. An elder trembled. Of course, it was familiar. "What the heck, Suyu had this with him? That's not right. When did he get involved with this clan?" "God Eater? A descendant of that one?" "Which one?" Some elders were not familiar with the situation. The next moment, someone said in a trembling voice, "Who else could it be? Do you remember 300 years ago, when the Great Light Lord and the Luo Ri Divine King of the Shin clan fought? Luo Ri Divine King suddenly died?" As soon as this was said, everyone recalled, all of them looked horrified, the God-Eater Ancient Clan, the mysterious God-Eater Ancient Clan, the ancient clan that loved to eat Shinwen the most. 300 years ago, the Great Light Lord and a Divine King of the Shin clan fought. That person was also an invincible realm civilizer, a true invincible realm civilizer. The humans didn't have one, but that didn't mean the one didn't have one. That person was a civilizer through and through. He was extremely powerful and didn't lose to the Great Light Lord. Then, there was no then, a ball flashed, and then a ray of light shone for thousands of miles. That person died, the Seeable was gone, swallowed by the ball that flashed. This was probably the most aggrieved, miserable, and inexplicable death of an invincible realm expert in the past hundreds of years. Are you sure it's a descendant of that person? Yes, it's exactly the same. Is there any ancient record of the God-Eater Ancient Clan? Yes. An elder said quickly, 300 years ago, when the Luo Ri Divine King died, we looked into it. According to the information, we found some short records from the ancient times. This God-Eater Ancient Clan existed in the ancient times, and there were very few of them back then. But their strength was terrifying, and they were the bane of the civilizer bloodline. Of course, the records of this clan are very short, and their relationship with the ancient Shinwen bloodline seems to be complicated, huh? The ancient Shinwen bloodline? Yes, according to the ancient records, this clan is somewhat related to the Shinwen bloodline. The ancient God-Eater Ancient Sovereign has a close relationship with an expert from the Shinwen bloodline. That expert from the Shinwen bloodline once fed the sovereign with his own Shinwen. Of course, this is only a short record, and there are no details. And now, this clan is actually tangling with the Shinwen bloodline Suyu. How did they get together? Was it Suyu who raised and subdued them, or is it related to the Shinwen bloodline? This clan is very small, and it's hard to say how many there are now. Why would they be together with Suyu? These elders were very surprised. Of course, they were also a little afraid. That invincible realm expert of this clan was too powerful, too frightening. He directly swallowed the Shinwen king. After that, the Shinwen clan did not look for trouble. They did not know whether it was because they could not find it or because of other reasons. In any case, they had not heard of the Shinwen clan and the ancient God-Eater clan fighting. The ancient God-Eater clan has actually come out. This is troublesome. Tell White One to stay away from it and not capture its aura for the time being. There is still time. It has been following Suyu all this time, and it might not have shown itself before. No wonder no one has discovered it. Soon, the Hunting Sky Pavilion replied, telling White One not to capture its aura. It was easy to cause trouble if it startled the other party. In the ancient city, the various experts were also very surprised. A new being, or rather, a new race. Of course, the Shinwen clan experts, except for Zhan Wushuang, the other two Sun and Moon sovereigns were somewhat suspicious and uncertain. they also looked at Furball with some fear. What was that? It was somewhat familiar, or rather, they had some impression of it. It was furry and as long as a ball. It was extremely fast and could turn invisible. Its aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Soon, the two sun and moon sovereigns looked at each other with uncontrollable fear. As for Zhang Wushuang, he looked curiously at Furball. What was that? So you actually had a pet? The next moment, the sun and moon sovereigns beside him grabbed him and transmitted, "Go. As soon as the city gates open, we leave immediately. Also, go back and inform the immortal realm not to send anyone here anymore. Why is Suyu still in the city? He cheated us of so many things, Wushuang." The sun and moon sovereigns transmitted coldly, "Listen to me. When you go back, even if you tell the God King, he won't allow you to come here again. Do you understand?" Zhang Wushuang frowned. Was it related to this little furball? He didn't say anything else. Perhaps, there was something he didn't know. At this moment, some of the sun and moon sovereigns vaguely remembered something, and their hearts filled with shock. The ancient God-Eater clan, yes, the ancient God-Eater clan that had devoured a God King. It wasn't that no one had ever killed an invincible. There were many, such as Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the Great Qin King. Many humans had also died. Naturally, they had been killed by others. But no invincible had died as miserably and helplessly as that time. In a flash, it was gone, the corpse was still there, and the Sea of Wool was empty. As for the corpse, it was naturally picked up by someone who was at the scene, trembling in fear. At that time, there were some people who saw it from afar, so the news spread. As for the person who picked up the corpse, he didn't say a word, as if he was afraid that others would know that he had picked up the corpse. Of course, he wouldn't admit it afterwards, but that Luo Ri Deity King's corpse was definitely picked up by Great Light Lord. This was probably the most complete corpse that had been preserved until now. As for why it didn't devour Great Light Lord, it might be because he was full, or because Great Light Lord was too ugly. It was hard to say. Therefore, when Great Light Lord first saw the little furball, he felt it was somewhat familiar. He recalled what happened in the past, and reminded Zhu Tiandao of a few words, telling Suyu not to bring this thing to the All Heavens battlefield, because he was afraid that it would attract that fellow. Some sun and moon sovereigns quickly flew towards the city gate, bringing along those geniuses who were still puzzled. These people were too young to know anything. 300 years ago, when this matter spread throughout the All Heavens, who wouldn't be frightened? Now, everyone just forgot about it. Now, the God-Eater ancient race appeared again, even if it didn't seem to be that one, even if it looked very weak, no one wanted to provoke it easily. What if that fellow who devoured Luo Ri Deity King was drawn out? Little Furball, on the other hand, obtained the storage ring without a hitch. After checking and counting, it didn't know how to count, so it said in a childish voice, "Heaven Hunting Pavilion, 1200 profound lights, 800 drops of mystic yellow liquid, and many fruits, how much is that?" White One quickly said, "Profound light of heaven and earth and sun and moon mystic yellow liquid, added together, it's worth 3,600 wisps of profound light of heaven and earth. In addition, a dragon blood fruit tree is worth 300 drops of sun and moon mystic yellow liquid, that's 900 wisps of profound light of heaven and earth, a total of 4,500 wisps. Also, 5 demon god fruits are worth 300 wisps of profound light of heaven and earth. As for the remaining 200 wisps, I'll use sun and moon essence blood to exchange for the price, it's enough." Little Furball nodded its body. "Alright, at least you know what's good for you. You actually didn't find fault, I'm leaving, I'm afraid too." It quickly took the storage ring and soon disappeared on the spot. Not long after, it opened an ancient house and hid inside. Everyone checked and guessed that Suyu was probably not there, and they didn't know where he was hiding. What a sinister fellow. Not long after, the ancient city gates began to shake, and the death chi began to dissipate. The sun and moon dead spirits in the city still couldn't find the murderer, and quickly retreated. And the city gates instantly opened. At this moment, all the experts and geniuses instantly rushed out of the ancient city, afraid that Suyu would come again, so scared that they were a step behind. Just as they rushed out, there was a loud rumble, and the city gates instantly closed. In the city, Suyu killed another mountain and sea dead spirit, and once again closed the city gates. "This ancient city is mine," before the dark demon dragon recovers, this ancient city is mine, and I have the final say. City Lord's Mansion, back hall. Xingyu appeared again, looking at Suyu, and said indifferently, "This guy can't just keep killing the dead spirits. We'll all be colleagues in the future, and if he continues to kill, he'll anger the dead spirit generals under my command." The stone statue ignored Xingyu. Not bad, not bad. Under normal circumstances, the ancient city's residents couldn't kill the dead spirits, but Xingyu had insisted on personally converting Suyu. Now, with Xingyu's death qi, the dead spirits couldn't do anything to Suyu. In this way, such residents met the criteria of the stone statue. As long as they were alive, they would be guardians. This was the true function of a resident. The ancient city was to guard the dead spirits, and when they died, they would become dead spirits again, and then be guarded by the residents. The city was sealed again, Suyu walked out of the ancient house this time. Although there were no living people in the city, Suyu still turned into an undead spirit. Disguise, there was no other reason. There was still Black Demon in the city. That guy probably wanted to kill him. There was no harm in being careful. He disguised himself first. At this moment, Suyu was wandering on the empty streets. Only then did he feel a little refreshed, like a bird flying in the sky. This huge ancient city, if it weren't for Black Demon, this ancient city would be mine. What a pity. Now, he had to disguise himself in case Black Demon found out and killed him. That would be a big loss. Comfortable. The streets overflowing with death energy didn't affect him. Suyu was in a good mood. Along the way, he touched some weak undead spirits from time to time, like a general comforting his soldiers. It was a pity that the undead spirits didn't have clothes. Otherwise, Suyu would have tidied their collars to show his kindness. Xinghong Ancient City, a very good ancient city. This place was really good. It wasn't the first time that Suyu sighed. He felt that he might have to sigh many more times. He wasn't in a hurry to find the little furball. He went to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was still closed. Black Demon didn't come out, and none of the guards in the city lord's mansion came out. He didn't know if they were all dead or something else. There was a high chance that a lot of them were dead. Previously, a quasi-invincible realm undead spirit broke in and tried to kill Black Demon. After a battle, Black Demon was seriously injured, let alone the guards. Suyu looked for a while. The city lord's mansion was extremely quiet. Is he healing himself? Suyu judged that Black Demon had definitely been corroded by the death energy. He might have turned into an undead spirit. He couldn't enter the city lord's mansion if the other party didn't open the door now. Forget it. Suyu didn't care about him anymore. Soon, he went to patrol outside the city lord's mansion. One ring after another, Suyu tirelessly checked the houses one by one to see how many residents there were in the ancient city, their approximate strength, how many were in the inner 3 rings, and how many were in the outer ring. He had to control everything in the ancient city, otherwise, he didn't know how many outsiders would sneak in. Just like HMO, if he did a census this time, it would be very easy to find Suyu. Look, this is the disadvantage of not doing a census. He had to register and have a household register. Even if he was a resident, it would be best to issue him an ID card. If he died, he would have to cancel his account. As expected, demons were demons. Suyu found that the city lords of these ancient cities were very irresponsible. They didn't even know how many people there were in the city. Under such circumstances, it was easy for an outsider to hide. Once it was registered, it would be recorded, including the fact that one was not allowed to change rooms. This way, it would prevent people like him from randomly hiding in some rooms, causing enemies to not be able to find him. When it came to management, the human race still had some skill. This is a lot of work. It's hard for me to supervise it alone. At this moment, Suyu really thought of himself as the city lord. Looking at the huge city, he felt a little helpless. This ancient city was really big, and the further one went, the bigger the place would be. There were about 3,000 houses in the inner 3 rings. From the 18th ring to the 4th ring, there were more than 30,000 houses. As for the 18th ring, there were more than 100,000 houses. In the entire ancient city, there were at least 150,000 houses. Based on the calculation of a family of 3, This ancient city probably had more than 500,000 people in ancient times. It wasn't considered big, but it definitely wasn't small. Don't compare it to the current human realm cities. There were tall buildings now, but in this ancient city, other than the city lord manor and a few houses that had 2 floors, the rest were standalone houses. Even the small houses in the periphery were also standalone houses. If they all had 6 floors, then the resident population would exceed 3 million. If they built higher, it would be possible for 10 million people to live in. It was still possible, so you evaluated it. It was quite a big city, not bad. However, he really couldn't manage it. He didn't know how to manage it, but at least he felt that he was better than Hamo. As the city lord, how could he let his ancient city be so chaotic? Look, did the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the All Heavens Treasure Tower, and other forces pay to open branches here? Did they pay taxes? Did they get your permission to sell information here? Did some strong god and fiend races apply to you? It was a mess. Yes, the Sky Hunter Pavilion has a branch in the ancient city. Suyu's heart stirred. He looked around, and very soon, he found the location of the Sky Hunter Pavilion's branch in the 22nd ring. The place wasn't small. It was a small building with 2 floors, and it occupied quite a large area. At this moment, it showed that there were people in the house, and they were residents. He didn't know if it was occupied by residents, or if a member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion had become a resident. Suyu was more inclined to the latter. As a force that was permanently stationed in the ancient city, it was impossible for no one to become a resident. Sky Hunter Pavilion, this force wasn't anything good. Previously, Suyu wanted 500 drops of sun and moon blood essence, but in the end, the other party was only willing to give 200 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Suyu let Niu Baidao take it. As for whether he got it or not, Suyu didn't look at the Sky Hunter list, so he wasn't sure. He didn't care too much about whether he got it or not. Actually, he was worried that if Niu Baidao got it, there might be some danger. 200 wisps was not a small amount, and he had to be careful not to be targeted. Sky Hunter Pavilion. Standing in front of the Sky Hunter Pavilion's branch, Suyu was thinking if he should go in and take a look at the list. Then, he could make contact with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. It didn't matter if he was located now. Of course, it was still because of the threat from Black Fiend. Suyu realized that Black Fiend had almost become his sore point. Without Black Fiend, he wasn't afraid of the Sky Hunter Pavilion locating him. If they had the ability, they could just come in the ancient city. The Sky Hunter Pavilion's members in the city had become residents. Could there be extremely powerful people? Suyu didn't believe it. Did they think the sun and moon blood essences were cabbages? The Sky Hunter Pavilion had lost 2 sun and moon blood essences, and their hearts were aching. Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. I wonder if there are any good things. It's most likely gone. After all, White One was in the city, and he wasn't stupid. When he left, he couldn't have left without taking the good things from the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. Suyu looked at the door for a while. There must be a list inside, it must be able to communicate with the outside world. In the city, he didn't know if the other residents had a list. It was hard to say. The probability of the ancient city residents having a list was not high. The Sky Hunter Pavilion usually only gave it to geniuses and experts. The ancient city residents were neither geniuses nor experts, except for Black Fiend. I'll cut off your eyes and ears. Suyu took out his 3-ring token and forcefully opened the door. The door opened, and inside was a huge living room. At this moment, there was a person wearing a white mask inside. Seeing Suyu, the masked man sighed and said, "Greetings, Lord Su. My name is Xianxia, a member of the Xian division of the 4 divisions. I'm the division head of the Great Star Ancient City branch. I knew that Lord Su would come. Apologies for the delay." Suyu looked at him, a little surprised. "You knew that I would come?" "I knew." Xianxia said calmly, "In the entire ancient city, there are only 2 places that can communicate with the outside world. One is the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch, and the other is the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord, Lord Black Fiend, also has a list of the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch." Lord Black Fiend sealed the city again, obviously because he doesn't want to expose everything about himself. "In that case, it's necessary to uproot the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch." Suyu observed for a while. The masked man was neither strong nor weak. He was at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm. With this kind of strength, even if he didn't participate in the war between races, he would be an overlord on normal days. Suyu didn't think much of it because the level of people he came into contact with was too high. He even came into contact with Wan Wudi. The main forces in the All Heavens battlefield were actually Sor and Ling Yun. There weren't many Mountain Sea realm cultivators. A 7th tier Mountain Sea realm cultivator could be considered a powerful force. Since he was still in the ancient city, sun and moon wouldn't act against him. Seeing that Suyu was looking at him, Xianxia said again, "I'm the only one in the entire branch. The others are either dead or hired residents. They aren't members of the Skyhunter Pavilion. I'm the only official member." He took out a ranking list, and very quickly, he took out a booklet and said, "This is the ranking list that we communicated with the Skyhunter Pavilion, as well as some of the items that Lord Bai left behind. They're all some cheap items that Lord Bai might not be interested in." Xianxia presented the booklet with both hands. "Lord Bai can kill me, but the pavilion hopes that Lord Bai can establish contact with the Skyhunter Pavilion again. The Skyhunter Pavilion will use the inheritance as a guarantee to never leak Lord Bai's whereabouts in the future." Suyu was surprised, but he soon laughed. "Guarantee to pass on the inheritance? I'm a person who's about to die. Do you need to do this? Or are you waiting for me to die so that you can receive my inheritance? After all, it seems like there's still some of my inheritance left." "Lord Bai, you've misunderstood," Xianxia said in a low voice. "The pavilion has no ill intentions towards Lord Bai. It's just that Lord Bai has been turned around by the monarch of the dead souls, so the pavilion hopes that Lord Bai can provide the Skyhunter Pavilion with some information about the monarch of the dead souls world, and the dead souls tribe. Currently, only Lord Bai has the deepest contact with the dead souls world. That can't be, right?" Suyu smiled. "You big forces have never come into contact with dead spirits?" "We have, but the rules are limited, so we can't understand more." Xianxia explained, "The passage to the dead souls world is also very difficult to open. It's all guarded by ancient stone statues." When he mentioned the ancient stone statues, Suyu's interest was piqued. He asked, "What exactly are these stone statues? Are they alive or dead? Or are they just puppets?" "I'm not sure, but the stone statues are very strong and intelligent." Suyu rubbed his chin. Intelligent. Did I court death once, in the ancient city of destruction? I hammered the stone statues. Are those stone statues alive or dead?" During the battle of the invincible realm, Suyu was actually a little shocked. He didn't see anything, nor did he see the stone statues make a move. However, he heard a voice, as if the stone statues in the city had spoken. That was horrifying. If that was the case, the stone statues in the ancient city of destruction might also be alive, very strong, and able to fight the invincible realm. And I beat the stone statues up and got many benefits. If that was the case, the one who gave me the transportation talisman was not some ancient mechanism, but a stone statue, that stone statue with a long tail. How horrifying. I beat him up, and he actually gave me benefits. What's up with these stone statues? If it was Suyu who was beaten up and still gave benefits, unless the other party was my son, my grandson, or I'll beat you to death, Xianxia didn't know much. Suyu glanced at him, and Xianxia said again, "Also, the elders in the pavilion invited you to become a member of the Skyhunter Pavilion and replace me as the new head of the Great Star Ancient City." Suyu smiled faintly. "Are there benefits?" "Yes," Xianxia said frankly. "For example, I can get about 30,000 merit points worth of human resources from the Skyhunter Pavilion every year. Anything is fine. Also, the Skyhunter Pavilion looks at performance. For example, if the branch's performance is good, they can get 1,000th of the total performance as a commission. In a year, under normal circumstances, the branch's performance is more than 10 million merit points. That's the least. So in a year, I can get close to 50,000 merit points worth of resources. This is the treatment in terms of resources. In addition, we can learn some powerful techniques, obtain some authority, obtain some top-secret information, and get some protection from the Skyhunter Pavilion." "Protection?" Suyu laughed. "What protection do you have?" I don't see the Sky Hunter Pavilion protecting you when your people are killed. Xianxia shook his head. Sir, you misunderstand. Actually, the Sky Hunter Pavilion will provide protection for us. It's just that, it depends on the value. For a genius like you, the Sky Hunter Pavilion will provide great protection for you. For example, last time, in the Sea of Desire plane, there was a member who received protection from the Sky Hunter Pavilion, and the Sky Hunter Pavilion personally escorted him away. So you thought of this? It seemed to be true. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked, how are the specific departments, positions, and ranks of the Sky Hunter Pavilion divided? Sir, you don't have much contact with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Otherwise, you would have known long ago. The Sky Hunter Pavilion has 4 departments, the East and West Pavilions, and the North and South Pavilions. The 4 departments of the Sky Hunter Pavilion are in charge of gathering information and trading with the outside world. The 4 departments are one, but they are divided into Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, representing different strength and different status levels. It's similar to the Sky Hunter 4 rankings. The East and West Pavilions are in charge of exploring ancient secrets, infiltrating various worlds, and disguising identities. The North and South Pavilions are in charge of assassinations, rescues, and protection. The division of labor was quite clear. The North and South Pavilions were in charge of assassinations. Of course, they were also in charge of rescues and protection. They could be considered powerful security departments. The East and West Pavilions were in charge of gathering top-secret information. The 4 departments were mainly active in the All Heavens battlefield. So you generally understood a little. Also, under the Pavilion Master, and Department Head of the 4 departments, there are also elders. Only the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier are elders. Also, under the elders, there are a few grades. First grade white face, second grade black face, second grade colored face, second grade half face. Wait. Suyu was surprised. Other than the white face, there are other masked men? I've only seen the white face before, Xianxia said in a low voice. Lord is different. Lord quickly entered the heaven list, so those who come into contact with Lord are all white face, including me. I'm the department head of a branch, so I'm also a white face. In other words, from the beginning, Suyu had actually come into contact with the upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. He had never seen other masked men, because the other masked men were of lower levels. Those who were in charge of communicating with Suyu were all experts, and they were all white faces of higher status. Suyu nodded. Now, he more or less understood the other party's mechanism. He asked again, why didn't you run? If you ran, in the ancient city, and took off your mask, I wouldn't know you were from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. You're a resident, and I won't lose my mind and kill all the residents. Xianxia lowered his head and said, this is the sincerity of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Moreover, the city has been sealed recently, causing my death aura to change too quickly. I can't hold on much longer. If I run, I'll die. Why don't I introduce you to Lord and invite you to join the Sky Hunter Pavilion? I'm also a dying man. What's the point of inviting me? Suyu smiled. Why don't you and I have a fight and see if you can kill me? If you kill me, maybe the Sky Hunter Pavilion will save you. Lord, you must be joking. Suyu shook his head. I'm not joking. I don't like my enemies to act cowardly in front of me. It's meaningless. The Sky Hunter Pavilion sold me out, so I don't trust the Sky Hunter Pavilion, and I don't want to have any dealings with you. How about this? Let me see the strength of the experts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. If you're strong enough to defeat me, I'll consider joining you. He wanted to test his combat strength. At this moment, Suyu shut the door of the Sky Hunter Pavilion tightly. He wasn't worried that this guy would sell him out and expose his location. It's no big deal. At worst, I'll just seclude myself in this ancient house. Now that he's sold me out, the only one who can kill me is Black Devil. Black Devil can just stand guard outside. Xianxia didn't make a move. He said again, I can't kill you, Lord. You should be very strong. Although he said that, in his heart, he felt that if they really fought, you might not be able to kill me. He was at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea realm, Suyu had killed Sun and Moon, but the Sky Hunter Pavilion knew that he had killed Sun and Moon because he had killed Jibaishan's Shenwen. It wasn't Suyu's true strength. If Suyu could kill someone at the second or third tier of the Mountain Sea realm, it would already be quite good. At most, he could exchange blows with someone at the middle stage of the Mountain Sea realm. Suyu smiled. You don't want to try? Kill me. I have treasures worth 6 or 7,000 wisps of heaven and earth mystic light. Even invincible experts would be tempted. Now that the door is closed and there's only you and me in the house, kill me without anyone knowing. The city is sealed, and you can just say that you didn't meet me. Isn't that the end? Xianxia was slightly shocked. I'm not on the list. No one will know if I'm dead or alive, right? If I really die, just say that I died from the corrosion of the death chi. Who will know it was you? Suyu continued to smile as he looked at Xianzhou. Xianzhou looked like he had resigned himself to his fate. Suyu felt that it was very boring. There were many people who killed people from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was not a good person, and the North and South floors also accepted assassination missions. They even sold information about Suyu. These were all sins. But a guy came and looked resigned to his fate. Let him kill him. This wasn't what Suyu wanted to see. It was meaningless. At this moment, when he said these words, Xianzhou raised his head and said anxiously, "My lord, don't do this on purpose. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. The temptation is too great. Treasures worth a few thousand wisps of heaven and earth mystic light, it was too tempting. Killing Suyu might allow him to live. He might be able to prolong the spread of the death chi. He might be able to forcefully advance, and he might be able to survive." Many thoughts flashed through Xianzhou's mind. Suyu looked at him. He was actually very surprised. A person was about to die, yet he was still loyal to the Sky Hunter Pavilion. What kind of magic did the Sky Hunter Pavilion have to make people come to their deaths? An organization that only cared about benefits, was it worth it for people to die for? What benefits did the Sky Hunter Pavilion give you to let me kill you? No matter how many benefits there are, it's useless even if you die. Could it be that your family is being controlled? No, I have no family. Xianzhou said in a low voice, I did all of this willingly. Willingly? That's right. Xianzhou took a deep breath and said, willingly. Because the Sky Hunter Pavilion is our home. How do you think members like us develop? Are we the geniuses of the myriad worlds? No, we're just a bunch of abandoned creatures. Some of us come from small worlds, some of us carry a blood feud, some of us beg by the side of the road and almost die from starvation, some of us seek survival in the myriad world's battlefield and almost die. We have no backing, no background. Sometimes it's hard for us to even eat. It was the Sky Hunter Pavilion that gave us a chance to live. It allowed us to take revenge, to see a more exciting world, to see a more majestic myriad worlds, to be on par with the geniuses, to witness the glory of invincibility. All of this was given to us by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. So you understood. So that's how it was, so that's how the members of the Sky Hunter Pavilion came about. The next moment, Xianzhou said in a low voice, Lord Su, you won't regret joining the Sky Hunter Pavilion. The Sky Hunter Pavilion might be able to save you. At that moment, he took off his white mask. The pale face behind the mask was revealed. It was not a human, and it was not a race that Suyu knew. There were no characteristics of any race on his face. Only his eyes were special, with a fiery glow. I come from the Fire Pupil clan. Xianzhou looked at Suyu, holding the white mask with both hands. Lord, put on this mask, and from now on, you are Xianzhou of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. This mask, no one below the invincible realm can see your appearance. It can hide your breath and communicate with the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Together with your own breath-hiding technique, even a quasi-invincible realm can't see through you. If one day you can become an elder and wear the elder's mask, even an invincible realm can't see through you. Suyu's heart fluttered. This can be snatched at will? No. As long as the person is alive, the mask will remain. If the person is dead, the mask will be broken. Of course, you can take the initiative to give it to you. The Sky Hunter Pavilion also has a record. The Sky Hunter Pavilion will know your identity, but no one else knows. The Sky Hunter Pavilion really had a lot of good stuff, Suyu thought to himself. He really couldn't see through this white mask. He actually didn't know the masked people he met before, unless they volunteered. This was just the white mask. What about the Elder's mask? No wonder the Sky Hunter Pavilion was so mysterious. Maybe these guys had other identities in reality, but once they wore the mask, no one knew who they were. Even an Invincible Realm expert couldn't see through the Elder's appearance and identity. This was very scary. Maybe some of them were experts of the human clan. Today, Suyu had a better understanding of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. It was mysterious, powerful, and most importantly, there was the Sky Hunter list. This was the scariest thing. Xianxia looked at Suyu, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. He was actually moved. He actually wanted to kill Suyu. He wanted to fight for a chance of survival, but when he thought of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, he finally sighed and said, "Lord is a good person." Eh? Suyu was stunned. He was really stunned. He was actually given a good person card. Damn it, what the hell, I was actually given a good person card. How many people have I killed? How many experts have died because of me? I can be considered a demon now, but someone actually said I was a good person, and a member of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Xianxia smiled and the aura of death started to dissipate from his body. He sighed and said, "My lord, seeing that I am willing to surrender, you are unwilling to kill me. Perhaps, this is the pride of a genius. Perhaps, my lord is still kind in nature. I still hope that my lord can accept this mask and accept the name of Xianxia. Perhaps the Hunting Sky Pavilion can give my lord a chance to live and dispel the aura of death. Since that's the case, why not join the Sky Hunter Pavilion?" As he finished speaking, the death aura began to corrode his body. He sighed and said, "Lord Su, this is the result of being corroded by the death aura. The Sky Hunter Pavilion is very sincere and sincerely invites Lord to join us." Lord, isn't he also despised by the human clan? If that's the case, why not join the Sky Hunter Pavilion? Suyu said calmly, "Sorry, big brother won't talk about second brother. The Sky Hunter Pavilion is also not a good thing." What's the point of saying all this? That's true. Xianxia was completely swallowed by the death aura, but Suyu did not intervene. Xianxia panted again and said, "Then I still hope that Lord can hold the ranking. This is also my final mission. My life was saved by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. In the end, I will die in the mission. I have no regrets. I only hope that Lord can help me once and complete my final mission. What I can do for Lord is to demonstrate to Lord what happens when the death aura completely corrodes me." Boom, a loud explosion sounded, and the next moment, Suyu heard the sound of the sea of wool collapsing. Xianxia was dead, Suyu did not really understand why Xianxia was so persistent. Of course, Xianxia was already on the verge of death. He could see that, but he did not understand why Xianxia insisted on holding the ranking. What was the use? At this moment, the ancient house changed. Xianxia was swallowed by the death aura. At this moment, in the ancient house, the death aura overflowed, and the powerful death aura continuously surged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body gradually turned black, his clothes corroded, and he completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had become a corpse with an extremely dense death aura. After another moment, Xianxia's appearance was so corroded that it could not be seen clearly. After another moment, Xianxia suddenly stood up. At this moment, he had become a dead spirit. Suyu was extremely surprised. Suddenly, Xianxia walked out of the door, pushed the door open, and walked out. Outside the door, a dead spirit at the peak of the mountain and sea realm looked at Xianxia blankly. In the next moment, it led Xianxia and instantly disappeared from the street. That was the dead spirit that had come to receive him. Suyu's heart stirred slightly, and he directly opened the door. He did not care about the white masks and the ranking, and quickly chased after them. Dead spirits appeared strangely, and disappeared also strangely. They often appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. Of course, Suyu knew that those above the Sun-Moon tier came from the City Lord's mansion. Dead spirits seemed to be divided into ancient dead spirits and modern dead spirits. They were two different systems. Suyu quickly chased for a while, and his eyes moved slightly. Xianxia and the dead spirit of the mountain and sea realm had completely disappeared. They did not go anywhere else, but disappeared underground. Underground, Suyu's heart stirred slightly. The ancient city could not burrow underground, and there was no way to burrow underground. Could it be that these dead spirits were actually underground, so they could appear at any time? Xianxia entered underground, and did not enter the city lord's mansion. What did this mean? Did it mean that Xianxia did not go to the world of dead spirits, but was only in the ancient city? Now the dead residents could only move around underground in the ancient city? Questions appeared in his mind one after another. At this moment, there was suddenly a flash of light, and in the next moment, a small furball appeared in Suyu's sea of will. Suyu was speechless, and sent a voice transmission. How did you find me? Stinky, with a little fragrance, then it must be you. These were the words of the little furball. Although Suyu was disguised as a dead spirit, he was unable to hide it from this little fellow. This was because it did not look for Suyu based on his appearance or aura, but a feeling, a kind of fragrance. Even if Suyu was very stinky now, there was still a fragrance in the stinky smell. Suyu was speechless. Even a dog's nose was not as good as your nose. Where are the things? When Suyu finished speaking, the little furball spat out a storage ring and quickly explained, they embezzled from you, and did not give you that many treasures. I was very angry, but I could not defeat them, so they ran away. Suyu was stupefied. Did you think I would believe that? He opened the storage ring and looked. The 1,200 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light were not missing, and the 800 drops of sun-moon mysterious yellow liquid were not missing. When Bai shouted, he had been listening to him. The ancient dragon blood tree was also there, and the 200 drops of sun-moon blood essence were also there. The only thing missing was the demon god fruit that Bai said. There were only 4, there were a total of 5, moreover, the price was not cheap. In fact, it was very expensive. 5 fruits were equivalent to 300 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light. In other words, killing 6 early-stage sun-moon cultivators and extracting their blood essence in exchange for 1 fruit, even if Suyu did not know what they were used for, he knew that they were supreme treasures. Now, there was 1 less. 1 fruit is missing. I don't know how to count. I might have been cheated. The little furball was vexed, it looked very angry. They bullied me because I don't know how to count. Suyu was speechless. You don't know how to count, who are you trying to fool? When you counted the Shenwen fruits, you were very good at it. My 25 Shenwen fruits have been counted by it countless times. Do you think I don't know? He could not be bothered to say anything more. Forget it, so be it. As such, the amount of resources on Suyu's hands was frightening. 1,380 wisps of heaven and earth profound light, 1,100 drops of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid, 55 elemental spirit fruits, 4 demon god fruits, 1 dragon blood fruit tree, 470 drops of sun-moon blood essence, several heavenly blood fruits, and 9 drops of sun-moon blood essence. With this wealth, most of the invincible realm, no, the human race's invincible realm couldn't bring it out. Their accumulation was too short. Of the 470 drops of sun and moon first-tier blood essence, 270 of them were the deposit from the previous auction. On the human side, Zhu family and Qing family paid for it. Suyu gave them hostages, but he didn't give them the blood essence. If he didn't count, he wouldn't have known, but once he did, Suyu realized that he was really rich. Moreover, there were 7 texts of invincible will. There was also quite a bit of mountain and sea blood essence, which he had prepared to extract heaven's origin energy. Let's head to the heaven hunting pavilion to take a look. He quickly returned to the hunting sky pavilion. At this moment, he only left behind 3 items. A ranking list, a booklet that recorded things, and a white mask. Xianxia was already dead. He was instantly transformed into a dead spirit by the ancient house and was taken away by the other dead spirits. This was the first time that Suyu saw a human being turned into a dead spirit. Many thoughts and ideas popped up in his mind. Picking up the mask, Suyu fell into deep thought. After a long time, Suyu put the mask on his face. Perhaps, he could use it. For no reason, a thought popped up in his mind. Was this mask clean? Did Xianxia spit on it every day or something? Should I take it off and disinfect it or something? This was a mask that someone else had used. If I put it on right after the person died, wouldn't that be a little inappropriate? Many messy thoughts rose in his mind. Wearing Xianzhou's mask, Suyu thought about many things. After a while, he felt something different. He wore the mask and looked at a dead spirit outside. Dead spirit, sore. Suyu was slightly stunned. A line of words appeared before his eyes. He was stunned. This mask had the ability to determine one's strength. What was this? A way to use the sensory jade, but it was not as wide as the sensory jade. Let's see who can use it. Suyu quickly took off the mask. He felt strange. Was this a special weapon? He was also an Earth Soldier Master. Suyu carefully felt it. After a while, he was shocked again. This was an Earth Soldier, right? This was too rich and overbearing. The white mask was an Earth Soldier. He quickly took out the little furball and looked at it again. This time, there was something different. Unknown race, unknown strength. The little furball was unknown, unknown race. Suyu felt strange. Was there no record on Xianzhou's mask, or did the Sky Hunter Pavilion not know of this race? It couldn't be. Perhaps the level of Xianzhou's mask was not high enough, and there was not enough information recorded. There should be people who knew about the little furball's race, right? He looked at the little furball, and the little furball looked back at him curiously. What? Do you think you can hide by wearing a white mask? Impossible. No matter how smelly it is, I can still smell it. Don't these Sky Hunter Pavilion members all have a booklet to write and draw? Suyu thought to himself. It was not the leaderboard, but a booklet. He did not see it. He did not know if it was missing or destroyed. There was only the leaderboard. That booklet probably had the same function as the leaderboard. Maybe one was for internal and the other for external. Suyu quickly picked up the leaderboard. Just as he was thinking, a white light appeared from the white mask and shot onto the leaderboard. A moment later, the leaderboard changed into the booklet that Suyu had seen before. Suyu was stunned for a moment. Was that even possible? At this moment, the leaderboard in his hand changed. 2 words appeared on the leaderboard, Xianzhou. At the same time. Sky Hunter Pavilion. Main hall of the headquarters. At that moment, there were only a few faceless elders left. One of the faceless elders trembled slightly. He took out a booklet and quickly looked at some things. Xianzhou has fallen. A moment later, Xianzhou's name lit up again. 1982 Xianzhou, real name Suyu, human, Ling Yunjing, born in Dexia province. The elder's expression changed. Xianzhou was dead. This was not surprising, as Xianzhou did not have long to live anyway. What surprised him was that Suyu actually accepted Xianzhou's mask. He thought that Suyu would not accept it. Meanwhile, Suyu was also suspicious. He took off the mask again and carefully examined it for a while. In the next moment, he put it back on again. Soon, his willpower trembled slightly, and he sent a thought, "Where are you?" Sky Hunter Pavilion's main hall. That elder's expression was a bit strange. He discovered some characteristics of the mask so quickly. Indeed, a genius was a genius. This thing did not have an instruction manual. If it was obtained by accident, it was all up to the individual to figure it out. Of course, the so-called accident was deliberately given out by Sky Hunter Pavilion. Otherwise, it could self-destruct. "I am at Sky Hunter Pavilion," the elder quickly replied. Very quickly, he thought for a moment and replied again, "Don't worry, this mask can only be checked by the elders of the various departments. The top 10 of the Xian department are under my control. Other than me, no one can check your position, including your hunting the heavens atlas, which is bound to the mask. No one can check your position." Suyu was stunned. "I just felt something was wrong, so I tried." He was an Earth Soldier Master after all, so he could more or less feel it. He did not expect someone to really reply, "Sky Hunter Pavilion's elder, Mystery Department's direct elder." "Mystery Department's elder? What's your name? Do you know who I am?" The Mystery Department's elder thought about it again and again, but still replied, "Human Suyu." F***CK. Suyu cursed. Scam, as expected, the Sky Hunter Pavilion was a huge scam. Alright, he guessed it. It was impossible that the other party did not know his identity. "You can check my location?" "Yes, now that you wear this mask, you are Xianzhou. Of course, you can abandon it. When you do so, just destroy the mask." Since you have entered Skyhunter Pavilion, you are one of us. Skyhunter Pavilion will no longer sell information about your location. Everything else will be as usual. It will not affect you in the slightest. Xiu quickly replied, why do you insist on pulling me into Skyhunter Pavilion? It's not that you have to join, but many geniuses actually have identities in Skyhunter Pavilion. Of course, you don't know who they are. Even I don't know. I only know the identities of the top 10 in the mystery department. The Skyhunter Pavilion elder quickly explained, roping in geniuses is what Skyhunter Pavilion has always been doing. Xiu ignored him and asked again, how do I address you? All the elders of Skyhunter Pavilion have fixed titles. You can call me Elder Xianxia, followed by Xianyi, Xianbing. Heavenly stems and earthly branches are not unique to humans, but are used by all races. There are 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, and each division has a maximum of 22 elders. In fact, it has never been full. So you understood, one division had 22 elders, and 4 divisions had 88 elders. Adding on the north and south floors, and the east and west pavilions, it would be terrifying if they were all full. One had to know that the elders were all in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier. How many in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier did the humans have? Suyu was not sure about this, but from the Ming Constabulary, he currently knew that there were Zhu Tiandao, Niu Baidao, and Ying, as well as the general of the Heavenly Law Army and the general of the Iron Cavalry. If Yi Hongyan was counted, then there were 6. As for Dixia Province, Suyu only knew that Xiao Longwu, Xiao Yi, and Chief Steward who might be, but General Zhao didn't seem to be, which was hard to say. The other one was the general of the demon-suppressing army, who also didn't seem to be in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier, which was still uncertain. The other one was the second-generation mount of the academy. There seemed to be only these 4 who were definitely in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier. As for Wan Tianxing, who knew? Of course, there might be more than these few in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier in Dixia Province. Long Wu Wei and the Dark Guards, and Suyu had seen a few of them. They were all very strong, and there might be some in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier. Even if they were on par with the Ming Constabulary, both Dixia Province and the Ming Constabulary were considered powerful. The other large manners, even if they each had 5 or 6, probably only had about 200 in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier. There might be more, such as those elites from the era of the establishment of the mansion. However, most of them were about to die, and some had already died after cultivating in seclusion for many years. The number of elders under the Skyhunter Pavilion might have exceeded 100, this was very frightening. A race and a force were still different. The human race was a super-large race, with countless talents, selecting the best of the best. From what Xianzhou had said, this Skyhunter Pavilion was only looking for people with deep grudges to join. Strictly speaking, there were a lot of trash, and very few geniuses, so how could there be so many in the late stage of the Sun-Moon tier? Without talent, no matter how much resources one had, it was impossible to create an elite. For example, his father Su Long was not very talented. No matter how much resources he accumulated, it would be good if he could create a mountain sea. Or could the weak mountain sea produce a sun-moon? Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Suyu quickly asked, is Elder Xianjia the strongest elder of the Xian division? Not necessarily. At this moment, Xianjia replied again, you are Xianjiao, so you are definitely weaker than Xianba and Xianqi? You can't just look at the title. Some titles are inherited, and not the first one. If the other elders had lived from countless years ago until now, perhaps they would have been ranked according to their strength, but it might not be the case now. So you understood. So now that I'm wearing the mask, I'm considered to have joined the Skyhunter Pavilion? Yes, it's the same even if you take off the mask, unless you break the mask. After that, the Skyhunter Pavilion will reforge the Xianjiao mask and wait for the next Xianjiao to appear. How many people are there in the Xian division? I don't know. Suyu felt that he was lying to him, talking nonsense. Xianjia said again, I'm only in charge of the 10 of you, and I only know the identities of the 10 of you. As for the others, they are not under my command, so I really don't know how many people there are. However, there aren't too many people in each division. There shouldn't be many first-grade white masks, second-grade black masks, third-grade colorful masks, and fourth-grade half masks. After saying that, he quickly replied to Suyu, "You've become Xianxia, so you can now know the identities and locations of the 10 black masks. You can check them through the Sky Hunter Atlas in your hand." Suyu was not in a hurry, but quickly said, "What's the identity of White One? Why isn't he ranked according to heaven, earth, black, and yellow?" White One. The 4 divisions are separated. Above the 4 elders are 4 ministers, who directly govern some people. The Heaven Division's minister directly reports to the White Division, the Earth Division reports to the Black Division, the Xian Division reports to the Kai Division, and the Yellow Division reports to half-grade? Suyu interrupted. This was even simpler than writing. This did not rely on writing, but on willpower to express meaning and input it into the mask, so it was easier to communicate. Therefore, he could also interject when others were not finished. He now understood. The divisions beginning with heaven, earth, black, and yellow were all under the control of the elders. White One was directly under the management of the minister, so the yellow division should be half-grade. Xianxia was speechless, but quickly said, "No, it's the gray division. 4th grade half mask is actually a gray mask, but the mask only covers half the face." So you said again, "What's the difference between the 4 divisions? Is the Xian division inferior to the Heaven division?" According to rank and strength, Xianjiao is also at the 7th tier of the mountain and sea realm, so he shouldn't be in the Xian division, right? That's not it. There are some differences in strength between the 4 divisions, but not too big. The Heaven division is indeed slightly stronger, but the main difference is in the different functions. Xianjia explained a lot. If Suyu was an ordinary mountain and sea realm, he would not have paid him any attention. But Suyu was different. He was Suyu, so the first elder of the Xian division still communicated with Suyu. The 4 divisions are collectively known as the Heaven Hunting Division. The Heaven Division is in charge of gathering auras and information on geniuses. They need more strength to roam the heavenly battlefield. The Earth Division is in charge of transportation. For example, when you traded with us before, it was people from the Earth Division. The Xian Division is in charge of garrisoning certain places. For example, Xianjiao was in charge of guarding the ancient city of Grand Star, which is also very dangerous. The Yellow Division is in charge of guarding the headquarters of the Heaven Hunting Division, and is responsible for communication. It is safer, but also weaker. This time, Suyu really understood. Within the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, the division of labor was very clear. The first time Suyu met people from the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, they were collecting auras. It was then that they collected Suyu's aura. They were people from the Heaven Division. The second time was when he bought something. In the ancient city of Calamity, someone knocked on the door to deliver it. They were people from the Earth Division. And the people in charge of the branch were people from the Xian Division. The people he communicated with were people from the Yellow Division. In addition, the North and South pavilions were security guards and assassins. The East and West pavilions were scouts. They did not investigate the heavenly battlefield, but infiltrated the various large and small worlds to investigate. Now, he understood everything. Xianjia said, "Of course, if you are short on manpower, you can also do some other work. For example, you are in charge of guarding the ancient city of Grand Star. If the city is sealed and needs to transport resources, or if someone hires you to protect and kill enemies, you will have to do some part-time work." So you understood. For example, Xianjiao was usually a shopkeeper. At critical moments, he could also serve as a courier or a hired thug. Then what are the benefits of joining the Heaven Hunting Pavilion? First, the position will not be bought. Second, you can buy some things that can't be bought in the outside world. Elders will be half price, white face 40% off, black face 30% off, color face 20% off, half face 10% off. Suyu's heart stirred. 40% off, damn, that's cheap, that's possible. Third, if your contribution is large enough, the Heaven Hunting Pavilion will provide you with protection. At critical moments, even Invincible will help you. Fourth, there will be a portion of income every year. Based on how much business you do, you will get a 1,000th commission. If it's a large business, you will get a few strands of heaven and earth profound light. Too little, what a scam, a 1,000th commission. The black face under your command will also get a 1,000th commission for the performance of the business. And the black face is in charge of the color face, and their performance is not bad, Suyu nodded. This was not bad. But it seemed that he only had 10 black faces. The black face is in charge of the color face. Can I see the information of the color face? No, according to the rules and regulations of the Heaven Hunting Pavilion, everyone, only their direct superior can know their identity. Otherwise, once the Heaven Hunting Pavilion is in chaos, it can easily lead to the Heaven Hunting Pavilion being uprooted. The rules were strict, Suyu nodded. This rule was actually quite good. It represented his identity, and now only one person knew, and that was this black armor elder. Then what about Invincible? Even Invincible can't know everything? Yes, even Invincible can't do it. Even the department head only knows the information of the department's elders. Xianxia quickly said, the department head might not have no position. Take you for example, if our department head is invincible among the demon gods, then you will be in danger. So, the Heaven Hunting Pavilion will not let the person in charge know all the information, lest they are all wiped out. Suyu nodded again. This was actually not bad, but it would also cause trouble. Once the direct elder died, just as Xianxia was deep in thought, Xianxia added, you don't have to worry about losing contact with the Sky Hunter Pavilion if I die. Even if the mask is destroyed, the Sky Hunter board will automatically create a new mask for the new one. The successor will take over the mask, and the two of you will be able to re-establish contact. Of course, if no one takes over, that will be your chance. Yes, under normal circumstances, when an elder dies, only the Sun-Moon late stage can take over. But if there is no Sun-Moon late stage successor, then one of the 10 direct subordinates of the elder will be chosen to inherit the position. Even if that person doesn't have the strength of the Sun-Moon 7th tier, he can still inherit the position. So that's how it is. Then, what are the benefits and ways to become an elder? Benefits, you will naturally know. Ways, first, you must accumulate enough contribution points, this is the foundation. Second, you must have enough strength. Third, you must be recommended by your direct superior to come to the headquarters to participate in the test. If you pass, you can be promoted to elder. Then I can't go to the headquarters now? Xianxia cursed in his heart. Of course you can't come, but if you come, it's obvious that you are up to no good. That's right, other than the yellow tribe who is in charge of intelligence, the other tribes can only send elders to the headquarters. Then, are there invincibles in the headquarters? Xianxia was really speechless. What are you trying to do? Yes. Oh. So you didn't ask anymore. Forget it, with invincibles, I won't go even if you invite me to go. It's too dangerous. Xianxia, who was communicating with him, was a little tired, but he quickly said, also, you have to bear the responsibility of Xianzhou. Otherwise, your mask will automatically break if you don't complete the test 3 times. There's such a thing, so you quickly said, how will the test be, and how often will it be? The test is held once every 3 years. By realm experts are all experts, so it's normal for them to go into seclusion for 3 years. But if you don't complete the test for 9 years, that's not right. Suyu nodded. That's quite humane. What test? Division Xian focuses on performance. If you want to open a branch, you need to sell treasures and intelligence. Once you reach a certain standard, you can complete the test. Suyu asked again, how many merit points? The All Heavens battlefield doesn't use merit points, so there's actually no unified standard. However, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion does. The Hunting Heaven Pavilion values a drop of blood essence at the first level of the mountain and sea realm as 1 Hunting Heaven point. The weakest kind is roughly equivalent to 1,000 contribution points of your human race. Suyu nodded. That's about right. The weakest first-level mountain sea blood essence is roughly this price in the human race. If you buy it on a large scale, it'll be cheaper. As for Bai Mian, his performance in the 3-year test is 1,000 Heaven Hunter points. Suyu calculated again. That's 1,000,000 merit points. Actually, that's not a lot. The weakest first-level Sun Moon blood essence is worth about 10,000 merit points, which is 10 Heaven Hunter points. In other words, he only needs to complete the transaction of 100 drops of Sun Moon blood essence every 3 years. That's about 30 drops a year, alright, it's still quite a lot after conversion. Xianxia said again, if you complete the transaction of 10,000 Heaven Hunter points in one go, you won't be tested for the next 30 years. This can be accumulated, and it's also to give some people time to cultivate in seclusion, so that they won't miss the opportunity. Not bad, not bad. In that case, he can make a big transaction in one go, and he won't have to worry about the test in the future. Speaking of which, why do I have to consider this? I don't want to join the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, Suyu cursed in his heart. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion is a scam, a huge scam. They cheated me of many things, and even sold me intelligence, Suyu said directly. Then if I become Xianzhou, can I kill people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion? You're really straightforward. Xianzhou was also speechless. He quickly said, both sides can't wear masks. If one side doesn't wear a mask, or both of them don't wear a mask, it's up to you. If we both wear masks and kill each other, will the Heaven Hunter Pavilion punish us? Yes. Xianjia immediately said, if you wear a mask and the other party wears a mask as well, and you kill the other party, both me and the other party's direct superior will sense it. I will know who you killed, and the other party will know who killed their subordinate. At that time, you will face some punishment. What punishment? The north and south floors will send people to kill you, understand? Understood. What happens after I kill the people from the north and south floors? Someone stronger will come to kill you. What if I kill them again? Are you a contrarian? Why do you only want to kill, F***CKU? Xianjia felt like vomiting blood, but he quickly said, if you can kill the head of the north and south floors, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion will not seek revenge on you. Do as you please, understand? Understood. Strength speaks for itself. Suyu nodded. I understand now. If I kill all of you, you will naturally not come after me. In other words, before this, I'd better not wear a mask when I kill people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Got it. Xianjia had already provided me with a very good method and means, as well as a way to avoid being hunted down by the Sky Hunter Pavilion. It seemed that this elder was not a good person. He actually encouraged me to take off my mask and kill the people of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Xianjia did not know what he was thinking, or he would really vomit blood. Since when did he encourage Suyu to kill people from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion? Suyu thought of something and asked again, Elder Xianjia, which race are you from? No comment. Are you a god or demon? No. Xianjia knew what he was thinking and quickly said, Xianjia was ordered by me to come into contact with you. I am not a god or demon. If I was, there would be no need for Xianjia to come into contact with you. If a god or demon wants to kill you, it is useless to just rely on locating you once. You can also break your mask at any time. That's hard to say. So you did not say anything more. Locating him once was enough. If he was prepared, he would kill him once. Was there a need for a second time? He had always been suspicious of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Then what is the purpose of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion? Is it to earn money? No, the goal of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion is to stimulate the potential of geniuses, to make geniuses more geniuses, to make experts stronger, and to promote the prosperity of the myriad worlds. I understand. It is to make trouble, to make geniuses kill each other, to make experts kill each other. Kill one genius, make another genius stronger, and become an excellent warmonger. Xianjia was speechless. That made sense. Suyu was indeed smart, instantly understanding the true meaning of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Xianjia felt that there was nothing else he could teach. Look, didn't you already learn it? As for Suyu, this was his own personal experience. He could tell just by looking at it. Back in the ancient city of Annihilation, these fellows had played a role, including selling out his whereabouts and information about Daoqing and the others. All of this was so that the geniuses could understand each other better, and that the fighting would be even more desperate. All kinds of information, all kinds of treasures, and all kinds of services were sold. Without war, without killing, how could the Heaven Hunter Pavilion earn money? It was the same this time. Because of Suyu, the other party obtained the opportunity to sell information, and they gained a lot of benefits. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly said, this time, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion earned a lot through me. That can be considered as my performance, right? what about my share? Xianxia was speechless. He quickly replied, you were not a member of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion before. Also, someone else has claimed the performance this time, and it can be considered as White One's performance. Because he has been passing information in the city, the commission is all his. White One. So you remembered that White One owed him a lot of money, because the commission was all his. Isn't 1,000 too little? If the commission was too little, so you actually lacked motivation. It's not little. Also, you can propose other deals for some exclusive information. For example, this time, if you are the only one who knows about the information in the ancient city and passes it to the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, you can negotiate with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. This time, White One is not the only one who knows. So you understood. Many people knew about this information. Madonna and the others all had a ranking, so White One was not qualified to negotiate the price. Elder Xianxia, you really won't betray me? Of course not. Xianxia quickly added, also, when I locate you, you'll actually be able to sense it. This is also the special treatment that Bai Mian receives. When I locate you, your mask will glow. Unless there's really something looking for you or you've gone missing, that's the real purpose of locating someone from our pavilion, not to kill someone from our pavilion. Really? Really? Then, Elder, locate me. I'll try. Xianxia was speechless again. Locating me once requires a lot of energy. It can be consumed by all kinds of treasures, or vitality liquid, blood essence, heaven and earth mystic light, heavenly vitality. Elder, try locating me. F***ck, I already said, it will consume energy. Xianxia was speechless. At this moment, in the hall, he glanced at the other elders. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he quietly injected some energy into the atlas. Soon, the light flickered slightly. Location found, a line of words appeared in front of him. Soon, he communicated with Suyu, you are in the Great Star Ancient City, inside the Sky Hunter Pavilion branch. The location is so accurate? At this moment, Suyu's mask was indeed slightly glowing. Somewhat surprised, he quickly went out the door and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Elder, try to locate me again, Suyu. Xianxia was a little depressed. I only explained so much to you on account of your amazing talent. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, I can completely ignore you. Don't push your luck. I'm about to die. How can I have talent? Suyu quickly said. Well, forget it if he didn't locate me. Fortunately, if he located me, I would be able to feel it. Of course, it could not be ruled out that this elder deliberately deceived me. This white light was also controlled by him. You have a lot of resources. You won't die so quickly. If you really die, maybe we can help you collect your corpse. This is also a good thing. If I die, I will become a dead spirit. You collect my corpse? Who are you kidding? Xianxia was speechless again. There was no way to refute this. Forget it, communicating with Suyu was really tiring. This guy did not have any fear for him. It was normal. Anyone who survived the siege of several invincible realm experts would naturally have less fear for the sun and moon. Moreover, this guy was extremely bold, he did not have the guts to set up such a big scam. Xianxia cut off the connection. Suyu was speechless. He actually ignored me. I really have a lot of curiosity about the Sky Hunter Pavilion. For example, I did not ask about the Sky Hunter list. Is this elder too impatient? I only asked a few questions, he did not reply to me. Speaking of which, he now knew the use of the Sky Hunter catalog and the mask. The mask was used to contact his superiors and subordinates, while the Sky Hunter catalog was used to contact the intelligence agents of the Yellow Division in the headquarters. Should I break this mask? Suyu took off the mask. Actually, he was a little reluctant to part with it. He felt that this thing was quite useful. He could communicate with the Sky Hunter Pavilion at any time and buy things at a 40% discount. In addition, it had the ability to conceal aura. It was an earth weapon. There was a little bit of reluctance to part with it. Also, who are the 10 black masks under my command? Suyu quickly took out the catalog and searched. It was on the first page. Xianzhou He 01, this title, there was no one else. With one look, he knew that this was the black face under Xianxia's command. The number one under Xianxia's command, Suyu was helpless. He looked at the information again. It was quite simple. 2685th Xianjiu He 01, real name, Luo Duo Baasha, Earth Fire Demon Race, Ling Yunjing, Earth Fire Demon Race, the demon race is my enemy, I actually have a demon race under me, this was not important. What was important was, Suyu was thinking, what was the code name of the colored face controlled by the black face, Xianjiu He 01, Kai 02, also according to the code, then the half or gray face controlled by the colored face would have to be called Xianjiu He 01, Kai 01, Hui 01, damn, Suyu thought a lot. He felt that if he did this, the black and colored faces would not report their names when they went out. There was no way to register. It was too long, but in this way, it was clear, and the top and bottom were clearly separated. One look and he would know who the other person was and who the boss was. Perhaps, he should add Xianxia by Xuanjiu to prove that he was under the command of the Xianxia elder. Suyu's imagination ran wild. He was still very interested in the entire Skyhunter Pavilion system. Mainly, he was interested in their wealth, too rich, they could have anything they wanted. After becoming an elder, he could enter the headquarters, but the headquarters had invincibility. Maybe he would go there sooner or later. He did not know if the treasures were all in the headquarters, or if there were some in the branch, but the ones in Xinghang Ancient City had been taken away. Getting Xianjiu's mask was an unexpected gain. Suyu quickly suppressed this matter and did not think about it for the time being. As for his location, he would have to wait and see. He was afraid that the other party could silently locate him. Otherwise, this identity was actually quite good. Just as Suyu was thinking, the atlas vibrated. He quickly picked up the atlas, and a line of words appeared on it. Is Xianjiu still in Xinghang Ancient City? This was an inquiry from the Yellow Division. Suyu quickly replied, yes. The city lord of Xinghang Ancient City, Black Demon, issued a request for help, hoping that the Skyhunter Pavilion could provide him with a large amount of Heaven's Essence Qi. Is there any Heaven's Essence Qi in the branch? If there is, quickly send it to the city lord's mansion. Suyu wanted to say no, but he was startled. Send it to where? Send it to the city lord's mansion, what? Damn, does this mean that I can enter the city lord's mansion? Black Demon is very strong, I am worried that he will attack and kill me. Suyu replied. The Skyhunter Pavilion's Yellow Division quickly replied, no, he is seriously injured. You are the only member of the Skyhunter Pavilion in the city. Through you, he can still get some help. If he kills you, he can only wait for death. Suyu's eyes flickered. Is that so? The identity of the Skyhunter Pavilion seems to be easy to use. I was just worrying about when this black demon would come out of seclusion and fight with me for the control of the ancient city. Now, I can go and find out the truth, but it is a little dangerous. How much does he need? 100 portions of Heaven's Essence Qi. The other side quickly replied, is there any storage in the branch? No, but I have some in my personal storage. Then according to the rules, everything that Black Demon pays for this transaction is yours. You have to hand over 10% of it as a handling fee. Understood, Suyu understood. So it was possible to do this. As a platform, it was normal for the Skyhunter Pavilion to take 10% of the handling fee. After all, they needed to contact customers and send orders to Suyu. They needed to communicate across an infinite distance. Taking 10% was not considered a lot. After all, the things that the Skyhunter Pavilion sold were very expensive. The price that Black Demon had to pay was definitely not small. Suyu smiled. Black Demon, I am coming, this fellow's injuries were not light. Otherwise, he would not have opened the city gates and let the people from the Skyhunter Pavilion in. The stronger one was, the more vigilant they would be. When they were injured, they would definitely not let outsiders near. Now, there was no other way. Very good, I am Xianjiu. Suyu, who was still hesitating, made up his mind at this moment. I am Xianjiu, not bad. The Skyhunter Pavilion had assigned him a mission so quickly. Suyu felt that he could use this identity. 100 portions of Heaven Yuan Qi. Heaven Yuan Qi. I don't have much left. I need to prepare. Soon, Suyu wrote on the Skyhunter Pavilion's map. Ask Black Demon to wait for a while. I need to avoid the sun and moon dead spirits. There are still sun and moon dead spirits in the city. Alright. Xianxia, send it over as soon as possible. Also, report the inventory list of the branch as soon as possible. We need to verify it with White One. Alright. Suyu had a general understanding of the Skyhunter Pavilion's operation. It seemed that he had to report the inventory. Thinking of this, Suyu contacted Xianxia through the mask again. Elder, the inventory is gone. Someone robbed it. Do I need to take responsibility? Xianxia was chatting with the other elders. He was speechless. Soon, he said, of course you need to take responsibility. If the inventory is lost, and there is evidence to prove who did it, you need to take 10% of the responsibility. If there is no evidence, you need to take 100% of the responsibility and compensate for everything. Oh. Our inventory was robbed by Suyu. I have evidence. I even have the video. I don't have any inventory here. Compensate 10%? Xianxia was stunned. Suyu robbed it, damn it, aren't you Suyu? Oh, I understand now. This brat was stealing what he had been guarding, he was obviously robbing himself. Suyu robbed Xianxia. What did it have to do with Xianxia? Was this what he meant? You don't have much inventory now. Suyu instantly understood. I understand now. If there is more inventory, I can rob at once. If there is less, it is not worth it to rob at once. After all, if I rob it too many times, people will be suspicious and my identity might be exposed. But this time, it was an accident. After all, everyone knew that Suyu was in the city. I understand now, Suyu sighed. What a good person. This mysterious armor elder was really a good person. He taught him another move. From this, it could be seen that the mysterious armor elder was a good person. He knew how to think for his subordinates. This superior was not bad. Xianxia did not continue on this topic, and quickly said, Xianxia, let me warn you, the Xian division has an organization directly under the department head. You should know that the Kai division is directly under the department head, and they also have the responsibility of supervision. All the subordinates of the Xian division may be monitored by the Kai division, so don't mess around. The ministers of the 4 departments all had their own organizations, and the color department was the Xian department. So you understood. So that's how it is. I was just saying that the hunting sky pavilion has too much freedom and authority. So there are still people who manage things. Ignoring the black-armored elder, Suyu quickly entered the Sky Hunter branch. Picking up the catalog that Xianxia had given him, he checked the inventory. There wasn't much left, but there was quite a bit of blood essence and vitality liquid. There were also some heavenly yuan fruits, but the quantity was also very small. Aside from that, there were some weapons. There were quite a few Xian weapons, and there was even an earth weapon. Although the inventory was small, it was only relatively speaking. Strictly speaking, there was still a lot. As for the warehouse, it was in the Hunting Sky Pavilion branch. Every branch had a restriction set by the Sun and Moon sect, and it was specially used as a warehouse. It was controlled by the branch head. That meant it was Suyu. Suyu did not look at it anymore, and quickly began to change his cultivation method to extract heavenly yuan qi. Could he extract heavenly yuan qi from the deathly aura in his body? Speaking of which, did he mix the heavenly yuan qi with the deathly aura? Very quickly, Suyu extracted it to test it out. Not bad, the cultivation method worked smoothly, and he could still extract it. He was also not entangled by the deathly aura, because when the deathly aura touched the heavenly yuan qi, it would melt. This made Suyu's idea of using the deathly aura to poison the black demon dissipate. He had almost forgotten that the two of them were enemies. The black demon needs the heavenly yuan qi, which means that the deathly aura is almost out of control. Otherwise, as a Sun and Moon 9th tier, there would be no need for him to ask for help from the Hunting Sky Pavilion. It seems that his injuries last time were not light. Many thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. Now that the black demon was his greatest enemy, it was not a personal grudge, but a power struggle. Suyu wanted to control the ancient city, but every time, he was worried that the black demon would find out and kill him. Once the black demon came out of seclusion and found that the ancient city was closed and controlled by Suyu, in order to seize power, he would probably mercilessly kill Suyu. After all, the ancient city was his reliance. This was a fundamental conflict. As for some of the previous conflicts, they could still be resolved. After all, it did not affect the fundamental. Now, the conflict between Suyu and the black demon could not be resolved, unless either Suyu or the black demon gave up the ancient city. How was this possible? It was impossible for Suyu to go out now. If he went out, there might be dozens of sun and moon swords waiting for him outside. Then how do I get rid of him? As Suyu extracted the heavenly essence energy, he pondered. The heavenly essence energy was also being consumed. Because Suyu had the aura of death in his body, the conflict had consumed a lot of it. Suyu did not care. The aura of death in his body was less, but it was not important. If I give the heavenly essence energy to the black demon, this guy can offset a lot of the aura of death. I hope not to go for wool and come home shorn, and help him recover from his injuries. That would be a big idiot, but with the sun and moon swords, it was not a problem to judge the authenticity of the heavenly essence energy. It was too difficult to fake the heavenly essence energy. Since the black demon exchanged it, they would definitely check it carefully. No one took the Sky Hunter Pavilion's reputation seriously. This organization was trustworthy when there were people, and it was not the first time that they did this. Last time, they were prepared to kill Suyu. Of course, no one had evidence, but everyone knew about this. Anyway, the Sky Hunter Pavilion could not fully believe it. I can't fake the heavenly essence energy. I definitely can't kill him. Even if he is heavily injured, even if I burst out with the strength of the sun and moon swords, I am still not his match. Moreover, the other party would definitely be on guard against Xianxia. Suyu was troubled. This was troublesome. He was a heavily injured guy, and he could not kill him. What should he do? Rely on the dead spirits? The dead spirits will not kill the residents, unless the residents kill the dead spirits. If the residents did not kill the dead spirits would not cause trouble for the residents. Unless the black demon killed a large number of dead spirits and drew out the powerful sun and moon dead spirits, then Suyu had hope of killing him with the help of the dead spirits. But the black demon was not stupid. Why would he kill the dead spirits? He was surrounded by the aura of death, and he could not wait to stay away from the dead spirits. Many thoughts and plans appeared in his mind, but they were quickly dismissed by Suyu. These plans were too simple and risky to deal with the sun and moon swords. This is troublesome. It was a pity that there was no Yubadian in Shinwen. Otherwise, there was still hope of killing the heavily injured black demon. Forget it. Let's go and test the situation first. After about 3 hours, Suyu extracted enough heavenly essence. The aura of death in his body was also reduced by about 10%, but it continued to spread quickly. Suyu did not care too much. Just let it spread. The speed at which it spread would never be faster than the speed at which his strength increased. He was too lazy to reverse it. City Lord's mansion. Suyu came again. At this moment, he put on the white mask and the white robe. With the mask on, the word change was activated, the word Shinwen was activated, and the word quiet was activated. With the breath-holding technique of the revolving turtle clan and the endure word Shinwen that he had just outlined, when Suyu did not move, it was as if he did not exist. Now, his strength was stronger, and so was Shinwen. His willpower and primordial qi were stronger. With this special mask, when Suyu did not move, if he did not attack, the quasi-invincible realm would probably not see anything unusual. They would only feel that the people of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Suyu instantly appeared at the door of the City Lord's mansion. His voice changed, and it was similar to Xianjiao's voice from before. City Lord, the Sky Hunter Pavilion has come to visit. After a while, a strong willpower came and swept over. It checked Suyu and did not say anything. The city gate slowly opened. Come in. Suyu floated in because he found that the people of the Sky Hunter Pavilion liked to walk like this. They floated around like ghosts. He floated in too. The entire City Lord's mansion was dead silent. Many guards came in, but now, none of them were left. Black Demon had managed the ancient city for many years, and there were many guards under his command. Now, they were probably all dead. So you did not care. There were actually some ancient city tokens on both sides of the road. They were probably left behind by the dead guards. A jade path led directly to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. So you floated up, mysterious and unpredictable. At this moment, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Black Demon transformed into a human and sat on the throne in the main hall. His face was slightly dark, caused by the aura of death. He was no longer as domineering as Suyu had seen him that day. Suyu floated in. "Greetings, City Lord." Black Demon ignored him. He glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Are you the branch head who has been entrenched in the city?" "Yes." "Xianxia, right?" "Yes." Black Demon nodded slightly. He was not familiar with the Skyhunter Pavilion, or rather, he did not want to be familiar with them. Out of sight, out of mind. These fellows were always asking for all kinds of information. If he could avoid them, he would. If he was sold, he would have to count the money for them. This time, he had no choice but to seek help from them. "Have you brought the heavenly yuan qi?" "I didn't bring it." So you said calmly, "Where are the things that you want to exchange for it?" "Also, the heavenly yuan qi is not with me now. I am afraid that you will snatch it by force." "Humph." A cold snort shook people's hearts. Black Demon's eyes were cold as he looked at Suyu. "Xianxia, when did the Skyhunter Pavilion become so timid?" "My apologies, my lord." Black Demon looked at him coldly. Actually, he was a little tempted just now. He could kill the other party and snatch it directly without paying anything, however, it was not easy to make a move now. After a moment of silence, Black Demon took out a black book. "This is the Black Demon manual that I promised to trade with you. It is considered a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The demon race and the dragon race can use it." As he spoke, his eyes turned cold. "However, this cultivation technique is far more precious than 100 portions of heavenly yuan qi. Therefore, according to the agreement, you will have to provide me with 300 portions of heavenly yuan qi after the city gates open." So you did not waste any time. He quickly took out the Skyhunter catalog and asked about it. Soon, he received a positive answer. That was right. The Skyhunter Pavilion would send people to provide Black Demon with the heavenly yuan qi after the city gates opened. Of course, this manual was 1/4 of Suyu's. Was this guy so poor? Suyu cursed in his heart. Now that he was powerful, he was not afraid of being captured by the sun and moon. Soon, he said, "My lord is right. However, I need to check the cultivation technique first." Black Demon did not waste any time. He threw the item over and said indifferently, "Don't play any tricks. In the city, I can enter almost any ancient house. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you." "I wouldn't dare." So you took the cultivation technique and quickly checked it. It was indeed a powerful cultivation technique. However, Suyu was not very interested. "I have plenty of heaven-grade cultivation techniques. Moreover, there was a restriction. It could only be cultivated by the demon race and the dragon race. The acupuncture points of the demon race and the dragon race were different. However, Black Demon was a hybrid. This cultivation technique was somewhat unexpected. It combined some of the characteristics of the acupuncture points of the demon race and the dragon race. Both races could cultivate it, but the effect might not be as good as Black Demon's. The Black Demon manual did not have any special abilities. Indeed, Suyu was not very interested. After looking at it for a while, with his experience, there was a high chance that it was real. He could not be bothered to look at this lousy thing. The main thing was that he was afraid of drawing the outline of Shenwen. Although the cultivation technique was not very good, it was still a text of will written by a sun and moon 9-layer scripture. Although it was written in the dragon race's language and the outline of Shenwen would be shattered, Suyu did not want to do it in front of Black Demon. This thing is shattered. It is good for cultivating willpower. Suyu thought to himself. He kept the Black Demon manual and quickly said, "The heavenly yuan qi that my lord wants is hidden in an ancient house." As he spoke, he hesitated and said, "I thought that my lord had guards who could go with me to get it." I did not expect that my lord has no guards. Black Demon was also depressed, talking about this made him angry. This guy from the Sky Hunter Pavilion was rubbing salt in his wounds. All the subordinates that he had recruited over the years were finished. Black Demon said coldly, "Go and get it." "My lord, why don't I go and get it when the gate of the city lord's mansion is open? I will put it in a storage ring and throw it to you." Black Demon was a little angry. Since when did the Sky Hunter Pavilion become so timid? "My lord, the city has not been peaceful recently. It is also because of Suyu." "Suyu?" Black Demon snorted coldly. That was true. Who was not afraid of getting into trouble now? He almost lost his life. "Alright, go and get it. Put it in a storage ring and throw it here." "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Suyu thanked him and left quickly. The Black Demon watched him leave silently. He wasn't too worried. The Hunting Sky Pavilion was such a big organization. Since they dared to take his things, he was still alive. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Suyu roughly judged that Black Demon was indeed surrounded by death energy. If a few more sun and moon dead spirits came, this person would most likely be unlucky. How could he attract the sun and moon dead spirits to kill him? Heavenly essence energy, storage ring, how about blowing it up? Even if he blew it up, he would not be able to kill him. Suyu had a headache. The sun and moon 9 heavens were very difficult to deal with. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how heavily injured he was, he could still beat him. The only way was to trigger the death energy in his body. Then I can only pretend to have death energy enter and detonate the storage ring. That way, I can trigger the death energy in his body. It would be best if he could kill a few sun and moon dead spirits and lure more powerful ones to kill him. Speaking of which, can the storage ring contain dead spirits? Suyu was thinking. If it was possible, why not put a few hundred dead spirits in and kill Black Demon with one bang? Had anyone tried it before? Dead spirits were not considered living beings, right? Was there a problem with putting them in? He could try it. Suyu quickly left the city lord's mansion. He turned left and right to avoid Black Demon's detection. Soon, he randomly caught a dead spirit and wanted to stuff it into his storage ring. Reality proved that he was thinking too much. He could not store it. Dead spirits could actually extract blood essence. Suyu had sold it last time. Should he get more blood essence of dead spirits? Exploded all at once. He did not know if he could use the blood essence of dead spirits to attract dead spirits. Suyu wanted to give it a try. He did have some blood essence of dead spirits. The blood essence of living people could attract dead spirits, but what about the dead spirits themselves? Also, dead spirits could not enter the city lord's mansion. Unless it was a top-level dead spirit, how could he get Black Demon out of the city lord's mansion? Many thoughts popped up in his mind. Soon, Suyu killed a dead spirit. When dead spirits died, their corpses would quickly disappear. Suyu did not have the mood to extract the blood essence of dead spirits. The blood essence of this race was a bit of a scam. He could use it as a bomb, but he could forget about extracting heavenly essence energy. Of course, the Hunting Heaven Pavilion did not sell it for cheap. Preserving and collecting it was still difficult. Suyu quickly extracted a drop of blood essence and threw it to the dead spirit that had just appeared. The dead spirit was a bit irritated by the blood essence, but it did not attack Suyu. Most likely, it was because Suyu's death aura was of a high level. There's a reaction. There were no living people in the city. Otherwise, it would be better to use the blood essence of living people to attract dead spirits. Now, he could only make do. There were many dead spirits, and getting more blood essence should be good. Suyu quickly killed a group of weak dead spirits, which attracted more dead spirits of the mountain and sea realm. He stopped killing dead spirits of the mountain and sea realm, in case he attracted the sun and moon realm dead spirits and Black Demon found out. After killing for a while, he extracted thousands of blood essence drops. Suyu quickly put them in his storage ring, and soon began to collect the death aura in the city. The city was lacking in many things, but it was not lacking in death aura. He did not expect to kill the 9 sun and moon realms. That would be a dream. His only thought was to cause a conflict between the death aura in Black Demon's body. He wanted to kill them directly, or seriously injure them. Before that, Suyu tested it on himself. He was also a resident. If it did not react to him, then it would be a waste. He detonated a drop of blood essence along with some death aura. This external death aura surrounded him, and soon caused the death aura in his body to fluctuate, but it was very weak and not very obvious. Suyu frowned. It seemed that 1,000 drops were not enough. Forget it, he would prepare more. There were many dead spirits, so he could just kill them. Suyu swiftly killed the undead spirits once more and collected the death chi. His speed was extremely fast, and these undead spirits were practically powerless before him. After killing for a while, Suyu felt that there were a lot more dead spirits in the city. He had killed at least 500 dead spirits, and extracted thousands of drops of blood essence. At this moment, in the back hall of the city lord's mansion. In the passageway below the stone statue, 3 powerful sun and moon realm dead spirits appeared, their eyes shining with intelligence and anger. It's him again. The guy that Lord Monarch personally converted. I really want to kill him. The dead spirits communicated with anger and disgust. They killed the dead spirits again and again, causing more dead spirits to appear. Some of the dead spirits could not find the enemy, and some found them, but they could not take revenge because of the suppression of the death aura. Under such circumstances, the dead spirit generals also felt it. With anger, a few dead spirits appeared near the passageway. Now in the city, the only one who did not get revenge for killing dead spirits was Suyu, and this person was personally converted by Lord Monarch. The 3 sun and moon realm dead spirits were extremely powerful. Otherwise, they would not have any intelligence. At this moment, the dead spirits could still communicate, so their intelligence was obviously not low. If he kills again, we will attack. Even if we don't kill him, we will trigger the death aura in his body to explode. This is also his own death wish. That's right, this is also the rule. The other dead spirits do not dare to attack, so we will attack and trigger the death aura in his body. The dead spirits communicated, glancing at the stone statue above from time to time. In fact, they were testing the stone statue's intentions. However, the stone statue did not speak. Clearly, this was in line with the rules. The dead spirits heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. If Suyu continued to kill, they would definitely attack and trigger his death aura to explode, killing him. At this moment, Suyu did not know any of this. After preparing everything, with a thought, he stored a large amount of death aura and dead spirit blood essence into his storage ring. In the next moment, he quickly rushed toward the city lord's sun and moon realm dead spirit. In the next moment, he was entangled with the sun and moon realm dead spirit. Suyu's speed was extremely fast, but he was entangled by the sun and moon realm dead spirit. In fact, the sun and moon realm dead spirit did not really want to pay attention to him. Mainly because Suyu was too annoying, constantly pestering him to fight. The sun and moon realm dead spirit had weak intelligence. Sensing the aura of a monarch, it did not want to pay attention to Suyu. However, it was the other party who pestered him again and again. The sun and moon realm dead spirit was also a little irritated. At this moment, Suyu suddenly shouted, "City Lord, I am entangled by the dead spirits. Can I trouble you to personally come and take the storage ring?" His voice was very loud. In the next moment, Black Demon walked out of the main hall and floated to the top of the walls of the city lord's mansion. He looked into the distance. In the sky, Xianxia was entangled with the sun and moon realm dead spirit. This guy from the hunting sky pavilion was not weak. Black Demon frowned. The sun and moon realm dead spirit was over there. Damn it, it could not do anything right. Bring it over yourself. Black Demon was extremely cold. At this moment, the death aura was exploding too quickly. He did not want to get close to the sun and moon realm dead spirit, as it would easily cause the death aura in his body to attack his heart. He had spent money to buy a door-to-door service, not to go and collect the goods himself. And in a dangerous situation, Suyu cursed in his heart, so timid. This guy was very arrogant before. Why was he so timid now? In that case, the death aura was very serious, and he did not dare to get close to the sun and moon realm dead spirit. He had no choice but to keep harassing the sun and moon realm dead spirit and bring it to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in the rear hall, the stone statue suddenly opened its eyes. The 3 top-level dead spirits also looked in that direction. Although they could not see the faces of the dead spirits, they seemed to have a strange expression on their faces. They knew that this was Suyu. Of course, they did not see it, but felt it through the reaction of the dead spirits. This was Suyu. What did he mean by bringing the dead spirits to the city lord's mansion? As for Black Demon, he did not seem to recognize that it was Suyu. It seemed like he was making some kind of deal with him. All of a sudden, the three dead spirits thought of something. And the stone statue had actually thought of this long ago. The stone statue opened his eyes and looked silently at Suyu in the distance. He could see that this kid wanted to kill Black Demon. He was extraordinarily daring, super daring. The reserve of the Sun and Moon realm, the invincible realm, was still in the city. Even those quasi-invincible realm experts who had merged their bodies for a lifetime did not dare to think of killing Black Demon in the city. But Suyu, he dared to. His daring had already reached the sky. How dare he, Black Demon? The stone statue looked at Black Demon. The death aura in Black Demon's body was surging. Once he was affected by external forces, he could really be killed by the death aura. He looked at Suyu again, and the stone statue's eyes were a little strange. In the left I was Black Demon, and in the right I was Suyu. Was it a good thing that Black Demon was really killed by him? If Black Demon died, there would be one more dead spirit of the Sun and Moon realm. But even if Black Demon did not die now, he might not be able to hold on for long. At this moment, the three dead spirits below were communicating quickly. Is he trying to kill the commander of the dead spirits of our clan to attract more powerful beings and trigger the death aura in Black Demon's body? How dare he? Can he kill them? Let him kill them. If he kills them, we will have a reason to attack. This time, we can kill two birds with one stone. We will trigger the death aura in him and Black Demon's body and kill them both in one go. The three quasi-invincible realm dead spirits quickly made a decision. Kill them all together. If Suyu dared to kill the Sun and Moon realm dead spirits, they would attack Suyu and trigger the death aura in Suyu's body. At the same time, they would also kill Black Demon. It was pretty good. The sovereign would probably be happy. All of a sudden, there was one more general of the dead spirits, and another general in reserve that the sovereign valued. Very good. They quickly looked at the stone statue, and one of the dead spirits said with fear, Lord Guardian, everything will be done according to the rules. Once Suyu kills the Sun and Moon realm commander, we will attack. Logically speaking, they couldn't attack an early-stage Sun and Moon realm commander. However, didn't Suyu kill a lot of dead spirits, so it was reasonable for them to attack. The stone statue looked down at them and saw through their plan. They wanted to kill two birds with one stone and kill them all. Black Demon didn't do anything wrong. Don't attack him if he doesn't leave the city lord's mansion. The stone statue's voice was a little cold. The dead spirits nodded quickly. That was not a problem. If they didn't leave the city lord's mansion. Whatever. At most, they would release more death aura. Black Demon wouldn't live for long anyway. At the same time, Suyu also flew toward the city lord's mansion with the Sun and Moon realm dead spirits. Lord. The moment you help me send him flying, I will give you some heavenly essence energy, Suyu screamed. Black Demon was not moved. He said indifferently, come here and throw the storage ring in. As for whether you die or not, what does that have to do with me? I'm just here to buy things. I'm not responsible for saving people. Lord, Suyu said hurriedly, my death aura is spreading very fast. Lord, if this goes on, I will have to use the heavenly essence energy. How dare you? Black Demon was furious, how dare you take what I bought for yourself? He looked at Suyu again. Indeed, the death aura was spreading very fast. He frowned. At this juncture, was this guy really going to use the heavenly essence energy? He bought the heavenly essence energy, however, he was about to die. Wouldn't he use it? Black Demon was a little annoyed, everything was not going well, damn this guy. Suyu was annoying. This Sky Hunter Pavilion was annoying too. They could have brought it directly, but they had to hide it somewhere and then go to get it. Then, they encountered the Sun and Moon realm dead spirits. Black Demon cursed in his heart. He quickly judged the situation and sensed the danger. Fortunately, he didn't kill the Sun and Moon realm dead spirits. The sun and moon realm was very sensitive to danger. Seeing that Suyu really took out a wisp of heavenly essence energy and absorbed it, Black Demon flew into a rage. Stop. Damn it. Your Skyhunter Pavilion dares to go back on their word and take the goods of the transaction. Lord. I will return the Black Demon book to you after this. According to the rules of the Skyhunter Pavilion, if I can't complete the task, I have the right to cancel the transaction. Suyu's voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow. Lord, I have no hope of reaching the City Lord's mansion. The death aura will erupt before I reach there. You, Black Demon was furious. He looked at Suyu again. The death aura was extremely dense. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Unlucky, he had no choice but to go out and take it himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he shouldn't provoke the dead spirits now, he really wanted to go out and take the item and kill Xianxia. Forget it now. He gave Xianxia a way out. He still hoped that Xianxia would find a way to communicate with the Skyhunter Pavilion and find a way to transport some heavenly essence energy over. In the next moment, Black Demon flew out of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the stone statue in the rear hall closed its eyes. It sighed softly in its heart. Black Demon was finished. If he didn't leave the City Lord's mansion, even if Suyu had some tricks up his sleeves, it would be hard for him to kill him. But he went out. The 3 undead generals below were waiting for this opportunity. Right now, Black Devil still had a sliver of hope. If Suyu didn't kill the sun and moon undead spirits, the 3 undead generals wouldn't be able to get out of this place. He wouldn't let them out. However, if Suyu could kill the sun and moon dead spirit, he wouldn't have any reason to stop him. Not only would Black Demon die, but would Suyu himself be able to hold on? The stone statue felt that Suyu's situation was even worse than Black Demon's. Was this guy really not afraid of killing himself, or did he think that no matter how much he killed, no dead spirit would appear? That was wishful thinking. Up to you. You can torture yourself to death. It had only been a few days, and the holy city was almost a dead city. The 3 dead spirits were extremely excited as they waited for an opportunity. As for Suyu not being able to kill the sun and moon commander, he probably had a chance, the 3 dead spirits thought. After all, the sun and moon dead spirit was only at the initial stage, and its intelligence wasn't high. It was also suppressed by the monarch's aura. If Suyu could unleash his power, there was a high chance that he could kill it, right? The few dead spirit generals were also looking forward and waiting. If Suyu didn't kill it, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Suyu's eyes lit up. He was out. It was a good thing that he was out of the City Lord's mansion. Previously, Suyu thought that if he didn't come out, he could only explode his storage ring. There was no point in not killing the dead spirit. However, once Black Demon came out, he definitely had to kill it. Could he kill it? Of course, with Suyu's current strength, his physical body had been forged 48 times, and his physical strength had exceeded 170,000 apertures. With the help of the Yang aperture and the Shenwen aperture, his physical strength alone was close to 200,000 apertures. He had just found a place and swallowed a drop of sun and moon blood essence to activate the first layer of the sun and moon diagram. If he swallowed another drop of blood essence and attacked, it wouldn't be a problem to kill this stupid dead spirit. It was equivalent to them being at the same level. Suyu was still a living person and had many tricks up his sleeves. Killing a sun and moon early-stage dead spirit wasn't that troublesome. Speaking of which, any drop of sun and moon blood essence that he swallowed belonged to the mountain-breaking bull clan. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. The mountain-breaking bull clan was really rare. Whether it was the auction deposit that everyone gave him or the 200 drops of sun and moon blood essence, there was a lot of mountain-breaking bull blood essence. This clan. How did they survive until now and not perish? With this thought, Suyu didn't think too much about it. When Black Demon flew out of the City Lord's mansion and gradually approached, seeing that Black Demon had stopped, Suyu shouted, "Sir, hit him from afar and I'll throw the thing over." "Sir, you don't have to take the risk." Black Demon looked at him indifferently. "I'm not going to take the risk either. I don't need you to tell me." He punched out, a punch from afar. With a loud rumble, the sun and moon undead spirits tumbled in a circle. Suyu quickly escaped, and a storage ring in his hand flew towards Black Devil. He activated the calm divine character to the extreme, otherwise, Black Devil might feel danger at this moment. Suyu prayed in his heart. Old Turtle King of the Great Zhou Shenwen was more powerful. He had to hide it for a moment, he had to hide it. Black Demon frowned slightly. He had a weak feeling, but the Sun and Moon dead spirit was beside him. Although he had some feeling, it was very weak. After thinking for a moment, he didn't pay much attention to it. And at this moment, the storage ring suddenly exploded with a loud boom, countless dead spirit blood essence exploded, accompanied by endless death aura. Black Demon was instantly wrapped up. Black Demon's expression changed slightly, and he retreated extremely quickly. However, his body staggered slightly. In his body, the death aura suddenly erupted and tumbled continuously. "You're courting death." Black Demon was furious. A Skyhunter Pavilion's Mountain Sea actually dared to plot against him. He was courting death. Just as he was about to attack and kill Suyu, a flash of saber light illuminated heaven and earth. Hong, a sun and moon aura rose, incomparably powerful. With a buzz, the saber light descended, and the sun and moon dead spirit that had just been sent flying was instantly killed. At this moment, Black Demon's expression changed drastically. F***ck, this guy. This guy knows the heaven-splitting saber? No, this isn't Xianxia. This is Suyu. Impossible. Suyu isn't this strong. This is the Sun-Moon tier. No. Black Demon only felt countless thoughts rush into his mind in an instant. He knew that he had been plotted against. Without another word, he roared and endured the pain of being corroded by the death aura as he flew towards the city lord's residence. There was no point in not killing this guy. If this guy was the Sun and Moon realm, killing him would attract the Sun and Moon dead spirit. He would be in great trouble, and he might really die. Then, in the next moment, Black Demon fell into despair, and Suyu was smiling happily at the beginning. I succeeded. Even if Black Demon didn't die, he would be in great trouble. After this time, there was probably no hope of recovery. He could only wait for death. However, in the next moment, his expression also changed. What the hell, didn't you say not to target me? At this moment, 3 extremely powerful auras rose, and the death aura instantly filled the entire ancient city. It was frighteningly dense, and the entire ancient city instantly darkened. Suyu felt a powerful death aura sweeping towards him. In his body, the death aura quickly rolled and surged. F***ck, I'm also targeted. Suyu was surprised. Didn't they say that the death aura of a monarch could suppress everything? Liar. Without another word, Suyu quickly fled towards the ancient house below. It's over. I have to quickly kill off the death aura, or it will really attack my heart. At this moment, Black Demon also roared in despair. You idiot, do you want to die with me? He was also crazy. Was this idiot Suyu? Even now, he wasn't sure. If he was, this idiot was extremely stupid. At this moment, he could feel that the other party's situation was not much better than his. If he died from the corrosion of the death aura, the other party would probably die as well. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he want to die with me? Black Demon fell into despair and helplessness. He turned his head and looked in the direction that Suyu escaped. A quasi-invincible undead spirit had already chased after him. The death aura that filled the air was unbelievably powerful. You're dead, and I'm dead too. Black Demon broke down. Who is this lunatic? It can't be Suyu, right? Why does Suyu want to die with me? Just because I said that I wanted 30% of the items, and that the moat might be the way out. There was unwillingness, despair, and some relief in his voice. All of this, the moment he became the city lord, he should have understood that it was only a matter of time. It was just a matter of time. After sighing, Black Demon smiled and stopped struggling. He turned to look at Suyu and smiled. I'm going to die, and you're going to die with me. That's not bad. At this moment, a terrifying ball of heavenly essence energy instantly wrapped around Suyu. Black Demon's eyes widened in anger. The next moment, he was relieved. Fortunately, although there was a lot of heavenly essence energy, the quasi-invincible undead spirit was still here. No matter how much there was, it was useless. At this moment, Suyu's body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The death aura that covered his body instantly melted a little. Suyu roared, reverse the primordial aperture. You think you can kill me with the death aura? You're thinking too much. I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid that the quasi-invincible undead spirit will kill me directly. Black Demon's eyes widened again. What is this? Fortunately, the quasi-invincible undead spirit was chasing after him. The old house was useless. The other party could break it. As he watched Suyu rush into an ancient house, a mocking smile appeared on his face. It's useless, the other party can break the house and kill you directly, idiot. However, the next moment, he was stunned. When the death aura spread all over his body, the undead spirit suddenly stopped in front of the door. The quasi-invincible undead spirit that was chasing after Suyu frowned slightly. He turned his head and looked at his partner who was releasing the death aura to Black Demon. He said telepathically, "Is it inappropriate to break the house and kill him?" "Yes, we'll be colleagues in the future. The monarch values us, and it may not be in line with the rules. Why don't we forget it?" "Then forget it." The undead spirit that was chasing to the door didn't choose to break the house. Instead, he kept releasing the death aura outside the door. He said telepathically, "Maybe we can kill him with the death aura." "That's enough. It's not appropriate to kill him directly, yes." The three undead spirits were communicating. Black Demon's eyes were wide open with despair and unwillingness. "Go in, why don't you go in? Go in and kill him." Why? Although he felt that Suyu would definitely die if he hid in the house, he wanted to see them tear him into pieces before he died. "Why don't you go in?" Black Demon was not willing. Why? With despair and unwillingness, a large amount of death aura overflowed and hit the sky. There was a loud boom, the sea of will collapsed. Black Demon roared in despair, "Tell me, are you Suyu?" Until now, he still wasn't sure. No one answered. The next moment, a huge sun and moon crashed. At this moment, people outside the ancient city, even those who were hundreds of miles away, were stunned. This is the death of the 9 heavens of the sun and moon. Who? No, there was no need to ask. It was Black Demon, the city lord of the ancient city. He was dead. At this moment, all the creatures outside the ancient city were stunned. What happened recently? The death of the 9 heavens of the sun and moon meant that he was almost invincible. The Black Demon was dead. At this moment, Suyu did not care too much. With fear in his heart, he hid in the ancient house and quickly began to reverse the death chi. The death chi was too strong. Moreover, at this moment, the death chi was constantly seeping into the house. Suyu could feel that the powerful dead spirits were still outside, still erupting with death chi. His face turned black, and his entire body turned black. The death chi quickly began to invade his heart. As for Suyu, he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of heavenly essence chi to continuously offset the death chi and strengthen himself. At the same time, he even took out a large amount of heaven and earth mystic light to strengthen himself while reversing the origin aperture. The death chi kept surging towards him as if it was free. As for Suyu, he was also struggling, not letting the death chi devour him. If it were an ordinary resident, or even the Black Demon, they would be dead by now. However, Suyu was not. He was not afraid of being corroded by the death chi when he provoked the sun and moon dead spirits. However, he did not expect that the dead spirit he provoked this time was too strong. At this moment, the mask was vibrating. "Xianxia, what happened? How did the Black Demon die? Is it the Black Demon who died?" Elder Xianxia kept asking. At the headquarters of the Skyhunter Pavilion. Xianxia, who was wearing a faceless mask, was shocked at this moment. He quickly said to the other elders, "Xianxia is in the city. I am asking about the situation, but Xianxia has not replied to me. He is still alive, not dead. He might be affected. There is news from outside the city. It seems that a powerful dead spirit has appeared. The battle between the Black Demon and the dead spirit attracted the death chi and died." Soon, an elder quickly said, "Xianxia, let Xianxia investigate the situation and report quickly." "Okay." The hall was quiet, and the elders fell into deep thought. The Black Demon was dead. That meant that there was no city lord in the Great Star Ancient City. The Great Star Ancient City was a very important ancient city, and it was near the Star Mansion. At this moment, the position of the city lord. They did not dare to think too much. This was not the time to think about it. Because the current Great Star Ancient City was frighteningly dangerous. The living people were all dead. No, perhaps the entire ancient city was truly a living soil. It had not even been a month, and the floating earth spirit was still imprisoned. Even now, his name had not been removed from the heaven hunting list. Clearly, that fellow was still alive. Of course, if he really came out, who knew if he would think that he had traveled through time? Because before he was sealed, the world wasn't like this. And the duration of the seal was only 1 month. It was normal for nothing to happen in the All Heavens battlefield for a month. So you checked the messages while reversing the death G. Not only was Xianxia asking questions, but the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's Huang division was also asking questions. Suyu was also very straightforward. He quickly replied through the mask, "Elder, this is an exclusive news. If I sell the information, who will get it? You can choose for yourself. There are rules. You can choose to split the profits, depending on how much the headquarters sells. You have exclusive information, so you get 10%. Otherwise, you can sell it directly to the headquarters, and they will give you 100 hunting points. 100 heaven hunting points was equivalent to 100,000 merit points." Suyu was speechless. 100 heaven hunting points, 100,000 merit points, that was a lot, but the Heaven Hunter Pavilion was very black-hearted. Previously, when they traded with Suyu, they said that they could exchange 50,000 merit points for a drop of Sun Moon first-tier blood essence. In other words, even with a 40% discount, 100,000 was only slightly more than 3 drops. With Suyu's identity as White Face, it was equivalent to earning 3 drops of Sun Moon blood essence. Actually, it was very impressive. However, wouldn't the share be higher, with the Heaven Hunter Pavilion's means, if they sold to hundreds of races, and each took 1 drop, a few hundred drops, and got 10%, it would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Suyu said directly, "Split. Forget about the buyout." This little bit of money was not important. Xianxia did not waste time and quickly said, "Then tell me, what's the situation now? What happened just now? What's the specific situation?" Suyu quickly said, "Elder, can I just tell you directly? Don't I need to report to the Huang division? Anything is fine." Xianxia was a little suspicious. This guy was chatting happily with him now. Could it be that Black Demon's death had nothing to do with him? Just as he was thinking, Suyu said, "In terms of split, I can get 10%. Also, if the headquarters earns a profit, will you give me 1,000th of the commission?" "Yes." Suyu understood. Not bad, the commission would be calculated separately. Although it was very little, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Right now, when it was time to reverse, when it was time to refine, when it was time to refine, he would refine. He wanted to see whether the deathly aura or himself was stronger. The deathly aura and vital energy were now fighting near his heart. Let's see who could completely exhaust the other to death. This is what happened. I was just about to send the heavenly vital energy to Black Demon when Suyu, who had been hiding, suddenly attacked. "No, it's not like this, it's like this." Suyu adjusted his words. Xianxia was speechless. "Are you F***King creating fake news?" Alright, Suyu and Xianxia were the same person. Xianxia, think carefully before you speak. There are still residents in the city. Perhaps they heard something or even saw it. You have to understand that the Hunting Sky Pavilion's information is the most accurate. This is also where our confidence lies. If it's fake news, you have to say it out loud. Otherwise, if it's found out, you'll be in deep trouble. Alright, Suyu thought about it from start to finish, and very quickly, he told the whole story. There were no changes, including Xianxia being entangled by the dead spirits, Black Demon coming to save him, and then Suyu suddenly attacked and threw something to Black Demon. It exploded, causing the deathly aura in Black Demon's body to explode. As for Suyu, he took advantage of this opportunity to detonate a divine character and kill a Sun Moon dead spirit with a single slash of his saber, drawing out 3 dead spirits that might be at the late stage of the Sun Moon tier, or even stronger than the late stage of the Sun Moon tier. They were at the peak of the Sun Moon tier. Suyu was chased by 1 dead spirit, Black Demon was corroded by 2 dead spirits, Black Demon died, and Suyu's fate was unknown, perfect. Almost nothing had changed. It was just that at the last moment, Suyu had appeared. As for Xianxia, he was also implicated. Fortunately, he was not the main character, and quickly hid in the ancient house, trembling. Suyu's fate is unknown? Powerless, Xianxia heard this version of the story and thought for a while. It was not a big problem. The additional Suyu was probably Xianzhou's doing, and it made sense in general. However, Xianxia still quickly said, Black Demon has no reason to save you, he saved someone from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Suyu quickly said, he did not save me, he came for the Heaven Origin energy in my hand, he came for it. That Suyu exploded Jibadian Shenwen, he still has Jibadian Shenwen? I don't know about this. Suyu gave an answer that he did not know, and Xianxia was speechless again. You don't know, if you don't know, who knows, he was suspicious. Did Jibadian Shenwen Suyu still have more? How many did he explode? Why did Jibadian meet such a disciple and grand disciple? He left behind a huge inheritance, but it was all exploded by these fellows, what a waste, he was also thinking, it was most likely caused by Shenwen. Otherwise, Suyu was Ling Yun. If you said that he could kill the sun and moon, Xianxia would not believe it. Even if this sun and moon dead spirit was only at the initial stage, even if this dead spirit was not very intelligent, the sun and moon dead spirit was still extremely strong. Xianxia went through the story again, and there were no more problems. He quickly said, is that Suyu dead or not? What's the situation? Don't you know whether he's dead or not? Suyu retorted. I don't know, he escaped, but I saw that his death aura was overflowing, and he might be dying soon. Xianxia did not ask further, and said, how are you now? Are you confident in obtaining the City Lord token? Suyu was surprised. Xianxia quickly said, now that Black Demon is dead, Great Star Ancient City is without a master. If you, Xianzhou, become the master of the ancient city, the Hunting Sky Pavilion will also support you, and your status will rise greatly. You might even become an elder soon. But with my strength, even if I become the city lord, there will probably be people who will target me, right? Of course. Xianxia said, of course they're after you. After all, any ancient city lord is an overlord. Moreover, even though the ancient city lord is a puppet, he has great authority in the ancient city. So, someone will definitely act against you. At this point, Xianxia said, of course, there is another way. It's best if you don't leave the City Lord mansion. Also, a reminder, if you become the City Lord, you will need to refine the City Lord token, which is not that easy to refine. If it was that easy, there wouldn't be a City Lord at the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. Be careful not to be killed in the process. Suyu was speechless, no one can come in, Xianxia quickly reminded, don't be careless, you forgot that there are residents in the city. Maybe even the Sun and Moon realm. Now that the Dark Demon is dead, do you think they won't have any ideas? Do you really think they are dead if they don't come out? That makes sense, so you almost forgot about these people. Yes, these people are also residents, of course they want to become city lords. Now, there are only a few strong dead spirits outside, otherwise, there will be people coming to snatch the city lord token, so you thought for a while, then after I become the city lord, will the Hunting Sky Pavilion give me some support? Of course, the premise is that you are Xianzhou. And not Suyu. Suyu hesitated, then shook his head. Maybe it is better to become the city lord with Suyu's identity. Everyone knows I am in the city, I won't die so easily. Xianzhou. An inconspicuous member of the Xian department, him becoming the city lord is too sudden. The city lord is destined to be the center of attention. Once Xianzhou becomes the city lord, perhaps this identity will soon be useless. Suyu is sure of this. Forget it, it is better to keep the identity of Xianzhou. Understood, thank you for the reminder, elder. This black-armored elder is not bad, he reminded me of many things, including the residents of the city. There may be some strong people among them, even if Suyu seals the city, it will not affect them much. Previously, they did not want to come out to seek death, but now Black Demon is dead, these people will definitely come out to fight for it. Also, Black Demon's death is not too related to me, although he was tricked to death, he was going to die anyway. Now that the reward of heaven and earth has come, it is actually just a wisp of heaven and earth mystic light, F***ck, this is the Sun Moon 9 heavens, this is only a small reward. Obviously they think that Suyu played a pitiful role in this, he did not even get the last hit. If I knew this, I would have just stabbed him. Suyu cursed in his heart, big loss, As for after Black Demon's death, Suyu is not interested in collecting his corpse. If not, his corpse will turn into a dead spirit, the vitality will not dissipate. He saw the scene of Xianxia's death, and now there are a few quasi-invincible dead spirits here. Suyu does not have any hope for Black Demon's corpse. The vitality will not dissipate, because there is no vitality, it is all dead energy, probably because after the conversion, his strength is enough, so it will not dissipate. While Suyu is resisting the dead energy, where Black Demon's corpse is, a dead spirit in a black cloak appeared. Xingyu appeared. The king of dead spirits seems very satisfied at this moment. Looking at Black Demon's corpse, he nodded slightly. Not bad, he died earlier than expected. This is also a good thing. I will have another general under my command. The incomparably huge corpse of Black Dragon is lying on the street, at this moment, already covered by dead energy, but has not been completely converted into a dead spirit. Xingyu glanced at it, grabbing it with one hand. The incomparably huge corpse, instantly shrinking, was caught in Xingyu's hand. Like a small worm, it hovered in Xingyu's palm. Go, bring it back to the dead soul's world, Xingyu said, glancing at the dead spirit still blocking the door of Suyu, and said lightly, let's go. King. The dead spirit is a little dissatisfied, saying quickly, King, why don't you continue and convert him completely? Xingyu said lightly, he is not at the time of death. Xingyu could feel that the guy inside is still constantly reversing the dead energy, not slow, and recently, his strength has been improving rapidly. Xingyu thought to herself that perhaps, he had improved even faster when he was alive. If he died, Suyu's strength is weak, the probability of keeping his memory is not high, then it will be difficult for him to improve. If he can improve to sun and moon when he is alive, it is actually not bad. If he really died, without memory, all kinds of means, and all kinds of cultivation methods, he can only practice according to his instinct, then it may take hundreds or thousands of years to become sun and moon. Even if Suyu is amazingly talented, the quasi-invincible realm dead spirit is a little unwilling, but he said nothing. Next to Xingyu, one of the other two dead spirits said, King, he has been killing dead spirits, it is just killing some weak dead spirits, it does not matter. Kill sun and moon, this time you are here, next time he will not dare to do it. Xingyu said lightly. It does not matter how many weak dead spirits die. The sun and moon state is strong, but this time, Suyu killed 3 quasi-invincible realm dead spirits, so he probably will not dare to do it next time. At this moment, underground, a storage ring and a special token are reflected in the eyes of the dead spirits. King, if the storage ring is not broken, and we do not give it to that guy. City Lord token. Who do you think inherits the position of City Lord is the most beneficial for us? It does not have to be kept for Suyu. Is it really a good thing for him to become the City Lord? It is hard to say. Xingyu glanced at it and did not speak. It is up to them. After saying that, Xingyu grabbed the body of Black Demon and disappeared instantly. The 3 quasi-invincible realm undead spirits looked at each other and quickly disappeared. The monarch didn't want to kill Suyu now, or in other words, the monarch was restricted. In that case, he couldn't kill this annoying guy. The king probably wants him to improve his strength and strengthen himself before he dies. In this case, the dead Suyu will be much stronger. The dead spirits have no choice but to disobey the order of the king, and quickly disappeared. In the ancient house, Suyu felt the fluctuation of the death aura weaken, and breathed a sigh of relief. Gone, he did not dare to be careless. Forget it, cultivate first. He first weakened some of the death aura, at least 30%, to maintain 70% of the death aura and 30% of the primordial chi. In this way, it will not be as dangerous as before, and the death aura almost attacked his heart. The death aura and the primordial chi continued to collide and eliminate, which also made Suyu's physical body improve very quickly. With a boom, this time, he completed a body casting in a short time, and Suyu completed 49 casts. His physical body became stronger, and so did his primordial chi. In the blink of an eye, the death aura retreated a little, and soon, the death aura also became stronger. At this moment, Xingyu, who had just returned to the passage, turned her head and took a look. Her eyes, which could not see his face, revealed a strange look. How many casts did he complete? Even Xingyu didn't know how many times Suyu had forged his body. Xingyu only knew that Suyu was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that she had to pay more death aura to suppress him. This was an expert who had opened the heavenly cycle aperture and used the iron-eating 72 castes to temper his body. How many such experts were there in the ancient times? Probably very few. They could not afford to raise him. In the ancient times, there might be many geniuses, powerful cultivation techniques, and abundant resources, but could they afford to raise such geniuses, from opening the aperture, all the way to body casting, primordial Qi 9 transformations? How many forces could afford to raise such a gold-swallowing beast? Xingyu was watching, and the stone sculpture was also looking at Suyu. Black Demon was dead. The stone sculpture was a little complicated. Most of the time, the city lord was chosen by the stone sculpture himself. Black Demon was one of them, and now, he had died much earlier than expected. Otherwise, Black Demon could have lived for many years. The stone sculpture closed his eyes, no longer thinking about it. There were some things that he could not do anything about. In fact, he could send a voice transmission to tell Black Demon not to go out, but he did not. He chose to stand by and maintain the rules. Every stone sculpture had a different personality. He was more dignified and indifferent than the sky's destroyer. If it were the sky's destroyer, he might have reminded him. At the same time, the outside world was also in chaos. Soon, the news from the Sky Hunter Pavilion spread. Black Demon was indeed dead. Another 3 quasi-invincible undead spirits came out of the ancient city, causing Black Demon's death aura to attack his heart. And all of this was related to Suyu. Suyu self-detonated a Yi Badian Shenwen and killed a sun and moon undead spirit, drawing out extremely powerful undead spirits. This was the cause of Black Demon's death. As for Xianxia of the Sky Hunter Pavilion, he only mentioned it briefly, but did not say much. Suyu, this name once again resounded in the heavens. A sun and moon 9th tier expert died because of him. At this moment, it had been less than 3 days since Madonna and the others left. Some people had not even left the Star Sea, but they already received such news. For a moment, many geniuses had complicated feelings. This guy was a troublemaker, very good at stirring up trouble, but now, the news from the Sky Hunter Pavilion was that Suyu was also covered by death aura. The death aura was overflowing, and no one knew how long he could live. Without Suyu, the heavens might be a lot less fun. Many geniuses had actually never fought with Suyu. If such a genius died silently in the ancient city, it might be a huge regret. And Suyu was destined to leave a mark in Wan's history. The human clan of the Lingyun realm had killed many Sun and Moon realm cultivators in the 2 ghost cities, including one at the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. He had also caused many invincible experts to die and lost their 3 reincarnations. Suyu was probably the only one who could do this. At this moment, Wan's emotions were complicated. Of course, even though it was complicated, if Black Demon died, they might be able to find a way to become the city lord of this ancient city. If Suyu died, the ancient city would open in 3 days. At that time, they might be able to take the position of city lord. No matter how many puppets they were, they would be invincible in the city. If they were already residents of the ancient city, it would be better to become city lords. There were people from all races who became residents. The Sky Hunter Pavilion had some, so did the other races. However, most of them were not strong. At this moment, a group of idle sun and moon experts, including those with many enemies, also quickly rushed to the ancient city, wanting to take the position of city lord, even if they were to become residents. Some people had no way out. Becoming a city lord was a good way out. As for becoming a resident after dying, no one cared about that. Eastern War Zone. East Rift Valley. Several invincible realm kings gathered together. Dashav. Goguryeo said coldly, "It's good that Black Demon is dead. If he hadn't been hiding in the city, I would have killed him with my saber. Suyu, this little fellow is gutsy enough to actually really trap and kill him." Then, Dashav Goguryeo said coldly, "Suyu is too talented, bold, and careful. Although he has become a resident of the ancient city, I still hope that the humans can find a way to save him from this identity." An invincible realm expert said in a low voice, "How? Almost no one can get away from Dashav Goguryeo." Dashav Goguryeo said coldly, "Almost no one can, but it doesn't mean no one has." If you can send him into the starry universe mansion and give him thousands of heaven origin fruits to help him offset the death chi, when he comes out, 3 to 5 Eternal Realm experts can help him cut off the death chi channel, or simply break into the ancient city, enter the dead soul's world, and kill Lord Star Moon who is controlling him. He will naturally be fine. Silence, break into the ancient city and kill Lord Star Moon. That was the solution proposed by Xianxia of Goguryeo. Yes, after killing Lord Star Moon, so you probably had a chance to get rid of this identity, but... What a joke. Someone said coldly, Xianxia of Goguryeo, are you serious about breaking into the ancient city and killing Lord Star Moon? How many Eternal Realm experts are you going to exchange for Suyu? The previous 12 Invincible Realm experts had returned in frustration, and the Invincible Realm experts of 3 lifetimes had fallen, but not even a hair of the other party had been hurt. Are you serious? How many Invincible Realm experts would they have to send, in order to save Suyu? Would they have to send 50 Invincible Realm experts to help him? Are you kidding me? Give up the human realm? Give up the Eastern Theater of Operations? Xianxia of Goguryeo was silent. At this moment, the person who refuted him might not be his enemy, but his opponent. Everyone still had a lot to consider. The price to kill Lord Star Moon was too high. Not to mention Suyu, even if an Invincible Realm expert fell into it, it might not be worth the effort of the human race. Because if they really broke into the ancient city, many Invincible Realm experts might die. Another person said, besides, Suyu might already be dead. Didn't you see the Hunting Sky Pavilion say that Suyu is surrounded by the aura of death? Xianxia of Goguryeo said indifferently, even if you die, he might not die. People like him are hard to kill. You said the same thing about Yubadian back then. What happened in the end? Someone was angry and annoyed. In the end, Yubadian died, and that's why Suyu is in trouble. Xia Wushan, Suyu's trouble today is not caused by us. It's Yubadian, it's your Xianxia province, do you understand? Don't try to shirk responsibility, don't think that this is caused by us. Today, Suyu's actions are actually no different from Yubatian's. From now on, the Shinwen faction will be the target of public criticism. Whether it's Yubadian or Suyu, they have pushed the Shinwen faction to the peak, becoming Wan's must-kill target. Xianxia of Goguryeo was silent. This statement was wrong, but not completely wrong. The Shinwen faction's suffering was 80% due to Yubadian. However, Xianxia of Goguryeo still said coldly, I admit that Xianxia province is responsible, Yubadian is responsible, but in the heavenly battlefield, do we have to hold back? If we don't use our strength, if we don't show our talent, we won't be able to become an expert for the rest of our lives. Everyone was silent. On one hand, it was related to the situation of the human clan. On the other hand, the human clan's strength was not strong enough to suppress the heavenly battlefield. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many problems. The great Qin king, who had been silent all this time, said solemnly, all right, all of you, shut up. We'll think of a way to deal with Suyu later. Let's not talk about Suyu now. There's a new city lord in the Great Star Ancient City, close to the Starry Universe Mansion. His position is very important. Can the human clan think of a way to send someone there to fight for the position of city lord? Yu Wudi said with a smile, there is. I recommend Niu Baidao. Let him go. Isn't he nearby? He's not young anymore. He's been stuck in the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm for many years. Let him try. It's not a loss to convert to a resident. He's also the most suitable candidate. The others are either injured or dying. After the conversion, they'll probably become dead spirits. Niu Baidao looks healthy. At this point, the Great Light King in the crowd said indifferently, do you still remember the slap Niu Baidao gave you? How many years has it been? It's been more than 400 years. At that time, you hadn't reached the Eternal Realm. Niu Baidao slapped you, and you remember it for so many years. How shameless. Great Light King, your words hurt my feelings. Niu Baidao and I resolved our grudges long ago. Otherwise, how could he live until now? I'm serious. In the mortal realm, he's the most suitable. He's healthy. He's not too strong, but he's not too weak either. He's old, and his potential is limited. Tell me, in the entire mortal realm, is there anyone more suitable than him? The Great Light King thought about it. No. Niu Baidao was indeed the most suitable, most importantly, that guy wasn't in the 7th layer of the Sun-Moon realm. If he was, it would be quite suitable. The others thought about it and found that it was also quite suitable. Should we let Niu Baidao give it a try? That's right. That guy has played, enjoyed, eaten, drunk, and slept. Who's more carefree than him? He's enjoyed what he can. Let him try and become a city lord before he dies. He can be considered an overlord of a region and experience the feeling of being unrivaled. His life is much more comfortable than ours. Exactly. We're still responsible for guarding the borders, but that guy is raising a tortoise in the mortal realm. The group of unrivaled experts laughed, talked, and calculated. Needless to say, Niu Baidao was really suitable. As for Suyu, they didn't think about him or place any hope on him. Suyu was too weak. Even if he became a city lord, he wouldn't be of much use. He could only hide in the city lord's residence and never open the door. Such a city lord was no different from not having one. The Great Light King was speechless. Was old Niu targeted? He really couldn't refute that. Old Niu was really suitable. He was old, and his enjoyment was over. His strength was not bad, and he was nearby. Who else could they look for but him? Just as he was thinking about how to refute, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked into the distance. Not only him, but the other unrivaled experts quickly looked in that direction. Speaking of old Niu was back. In the distant void, a figure appeared and quickly rushed over. He also saw the incomparably powerful figures in the void and laughed. Greetings, unrivaled kings. The great Qin King looked at him and said calmly, "You're back? Did you bring back 200 wisps of heaven and earth mysterious light?" "Yes, I did." Niu Baidao said casually and smiled. "So you said he gave it to me, that's all." Silence. Did Suyu say that? All right, the item was in his hands, and the unrivaled experts didn't say anything. Niu Baidao didn't care about this and quickly said, "On my way back, I heard that Suyu killed the black demon again? That's really awesome." Niu Baidao laughed, and quickly said, "Also, the black demon is dead, and the city master is gone. The humans are probably interested in getting a city master this time to gain some advantage?" As he said this, he mocked himself and said, "Am I the most suitable? I'm not strong enough, and I'm old. I eat, drink, and play all day, and I have a grudge against the great Yuan King. Back then, I slapped him." Niu Baidao. Among the incomparably powerful figures, an unrivaled expert said, "Do you really want to find some trouble?" Niu Baidao smiled and said, "No, great Yuan King, please forgive me. I'm just thinking of the glorious past, and thinking that all of you are unrivaled now, and I'm still so down and out, I can't help but think of some of the glory of the past." Sigh. After a sigh, Niu Baidao quickly smiled and said, "But I'll pass. I recommend Zhou Padian of Dazhou Prefecture. He's not young anymore. Although he's a prefecture master, it seems that he hasn't fused 3 bodies. He's so old, he should go and be a city master." As soon as he said this, Niu Baidao laughed. In the boundless void, another Niu Baidao suddenly walked out and instantly fused with him. At this moment, Niu Baidao's aura was shockingly strong. The unrivaled experts looked at him. Some of them looked surprised, some were silent, and some seemed to have expected it, but didn't say anything. Niu Baidao laughed and said, "Everyone, I'm a step slower, but aren't I still catching up? I'm young and strong, so I'll pass. I can't be a city master." The great Qin King glanced at him and didn't say anything. He thought for a while and said, "Future body? No, past body." Niu Baidao sighed and said, "If it's a future body, I'll beat up the great Yuan King now, and he won't dare to kill me. Unfortunately, it's a past body, and the increase in strength is limited." Among the 3 bodies, the present body was the current strength. Some past bodies were strong, some were weak, but normally, they wouldn't be stronger than the present body. Only the future body could be very strong, but it could also be very weak. It could be when the future body you captured was weak, or when the future body grew old. Anything was possible. However, if you could capture the future body's strongest moment, or even the moment of invincibility, then you could suddenly explode with battle prowess that was comparable to invincibility. This was quasi-invincibility, it was a very special state. Some were quasi-invincibility, terrifyingly strong, and some were only slightly stronger than ordinary 9th-tier Sun-Moon cultivators. The Great Qin King nodded. The past body is actually very good. Fusing with the past body is the orthodox way to prove one's path. Fusing with the future body, though it could be very strong, it could also be very weak, and it could also be easily broken by others. After saying this, he looked at him again and said, "You've been hiding all this time. Why aren't you hiding any more today?" Niao Baidao smiled and said, "The great Yuan King wants me to be the dead spirit of the ancient city. Of course, I won't do it." The great Yuan King said calmly, "You have strength but don't show it, and insist on hiding it. You're not a good person." Niao Baidao was still smiling, and said, "That's not true. It's not yet time for the final battle, so it's useless for me to reveal my strength. After all, I'm not even invincible." The great Yuan King couldn't be bothered with him. The great Qin King pondered for a while, then said, "Let's discuss this matter later. The ancient city of Great Star is still under lockdown. Perhaps before we even get involved, the residents of the city will have already seized the city lord's badge and become the city lord." The Invincible Realm experts didn't say anything more. The great Qin King was right. There was not much hope for them to get lucky. Great Star Ancient City. Suyu walked out of the ancient house. When the death qi dissipated a lot, he knew that the dead spirits had probably left. Suyu himself had eliminated about 30% of the death qi at this moment, and it seemed that he was in good condition. He took off the mask, and there was no need for it now. He was now Suyu, walking towards the place where Black Demon had fallen. Suyu was a little cautious, but not so afraid. Now, there were many residents in the ancient city. This time, some residents might be tempted, but how many Sun and Moon tier cultivators were there? Suyu's current physical body was 49 caste. His physical body's explosive power exceeded 190,000 apertures, and his physical body's defensive power was even stronger. When he was at 36 castings, a natural defensive barrier appeared outside his body, which meant that his physical body's defensive power exceeded 200,000 aperture strength. The weak couldn't break through his physical body at all. In addition, he could open the yang aperture, devour the sun and moon blood essence, and use Shunwen. Suyu's comprehensive strength was much stronger than outsiders thought. Moreover, his 144 origin apertures, which were related to the heaven-splitting saber, seemed to be about to complete the first transformation of primordial qi. If completed, the power of these 144 origin apertures would be even stronger, much stronger. Under the first transformation, Suyu still didn't know how much it would increase. However, it would definitely be much stronger. Now that Black Demon was dead, Suyu didn't have so many scruples. Not to mention that there were a few Sun and Moon tier residents in the city. Even if there were, after so many days, these guys were forced to hide in the ancient house, and were probably invaded by the death qi. It was hard to say how much combat power they could exert. Walking on the street, Suyu looked around. There were still some dead spirits. Except for the 3 quasi-invincible dead spirits who had left, the other dead spirits were still there, and there was also a Sun and Moon dead spirit, which was the key to the continued closure of the city gate. Suyu wasn't far from the place where Black Demon had fallen. Soon, he arrived. And in front of him, someone also arrived. At this moment, Suyu was not the only one who was bold. That was an expert in human form. The aura of the sun and moon permeated the air. When he saw Suyu, his expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "You are Suyu?" "Yes." Suyu saw 2 items on the ground. One was a storage ring, and the other was a black token. That Ryu looked at Suyu, her eyes filled with vigilance as she said, "Suyu, your strength is slightly weaker. Even if you obtain the Castellan token, you probably won't be able to refine it. I'm afraid the death qi will be triggered by the token. The Castellan token is mine, and you can have the storage ring. How about it?" He spent a day and a month discussing with Suyu about the matter. Because he was afraid, he was truly fearful. Suyu only had the strength of Ling Yun, but if you treated him as Ling Yun, then you were really stupid. Suyu looked at him and said after a while, "It's all mine. I killed the Black Demon, and you want to take the fruits of my labor?" That sun and moon elite said in a low voice, Suyu, you are a genius, but now, you are also a resident. The city is sealed. You don't really think that sun and moon tier elites can be killed easily, do you? Suyu was surprised. Does this have anything to do with you wanting to take my things? The Castellan token is not yours. This sun and moon elite was also suffused with death chi. He said in a low voice, this belongs to the ancient city. Suyu, think carefully. Even if you get the Castellan token, can you block the following attack? Can you? Suyu laughed. Are you in the first or second tier of the sun and moon tier? Can you block it? That sun and moon elite stared at him and said, I am a member of the Thousand Territories Alliance. If I get this, there are 9 realm masters around, and the major races will give me some face. You can't. Once you become the Castellan, the major races will make trouble for you. Suyu, if you really fight with me, you will only die faster. That makes sense. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, but I killed the black demon. This sun and moon elite glanced at him and said in a deep voice, so, I won't take the storage ring if I give it to you. If it were Ling Yun or Shanhai from a small race, he would have already killed him with a slap. However, this was Suyu. So, after discussing with Suyu, he compromised a little. The storage ring could be given to Suyu, but there might not be anything good in the storage ring of the black demon, because the black demon also had to cultivate and grind away the death chi. The key was still the Castellan token. At this moment, some people had arrived in the surroundings. Some of the residents wanted to take advantage of the situation. Even though they knew it was dangerous, even though they understood that they might encounter some trouble after becoming the Castellan, being a Castellan was still better than ordinary residents. Seeing the 2 people on the street, many people instantly retreated. One was Sun and Moon, and the other was Suyu. The one who caused chaos in the ancient city, Suyu. As for the black demon, he was killed by Suyu. Suyu asked curiously, Senior, may I ask what race you are from? Are the sun and moon elites very strong? How much power can you release from your acupoints? If they are too strong, I will concede. But if they are not strong? Suyu said indifferently, I have killed the sun and moon, and I have killed more than one. What do you think, Senior? The sun and moon elite's expression changed slightly. Yibation Shunwen, he had more. Where did Yibatian get so many Shunwen from? How many had been destroyed? He was actually afraid of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discussed it with Suyu. I am from the Red Frog race. Suyu sounded familiar. He remembered that when he was deriving the meridian closing technique, he had referred to the Red Frog race's opening technique. This race's opening technique was not bad. They had 22 opened apertures. This race's talent skill was also stronger. Although this race wasn't strong, their talent skill was more hidden. It was a very special talent skill called Void Break. Suyu had tried it once before. It was more hidden and wretched. He stuck his tongue into the void and could suddenly attack and kill with one strike. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. This guy wouldn't have used this on me already, right? Has this guy's tongue already hidden around me? Actually, I know this technique too, but it's very disgusting. If I stick out my tongue, and he sticks out his tongue too, and our tongues collide, what would that mean? Disgusting. Suyu wasn't interested in using this, but after understanding this race's talent skill, cultivation technique, and other things, he had some idea. The detection jade kept probing, and the tribulation Shinwen was also probing. At the same time, he let the little furball sense. If this guy dared to stick out his tongue, he would instantly cut off his tongue. As he thought of this, Suyu said, Senior, the Red Frog race isn't strong. Even if Senior becomes a Sun-Moon tier, without a great opportunity, you're only an ordinary Sun-Moon tier. I think Senior is most likely in the first layer of the Sun-Moon tier, and you're also suppressed by the Death Chi. Perhaps you're even weaker than an ordinary Sun-Moon tier. Senior, do you really want to snatch the opportunity from me? After saying so, Suyu smiled faintly, and said, I don't want to kill, and Senior isn't worth me breaking a Shunwen to kill. If Senior is willing, I can make Senior the general of the guards after I become the city lord. The Red Frog race's Sun-Moon tier gave him a deep look, and said in a low voice, Suyu, you really have Yubation Shunwen? You don't believe me? The Red Frog didn't say anything. He didn't really believe it, but he didn't dare to not believe it. He was also hesitating now, and in a difficult position. He didn't want to give up the opportunity that was already in his hands. The opportunity to become a ruler of a region. However, Suyu was impatient, and he cursed in his mind. When he was killing the black demons, they didn't come out, and now they were here to pick the fruits of their labor. In the dark, there were still some elites hiding. Suyu's detection jade showed that he didn't see the sun-moon tier, but there were a few mountains and seas hiding. Did the mountains and seas dare to come and snatch it? Of course, the powerful mountains and seas weren't weak. However, even the powerful mountains and seas of the gods and demons couldn't go against the sun-moon tier unless they were top geniuses. In Suyu's 144 acupoints, saber chi gradually condensed. The yang aperture slowly opened. In his mouth, he held a drop of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence, and the strength Shenwen began to strengthen himself. The Shenwen battle technique began to transform into a long saber, and the Jin Shenwen battle technique began to prepare. All the divine apertures were opened. At this moment, Suyu's body emitted a faint sense of danger. He looked at the Red Frog clan's Ryu again, and said coldly, "Senior, retreat. You are a resident of the ancient city, which means that we are on the same side. There aren't many Ryu residents in the city, and I have prepared a general position for you. Senior, don't seek your own death." The Red Frog clan's Ryu's expression changed slightly, and she was a little hesitant. "Suyu, you don't have the ability to defend the ancient city, unless you hide in the city lord's mansion for the rest of your life. In that case, you will die sooner or later. Suyu, if you help me, I will." Buzz, in the next moment, a shocking saber light rose. "Help your ancestor, I'll help you die. No matter what I say, it's useless, right? I killed the black demon, and he was almost killed by the quasi-invincible realm undead spirit. You, a first-layer sun-moon, think you can go to heaven?" With this slash, saber energy soared into the sky. At the same time, in the void, behind Suyu, a tongue suddenly swept toward the back of Suyu's head. The Red Frog clan was not a greenhorn, they were both experienced. The Red Frog was ready to fall out with him. However, this slash contained the real power of the sun and the moon. When it exploded, it was even more powerful than the first layer of the Sun and the Moon clan, because Suyu could release the power of the first layer of the Sun and the Moon clan by swallowing the blood essence. Moreover, he had opened his yang aperture, and his own strength. After this slash, the Red Frog's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated and turned around. The tongue was still quietly moving toward the back of Suyu's head. He wanted to pierce through Suyu's head. "Can you live without your head?" At this moment, Suyu held the saber in his right hand, and a big hammer suddenly appeared in his left hand. With a loud bang, he swung his left hand backward. On the hammer, there were thunderbolts, flames, and blood energy. When the hammer smashed down, it shook the surroundings. The hammer smashed down before the saber, and with a loud bang, a clanging sound could be heard. The tongue that stuck out from the void was hit by Suyu, and it was drenched in blood. "Ah!" the Red Frog screamed. A flame followed the tongue in the void and instantly burned toward the Red Frog. The air was filled with the fragrance of meat. In the next moment, the Red Frog roared, and one of its tongues was bitten off by him. The flame suddenly stopped in front of his mouth. With a bang, a huge tongue was cooked, and it fell to the ground. The Red Frog instantly transformed into his original form. An incomparably huge Red Frog instantly jumped up and escaped into the distance. Fear, it was really fear. The Red Frog didn't know if Suyu had unleashed his Shenwen technique, but he only knew that the current Suyu actually had the power of the sun and the moon. At this moment, there was a loud bang, the saber light pierced through the void, the saber slashed down, and with a poochie sound, a deep saber wound appeared on the back of the Red Frog. A large amount of blood splattered, and the bones were broken. "Spare me," the Red Frog screamed, and then he roared, "Stop fighting, otherwise, if I go all out, you will die too." A crescent moon appeared. The Red Frog revealed the crescent moon and instantly charged towards Suyu. Its aura was incomparably strong, but it wasn't to kill Suyu, but to tie down Suyu and not give him a chance to continue his pursuit. Suyu frowned slightly and said calmly, "The sun and moon are so weak?" They were pitifully weak, really. He sensed that when the Red Frog went all out, it had at most 300,000 apertures. Of course, Suyu hadn't killed the sun and moon of the weak races before. Thus, he wasn't too sure how strong they were. However, at this moment, he knew. He didn't know if it was because of the death energy suppression, but the strength that the red frog unleashed was much weaker than what Suyu had expected. It was just that it had more intelligence than the dead spirits, and it knew how to escape and calculate. Even if Suyu didn't use his essence blood, he still had the explosive power of over 200,000 apertures. At this moment, he had even swallowed the essence blood of the mountain-breaking bull. The mountain-breaking bull race was one of the top 100 races. The mountain-breaking bull race was much stronger than the red frog. Suyu didn't waste any more time. His figure instantly disappeared, turning into an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The escaping red frog didn't run far before he suddenly stopped and retreated in a frenzy. Wang, another saber strike fell. At the same time, a cage descended from the sky. 5 elements purgatory, it instantly enveloped the red frog. The red frog roared, and with a kick, he destroyed the entire cage. He was a sun and moon, and Suyu's willpower wasn't that strong. It was fine to trap the mountain sea, but it was difficult to trap him. The red frog broke the cage, and just as he wanted to escape, his eyes blurred. Not far away, a peak sun and moon undead spirit appeared with an extremely strong aura. The red frog's expression changed, and in the next moment, he was in a trance. No, it wasn't real, it was an illusion, right? An illusion. Energy rushed into the heavens, an aperture appeared, it was his sun and moon aperture. This wasn't real, it was an illusion. When fighting against a civilization master, one had to be careful of such methods. Boom, the illusion shattered, and at this moment, the blade landed. The red frog cried out in pain once more. Just now, his back was slashed, and now, one of his hind legs was chopped off. Suyu! A mournful roar rang out. At this moment, Suyu's origin aperture rotated, and he turned into an undead spirit. He punched out, and this punch was filled with deathly energy. He had devoured the essence blood of undead spirits before. A punch was thrown out. Boom! It was extremely powerful and sent Red Frog flying. Red Frog's expression changed drastically. The destructive power of this punch was not as strong as the saber chi. However, after this punch, the deathly chi on Red Frog's body suddenly became stronger. Suyu's speed of turning into an undead spirit was extremely fast. Rumble, punch after punch, blade after blade, all of them were filled with deathly energy. In the blink of an eye, the Red Frog roared, and with a loud rumble, his body was completely destroyed. The Sea of Will appeared, floating in the air like an ocean. However, at the next moment, intense deathly energy surged in, and with a loud rumble, the ocean was destroyed. Destroyed, Suyu's expression was indifferent. He returned to his human form and looked around. Return to your houses. If not, you can come and try. At this moment, a sun and moon dead spirit appeared in the air. A sun and moon had been destroyed. At the next moment, a giant cloud descended. That was his reward for killing the sun and moon stage 1 sun and moon. This time, the reward was much more than before, so much that it was terrifying. Because Suyu really relied on himself to kill the sun and moon dead spirit. Of course, part of it was because he borrowed the deathly energy in the Red Frog's body. However, this time, Suyu crushed the sun and moon dead spirit around them. Some experts instantly fled. Horrifying, going against the sun and moon dead spirit was so simple. The sun and moon dead spirit from the Red Frog race didn't resist much. First, his tongue was cut off by Suyu. Then, he used the heaven-splitting blade to injure him, and finally, he was hammered to death by Suyu. Suyu had many tricks up his sleeves. Shinwen shook, turned into a dead spirit, heaven-splitting blade technique, 5 elements purgatory, illusion disturbance. After wearing it down time and time again, he used the deathly energy to easily kill the Red Frog. Not even his bones were left. In such a state, the Red Frog couldn't turn into a dead spirit. As for whether there were other ways to do it, Suyu didn't know. However, this time, he didn't see any dead spirits coming to receive him. Obviously, his physical body and the Sea of Will were destroyed. There might be some problems with the conversion. There were many rewards. Large amounts of willpower flowed into Suyu's body and into the Sea of Will. This time, killing the sun and moon dead spirit alone rewarded him with pure willpower. This made Suyu quite happy. As for the furball, it was secretly absorbing it. Suyu didn't mind it too much. There was a lot, he just needed to absorb it. He was also absorbing it. Below, the city lord token and storage ring were all there, as well as some broken pieces of the red frog's corpse and some miscellaneous items. So you didn't care about them. He floated in the air, his aura powerful as he continuously absorbed the willpower. Some residents opened the doors of their houses and peeked at Suyu, but didn't dare to speak. Suyu, those people were shocked. He really went against the sun and moon dead spirit, and he did it right in front of their eyes. He was already a tyrant-level character. Even if there were still sun and moon residents in the city, they didn't dare to show their heads. They weren't sure if this was Suyu's full strength, and they didn't dare to confirm if Suyu had destroyed Jibaishan's Shenwen. They didn't feel a strong power of Shenwen just now, but Suyu's physical strength was terrifyingly strong. Natural blood essence. Some people knew that humans were researching this. Suyu's body also exploded with the aura of the mountain-breaking bull tribe. Could it be natural blood essence of the sun and moon tier? This could also be done. If that was the case, did Suyu have more tricks waiting for them? Was Suyu not leaving now to lure them to death, to lure and kill the sun and moon in the city? As expected, those born in Xia province were demons, murderous demons. They were like Xia Longwu. No, they were even more ferocious than Xia Longwu. And at this moment, the outside world saw another waning moon fall. It wasn't big. It seemed that a sun and moon had died, but they weren't strong, probably at the first layer. No one knew when it started, but the fall of the sun and moon had become the norm. Before this, the death of a sun and moon would spread throughout the battlefield. The human race had been fighting with the gods and demons for decades, and not many sun and moon had died. It was considered good for one sun and moon to die every 3 to 5 years. But this year, in less than 2 months, dozens of sun and moons had died, including the 9th layer sun and moon. Is there any news from the sky hunting pavilion? Who died? Are they fighting for the Castellan token? Who killed them? Who won? The people outside the ancient city were curious and interested. They knew that a battle had broken out in the city because of the Castellan token. The sun and moons would definitely fight. They just didn't think that the sun and moons would die so quickly. This time, the sky hunting pavilion was a little slow in sending the news. After a while, someone said, the sky hunting pavilion sent the news. Nar of the Red Frog clan is dead. He wasn't killed by other residents, but by Suyu. Suyu swallowed the sun and moon gifted blood essence and killed the red frog. Now, no one in the city dares to fight with him. Suyu. Upon hearing this name, the whole outer area of the ancient city instantly fell silent. This brat again, this guy had turned into a living dead. Could he stop? He wants to become the Castellan? That's not the point. Everyone, the point is that he will extract the gifted blood essence of the sun and moon tier. Someone said in shock, really? Isn't it said that only Ling Yunjing has the gifted blood essence of the human race? How come even a sun and moon tier cultivator has appeared? Nonsense, Suyu is a genius, a master in the field of research. Maybe he developed it himself. You guys have forgotten how many cultivation techniques he developed in the human tier. Whether or not there are relics of invincibility, it means that he is extraordinarily talented and has great potential on this path. Terrifying. It is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he has become a resident. Someone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was destined to die. Otherwise, a person like Suyu was really too terrifying. The news spread rapidly again. The battle for the Castellan of the ancient city had begun. Suyu killed the sun and moon of the Red Frog clan. Now, no other residents in the city dared to compete. The position of the Castellan was actually very likely to fall into the hands of Suyu. This news also shocked the heavens. Could it be that Suyu was going to become the first Castellan of the ancient city of Ling Yunjing? This news spread rapidly in all the realms. The human tier, Zhu Tiandao instantly crushed his chair. He was speechless for a long time. F*CK, the Castellan of the ancient city, when you went out, you were as weak as an ant. Then, not long after, you killed the 9 layers of sun and moon, and now you are actually going to become the Castellan of the ancient city, Xia province. Wan Tianxing casually glanced at it and didn't think much of it. He was calm now. Just pretend that I don't know. Ling Yun killed Xianxia. This was the only thing he remembered, Suyu was still Ling Yun. That meant that what he saw had a chance to happen. If it wasn't Ling Yun, then he had seen wrongly. He was just thinking, even if this guy became the Castellan, what could he do? Could he take the ancient city and run away? If he didn't take the ancient city and run away, Suyu was still Suyu. If he encountered the Sun and Moon clan and the invincibility, he would still be in danger. The Red Frog clan, a weak clan, one layer of Sun and Moon, he muttered. Talent and blood essence, this guy could devour the blood essence of the Sun and Moon. That meant that his physical strength was also terrifyingly strong. What kind of level had he reached? Otherwise, even if he had the blood essence of the Sun and Moon, he would still need to be able to consume it. Most mountains and seas couldn't do that. This kid's physical strength might have reached the higher layers of the mountain and sea realm. Terrifying, only the Heaven Hunters list didn't have a name. Otherwise, if this guy killed the Sun and Moon clan, perhaps his ranking. Fine, he wouldn't be able to rise anymore, he was previously number 1 on the Heaven list. Calm down. Wan Tianxing didn't care anymore. He thought for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Hong Tan. Hong Tan, your grand disciple, Suyu, just killed another Sun and Moon clan in the All Heavens battlefield. Now he's fighting to become the Castellan of the ancient city. By the way, do you know the Castellan of the Great Star ancient city, Black Devil? He killed him. Hong Tan, are you happy? At this moment, the Faculty of Theology had just begun. Hong Tan was writing something when the brush in his hand shattered. Teacher? At the side, Bai Feng was playing with something. Seeing his teacher break his brush, he couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, are you shocked too? I didn't expect that I would recover to the 9th layer of Source so quickly. Teacher, I'll soon enter the Lingyan realm. Ha ha ha. Happy, I'm finally going to enter the Lingyan realm. It's too bad. I've finally recovered to my peak since last year. Soon, I'll enter the Lingyan realm. It won't be long before he, Bai Feng, will also become a genius of the Lingyan realm. Ha ha ha, I'm in a good mood. Hong Tan looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. News from the All Heavens battlefield spread quickly, but most people didn't know about it because they didn't have the means to do so. But at this moment, he knew. Hong Tan looked at Bai Feng, paused, and said, not bad, you're at the 9th layer of Soar. Within 3 months, you'll definitely enter the Lingyan realm. Not bad. Bai Feng nodded and smiled. Not bad, Hong Tan thought for a moment. Do you know how strong the Sun and Moon are? I don't know. They can kill me with one slap. Bai Feng shrugged. Don't worry, teacher. I won't be arrogant. You're the Sun and Moon. You can kill me with one slap. I understand. Hong Tan hesitated for a moment before asking, do you know where your disciple is now? You mean Suyu? Didn't he pretend to be Cui Lang? I think he went to the All Heavens battlefield. Is he back? News from the All Heavens battlefield couldn't reach Bai Feng. His only source of information was Hong Tan. Previously, Hong Tan didn't even tell him. At this moment, seeing Bai Feng's excitement, Hong Tan thought for a moment, and said, a month ago, on June 21st, Suyu entered the All Heavens battlefield. Do you know? Oh, Bai Feng didn't care too much. It was August 15th now. Almost 2 months had passed since Suyu entered. Did he cause trouble? Yes. Hong Tan said calmly, it's not a big deal. He just killed over 20 Sun and Moon tier cultivators in Heavenly Destruction Ancient City, 6 of whom were in the late stage of Sun and Moon tier. Then, a few days ago, he went to the Star Sea and killed another 9 Sun and Moon tier cultivators, 1 of whom was in the late stage of Sun and Moon tier. Then, this morning, he killed the City Lord of Great Star Ancient City, Black Demon, who was in the 9th layer of Sun and Moon tier. Oh, right, he just killed a nobody in the 1st layer of Sun and Moon tier. Nothing. All in all, he killed over 30 Sun and Moon tier cultivators and killed over 10 geniuses on the Heaven Hunting list. That's 12 invincible cultivators. No, 2 of them were from the human race, so only 10 invincible cultivators tried to kill him and failed. He raised his head and looked at Bai Feng, whose mouth was wide open. He smiled faintly, and said, good disciple, you're very good. You're about to enter Lingyun, congratulations. Oh, right, I forgot to say that he might become the weakest master of an ancient city in history, an overlord of a region. Bai Feng's mouth was still wide open. What do you mean, what's going on, what are you talking about, I don't understand. Did teacher say something wrong, mistaking sun and moon for soar? He swallowed, laughed dryly, and said, Teacher, so you killed over 30 soar cultivators, right? Sun and moon. Soar, teacher, right? Bai Feng repeated again. This is my last stubbornness, you must have said something wrong, right? Hong Tan looked at him pitifully. Bai Feng couldn't take it anymore and exploded, Teacher, are you very happy? You're only in the first layer of sun and moon. Only, what's the use of provoking me, you're also only in the first layer of sun and moon. Hong Tan ignored him. I know, I've already been provoked, and I'm used to it. Soon, he hesitated, and said, he might be dying soon. He converted himself into an ancient city resident, Bai Feng was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly lost his smile. Just now, he was shocked, disbelieving, and a little proud. My disciple, isn't he awesome? But at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. After a while, he said with difficulty, he became an ancient city resident? He had been to the heavenly battlefield, and knew what was going on in ancient cities. Under normal circumstances, ancient city residents didn't live long, Hong Tan said calmly, yes, otherwise, he would have been killed by the Invincible Realm. Previously, 10 Invincible Realm experts besieged him. On the side of the human clan, only Xia of Goguryeo and Lord Daming went over, and they couldn't stop them at all. So you had to choose this path. Moreover, he was converted by an Invincible Realm expert in the Dead Souls world, and it can't be reversed unless the King of Dead Souls is dead. The corner of Bai Feng's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly, it's okay, it's okay. Let me tell you, this kid, he has many tricks, too many. He also has great opportunities and great luck. Teacher, he'll be fine. You think he will die, but he won't. Hong Tan was silent, and didn't say anything more. He lowered his head and continued to write something. His voice was a little bleak, go back and cultivate. After he dies, I'm afraid the Shenwen lineage will really be extinct. It's fine, it's broken. If you insist on following me, I can't give you anything, and I can't help you with anything. From now on, the Shenwen lineage will become history. Teacher. I can't accept it, Bai Feng's eyes suddenly turned a little red. This idiot, why did he go to the All Heavens battlefield? He's crazy. At least he won't provoke an Invincible Realm expert in the human realm. Invincible Realm expert? Hong Tan said lightly, given his character, it's only a matter of time. Maybe, you made the wrong choice at that time, and you shouldn't have accepted him. The happier you were, the more proud you were, the more regretful you are now. Everything originated from that trip to the southern Yuan. If Suyu hadn't joined the Shenwen lineage, he wouldn't have become the common enemy of the Wan people. Bai Feng gritted his teeth. I want to see him for the last time. You can't go, and no one will protect you. Hong Tan lowered his head. Don't think about it. Wait for your uncle master to come back. It's time for our lineage to shine for the last time. Teacher, he's too young. Bai Feng murmured. He's only 19 years old. Teacher, his life is too short. He shouldn't be like this, Hong Tan was silent. He lowered his head, and another brush appeared in his hand. The brush just now had already been shattered. It appeared again, and shattered again. Hong Tan was a little annoyed, and he sent Bai Feng flying with a palm strike. I know he's young, but I can't do anything. At the moment, he, a Sun Moon tier, couldn't change anything at all, only this chance could wipe out everything. Maybe, he could fight for a little chance for Suyu, and let the Invincible Realm expert of the human race rescue him. I can only wait for this chance, Hong Tan murmured. Sorry, I really can't do anything. End of chapter 428. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.